Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku and Others Reacts to Percy Jackson x MHA movie. Before we start, please go support Nicuchio for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Chapter 1: Arrival in the Unknown. Mizurufu, Japan. A new day dawned in the city where the prestigious UA Hero Academy resides. It had been about 3 days since the Yakuza raid, where a little white-haired girl with a small horn on her head was rescued. Classes were on hold to allow those participating to recover and catch up with the others, but something began to happen. Strangely enough, many UA heroes, parents, students, and children alike saw the world stop moving. The air, water, wind, people, vehicles, everything had stopped. Almight, the students, Aizawa, class, Momo, sensei, what's going on? Bakugo, whoever is doing this shiny, Shoto, eh? He would say, seeing that he was fading. Guys. Kaminari, no, he would say, fading away. Mineta, I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave without touching a breast. He would say, desperately trying to touch Opei's I'm not leaving without. He would say, fainting while trying to touch a breast. Present Mike, Shota, would say, going through the same thing. Eri, Deku-san la million-san, she would say, scared. Mirio/Izuku, Eri, though would leave the place with her. In the city, Inko was washing dishes while receiving a visit from her friend Mitsuki Bakugo, when they both noticed a fading change. The same thing was happening to a white-haired girl in a psychiatric hospital. Likewise, the city's heroes were trying to do something, since they were bewildered. Endeavor, damn it! He would say, fading away. Hawks, Endeavor-san! He would say, crashing into a building and fading away. Mirko, Big Bird. Ryukyu, Mirko. Edge Shot, Demons. Kamui, Mount Lady. The aforementioned simply waved and left, leaving Kamui to be the last hero to disappear. Nabu Island. 2 children were hugging each other, crying as they were disappearing. Hussycats Forest. Kota hugged Mandalay while asking her not to leave her current mother, while the others disappeared along with the duo. Island. David Shield was trying to figure out what was happening when, Melissa, Dad? She would say, watching his hand fade away. David, no, daughter, not you. Melissa faded away as David watched her body disappear. David, what the hell is going on? Unknown location / a garden. Yukari's Little Adventure. Story. Can you imagine a story with your favorite husbando from BNHA? Well, here's one. And with most of the BNHA characters. Cough, not many from the manga because the writer looks at all those who fainted appeared on the scene completely bewildered, as they tried to see their loved ones and companions, trying to calm down. Uraraka, Ida-kun, greeted happily. Ida, Uraraka-san corresponded. Nizu, are you okay, students? Students, yes. Izuku, yeah, Eri, he would say, calming the terrified white-haired girl. Mirio, what a relief. Tamaki, yes, it's good to be well. Nijire, but where? Those words made more than one person look around. The most skeptical ones looked at this in a daze, as if they knew where they were. Nizu, this is. David is. Melissa. But they look like the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Monoma, what the buck? Ibara, my god. Kendo, calm down. But why are there of us from Class B? Monoma, I don't know. Voice. Time, he would say, revealing a platform with many chairs. Space, he would say, while in the place a large screen was revealed. Reality, he would say, revealing a good sound equipment is more than a linear path. He would say, revealing several versions of everyone present, a villainous version of All Might to the surprise and shock of everyone, including the hero killer. Stain, it is a prism. The unlimited possibility, he would say, watching the group, while numerous lands in the place moved as if they were accelerating, where a single choice can be divided. He would say, revealing a route, which was divided into multiple lines from a single origin into infinite realities and create alternate worlds to the ones you already know. He would say, revealing a world where everyone dies because Izuku is not there. I am the vigilante, a figure composed of space and stars, would say, but above all radiated power, bringing more than one to their knees. I am your guide in this new and for this reality. He would say, while Stain saw a reflection of himself next to a green-haired man at his side, like a master and his disciple. Follow me and consider the question, what would happen if, in front of everyone, in a large room, a being of masculine appearance, elderly, would appear while looking at everyone with a face of absolute serenity. Kaminari, what the buck? He would say, surprised. All Might, who are you? He would say in his skeletal mode, trying to inflate himself. Elder, I am Kistur Zelrich Schweinorg, one of the magicians, creators of the laws of magic, he would say, surprising everyone. David, it's not magic, but very advanced science. Zelrich, oh, but if that exists, being skeptical of what you can't explain doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Nizu, we'll assume what you're telling us is real. Where are you from? Zelrich, I am from Earth, from a time long past. I belong to the age of the gods. Ibera gods? You don't mean. Zelrich, I'm aware, Miss Shiozaki, but listen and then give your opinion. Kendo, sorry. Bakugo, say it before I shiny you bastard. Zelrich, impatient, I studied magic and sorcery under King Solomon some time before the king's death in BC. After Solomon's death, I witnessed, thanks to the fact that through magic I stopped my personal time, a taboo, I was able to see the end of the age of the gods. Almight, is stopping time a taboo? Zelrich, yes, that's why I was condemned by Gaia, Mother Earth, and by Alea, humanity's collective unconsciousness and drive for its survival as a whole. That condemnation caused me to wander through the planes of different worlds, observing, witnessing, and analyzing everything. Mitsuki, could you explain better? Zelrich, sure, pay close attention. The world is the concept used to refer to Earth, Gaia, or humanity's collective unconscious. As everyone knows, Earth initially formed from molten magma and gas. Life didn't emerge until the inhospitable planet cooled and settled. The hellish landscape of Earth before Genesis has become part of the genetic memories of all creatures on Earth, and humans were inspired by these images when they created the concept of hell. What no one knew or investigated is that this generated a consciousness. Aizawa, interesting. Almight, what else happened? Ibera, I didn't know that was the case, she would say, surprised. Zelrich, the period of time beginning with the genesis of Earth and continuing until the beginning of the Common Era around AD is known as the Age of Gods, during which the world followed laws based not on physics but on mystery. This period is marked by increased interaction between gods and mortals. It is the age of heroes and mythology, when the rules of humanity and the laws of the world were different from the fundamental physics of reality itself, but this period ended many years ago. Stain, the age of gods and heroes? I understand that they were once heroes, but they crossed the line, killed, took many lives, and even indulged in revenge. How can they even be considered heroes? Zelrich, how do you assure me that your definition of heroism isn't a bastardized realization of the first ones? The word hero itself implied the idea of killing. Ida, but then they wouldn't be heroes? Zelrich, I think you are confusing the concepts. You are not talking about heroes, but about superheroes, like those described in comics. Heroes, in themselves, are different, and their origin was in combat, on the battlefield, with the idea of killing. Momo, I understand, she would say, bewildered. Endeavor, hump. Zelrich, besides, that implied an end, but not as such, since the gods still continue. After all, they remain with the essence of the most representative humanity, with exceptions. Around AD, the age of the gods completely ended and humanity's population grew explosively. Because the Earth obeys the law of the most prosperous species on its surface, the rules of the world were completely changed from obeying mystery to obeying physics. David, what you're telling us would mean that, Zelrich, every mythological race, every god, they're interbreeding with mortals, and everything that each religious or mythological pantheon carries is real. Shoto, but why don't we know? Zelrich, if they said demons existed, would you believe them? Monoma, no, but, Zelrich, wouldn't there be mass panic? Mirko, yes, I would say eating a carrot. Hawks, added to many more things, I would say knowing what the Commission would try to do. Nizu, this brings me to the question, who is Alea? Something you mentioned. Zelrich, a wise question, my rodent friend. Katsuma, Deku and I, he would say, climbing onto the back of the aforementioned, can we play? Koda, me too, I'd say, jealous that someone would steal from his older brother. Eri, why me, I would say shyly. Zelrich, don't worry, he would say, speaking when I finish the explanations I will give you the space. Ryukyu, you may continue. Zelrich, Alea is the collective unconsciousness of humanity, and the drive for its survival as a whole. She is the entity that constantly keeps humanity from extinction. Alea usually interferes indirectly by guiding and training an individual to eliminate a threat. She, along with Gaia, participates in a security device created by the world itself to prevent its extinction, known as the Counterforce. David, fascinating. Cement, yes it is. Melissa, but I still don't care about the pantheons. Do you think you could explain? Zelrich, I could, since I can tell you the basics, since I'll show you the rest later. Kyoka, how does it work? Zelrich, it works like something called the supernatural world, where very few humans have knowledge of its existence. Each mythology, each being is a member of one. I think that several have an idea of how they are grouped. Nizu, yes, Greek faction for Greco-Roman mythology, and so on with each one I want to assume? Zelrich, indeed, with just one detail, the biblical faction is divided into factions. Ibera? I would say interested. Zelrich, it's like one naturally thinks angels, demons, as the most well-known, and Grigori, or rather, David, fallen angels. Ibera, but isn't Azazel a demon? Zelrich, in fact, Azazel fell after having sex with a human woman and became a fallen angel as a punishment from God, and there he founded Grigori. Mineta, wow, he fell for it. Kaminari, pervert. Mina, that sounded kind of ridiculous. Tsuyu, but those were God's rules, right? Zelrich, nobody knows, since even after his death he would say, leaving Ibera in shock. It is a mystery. Ibera, but how? Zelrich, he died facing the beast of the apocalypse alongside the original Satans. So don't worry, I would say calmly, although thinking, when you see what your God was capable of, you will leave that religion. Nizu, I see, and if he brought us here, it's for a reason, right? Zelrich, yes, it's so they can see something that could happen, although well, it's an alternate reality. But that doesn't mean they can't learn something. Aizawa, I understand. Vlad, just like that? Zelrich, yes, just like that, so you have the rest of the time free while I get everything ready to see what I have prepared. After that the children left with Izuku, leaving the rest talking, since there were people who still didn't believe anything, especially Stain, but well, he had to open up, there were things that he might think wrong. Zelrich, I know you're thoughtful, but ask yourself this, have you ever thought that your doctrine was the one that was wrong, or rather, poorly focused? Stain, what do you mean? Zelrich, I mean you see all the other heroes other than Izuku and Almight, including the bicolor, as fake. But have you never thought that they, by the system itself, are also? Since the world made the decision to make heroism a profession, true heroes cease to exist, and that includes All Might. Stain, that's true, but those you told me are true heroes, their actions spoke volumes. Zelrich, and of course they have, but ask yourself, does All Might charge? Stain, yes. Zelrich, and you yourself have said that if any benefit is perceived from a heroic action, it is no longer considered as such. In short, under your same argument, All Might is a false hero. Stain said nothing, since that was true, he had never thought about it. His doctrine itself was misguided. Zelrich, it would make more sense if you went after the Hero Public Safety Commission, instead of going after poor employees of a system doomed to fail. Stain, doomed to fail, he would say, surprised and thinking about those words. Zelrich, their society depends too much on them. Sooner or later, they will realize that they are not gods, but that they are still mortal humans condemned to die. After that, the old man looked at the courtyard, seeing Izuku taking care of the children, while several mothers and students laughed at what they did. Zelrich, in that generation would be the change, I would say, hoping that the reaction will manage to make the leap they need. Chapter 1. The Return from Babylon. Everyone was entering the place, ready to hear and see what Zelrich had in store. But what they saw was definitely strange. The reason? Simple. They were in a huge movie theater, with snacks and drinks in the back, a patio for getting some fresh air, gender-segregated bathrooms, and numerous robots assisting the area. It wasn't until one of the androids approached that they knew what they had to do. Android, I am Eva, Master Zelrich's assistant. The Master is not here at the moment to give you explanations, so he asked me to prepare the room for you. Unfortunately, I cannot answer any questions, but I can help you while the Master returns and resolves your doubts. May, by chance, can I take you apart and see how you operate? Eva, no, she would say with her metallic voice, but the Master can give you my plans so that you can reply to me later. May, well, I would say, knowing that I won something. Eva, would you be so kind as to sit down? The screen will turn on in a few minutes. Coda, I will go to Deku and I's side. Chant close, he would say to win her over. Katsuma, I sit on the other side. Eri, Mua, that's not fair, she complained. Everyone was already ready for everything to begin, so the screen would light up, making everyone pay attention, although several felt this would give them an interesting flashback. Almight was at least grateful that the villains weren't present, given the chaos this would entail, but oh well. On screen, the supernatural and human worlds, two worlds that are destined to coexist, where the latter is completely ignorant of the former given its veil of arrogance produced since the awakening of the Quirk's phenomenon. Gods, demons, angels, fallen, dragons, vampires, etc., all the races that many beings consider myths and legends, or tales of the folklore of various cultures, are real, but humans are truly aware of it, the vast majority, yes, with few who truly have that knowledge and prefer to keep it in complete ignorance, given the commotion it can cause. The symbols of peace are an example of this. All those who have taken up the mantle of support for society know perfectly well what would happen if that information were made public, mainly because of the beings of immeasurable power that exist, Great Red, Ophis, or even the beast that many consider unstoppable, Trihexa, the beast of the apocalypse, the true monster catalogued as. Such beings of immeasurable power are powerful, but there were two beings who at least managed to gain respect in that world, both part human, one of them strongly feared by the biblical god Elohim and the original mouse of the biblical underworld, a being that the gods take with great caution, because this being was responsible for the death of almost the entire Sumerian pantheon, leaving beings alive. The ancient primordial Sumerian sea, Tiamat, today called the Chaos Karma Dragon or Queen of Chaotic Karma, the goddess of death Ereshkigal, and the goddess of love and fertility Ishtar. The person responsible, a demigod, the rarest of his kind as he was /god and /human, bearer of the greatest amount of the world's riches, possessor of an extremely terrifying power and ruler of Babylon from his throne in Uruk, the basis of every legend that has ever existed, the king of heroes Gilgamesh. For centuries, it was believed that the bloodline of the king of heroes was lost. The factions thought that he never had children, since his feared power, known as the Gates of Babylon, was never felt since his death, even by humans who thought he never had offspring, but they were all wrong. His blood remained latent, liquefied enough to wait for a worthy heir, safeguarding a part of his soul so that the right one could take what he bequeathed on his deathbed, after growing bored of spending several centuries given that he was immortal, and since the gates of Babylon housed weapons of all kinds, killing immortals would not be a problem. It was then that after at least millennia, he found him. At first it did not matter since he had many ideals and was not able to fend for himself, but when he saw the beginning of how he was preparing to be a hero, he found respect for him, a little, but honestly seeing that everything that was considered a hero was nothing more than a mockery of the heroes of the past, schools to be heroes, licenses, plastic cards that enabled one to be heroes, something that in ancient times would have been seen as nefarious for being a measure of control. Without a doubt Marduk, Iskandar, Chulin, even Leonidas of Sparta would turn in their graves because by modern standards they are historical figures and not heroes. But he was prepared for his chosen successor to change this from the roots, even if he has to cut heads. Off-screen, Kendo, well, in part it's something that Zelrich told us. Ibera, I still don't believe in the plural gods, I would say trying not to believe in that. Nizu, even though they mention that it's something that only the symbols of peace know, he says that it's something that could affect us sooner or later, he reasoned. Mandalay, yes, although Ophis, Great Red and Trihexa, Mineta, just hearing it makes me tremble. But who are they? Momo, Ophis, I think I've heard of it. Present Mike, just like me, hearing the part of someone who was part human and deeply feared by God and the original Satans, the room fell silent. Monoma, I know I'm skeptical about those things, but they're playing, right? Tetsu, if they must be playing, those guys are powerful. Kyoka, not to mention how the god of the Bible is shown, which doesn't count as a god, but as something more powerful. Momo, yes, like a primordial. Izuku, someone who was responsible. Shoto, of murdering an entire pantheon? Kirishima, is that possible? Nizu, if my memories don't fail me, there's only one person in mythology who matches those descriptions. Almight, Tiamat? From Primordial to Dragon Queen, Midnight Ereshkigal? That's not her. Cementos, yes, the Sumerian goddess of death. Mina, and the goddess of love couldn't be missing, she would say, smiling. Izuku for some reason growled at that, but dismissed it. Bakugo, a demigod responsible? Melissa, well, that confirms it. David, yes. Stain, king of heroes? Everyone, Gilgamesh? They would say, feeling respect for the blonde. Uraraka, does he really have all the riches in the world and is so powerful? Ida, but if he killed, how come he is the king of heroes? Aizawa, it is said that the definition of the word hero came from Gilgamesh. That made many applicants think a little, but the more they read, the more they realize something. Almight, a descendant of Gilgamesh? Koda, I hope it's great. Katsuma, same here, but nothing beats Izuku and I. Eri, yes. Mahoro, Hump Dynamite is better. Upon hearing about Gilgamesh's power and the gates of Babylon, many were shocked and felt a chill run down their spines. Though many, being students, would bow their heads at hearing what modern heroes were called, while several of the top brass were getting angry about it. Stain, well, they're right about something. To us, they're just historical figures, not heroes. Nizu, but that's because we use a different conception of being a hero. Almight, yes, there are many things I don't agree with, but well, we can't deny the truth of those words. On screen, Nabu Island, miles away from Japan. Nabu Island is a small, isolated, and peaceful island with a population of approximately people living in a close-knit community. They have a single hero agency, but all of its members have retired, which is why the Japan Hero Commission, in conjunction with the most prestigious Hero Academy, UA, decided that the best option is for a group of students to take charge, without knowing the underlying problems that were about to occur. No one was sure what would happen, and more so when a League of Villains convoy was shot down, and only a capsule of what they suspected was a Nomu was missing, but a city attacked with lightning, and a corpse in the area with traces of the victim's lack of quirk. Knowing that all for one, symbol of chaos, villain number, is in Tartaros is not something that can be taken lightly. Class A was chosen for this proposal. At first, they had no problems, given that there were no villains, thieves, or other crimes. They did nothing but help civilians in their daily lives and monitor. They did not perform rescue work, given that tourism and the sea were key to them, as lifeguards, or simply stop harassment attempts, repair engines of some unfortunate farmer, or charge cell phone batteries. They thought it would be an easy week, even when a girl deceived the students twice, first by reporting her younger brother missing, and then by appearing to prove that they were nothing more than guys in Mayan language, and the other time by saying that there was a villain, created from her hologram gift, which allows her to create holograms of whatever she wants at will. The girl was small with dark brown eyes, straight brown hair that she wore in 2 pigtails tied with dark pink bubble-shaped hair bands, and she had freckles. Her name was Mahoro Shimano, and what she wanted to do was protect her younger brother, Katsuma Shimano, although all she did was encourage him when she saw who would become his biggest idol, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya, apprentice to hero, under the current name of Deku, name given by who he considers his little sister, Achiko Uraraka, bearer of the power known as One for All, whose potential is immense if properly guided. In addition to being the last direct bloodline of the King of Heroes, Gilgamesh, and the only one of his descendants born with the same proportion as Gilgamesh/God/human, he was presumably destined to join the supernatural before the age of, but the intervention of All Might plus his training regimen caused the awakening of One for All, accelerating the meeting, without knowing it, off-screen. Mineta, hey, that was recently. Momo, in that case it is a variant of our world, but how does it change? Endeavor, TSK, when not. Aizawa, at least we know a little bit what will happen, although there may be changes. Stain, let's see how they do. Nagant, for now they're doing well, although well, it's too early to say that the system will corrupt them. Katsuma, look, Deku and I, we appeared. Mahoro, look, Katsuki, we appeared. Izuku, it's true, he would say smiling. Bakugo, whatever you say, brat. Koda, let's see what happened, although I doubt their fight will surpass that of Deku and I against Muscular. Eri, no, against Chisaki she was the best. The children were about to argue when the green-haired boy's lineage was heard, producing a deep silence. Aizawa, offspring. All Might, shonen. Nizu, wow. Uraraka, little sister, she would say pouting. Stain/God and human descendant of the first hero. I knew that when I called him a true hero I wasn't wrong, but this. Inko, surprising. Rey, did you know? Inko, no. Mitsuki, me either, and I'm her friend. Endeavor, I must make the boy marry Fuyumi, he thought, coveting that lineage. Kirishima, one for all? He would say, tensing up those who knew about it. Mirio, well, his training was. Tamaki, unorthodox. Izuku, does that mean that I was going to have my power? Almight, did I speed that up? He would say, whispering nervously. Gran Torino, what happens now? Mandalay, I hope nothing. Kaminari, wow, that's amazing, being descended from that guy must be great, right? On screen, along with his classmates, they never expected what would happen. A group of villains, in command of an experiment to replicate All for One's quirk, had attacked the island, putting civilians at risk, causing Class A to split up and act. They were the only ones there, although from Japan, Toshinori Yagi, the former number hero, symbol of peace, was setting sail for the island, given the discoveries he managed to learn. Although many teachers tried to stop him, they did not succeed, and the former blonde hero, today being a skinny man due to his injuries. On the island things were not going well. Several of the students, when protecting and fighting, ended up losing. Given the confrontations against the villains Mummy and Chimera, they were stronger than what many had faced, given that only a few had experience. Ida, Shoto and Midoriya with Stain, Izuku with Overhaul and Muscular in addition, but they were the only ones with rare exceptions. Those without the necessary experience were left out of combat immediately, but those who fought managed to stay waiting for reinforcements. Izuku, for his part, was searching for both children. The reason they had reported a villain attack, something many didn't want to believe, but the loss of signals and electricity indicated nothing else. He managed to get there by running into the group's leader, 9. 9 is an idealist in that a truly superhuman society should be one where the supremacy of one's quirk is the sole measure of one's worth, and that both heroes and villains are irrelevant. Unfortunately for his achievement, he was forced to put himself under the watch of Kyodai Garaki, as his primary quirk, weather manipulation, was too powerful to control, and this resulted in the destruction of his own body's cellular tissue. The process ended with Garaki creating a copy version of All for One's quirk of the same name, capable of stealing other people's quirks and using them as his own. 9 can steal up to 8 quirks, having in his arsenal at the moment Cell Activation, which is dependent on blood type, a quirk stolen from the Shimano brothers' father after killing him. Scanning, being able to analyze people's quirks, Air Wall, Laser Bullet, and Hydra. Izuku had to face him. Even though he tried to steal One for All, the former users of said power did not allow it, since One for All is a gift that maintains the consciousnesses of those who have carried it in history, being a worthy bearer capable of accessing the gifts of the former bearers. Izuku knew that he could not use more than % given the muscular load it needs, since his lineage is not awakened. Knowing that the villain wanted Katsuma's gift, Izuku could not afford to lose, so he would fight to defend and buy the children time to flee. But Izuku was not alone in that fight. His rival, childhood best friend, his bully in the past until they got back on track, would attack 9, causing him to release him on a second occasion that the villain tried to steal One for All. Neither of them wanted to back down, so they decided to throw themselves into combat after Izuku told the children to run away. Izuku would notice 9's weakness when using more than quirks, so between the two of them they would try to at least exhaust him while the Shimano brothers fled. Even between the two of them, 9 was strong, and in a joint blow, 9 would make a lightning bolt fall, leaving them badly injured, but causing several of Izuku's strands of hair to turn from green to blonde. Bakugo and Izuku, despite their state, would try to stop the villain after he threw a lightning bolt at them, but using Hydra's quirk and lasers, he would manage to knock them out. Off-screen, the students were having Vietnam flashbacks from that experience, though they knew how to handle it, especially Bakugo and Izuku. The teachers, on the other hand, now understood that loss of signal and the rescue drone they sent, while Stain was so far impressed. The future of heroism lay in that generation, he had to admit. Even the blue-haired boy was changing, or at least for now. Almight, a copy of All for One. Nizu, but who made it? Izuku, Kyodai Garaki, that name sounds familiar. Bakugo, that's not it. Both of them their mothers, the doctor who determines the peculiarities? They would say alarmed. Mirko, that guy. Edge shot. Looks like we had someone dressed as a good Samaritan. Gang Orca. That's why we couldn't find the one who made the Nomus. Aizawa, when we return, We will go arrest him, Katsuma. But Dad, he would say, trying not to cry. Mahoro, he was alive. Izuku and Katsuki reacted by hugging the aforementioned, calming them down, given that it was a universe with doubles, which may have been the case there. But that was not their case. Almight, tried what? He would say, alarmed. Izuku, it happened here too, but he couldn't, he would say, calming his predecessor a little. Shoto, and Bakugo saving him in his own way. Mineta, reminds me of Goku, I would say, gaining everyone's attention. Midoriya, as he has saved us in a good way, but if someone saves him it is by hitting him. Monoma, I can't find any flaws in your logic. Shinzo, although he threw lightning at them. Izuku, that hurt like hell. Inko, language. Mitsuki, you see, spoiled brat, she would say, giving Bakugo a snitch. He becomes rebellious because of you. Bakugo, what did I do now, old witch? Stain, this will be the break. Kamui, yes. Mount Lady, what happens now? On screen, only for the members of Class A. After the rest of the villains left them, they went to their aid, being Shoji, a boy with arms, and the others who would take the present, since the children, despite wanting to flee fear, did not let them move. Class A would see, thanks to the doctors on the island, their states, and it was an overexertion of their gifts, plus a state of unconsciousness, while the green-haired boy changed his green highlights for a very shiny straight blonde similar to gold, something that all his classmates noticed. At the same time, a certain green-haired boy woke up in a dark place, since in reality he did not wake up. He was filled with mist. He could see everything around him, and noticed figures looking at him in surprise. Izuku, Nana? Would say as if he were telepathic, since the mist covered his mouth. Nana, ninth, it's not yet time for. What are those blonde highlights? Noticing how Midoriya's green hair, which previously resembled a vegetable, was turning blonde, ceasing to be its broccoli form. First, this is not the time. And when will they say it's Faker's time? A voice that caught their attention would say, the previous carriers, eh? Seeing the blonde Nana, Gilgamesh, she would whisper nervously, since she knew who he was as a symbol of peace before. A new figure would appear, blonde with red eyes, dressed in robes with gold embroidery and multiple gold wings, drinking wine from a gold cup while an arrogant smile appeared on his face. Izuku, I would say in shock. Gilgamesh, this is very boring, using immense power to clear that fog. Now you can talk. Izuku, what's going on? Gilgamesh, it is time to awaken who you truly are, for you are my descendant, the descendant of a king, the origin of the word hero. Izuku, but how? Gilgamesh, you are more powerful without what the fakers and half-bloods call quirk. You are my heir, the one who will return the world to Babylon and give back the meaning of the word hero. Izuku, what? I mean, they'll try to stop me. Gilgamesh, you are a king. Your power is more than enough to subdue them and teach those stray dogs who defile what it means to be a hero, what one truly is. Izuku, no license, right? Starting to draw an arrogant smile. Gilgamesh, until you understand it. Grandson, placing his arms on his shoulders, do not hold back. A true threat today becomes a cancer tomorrow. If you must remove them, then so be it. Izuku, whatever you say, Grandpa. Gilgamesh, my treasures are now yours. Use them well, since there are weapons capable of killing gods. Izuku, can I bring only Babylon? Gilgamesh, get yourself allies or friends, not too many, just enough, I would say, very seriously, because from now on, many will not tolerate your change and will see you as scum. Izuku, if those stray dogs do that, they're nothing more than fakers, he would say arrogantly, given the active inherited genes. Gilgamesh, from now on you are the second king of heroes. Grandson, hugging the green-haired man, you must not stop being yourself with those you appreciate, and who appreciate you, is my last advice. After those words, Gilgamesh would vanish into golden dust, leaving the green-haired man somewhat sad but happy, sad to lose his ancestor, but happy to carry on his legacy. But his previously emerald green eyes turned red, with a striped iris in the middle. Off-screen, seeing the core of One for All, many were confused, although those who knew were surprised, and Izuku got angry because of what Nana and Yoichi told him, that it was not the time. Kyoka, wait, does anyone else notice that Midoriya is changing? She would say, surprised. Hagakure, ours too, she would say, seeing the blonde locks. Seeing the bearer's conversation with Izuku, given that they would wait for answers later, many were surprised, and the smart ones realized that Gilgamesh himself would act and release the green-haired man's blood. As they listened to the conversation, many began to worry that Gilgamesh might be able to guide the boy down the path of evil, while some chose to wait. Although All Might didn't accept many things, Izuku was like his son, so he wasn't going to abandon him, and the same with several of his close friends and companions. Hearing the word grandson, Izuku began to glow, revealing a new appearance. Izuku, what? Momo resists, she would say, blushing. All Might Shonen? Izuku, yes, it's me, sensei. Aizawa, what a relief. Bakugo, I hope you're still your Deku. Izuku, we'll see about that. Kaken, Katsuma, Koda, and Eri, Sug, they would say, amazed. Inko, my baby, he looks very handsome like his grandfather, she would say with tears. Nizu, well, Gilgamesh planted the seed, I would say seriously. Endeavor, that brat, would think, seeing him as a threat along with several. Seeing the slanted, red eye terrified many who decided to wait a bit. On screen, out of space, Katsuma was using his quirk to help Katsuki and Izuku heal faster, but it would cause Izuku's power to be broadcast all over the world, and Class A would see how the one who was once their classmate's green-haired boy changed not only physically, but also mentally. He was not going to be a carbon copy of his predecessor, but would adopt several of his ways of thinking to add them to his ideas. Uraraka, Deku-kun, Kirishima, Izubro, Shoto, Izuku, Ida, that's not normal. In the ports of Nabu Island, a boat was arriving while Toshinori Yagi looked at this in surprise. Toshinori, what happened here? The screen turns off. Izuku, thanks Katsuma Ototo, he would say, ruffling his hair. Koda, heh, that's good. Eri, yes. Aizawa, why, I feel like the surprises later on will be the most surprising. Siro, hey, All Might going to the island, that didn't happen. Tokoemi, it's true, we'll see what happens. Nizu, I have many questions, but Zelrich doesn't appear. Chapter 2, The Faction's Reaction. Everyone was filled with doubts, and Zelrich did not appear. They wanted to empty their minds of those annoying questions and fill that hunger for knowledge in their heads. But nothing, the magician was nowhere to be seen. Nizu, many doubts but no answers. EVA, Mr. Nizu, if you write down the questions, they will be answered when he returns, she advised. Nizu, okay, we should do that, for now we'll just observe. Various, yes. Endeavor, TSK, we need the evidence and answers now. Stain, what an annoying guy. Shoto, welcome to my world. Izuku, tisk, that's why fakers always end up biting the ground, he would say with his awakened genes. Tokoemi, that has changed you, Midoriya, and from what I see, it suits you. Izuku, thank you, my brave friend. All Might, things will change and they will no longer be as before, he thought, already knowing that everything will change. Bakugo, I'm bored. Turn this on already. Eva, containment suit required, procedure 4. Izuku, Eva, stop and let it be like that. He is a friend, he would say with his threatening eyes. I apologize for threatening you with my presence. Eve, I understand, she would say to go to the screen. She knew that even the magician would not mess with Gilgamesh's blood, and there is no problem. I am incapable of feeling emotions like living beings. Eva would simply place the screen for everyone to see, and although there were doubts, many wanted to ask more questions and make things clear for later. On screen, at the shelter, Katsuma Shimano, thanks to his cell reactivation quirk, was healing Katsuki, Bakugo, and Izuku Midoriya under the watchful eye of the other members of Class A. The concern was latent, but as time passed, and the boy who, despite being exhausted, was determined to continue helping his heroes, several blonde strands came out of the green-haired boy, while an immense golden glow followed by a very intimidating presence became present in the place. Kirishima, Izubro, Ida, Midoriya-kun, Momo, Izuku-san, Uraraka, Deku-kun, Kaminari, Iie, he would say in idiot mode while charging batteries for energy. Shoto, Midoriya, he didn't have blonde locks. What's going on? Off-screen, Izuku, thanks little one. Although you shouldn't try too hard, you're still a child. Katsuma, yes, he would say, happy that his idol and older brother figure gave him advice and scolded him. Stain, that kid I see, he would say, seeing Izuku and Katsuma. One was a true hero since he saw him for the first time, and the other had the same potential shine in him. He will be a great hero. Katsuki, thanks for that, dwarf. Mahoro, hump, he would say, pouting. Shoto, and there we see that the changes began. Uraraka, she looks more imposing like this. Mina, and handsome. On screen, outside the shelter, Toshinori Yagi, former hero All Might, approached the shelter area, or where he sensed, thanks to his experience where they could be. He began to feel a tingling. He possessed a little of the flames of One for All, something he considered lost after his confrontation with the number villain. All for One. Toshinori, whose power is this? He would ask in surprise, as would his companions. Police officers assigned by Naomasa Tsukachi, let's hurry in. Police, yes. Unbeknownst to anyone, the presence of the blonde future began to be felt by everyone, not only humans, but also the supernatural. Off-screen, Kirishima. That one for all thing again. Almight is the power that awakens in a candidate to be the symbol of peace. There were only people who awakened it, including me, and Midoriya Shonen is the ninth. Kaminari. Okay, he would say without understanding anything. Shoto. I see. It's something like you guys are connected in one way or another. Izuku. Something like that, he would say without further ado. Soon it would be said about one for all, so he wouldn't give it any more thought. Nizu, will the supernatural world react? Ibara. How powerful was that guy? On screen, in Grigori, located in Japan, the current headquarters of the Fallen Angels faction, part of the biblical pantheon, given its agreements with Amaterasu, was completely calm. Its leader and regent Azazel quietly signed the paperwork, the greatest enemy of the leaders of the supernatural world, when an immense power that many came to know began to be felt. Azazel, what? Starting to sweat bullets. No, he is impossible. That guy has not had descendants. No. If that happens, P could be that there will be a change of power, he would say, very scared. He perfectly recognized the origin of the power, but he was reluctant to think that the only one who dared to kneel to the biblical god is their feeling. Off-screen, Nagant, Grigori, Midnight, Fallen Angels, Mount Lady. Although I imagine that guy as someone ugly, that guy. Kyoka has the aura of Mineta and Kaminari. He is a pervert. Aizawa. He seems like the type that if you give him a drink, he'll tell you everything. Stain. He looks lazy. Ibara, upon hearing Azazel's fear, was in shock. Had Gilgamesh kneeled before God before him? It was almost impossible for her to believe, and she couldn't accept it. Tsuyu, the fear of that fallen one is founded. Karo. Kirishima, kneeling before a god, being a demigod, is being manly. Tetsu, yes. Monoma, why do I feel like this is going to be revelation after revelation? On screen, in the Vatican, the priests did their own thing. The nuns supported the members of the clergy, while the exorcists waited for orders to hunt demons and fallen outside their territory. Of course, all this was done under a veil of ignorance, given the death of the biblical god by sealing the Trihexa in the Great War of the biblical factions, a war in which Gilgamesh himself intervened by bringing the biblical god to his knees as he was shedding the blood of innocent humans without caring about anything other than finishing off the fallen and demons. It was undoubtedly the greatest joy of the other factions that someone brought that man and the leaders of the biblical underworld at that time, Lucifer, Beelzebub, Leviathan, and Asmodeus, who boasted of a lot of power by attacking the other factions a little. When the power began to be felt, everyone began to tremble with fear. Many did not recognize that power, but were more than willing to punish the blasphemer, as they called the one who caused it. Off-screen, Nizu. So the church possessed that level of power. Nagant, veil of ignorance and fanaticism. Stain. I knew those Puritan sellout bastards were hypocrites. Shoto, let's see, Gilgamesh only intervened for a war? Ibara, it's my lie. God wouldn't do that, he wouldn't do it, she would say, seeing a belief being destroyed, although it shocked her to know that he was dead. Ida, so God was dead, but as you can see he died honorably. Momo, that's if you don't count that he was committing genocide with innocent humans for a war. Aizawa, sadly, that's how wars are. Only innocent people lose because most of the casualties are theirs, not those who should really have them. Mirko, although that speaks to the fact that that guy was strong. Ryukyu, kneeling before God and the original mouse of the underworld, it is an achievement. Mirio, not to mention that the other factions were grateful for that. Tamaki, although they call him crazy and the others are happy about it. Ibara, punish without knowing? She would say, somewhat annoyed. Little by little her blood was awakening. On screen, in heaven, above the Vatican, the current home of the angel faction, formerly led by the biblical god, now led by Michael, one of the greatest servants, was signing papers while thinking about what they were going to do when his legs began to shake as he felt and recognized the power that someone emanated. Michael, no, it can't be. It's not possible. If there were descendants we would have killed them. It can't be, he would say, annoyed and trembling with fear that bastard Gilgamesh couldn't have had descendants. Gabriel, brother, this power is so warm. Michael, what do you mean? Gabriel, I can feel it. It's warm. It's overflowing with warmth, and it's very pure. It doesn't reflect any hate or sadness. Michael, Stay away from that power, sister, it's a danger to our faction. Gabriel. But brother, you're acting very paranoid, like when starting to cry like when you gave the order to exterminate the Elven faction and the Dwarf faction. Michael, listen to me. Gabriel, he would say seriously, or I will strip you of your seraph status. Off-screen, Kurwaro, the leader of heaven is Shinzo, effeminate. May, yes. Ciro, although he is somewhat paranoid. Endeavor, signing papers and making that power felt. I feel sorry for him. Gang Orca, if that's the case, it doesn't justify making someone's offspring pay for showing that they weren't so puritanical. Izuku, I have a very bad feeling. Inko, don't worry, everything will be fine, she would say, calming her son. Mineta, oh my god, he would say, blushing like several men. Ibera, Gabriel was Midnight Woman? Ryukyu, and a very beautiful one. Mandalay, besides being innocent. Kota, what's wrong with her? Katsuma, no idea. Eri, she is very pretty. Nizu, what? He would say, believing he had heard wrong. Ibera, did heaven cause genocide? Stain, who would have thought that an entire faction was wiped out for not obeying God? Aizawa, although dwarves are Nordic, that could have caused an attempt at war with Asgard. The girls got angry when they heard Michael's treatment of Gabriel. Seriously, that guy was a bastard. On screen, in the biblical underworld, Surzek's Lucifer, formerly Gremory, currently considered the most powerful demon since the original Lucifer, although of course, he does not reach the power he possessed, was signing paperwork after correcting his son, venting his frustration, after his sister, Reyes Gremory, managed to win a raiding game, to break the arranged marriage with the heir of the Phoenix House, something that in itself did not like. He was eager for power and create a bloodline that combined the power of Gremory, destruction with the fire abilities and the healing of the Phoenix clan. As he watched his son come out very seriously covered in bruises, he began to feel the power and fear took hold of him. He recognized from having been in the war of the biblical factions, he was so terrified the first time he felt it that it made him look like an ant in front of a tiny sun. Surzex. And no P can be, that damn MN had no offspring. We made sure that the previous legacies are dead with Michael, it can't be possible. For Milikas, the child, despite being a demon, felt a great warmth instead of raw power. He felt that if he followed that being that emanated power, he would be protected and guided as he was not in the underworld. Off-screen, Nagant, and as if that weren't enough, the biblical underworld. Mina, eh? She would say, looking at the child. Mandalay, correct? She would say, scandalized by the state of Milikas. Izuku, bastard, he would say angrily. Seeing the boy like that made him remember Eri. Momo, marry off your sister for a desire for power? She would say, annoyed. The entire room was filled with a very negative opinion about Surzex's Siscon. Shoto, so Midoriya's power is greater than his. Kirishima, not to mention he mentions that he and Michael eliminated other descendants. Izuku, wherever they touch my family, I will massacre heaven and the underworld. Eri, yes, it's true, Izuku gives us a lot of warmth. Koda, yes. Mahoro, it's true, but I prefer Bakugo. Katsuma, yes. Tsuyu, at least someone will join them. Mandalay, did that child feel protected by his aura? Almight, soon young Midoriya will show his support for him, I hope. On screen, New York, Empire State Building, Mount Olympus. On the tallest building in New York, the home of the Greco-Roman gods was currently located. Originally located in Greece, on Mount Olympus, it has been moved according to the course of Western civilization, and is currently the home of the same. A bearded man with lightning bolts was looking at one of the greatest human inventions, his cell phone and dating apps, trying to get one, of course, behind his wife's back, until he felt such power. Zeus, the leader of the Olympians, knew whose power that was. He had never dealt with Gilgamesh, but having a descendant of his was undoubtedly something interesting and terrifying, being capable, like his ancestor, of turning one's features upside down. Zeus. So someone has the power of the legendary king of heroes, it would be best to get on his good side. I don't want the demigods to pay for our arrogance. Zeus knew from experience of others that Gilgamesh was not to be trifled with, and if he had to kneel, offer up a goddess daughter, be it Artemis or Athena, he would do it, for the sake of his faction. The king of heroes was someone who was on par with Shiva if he could put himself in a top position, and Shiva was a top most powerful existence in the human and supernatural world, slightly matching cows. The Greek primordial in the top. Off-screen. Kaminari Yi? Did I hear that right? Kendo, Olympus is here. Nizu, in New York interesting. Mineta, isn't he supposed to be in Greece? Ida, I guess we should keep watching to understand it, since it will surely explain it. Almight, so he's a living force, something connected to the West as a civilization. Mandalay, well, it's something interesting, but why does Zeus use his cell phone? Midnight, what a great dating app. Mount Lady, cheating on your wife? Izuku, I don't know why they're surprised if Zeus is the most promiscuous god there is. After all, he sleeps with absolutely everything that walks or doesn't walk. Momo, Leto, Maya, Semele, Alcmene, Danae, Leda, Europa, Ganymede, Callisto, Hagakure. But Ganymede is not a man. Ida, Greeks are among the most free in that regard, I would say uncomfortably, given that in the past they were pedophiles by the bucket load. Nizu, I imagine him more arrogant. Stain, but he fears Gilgamesh. Kendo, rival Shiva? One of the Trimurti? Almight, that's something incredible, he would say amazed. Izuku, Grandpa was great, he would say smiling. Kirishima, being afraid of you to propose to marry a goddess, I don't know if I should tell you, but you could be lucky. Mineta, a donation for the altar, he would say, walking around the room. Aways, old man? Mineta, I need money for the altar to god Midoriya. Kaminari, it's not like I'm going to form a harem, right? Nobody said anything, creating any discomfort. On screen, at Swarga, the summit of the Hindu faction, Shiva was tending to his wives, Kali, Durga and Parvati. When Gilgamesh's great power began to be felt, he could be signing paperwork, but he was the laziest leader of all. Shiva, so that guy had descendants. I have a feeling things are going to get interesting from now on. Off-screen, Nizu, Shiva too. Mineta, oh wow. Kaminari has harem. Aways, I will become a Hindu, I have decided. Aizawa, lazy for not signing paperwork. All Might, I have a bad feeling about them, I would say seriously. On screen, in Asgard, the land of the Norse, home of the most well-known deities thanks to Marvel, home of the feared Valkyries and the Thunder Berserker, everyone was sitting talking at the table of Valhalla, when the power was present. Thor, so that bastard had descendants, he would say with a smile. I'll finally have someone worthy to fight. The last one was Lubu. Our fight will be legendary. Loki, it can't be that that damn bastard has returned or had descendants. His power was abysmal for a mortal. Thor, what do you think, father? Odin, we will think clearly and not out of paranoia or jealousy. We respected Gilgamesh, and we will maintain that, even if we were to sign an agreement with him. Loki, you're not serious, old man. Odin, if I do it, it's none of your business. Loki, yes, it is. It's been centuries since that damn bastard Gilgamesh, a disgusting mortal, brought us to our knees. We are gods, he is beneath us. Thor, and if that were the case, what would you do, Loki? He would say seriously, Gilgamesh had enough power to subdue any god and even primordials, and it is most likely that his offspring will be just as powerful as him. Odin, that's why I'll sign if the Cimmerian faction returns. I won't have any problems with someone like that. It's better to have powerful and dangerous beings like that as allies. Loki, damn old man, standing up and walking away. This will not be well received, he thought. Off-screen, Nagant, Asgard, Midnight, Nordic. Kirishima, Lubu faced Thor? Really? Tetsu, who is Lubu? Monoma, he is the flying general, a hero of China in the Three Kingdoms period. Momo, his legend says that he was defeated by Cao Cao, but history is written by the victor, so I hope that's false. If Lubu was that strong, I don't think he would have cried for mercy. Uraraka, that fight must have been great. Shinzo, Loki, Kaminari, he's the most swindling, lying, annoying, and playful god humming in a song. Mineta, Odin, I like him. Kyoka, another one with that pervert aura. Tsuyu, yes, Karo. Ibara, Odin is somewhat cautious. Kendo, and Loki wants war from what I see. Aways, even though he is deranged, he has helped the gods. Mina, what do you mean? Kaminari, Thor's hammer was Loki. Bondo, and Odin's spear was Loki. Kyoka, we understand, she would say, burying her jacks. Izuku, hump, that mongrel is nothing against me. Nagant, they are cautious. Hawks, I hope the commission doesn't do something stupid. Nizu, Hawks are capable. On screen, unknown location, Chaos Brigade base. The Chaos Brigade, also known as the Army of Disaster, created by the fallen angel traitor to Grigori, Satinal, and ceded to Ophis Ouroboros, the dragon goddess of infinity, top of powerful existences, with the sole purpose of eliminating Great Red, the most powerful dragon in existence known as the true dragon that inhabits the dimensional gap. Currently in the power of Clippeth, an organization that is under the command of Reisevim Levon Lucifer, whose ideal is to invade other worlds, being aware of the existence of parallel worlds. But to access them they must kill Great Red, who protects the dimensional gap. Reisevim, damn, feeling the power. Together with the hero faction, this power father told me about it once. Chow chow. So this is the power of the legendary king of heroes. I hope to recruit him. With his power we would be unstoppable. Heracles, a descendant of Chow Chow, no one rules over him, not even the gods. Chow Chow, what do you want me to do, descendant of Heracles? To go and give up command? I won't do it, even if I have to bewitch him and put him under my dominion. We will cause a genocide in the other factions to show that we are superior. Humans are superior. Jean, this is not so. I know I am a descendant of the Maid of Orleans, but since they placed the control seal on me, I have no will to defend myself and defend the innocent, she thought, frustrated. Leonardo, what does Chow Chow-sama think? George, it won't be a problem, will it? Chow Chow, let's hope he's not alone. Otherwise we'll kill him for being a traitor to the humans. Off-screen, Nizu Chaos Brigade. Ibera, Rise of Him Levon Lucifer? Stain, Ophis Ouroboros, Dragon Goddess of Infinity. Almight villains, Endeavor those are. Seeing all the descendants of Siegfried, Heracles, Chow Chow, George, many frowned and even more when they heard their words. Stain, a false hero, he doesn't deserve to wear it. Momo, and he has the successor of the Saint of Orleans under control. Ryukyu, that's the worst. Mirko, seeing him makes me want to kick him once. Aizawa, the end never justifies the means. Izuku, jump, as if I would submit to those stray dogs. Bakugo, me less. Kirishima, neither do I. Shoto, needless to say, I. On screen, in the lair of the League of Villains, Spiner, being part animal, felt the imbalance of the world. It worried him without knowing why. So he decided to dismiss his instincts, not knowing that the monster that awoke could go after their heads and kill them without a shred of mercy. After all, the heroes of the past have killed their enemies. At the UA, Niza felt the change. His skin being part animal bristled. He felt fear and respect at the same time, as well as a strong bad feeling. Nizu, what's going on? Off-screen, upon hearing the word League of Villains, many frowned, especially when they saw Spiner. Aizawa, he's part animal, so he must have felt the imbalance. Nizu, just like my counterpart in UA, sometimes animal mutation is a blessing. On screen, Dimensional Gap. Great Red, also known as the Dragon of the Apocalypse, the True God Dragon Emperor Red, the True Dragon, and the Dragon of Dragons, is the dragon engraved in the Apocalypse. He is the most powerful dragon and being in existence. As the one in charge of the dimensional gap, he is responsible for ensuring that no one enters or leaves his domain. Therefore, in addition to observing the human and supernatural world, in order not to be bored all the time, he felt the power and set out to observe its origin. Red, so you've selected your heir at Gilgamesh? Ha 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 ha, this will be interesting, very interesting. Off-screen, seeing the dragon from the dimensional gap, more than one person's body frowned, while Ryukyu, due to his dragon instincts, bowed, as if he were a simple subject showing respect before his king. Izuku, let's see what you have, lizard, he would say calmly, being the only one not affected. On screen, back on Nabu Island, Almight had entered the area, running into all of his students, who explained the situation to the hero, arriving at the room where Shoto and Kaminari were taking care of the children and the two unconscious people. Taishinori couldn't believe it, although he felt relief and fear for the change in his student and relief to see that he was okay. It wasn't long until Katsuki woke up, being brought up to date on everything, while he joined in to see Izuku's change, undoubtedly a fascinating event. When the brightness ceased, Izuku had stopped being green-haired completely. His hair stopped being fluffy like broccoli, and his hair became the finest golden thread like a ray of sunlight. Slowly he opened his eyes, running into the others who saw that his eyes were no longer emeralds, but a crimson red with slanted pupils. His body was more toned, and his scars and wounds disappeared. Izuku, and what's next? He would say smiling. Screen turns off. Kirishima, we're back. Almight, and it seems the transformation process is over. Izuku, thank you for worrying about my sensei. Almight, you're welcome, it's the least I can do as your teacher. Mina, she's hexy but scary. Hagakure, yes. Katsuma, the fight is coming. Kota, yes. Eri, come on, we want to see it. The children were excited and Zelrich still hadn't arrived to answer questions. Chapter 3. Images and the top of the most powerful stocks. The excitement of Eri, Kota, Katsuma and Mahoro was unmatched, although from the view of several, it was not good that the former green-haired man was attracting the attention of beings that they could not stop. Bakugo, I want to see action. Kirishima, calm down Bakubro, you must be patient. Nizu, patience is one of the best virtues. I'm surprised Aizawa hasn't taught you that. Aizawa, I did it. That out of students only pay attention to me and the rest shout, and don't pay attention to me is something else. Stain, physical punishment is often a good learning method. Gran Torino, I've applied it to Tashinori, so it works. Aizawa, I see. Vlad, I say the same. Both hero classes began to tremble except Izuku, because, with his blood activated, that didn't matter to him. Shoto, but beyond that, what do you think we'll see? Eva, I can answer that she would say entering since the master has not arrived yet. I can provide you with images and demonstrate to the top of the most powerful existences. Mirko, that caught my interest. Eva, but first, my teacher asked me to show you a couple of images. Mina, I'm interested in seeing Midori or her grandfather. Hagakure, yes, just like me. Izuku, what needy half-breeds. At that the screen turns on. On screen, off screen. Uraraka, you look good, she would say without being affected. Kendo, oh my god. Ibara, don't sin, she would say blushing. Pony, it's incredibly hexy, she would say blushing. Mina, I won't lie, it looks good. Hagakure, yes, it also looks interesting. Mirko, HMP, horny brats. Ryukyu, they are in the age. Midnight, what evil is lesser? Mount Lady, yes, the old woman is right. On screen, off screen. Kyoka, looks good, she would say with a blush. Tsuyu, yes, I want, she would say smiling, since it strangely didn't affect her. Yui, I assume it looks good. Setsuna, looks incredibly hexy. Kinoko, it looks cute. Reiko, it's true. On screen, off screen. Kirishima, wow Mito bro, you look really masculine. Kaminari, yes. Shoto, fire enhances your figure, although as a blonde you look like All Might's son. Izuku, Shoto, you are one of the few I can call a friend, so I repeat, I am not All Might's son. All Might, but to me you're like one. Izuku, I know. Aizawa, interesting offspring. Endeavor, tisk how ridiculous. Izuku, nobody wants to hear you, faker. Endeavor, how to. Hawks, calm down Endeavor-san, he would say, calming the aforementioned. On screen, off screen. Rin looks good. Tokoemi, fire lion's creepy in its own way. Shoji, yes. Kota, I highly doubt I'll be able to control them. Stian, I highly doubt he'll be an easy opponent. Edge shot, without a doubt. Kamui, he is powerful, but when he activates his power it will be seen, since without experience raw power does not define battles. Cements, they have a point in that. On screen, off screen. Izuku, I want a lion. Ida, but Midoriya-kun, they are wild animals, not pets. Izuku, so? I still don't see the bad thing. Uraraka, you look like a father taking care of his children. Eri, yes, more brothers, I would say innocently. Kota, I want a lion, I can. Mandalay, no. Kota, Izuku and can I have a lion? Izuku, we'll see in the future. Katsuma, it's a simple but unbreakable spell. Mahoro, where did you get that reference from? Katsuma, from a book in the yard. Why? Kaminari, I need it, he would say, wanting that book. Eve, that's all the images for today. But know that even if you're descended from one of the heroes of the past, you could still appear. Now for the top. On screen. Top, the most intelligent and revered beings. Ra, leader of the Egyptian pantheon, god of the sun and the origin of life, symbol of sunlight, creator of life, and responsible for the cycle of death and resurrection. Bahamut, the silver dragon, is the king of the benevolent dragons, god of dragons and lord of the north wind. Off screen. Nizu, so let's go with the smartest ones. Present Mike, shared at number, Horikti, also known as Ra, is a prominent deity of ancient Egypt and the chief god and leader of the Egyptian pantheon. He is the supreme god of ancient Egypt and the Egyptian god of the sun, order, kings, and the sky. Izuku, interesting, but according to what I read through Eva-san's contributions, It is a pantheon in decline since little remains of it, the last being a goddess killed at the hands of the current Lucifer. Ibera, that speaks of demons being greedy for power, but the biblical ones in general are, as we see, I would say, accepting the truths. Kendo, apparently he is a god, firm, serious, but at the same time honorable. Ojiro, yes. Almight, so Bahamut, king of the benevolent dragons, I like him. Stain, interesting. Present Mike, Bahamut, dragon god of wind, wisdom and justice. Bahamut is serious and utterly disapproves of evil. He allows no excuses for wicked acts. Despite this, he is one of the most compassionate beings in the world. He possesses boundless empathy for the oppressed, the dispossessed, and the defenseless. He urges his followers to further the cause of good, but prefers to let others fight their battles when they can. For Bahamut, it is better to offer information, healing, or a safe haven than to bear the burden of others upon himself. Almight, oh wow. Mirko, who would have thought you had a lizard king? Ryukyu, I believe it. Mirio, I like him, he's a source of inspiration to be a hero. He would say smiling. Tamaki, I believe it. Shoto, it's interesting. Kirishima, and manly. Monoma, yes. On screen. Top, the deities that rule the weather. The Norse thunder berserker, Thor, son of Odin. The Aztec goddess and the most powerful Mesoamerican goddess, Quetzalcoatl. Off screen. Momo, weather deities. Kaminari, hey, he's my favorite god because of the Marvel character, I would say excitedly. Present Mike, Thor is the Norse god of thunder, also considered the strongest Norse god, as well as being the wielder of the divine hammer Mjolnir. Midnight, he's blonde, I like that. Mount Lady, but remember he's old, so he'd look like a pedophile to us. Mirko, please, how many gods have children with mortals, other than Zeus, since who doesn't know his adventures? Hawks, that's a good point, Bunny. Mineta, that guy scares me terribly, although the girl shown has good breasts. Tsuyu, perverted Karo, she would say, licking him. Izuku, Quetzalcoatl. Present Mike, Quetzalcoatl, one of the supreme beings of Mesoamerica, and the leader of the Aztec pantheon, is a gentle goddess who loved peace, and is said to have bestowed many blessings upon humans. Currently, after centuries of boredom, she is an extremely perverted and battle-loving goddess. She is known as the goddess of wind and rain, the god of culture, and the god of the harvest and life. Mina, at least there is a strong Chia. Hagakure, yes. Bondo, although I think there may be more. On screen. Top, the noblest and proudest. Hades, Greek god of the underworld. Buddha, the enlightened one. Hestia, the strongest Greek goddess. Off screen. Kurwaro, wow, I've become gloomy. Tokoyami, his darkness is immense. Mineta, why do I feel like I should call him father-in-law and get along with him? Izuku, it was obvious. Leaving Apollo, Hades and Hestia are the most powerful Olympian gods even though they are not part of the Council of Olympus. Present Mike, Hades, the first son of the Titan Cronus, is the Greek god of the dead and riches, as well as lord of the underworld. He is the richest of all existences. Mount Lady, it's too emo. Midnight, very dark and gloomy. Kaminari, but he has a nose, he would say upon understanding something about the Dark Lord. Kyoka, behave yourself, she would say, digging in her jacks. Ibera, Hestia, aways, she is the goddess who spies on you. Various, Hestia. Kaminari, he dominates the goddesses. Various, Hestia. Ciro, ha ha ha, that was a good one. Present Mike, for the song. But let's go with her data. Hestia is the eldest daughter of the Titan Cronus, the first to be devoured by him and the last to be vomited. She is the Greek goddess of the hearth, the proper ordering of domestic life, health, fire, and family. She is the most powerful of the deities of the Greek pantheon, although she has rarely, if ever, fought since she is a lover of peace. Mineta, he'll beat your face in the name of peace, we get it. Mandalay, is that Buddha? Pixie Bob, he's a cute, hexy, attractive hipster, he would say purring. Present Mike, Siddhartha Gautama, or simply Buddha, is a sage on whose teachings Buddhism was founded. He is an intelligent man with a carefree attitude and doesn't seem to take anything seriously. He is also seen to be quite confident in his power, being the only one who doesn't obey anyone, lives alone, fights alone, and is also a glutton with a predilection for sweets, a passion for wild parties, and Oktoberfest. Mizu, well, he's the strongest teenager in all of history. Stain, a rebel without a cause. Aizawa, I don't like him. On screen. Top, the Perditions. Tiamat, ancient Sumerian primordial sea goddess, the dragon queen of chaotic karma. Typhon, the bane of the gods. Metatron, the celestial scribe and prince of angels. Off-screen, Mineta, but what good tits. Tsuyu, perverted Karo would say, hitting him. Kaminari, but it's good. Kyoka, Kaminari. Izuku, I won't lie, she looks hexy, I would say bluntly. Inko, finally she would say, surprised I was thinking you were Jodo. Mitsuki, how envious. Rei, I say the same. Present Mike, Tiamat, ancient primordial Sumerian sea deity, who felt to become the dragon queen of chaotic karma after her encounter with Gilgamesh. She is the only woman among the 5 great dragon kings. She is a blue dragon known as the Chaos Karma Dragon. Midnight, another woman at the top, she would say, smiling. Mirko, without a doubt. Shoji, although she seems more focused on her ideals. Stain, a dragon, it must be amazing to see her angry. Present Mike, Typhon is the most powerful son of the primordial Gaia, and the primordial god of the abyss, Tartarus. He is known as the Storm Giant, or the father of all monsters, since, along with his wife Echidna, Typhon is the father of almost all the monsters in Greek mythology. He is also one of the most powerful enemies of the gods and one of the greatest threats to Olympus. Almight, we're already climbing strong. Momo, yes, he was able to tear out Zeus's tendons. Kendo, and putting Olympus at risk. Ibera, he's very powerful. And Metatron? Present Mike, Metatron, the strongest celestial being and the one considered closest to the biblical God. He is the intermediary between God and humanity, credited with overseeing divine records and transmitting divine revelations to mortals. He presides over the Tree of Life and is the guardian of sacred secrets. He is also considered the Angel of Presence. Ibera, I thought Jesus would be stronger than him, or other angels like Michael or Amenadiel. Izuku, at least he's someone to respect. Aizawa, yes. Nizu, he is definitely someone we should respect. On screen, top, the strongest marriage, Izanagi, father of the Shinto gods. Izanami, mother of the Shinto gods. Off-screen, Endeavor, the strongest marriage? Inko, Izanami and Izanagi. Rei, interesting. Stain, tell me more, he would say, interested, given that as a swordsman, he belongs to Shinto unofficially. Present Mike, Izanami and Izanagi are the primordial gods of the Shinto pantheon. Their relationship is somewhat toxic due to an issue with the birth of a god and Izanami's fall to the Yomi, along with her subsequent attempt at ascension, which led to the two becoming estranged, but not divorced. Izuku, hump, I don't like them. Shoto, there are 2 of us. Kirishima, well, everyone has their own thing, right? Monoma, it's true. On screen, top, the calamity of the world. Indra, king of the Devas and lord of the heavens. Off screen, Stain, a fight freak, I would say, analyzing the guy's appearance. Almight, I don't know why, but I don't like him. Bakugo, not even me, I would say seriously. Present Mike, Indra is the king of the gods and lord of heaven in Hindu mythology. He is also the Hindu god of war, storms, and rainfall. Izuku, he's just two-faced. Shoto, without a doubt. Mirko, I like him. On screen, top, the creator gods. Brahma, one of the Trimurti, god of creation. Vishnu, one of the Trimurti, god of preservation and goodness. Amaterasu, the strongest Shinto goddess. Off-screen, David, and now we're going to heavyweights. Melissa, yes, 2 of the Trimurti, the greats of India. Present Mike, Brahma is the creator god in Hinduism. He has 4 faces. Brahma is known as Svayambhu, the self-born, Vijayasa, the lord of speech, and the creator of the 4 Vedas. Ibra, wow, I never thought I'd see someone like that. Melissa, either do I. Eri, he doesn't have faces, I would say, disappointed. Izuku, Eri, humans always put fantasy things on the gods. Some are usually true without knowing it, but well, it's just imagining it. Koda, he seems arrogant to me. David, let's continue. Present Mike, Vishnu or Vishnu is one of the 3 principal male deities of Hinduism, being one of the Trimurti. He is the formless supreme god Svaya Bhagwan of Vaishnavism and is also known as Naravana, Vasudeva, and Hari. As one of the 5 primary forms of God in the Smarta tradition, he is conceived as the preserver or the protector. Kaminari in Spanish, please? He would say dizzily. Kyoka, continue with the last one. Present Mike, Amaterasu Amakami, the strongest Shinto goddess and the leader of the Shinto pantheon, is the goddess of the sun, the most important deity of the Shinto religion. Amaterasu is the sovereign of the Takuma no Hara, the high celestial plane, the domain of the Kamis, spirits. She is also the bearer of the most powerful fire in existence, capable of burning for days and nights straight, being impossible to extinguish. Mina, long live girl power. Hagakure, yes, she would say, raising her hands like other girls. On screen, top, the destroyer. Shiva, god of destruction, one of the Trimurti and leader of the Hindu faction. Off screen, Naomasa, and we complete the Trimurti. Mirio, yes. Present mic. Shiva is the Hindu god of creation and destruction. He is the strongest Hindu god and their leader after climbing and conquering the summit of Svarga. Mineta, purple arms. Always, that's good. Monoma, for some reason he is a crazy lover of fighting, as well as a conceited person. On screen, top, primordial. Greek primordial of creation, cows. Off screen, Gran Torino. Well, it was strange that someone like her wasn't there. Present mic, yes. Cements. Tell us about it, Mike. Present mic, okay, ahem. I'd say, clearing my throat, Lady Cows, or simply Chaos. Chaos is the first primordial deity. In addition to being a deity, Chaos is also a formless void found even deeper in the depths of Tartarus, the realm of her son of the same name. Once one enters Chaos, one becomes nothing, dissolving into the void. From Chaos emerged the primordials. She is also said to be the older sister of the biblical god. Note, I made up the part about Chaos being God's sister. It's to give the plot something more. Ibera, God's sister? She would say, surprised. Nizu, well, that explains why the biblical god is omnipresent, omniscient, and all-powerful, descriptions that are valid with a primordial rather than a god as such. Izuku, someone worth it. Bakugo, yes. On screen, top, infinity. Olympus Ouroboros. Off screen, everyone, eh? Kaibara, since when? Hananuki, a lowly. Shota, is it that powerful? Shoto, something doesn't add up. Aizawa, Mike? Vlad, speak. Present Mike, well, Olympus Ouroboros, the dragon god known as the Ouroboros dragon and the dragon god of infinity. He is one of the most powerful dragons in existence. Mineta, I won't see Lolis the same way anymore. Kamakiri, who would have thought she was a dragon? On screen, top, stalks above all. Great Red, the true god of dragons. The Trihexa, the beast of the apocalypse, the true. Screen turns off. Bakugo, huh? Kurishima, a dragon. Tetsu, and it looks very imposing. Nizu Mike? Present Mike, Great Red, also known as the dragon of the apocalypse. The true dragon god Red Emperor. The true dragon. And the dragon of dragons. He is the dragon engraved in the apocalypse. He is the most powerful dragon and being in existence currently. He resides in the dimensional gap. Great Red represents dreams and illusions, as he was born from the illusions of dreams. He is also called the glorious god of dreams. Monoma, what power! Ryukyu, hail to the king, he would say, bowing by force of presence. Mirko, wow. I've never seen her like that. Mount Lady, me either. Midnight, me less. Mandalay, maybe it's just your instincts when you recognize someone above you. Everyone accepted that. Although seeing and feeling the Trihexa, people were terrified and frozen in place. Almight, but what? What is this feeling? Gran Torino, Brat Red. Present Mike, yes, Trihexa, the real, is a legendary entity known as the Beast of the Apocalypse and the Beast Emperor of the Apocalypse. It is the beast mentioned in the Apocalypse verse. Its nature is to want to destroy everything in its path. At some point in ancient times, while the biblical god wandered through the end of the world, he encountered Trihexa. Seeing his enormous power, he decided to seal him, using on him countless forbidden seals that put his life at risk. Ibera, oh wow. Nizu, a being like that, how good that it's sealed, he would say, surprised and scared. Koda, looks great though. Katsuma, yes. This is how the discussions began, in order to determine what to continue watching or to analyze what was seen. Chapter 4. Opening the Gates of Babylon, the Return from Egypt. The talks continued and Zelrich still hadn't arrived, so several were starting to get annoyed, while others, to the surprise of many, remained calm. Tetsu, Monoma, you're too calm. I'd say I'm surprised that one of them, the most aggressive one so to speak, is so calm. Monoma, patience must be one of my virtues, he would say calmly. Mitsuki, brat? Katsuki, a warrior must wait and focus, he would say with a voice that no longer reflected composure. Izuku, Interesting, he would think, smiling, since he was getting an idea of what lineages were awakening. Endeavor, what do you think, Shoto? He demanded to know. Shoto, there is no advantage in hurrying in life, he answered eloquently to the annoyance of the fire hero. Nizu, wise words. Kirishima, the battle is always better if it's now, he would say, smiling. Aizawa, those are my best offspring, he would say, so that several arrows would stick into his remaining students. Almight, what's next? Before Eve arrived, the screen lit up. There were questions, but no answers, so they had only one alternative: to look at the screen. On screen, previously, everyone watched the former green-haired man get up. His plant-colored hair was gone. His emerald eyes disappeared, leaving in his place a ruby-eyed blonde with an aura of absolute imposingness. Izuku, so, what's next? He would say, smiling. Off-screen, Uraraka just woke up and already wants to fight. Setsuna, well, with that physique, who can blame him? Although, I would use it for other things. Mina, there are things that don't add up. Hagakure, the same as me. Kyoka, there are of us. Mineta, I feel like following him without question. Stain, what changes will there be? Aizawa, I have a very bad feeling, he thought. On screen, at the moment, Tashinori, my Midoriya shonen? What happened to him? Katsuma, did I do that with my quirk? He would say in amazement. Bakugo, nerd? He would say, waking up. Izuku would simply nod, as he opened a small portal from which a golden glass would emerge, surprising All Might, as he took the container and proceeded to drink it. The green-haired boy's new appearance made a large part of the girls of class blush, because while he was a good match physically, he was without the bandages on his upper body, revealing the new muscular build he possessed. His pants were shorter given the growth he made, going from meters tall to Momo, Midoriya-san. Izuku, is something wrong, Yamamo? He would say with a somewhat more daring attitude. Momo, your clothes have shrunk, how will you dress? Izuku, if you give me privacy, I will answer you. Tashinori, please leave me, young Midoriya, and young Bakugo alone. Class A would leave while the aforementioned stood there in silence. The discomfort was palpable, and Bakugo thought it was something from One for All. Off-screen, Katsuma, eh? Izuku, no, it wasn't your Katsuma-kun. Seeing what the green-haired man had done caught several people's attention, although Momo blushed at the green-haired man's suggestion. They all noticed that there was no trace of the green-haired youth they had all loved, given that he was a nervous wreck. That in itself, along with the physical change, was something to think about. Something could be either very wrong or very good. All Might, and here comes a big talk. Katsuki, could that be it? He asked in a low voice. Once again the green-haired man's word of power was activated and generated many doubts, the main one being, what is One for All? On screen, All Might, I would like to know the real change, because your power is not natural or normal at all. Izuku, what do you mean? Bakugo, supernatural? All Might, at that moment, began to reveal everything to both of them, the existence of the supernatural world and its influence on the world. Bakugo, and bucking shit. Izuku, it makes sense, they told me I could turn both worlds upside down. Bakugo, what do you mean and who told you? Izuku, the former carriers and someone else, he would express with a smile. All Might, who? Izuku, the one where my heritage comes from, the legitimate sovereign of Uruk, assassin of the Sumerian Pantheon, holding the title of King of Heroes, I would say, straining All Might a lot. Gilgamesh. All Might, shonen, I would say nervously, stories of that type were somewhat unique. What are you planning? Izuku, for now, solve this situation by opening a portal and taking out a more comfortable change of clothes and a book with a kind of axe. All Might, the gates of Babylon, a power as ancient and terrifying as it is surprising. Bakugo, and after that? Izuku, I want to bring back Uruk, my ancestors' ancestral home, to return it to its former glory. Bakugo, will we fight for the number spot? Izuku would smile arrogantly and tell him that he would not let him have that easy dream just yet, so the retired hero and the Muslim with an addiction to saying, shine, withdrew, leaving only the blonde-haired boy, who was left thinking, while he felt somewhat small presences approaching. Izuku, maybe I can earn respect by killing those stray dogs that come. Off-screen, All Might, and it was time to reveal to them the existence of the supernatural. Mandalay, but he doesn't seem to care. Stain, he looks almost confident, but hey, if his ancestor was so feared, it makes sense. Shoto, so you want to bring a dream into reality. Kirishima, I support you. Monoma, It will be interesting. Kendo, I'm already getting scared. Tetsu. Who are you? He would say, slapping Monoma. Who are you and what did you do with Monoma? Monoma, it's still me. Tetsu. Try it. The Monoma I know wouldn't agree with someone from the A class. Izuku, enough, he would say, taking out a spear through a golden portal. Ibara, what skill is that? Almight, Gates of Babylon? Weird name. Izuku, this is the vault Gilgamesh built to store all the world's treasures he had collected, known as the Divine Gate. It connects the realm of reality to the vault, opening an invisible door that allows the contents to pass through at the user's command. Gilgamesh is famous for having gathered all the treasures of the world in his lifetime, amassing a perfect treasury that lacked nothing. As there was nothing he could not collect, Gilgamesh was a treasure collector, whose favorite phrase, "I gathered all the treasures of the earth," is no mere metaphor. As anything can be found within the vault, the amount of wealth within it exceeds even his own knowledge, and it is said that his treasure inventory continues to increase even now. Gilgamesh collected and stored samples of all the technology that was developed during his era. The desires of the ancient humans were similar to those of the current age, so his technology, bolstered by the powerful magic of his era, was in no way inferior to that of the modern age. The instruments of hope that people dreamed of were realized, and because every instance was requisitioned by the king's hand, his collection is even equipped with airplanes and submarines. It also contains the original foundations of every intellectual property produced by humanity that originated in his realm, making the board games and works of the Great Library of Alexandria nothing more than imitations. The treasure is still sought by some sorcerers, who believe it contains all things in the world and enshrines every possible magical artifact. Everyone was in shock to learn that the former green-haired man had such content in his possession as a blood inheritance. David and Nizu were very surprised that all of that existed and had that power. Hawks was now about to throw himself at the boy and learn him to take him before the commission, but a spear was pointing at him from a golden portal with Izuku's gaze fixed on it. Stain, nice axe, but that book, he would say, changing the atmosphere. Nizu, it looks like a tablet like those in the Code of Hammurabi. On screen, with others, everyone was talking about the change in the former green-haired boy. Several felt that the new aura he possessed was not a good thing, giving an indication that the villain did something to him. Others remained reluctant to treat him as someone else, Kirishima, for not being manly to do so, and changes are good. Shoto, since he was his first friend and the one who helped him with his mother and his power, he would not turn his back on him. Tsuyu, because he is like his brother and does not want to lose a friend. Uraraka, the same with Tsuyu. Momo, because she found it cute that he became more attractive, although before she found him cute, now she was more interested. For their part, Mineta and Kaminari felt more protected than with the others. Tokoemi, Koda, Ojiro and Shoji decided to remain neutral in it, while Ida, Zero, Mina, Hagakure and Ahoyama felt intimidated and afraid. All Might and Bakugo sat down on the green-haired boy's back, holding his affection, while he personally checked on both children and commented on the news of their father's death, somewhat devastating both infants. Katsuma, why Dad? She would say through tears. Because there are beings who do not tolerate the happiness of others, spoke a voice entering. All Deku Midoriya Dekukun Izuku Mido bro. Izuku, I continue, truly evil people will do what they want without thinking about those they affect, and it is up to us to stop that. There are those who commit evil acts out of necessity, and others out of threats, so it is always possible to distinguish who deserves or not a new opportunity. Kirishima, what manly words. Ida, but if that were the case, you would be willing to kill, he would say seriously and looking at him directly. Izuku, if it were necessary I wouldn't hesitate. If taking one life saves I will do it. Mina, but killing is killing no matter how you look at it. Izuku, in that case, keep dreaming of being a heroine where the world you live and imagine is a fantasy. Katsuma, what will we do? Izuku, maybe you can come with me, he would say, bending down. Just like your sister, you saved me by warning the others, and that creates a debt for me with you, he would say, stroking his head. Katsuma, MHA, if I want I'll go with you. Izuku and I. Off screen. Izuku listened to everything the Faker said about most of his classmates. Many wanted to say something, but Izuku, At least I know who appreciates my loyalty, he would say seriously. Tsuyu, we support you Izuku-chan. Kero, Mineta, yes. Kirishima, it wouldn't be manly. Ojiro, not honorable. Shoto, you are my first friend. Katsuki, I've known you for years, nerd. Momo, I think you're cute, she would say blushing. Kaminari, I'm with them. Shoji, in that case it is clear. Koda, yes. Uraraka, we won't leave you alone. Tokoemi, we're on your side. Aizawa was split, proud of those who supported his offspring, and disappointed with the others. Katsuma, what dad? Mahoro, no, he doesn't. They were both bursting into tears, but it was more than enough for Inko to move with the blonde-haired boy and hug them, while the former green-haired boy repeated his words on the screen. Stain, that's a real hero. Ida, coming out of that, are you talking about killing? He would say, surprised and serious. Several heroes frowned upon learning this, but the former green-haired man simply said the same thing on the screen. This earned the heroes a bad look, while a few were willing to defend him. On screen, Izuku, as for you, I'll be frank with you from now on, we are companions, not friends, because if some due to a slight change are more than willing to turn their backs in difficult times, they are nothing more than half-breed bastards. I know who I can count on to defend my back if I need it. There is still a group of villains out there wanting to finish us off, and the inhabitants of this town. We will fight, and then we will see if we continue as if nothing happened or face the consequences of it. It does not matter, then we can confront each other and say things to each other's faces. Until then, I do not want your stupid thoughts to prevent you from acting like heroes. Shoto, count on me. Bakugo, Deku, you know I never run away from a fight. Kirishima, count on me. Midobro, Kaminari, we have people to defend. Mineta, we're going to die epically and then the girls will cry. I'm in, the pervert would say, crying. Momo, Midoriya-san is right. Uraraka, you can count on me. Deku-kun, Tsuyu, I'll support you. Izuku-chan. Kero, Ida, you're right. Standing up. Class A, we have to defend this island and there are still 3 villains among us. Shoji, there are 3 villains. One of them is like a kind of Izuku. Kirishima, in that case, Izuku, we will split up so we can attack better. Kirishima, Tsuyu, Shoto and Ida, you are a team. We will try to separate those and send the big guy with you. Ida, HAI, Shoto, I hope to win. Izuku, Tokoemi, Ashido, you guys against the villain. Mine, HAI, Tokoemi, we'll take her to dark places. Izuku, All Might Sensei, you can fight. Taishinori, a little. The flames of my power are not completely extinguished yet, so I can't last long, at most minutes at most. Izuku, you will be the one who takes care of the people. Mahoro, Katsuma, you will stay here. You will support each other. Mahoro, HAI, Katsuma, yes. Izuku and I. Izuku, and even if the situation seems ugly, they should not go out. Ojiro, wait, Midoriya is missing a villain. What will the rest of us do? Bakugo, it's very obvious. We'll take care of him. Izuku, when he uses more than one quirk he overloads. Bakugo, add to that the fact that using his storm gift wears him out too much. Momo, the answer would be to make him use all his quirks to weaken him, not counting that he has some power or healing type drug, or even both. Izuku, in that case, let's make the stray dog fall. Class A, yes. Mina, but how will we win? Izuku, don't you hear what we just talked about? Faker, scolding her. Mina, sorry, she would say, crying comically, off-screen. Stain, I couldn't agree with you more, kid. Nizu, it's true. Vlad, they have a group of villains attacking. They will resolve personal trivialities later. All Might, I'm still worried about the fact that Midoriya Shonen said someone is coming, he thought. Seeing the support from so many felt a little respect in their own way, even for Mineta. The professionals analyzed the fight plan and came to the same conclusion. Divide and conquer. The best phrase used by Julius Caesar in the past. All Might, looks like I can help with a little. Izuku, it's true, sensei. Mahoro, we will protect ourselves. Izuku and I. Katsuma, HAI. Koda, I wish I had been there. I'd say a little jealous that he wasn't saved in that situation. Nizu, it's a good plan. Mirio, yes. Nijire, it's true. Tamaki, yes. With that they can hold on or win, whichever comes first. Seeing Nina's question, many fell backwards. Ryukyu, really? Mirko, I'll hit him. Iwabumi, I don't even ask those questions. Midnight, you must be careful. Mina. Kyoka, it's true, even Kaminari understood. Mina, sorry, she would say melodramatically. Uraraka, don't you have that feeling that we're going to hate someone? Several girls, yes, on screen. Elsewhere, Co-Academy. A brown-haired man can be seen banging his fist against one wall, while on the other a gauntlet was trying to calm him down. Glove, partner damaging you will gain nothing. Chestnut. I know Drake, but it's frustrating not being able to help Reyes Ne-sama, and breaking that arranged marriage contract. Drake, say you must calm down, if you want to beat Reyes, which I have no doubt that you won't do but that the older redhead Siscon won't allow. Given that his gaze reflected agreement with that marriage, you must train more. Issei, I will do it, but there is a way to get power. Drake, there is a way, mate, you'll have to sacrifice something. Issei, yes, that's how I save her, he said, but he would fall unconscious. Drake, mate, off screen. Momo, Co-Academy? That school wasn't for girls? Nizu, no, young Momo, since about years ago, no longer. Kendo, but why are they focusing on that chestnut? Almight, Reyes? He would say thoughtfully. Izuku Reyes? Sounds like he's a chicken, he would say, smiling and mockery in his voice. Kirishima, someone is heard being arrogant. Shoto, besides the fact that they talk about an arranged marriage, I would say very seriously. The women in the room frowned as they listened to everything. They disliked being used for this. Endeavor, very well, surely that Reyes guy has an interesting power, and the girl Reyes must be the same. A child of both would have great potential, he would say, smiling. Hawks, it's true, he would say interestedly. Mirio, but who is Drake? Eva, Drake is one of the 2 celestial dragons known as Sekyutai. He was sealed in one of the Longinus. The boosted gear. He is feared by angels, fallen angels and demons, as well as in all mythologies and races, for his destructive powers that are said to be capable of surpassing the gods and the Mao. Kaminari, what is boosted gear? Nizu, intelligent question. Eva, analyzing information, I would say analyzing data information found. The boosted gear is one of the Longinus. It is said that its power can surpass the demon kings and god when fully mastered. It is where the Sekyutai Dre Gotch was sealed, also known as the Welsh Dragon, one of the 2 celestial dragons. The bearer of the boosted gear is generally called Sekyutai, Red Emperor Dragon. Ibera, but what are sacred gear? Eve, processing data, I would say analyzing, found data. Sacred gears, also known as God artifacts, are abilities granted by God to humans. It is explained that the original God of the Bible created sacred gears as part of his system to enact miracles on earth. There cannot be more than one sacred gear of the same type. If a sacred gear is removed from the owner, its possessor will die. Only humans or human hybrids are born with sacred gears. Angels and demons can obtain them by resurrecting a human or human hybrid as one of their own. The fallen angels have devised a ceremony to extract and possess a sacred gear from its original user. As an extra faction, numerous factions are racing to obtain them. Almight, basically like a Quirk but capable of killing gods. Interesting. Izuku, who is that mestizo? Eva, he is Issei Hayadu, would say, placing a photo of the aforementioned, causing a blush in Uraraka. He was a second-year student of the Co-Academy, as well as Mineta and Kaminari. He was perverted, but unlike them, he knew how to control himself. When he got a date with a girl, would say so that Mineta and Kaminari cried, and Kyoka wondered how a pervert got a date and have a relationship with his first girlfriend, so to speak, named Yuma Amano. She turns out to be a fallen angel, who kills him without even an explanation. Stain, but that. Nizu, it's true, it doesn't explain how he's still alive and his connection to the dragon. Eva, he is reincarnated by Reyes Gremory, a demon of the Gremory clan, as a servant of her clan. It is there where Issei discovers his sacred gear, this being the Longinus of the boosted gear. Among several adventures, learning to be a demon, saving a nun from a renegade priest of the church, associated with the fallen angels. Among many more adventures, which I do not have in the record, we reach the moment you see, where Reyes Gremory is engaged to the heir of the Phoenix Demon clan, which the girl disapproves of, but her parents and brother, the current Lucifer, together with the Council of Demon Elders, approve as a method of strengthening their race, to have strong demons, after a war between the factions. The same war where Gilgamesh was forced to intervene and kneel to God and the original mouse. Hearing the story, everyone was surprised by it, although it was still difficult for them to understand how the factions worked, and Hawks was interested in the demon reincarnation system. Nizu, I understand. Aizawa, That brings me to the last question. What is a Longinus? Eve processing information found. Longinus, also known as the tools that destroy the gods, are the most powerful sacred gear with the ability to destroy the gods. Like all sacred gear, the formerly Longinus were created by the God of the Bible. God created the Longinus in order to destroy divine class enemies, or the gods themselves who tried to control or generate destruction in the world. Hawks, we need to find them, but could you tell us what they are? He would say, interested. Eva, gathering data, I would say to draw attention. Insufficient data search. Material found Longinus. Do you want to proceed with the explanation? Endeavor, yes. Eve, the true Longinus, she would say, catching Ibra's attention upon recognizing the name, also known as the Holy Lance, the Lance of Destiny, or the Holy Lance of the Rising Sun. It is the first and most powerful Longinus, as it is the same lance Saint Longinus used to pierce Jesus Christ. Stain, wow. Ibra, the spear that killed Jesus our Lord, she would say, surprised. Izuku, continue. Eva, Zenith Tempest, also known as the brilliant heavenly thunder prison, is the second strongest Longinus. It has the ability to control time and elemental attributes. Almight, a dangerous and powerful power. Aizawa, continued. Eve, Nemean Regulus, also known as the Lion King's battle axe, is a battle axe in its normal form. It is a Longinus that contains the spirit of the Lion King, the Nemean Lion Regulus. It has the ability to split the earth in half, and also protects the user from any projectile attacks used against the owner. The Nemean Regulus is a standalone avatar sacred gear. Midnight, the lion killed by Heracles? He would say, earning a hump from Izuku. Nagant, interesting. Nizu continued. Eve, Canis Lycaon, also known as the Black Sword God Dog, takes the form of a huge dog with red eyes. He is an independent avatar sacred gear, and has his own instinct. His abilities are to create multiple swords in his body and through shadows. Edge shot, they are powerful powers or weapons. Kamui, yes, whoever their wielders are, they should either leave it to the heroes, or train to be one or. Aizawa, what will you do if they are in the power of the factions? I mean, the supernatural system does not operate under the rules of human society. That left several people speechless, including Endeavor, who was going to say that they should be forced to hand them over. Eve, Longinus found, permission requested to proceed with information. Nizu, do it. Eve, Incinerate Anthem, also known as the Purple Flame Priest Crucifixion, is a Longinus that is one of the three holy relics. The Incinerate Anthem is the Holy Cross on which Christ was crucified. Ibera, it can't be, she would say, surprised and angry. How dare God use two of the three things that his only begotten Son used, especially the things that killed him. Kendo, now I'm worried about the fact that he fainted. Monoma, we'll have to see what happened. Rey, I hope you're okay. On screen, in the subconscious, Issei was waking up in a wasteland that resembled a city of ancient Egypt. Everything seemed very familiar to him, but he would stop when he felt someone touch his shoulder. Subject, I see that my descendant is quite stubborn. Issei, who are you? He would say defensively. Subject, don't worry, Issei, I'm your great-great-grandfather, an ancestor of yours, and I stopped you from doing something stupid like giving your arm to that lizard. Issei, but it was for. Subject, you are powerful, Issei, you can't imagine how much. That's why I stopped you. You don't have to sacrifice anything, I just had to wait for the right moment to awaken your bloodline. Issei, my lineage? Subject, you are Egyptian by ancestry, so it's time for you to wake up, since you are the last living pharaoh. Issei, but who are you? Subject, I am known as the King of Kings, the Sun King, God King, but you know me as Ozymandias, or rather, Ramses II. Issei opened his eyes in complete shock. The man who, throughout the history of the factions and humans, was considered the Builder King, the heir or reincarnation of Ra, stood before him. His disbelief was unfounded when he realized he was standing in front of a powerful man who claimed to be his ancestor, Ozymandias. It is better to cleanse that demon blood, making his power like golden flames cover him. You are the heir of Egypt, my successor. You are the one who guides the dawn as the successor of Ra. Save the girl, and found your own faction. Return us to glory without making our mistakes, he said, fading into dust. Off-screen, Aizawa, the subconscious? He would say, looking sideways at Izuku, who was paying attention. Nizu, who is he? Stain, stop giving his arm to the dragon? And that, Eve, it's for power. He gives up a part of himself to have a little power. Hawks, interesting, he would say, taking notes of everything, since he always carries a notebook with him. All Egyptian? Nizu, will it be? Mirio, who do you think it will be? I don't know anyone. Izuku, I'm surprised you didn't guess, he would say, smiling. There is only one pharaoh who had relevance in human history by marking a milestone with an enslaved culture. Ibera, Ramses II? She would say, surprised and in doubt. Upon seeing Ozymandias, many of them offered compliments since they were single, especially the heroines, although Izuku was seeing Issei as if he were his equal. Almight, Razair, Midnight. But that means that Babylon and Egypt will return as factions. That brings me to the question of the gods of Egypt. What happened to them? I mean those of Babylon. Gilgamesh killed them. But, Nagant, I think I have an idea, but I need to confirm it. Stain, same here, I would say, assuming something with Christianity. David, I think like them. Endeavor, how powerful was that guy to cleanse the demon blood from him? On screen, out of mind, Issei began to shine, changing greatly to Drake's astonishment. Reyes's pawn pieces came out of his body. While the dragon looked at this in surprise, and at the same time feeling fear, he recognized powerful beings wherever he went. Drake, partner? Issei. I'm fine, Drake, he said, admiring his new appearance in the mirror. Drake, mate, what happened to you? Issei. Grandpa wasn't lying, smiling. I'll save Reyes Nasan and leave here. Egypt needs to return. After that, and leaving Drake speechless, Issei retired to explore his new powers and train to be able to save his former leader and help her. Even if he had to protect her far away, she was like his sister after all. Off screen. Present Mike, what a change. Uraraka, looks very hexy. Mina, but she would say, seeing that her armed ship would not be canon. Izuku, Achiko, calm down, he would say, stopping the Machi's fantasies. Hagakure, well, they look like brothers, she would say thoughtfully. Mirko, Egypt will return. Ryukyu, let's hope for its rise. Mandalay, yes. On screen, back to Nabu Island. Class A was prepared to defend the area. Momo, here they come, he would say, using binoculars. Izuku, everyone in position? He would ask through a communicator. Voices, yes. Voices, yes. Ahoyama, should I separate them? Izuku, no, portals starting to open behind him, surprising everyone. Momo, what is that? Izuku, my true power, my heritage, my legacy. It's time for the mongrels and stray dogs to see who they're dealing with, and fear the gates of Babylon again, as several weapons and chains came out from the golden portals. Enkidu. The chains shot out at the villains while the entire Class A watched in amazement as the blonde-haired boy without hesitation threw several chains towards the villains, forcing them to separate from each other. Chimera, they separated us, I would say, in a place full of nature and with a kind of waterfall. Slice, but what? Dodging acid while it was very dark when falling into a cave. 9. What the hell? 0. Now Uravity. Making many weightless rocks go towards him with his tape. Uraraka, release. The rocks were directed towards the villain. Screen turns off. Kurishima, the fight begins. Nizu, let's see the display of power, he would say, interested. Aizawa, the gates of Babylon? Seeing that many swords, chains, staffs, and spears were coming out of those portals. Uraraka, what are you up to? Kyoka, you're not going to use them as throwing weapons, are you? She would say, surprised. Kendo, I don't think so. Stain watched this expectantly like everyone else, although the shock of the weapons being used was not long in coming. Thousands of weapons, some not of the throwing variety and used as projectiles. All Might, amazing. Kaminari, wow. Siro, that's being barbaric. Ida, I still insist that this is wrong. Tensei, Tenya, calm down, he would say, seriously looking at the screen. Aizawa, and the plan starts to work, he would say, something proud of his students. Vlad, I must admit it, I would say, surprised by the plan made. So several heroes began to talk about the subject, while they wanted to see what the world would have in store from that day on. Chapter 5. The Power of the Gate of Babylon. Several were talking about the plan being carried out on Nabu Island, although others remained serious, the main ones being Nagant, Stain, and Endeavor, where the latter cared little if they won, since he wanted only his son to be the star, but even so he couldn't achieve it. Stain and Nagant for their part looked with more interest at the use of those doors, the treasury, while Hawks surreptitiously looked, analyzing without them noticing, trying to find a way to subdue the blonde-haired man. No one dared to say anything, not even when Eva brought snacks to make the viewing more enjoyable. On the other hand, the children smiled as if there was no tomorrow. After all, they were watching their greatest idol fight with his blood and awakened power. Eri/Katsuma, Sugoi, they would say with stars in their eyes. Kota, amazing. Mahoro, hump, it looks better on Bakugo, he would say without wanting to admit it. Nizu, fascinating. I want to see more of the power of those doors, he would say excitedly. Aizawa, me too. As if in response to his request, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. On screen, previously, Izuku, my true power, my heritage, my legacy. It's time for the mongrels and stray dogs to see who they're dealing with, and fear the gates of Babylon again as several weapons and chains came out from the golden portal's Enkidu. The chains shot out at the villains while the entire Class A watched in amazement as the blonde-haired boy without hesitation threw several chains towards the villains, forcing them to separate from each other. At the moment, off-screen, Kyoka, well, that's interesting. Momo, every good work has a previous scene. Mineta, like a new episode of an anime, he would say smiling. Kaminari, damn, I can't find any flaws in your logic, I would say, agreeing with several. On screen, Chimera, they separated us, I would say, in a place full of nature and with a kind of waterfall. Slice, but what? Dodging acid while it was very dark when falling into a cave. 9, what the hell? Zero, now Uravity, making many weightless rocks go towards him with his tape. Uraraka, release. The rocks were directed towards the villain. 9. Pathetic, throwing rays from the tips of his fingers, destroying the great avalanche of rocks that was going against him, but he did not count on the chains, having to use the quirk of the shields to defend himself. 9. That's new, dodging spears, swords and halberds thrown from the golden portals. Momo, what is the name of that power? Midoriya, Izuku, a power so terrifying and powerful, capable of kneeling the gods of the different mythologies, and that was able to kneel the biblical god branded as all-powerful as well as the first mouse of the biblical underworld. Momo, but that means it's a legendary power, deities don't exist. Bakugo, if they existed, would we know? He would say, starting to get angry. Izuku, if they existed as you say, they wouldn't cause panic, since if so, each mythological race would be real. Kaminari, how are we getting off topic? Izuku, you're right, Kaminari-kun. My power is known as Gate of Babylon, throwing more chains and weapons at 9 Zashu. Off-screen, Ryukyu, it's a good decision. Midnight, divide and conquer. But, Nizu, yes, the intrigue is what he does with the weapons. Seeing the shower of debris and weapons, many didn't know what to say, except, Stain, as far as I know, that's not how a sword is used, but I'm not one to judge. That was what everyone thought, but well, it was a method that was apparently very efficient to use. Shoto, at least after a couple of sayings that we now know are true and not lies, he said the name. Almight, Gate of Babylon. Endeavor, the gates of Babylon, he would say with a smile on his face. I must make him marry Fuyumi, he thought, coveting the idea of descendants with Gilgamesh's blood running through their veins. On screen, with 9, the gray-haired boy was using all his shields and beams from his fingers to dodge and repel the weapons, but they were launched at great speeds, and he couldn't dodge the damage they caused. At the same time, Uraraka and Zero were launching rocks with their ribbons and zero gravity, in order to force him to expand the use of his powers. In the cave, Mina was throwing acid and dodging thorns thrown from the villain's hair, while with Tokoemi's help she managed to find the villain by repelling several of them. Mina, it was close. Dark Shadow would hit the villain while Tokoemi approached with claws in his hands. Tokoemi, Ashido, leave the rest to me. This is my territory. Slice. How conceited, showing off his matted hair and razor blades in his fingers. In the forest, Chimera, they wanted to separate us, he would say, annoyed when a tongue gets tangled in his leg. Tsuyu would take advantage of this to pull him into the water, while taking advantage of the fact that she is part amphibian to be able to swim in the water of a nearby stream. At the same time, Todoroki threw ice, freezing all the water, while Tsuyu releases the villain and leaves the water. Kirishima, Yash, Ida, it went as planned. Shoto, not yet, he would say, frowning. The ice would begin to crack as the villain broke through it at high speed and jumped out of the water. Chimera, that wasn't cold enough. Shoto, we meet again, he would say in a fighting pose while the rest got ready to fight. Chimera, you better give up taking out a cigarette today, I will fight seriously. Kirishima, we're not the same as before, stiffening his arm. Ida, everyone is protected. Let's fight with everything. Shoto, we'll stop you. Ida. Recipro Turbo firing the motors in his calves in minutes it will all be over. Shoto, Tsuyu, Kirishima, yes/Kero. Chimera would begin to enlarge his muscles and some kind of feathers would emerge from his arms. Chimera, I like it that way. Off-screen. Shoto, Kirishima, Azuri, Ida and I against Chimera. Aizawa. Something about him doesn't fit me. Stain. He's the type that favors the strong. I don't like him. Almight. Everyone must be defended, not just the strong. Tokoemi. Ishido-san and I against the villain. Momo. That leaves the rest of us. 9. Katsuma. So far it's happening as I remember, he would say smiling. Mahoro, yes. Aizawa didn't show it but his mind did, since he only thought about his offspring. Perhaps in the entire year of classes they had, did anything normal happen? On screen, with the main team, Siro, Izuku and Uraraka continued to throw everything at 9, who despite the damage and the use of quirks at once seemed unfazed. Siro, damn, he doesn't stop even a little. Uraraka. How about now crossing his hands while on top of him there was a large amount of rocks that began to fall. Uraraka wanted to throw up, but lightning bolts coming out of the dust that rose from the fall made Siro have to grab Uraraka so she wouldn't take any damage. Izuku, for his part, increased the attack speed of the weapons. The good thing about the large vault was that those that didn't hit would vanish and return inside the vault. Siro would be thrown while a rock broke his helmet, and Uraraka lost hers to a rock that 9 bounced off. Siro, I've got you taking Uraraka and retreating. She's getting closer to the trap. Uraraka, that's right, Mineta. Siro, Uraraka giving them a thumbs up. Uraraka and Siro, Mineta, everything's ready, he would say, standing in an area with several logs holding several rocks back. Siro, it's your turn, Uraraka. The brown-haired girl would run towards the logs to use her gift, and since she was already at her last and about to vomit from overexertion, but she wouldn't give up. Siro would throw tape to escape since the villain was approaching. Uraraka, plus Ultra, would say so that her quirk would affect the entire area. Siro would get Uraraka out of there while the rocks began to roll, while 9 launched his rays, and when he couldn't repel them he would activate the shield that with each hit from the support of the Gate of Babylon weapons, they would crack regardless of the percentage of force they used. Siro, Mineta. Throwing his tape. Mineta, super grape, he would say, throwing his spheres from his head towards 9, while Siro took him away. Take it, making the rock stick. Take it while his head began to bleed. Take it. He continued throwing the same ones like crazy while the rocks stopped. That's a trap. Siro, we did it. Uraraka, thank goodness. Bwaj, vomiting rainbows. Siro, are you okay? Mineta would be brought down all dizzy. Mineta, you deserved it. We got you. Off-screen, Momo, a hail of projectiles. Kirishima, against a shield that can be reproduced at will? He would say incredulously. Tetsu, this is getting weird. Monoma, let's hope they win. Kendo, I'm already getting worried. Katsuki, leave it, anyone can change here. Kendo, seriously? What's going on? Ibara, calm Kendo. Mizu, so they brought their plus ultra, huh? He would say somewhat proudly. But if he knew one thing with his intellect, it was that the fight was far from over. Aizawa, it's true. Mineta, I don't think so. Kaminari, wow. Stain, the fight that starts easily is one of the longest and most difficult ones. Seeing that things were about to get complicated, many became worried. On screen, the set of rocks would glow, alerting everyone, and detonate, causing a large cloud of dust, dragging the 3 aspirants backward. Shoji, he has been freed from the trap. Izuku, I guess I'll have to take care of it, starting to walk to the area. Jiro is meters away from Uraraka and the rest. Izuku would stop walking, noticing about figures approaching. Bakugo, what are those things? Izuku would simply move the trajectory of the gates of Babylon towards the figures. Demon, die humans! Launching attacks. Demon, serve us as your superiors. Izuku, the scumbags won't stop coming out, and the demons don't come out from anywhere other than greed. I'll take them all, damn half-breeds, starting a reign of destruction against the figures, renegade demons. Izuku simply showed himself merciless, the spears buried in his chest and the swords in his head, causing his companions to look at him somewhat bewildered. Momo, those are them. Izuku, damn Yamamoto, I won't let those bastards attack our friends. Ojiro, but you killed them, he would say nervously and shouting. Izuku, so? Most of the heroes of old have done it, downplaying it. if you're going to be a hero, learn that you won't always speak with pretty words, and everyone will go skipping hand in hand toward the rainbow. This is real life, Ojiro, but, Izuku, did you say something faker? He would say, emitting killer instinct. Ojiro, no. Izuku thought so, walking towards his companions in trouble. Jiro, the fact that lightning hit Midoriya changed him, and for the worse, he thought seriously. Bakugo, without saying anything, went to Izuku. That lightning made changes, and although several of class thought that it could be fixed to be as before, Bakugo realized that there would be nothing to do but accept it. Off-screen. Stain, I said it. Aizawa figures? Ibara hell? Seeing the massacre that Izuku carried out with demons in just a second, the heroes were in complete shock. Izuku, that was fun. Koda, that. Katsuma, it was. Eri, incredible. Hawks, shit. Mirko, now brat, if you return you will be arrested, he would say with a smile. Izuku, tell me, Faker, why would I be arrested if I haven't done the massacre yet? Endeavor, still? Izuku, yes, still. After all, no one says that wasn't real in our world. Ryukyu, he's right. Mirko, TSK. Kyoka, I insist that lightning changed him for the worse. Katsuki, for better or worse, it must be accepted extra. Shoto, I say the same. Kaminari, same with me. Kirishima, abandoning a friend is not manly. Mineta, I'm staying with Midoriya. Stain, eliminated them. Nagant, yes, without a shred of mercy. On screen, in the shelter, Katsuma felt the tremors of the battle. He was very nervous, so he slowly started to head for the exit. He wanted to stop this, even sacrificing himself if necessary. Almight, little one, that won't be necessary, he would say calmly, stopping the child. Just trust them. In the battle, Uraraka, Zero and Mineta couldn't get up. They were very weak, but the villain was approaching. Weakly the aspiring heroes would stand up as the fingers of Nine's hand glowed for the attack. Nine, see you never? Before attacking, he had to use a shield to cover himself from Ahoyama's naval laser that was carried by Momo, given a case of lipid loss when using his quirk, Creation, to create supplies for civilians. Uraraka, Ahoyama-kun. Zero, Yamamo, Ahoyama. Sorry for the delay. Momo, here we are. At that point a current of dust and air would attack them, making them retreat. 9. It's useless lighting his hands in purple rays using the quirk to its fullest extent. The game is over. Bakugo would launch himself with an explosion since he was more restless and wanted to fight to defeat him, but he would simply hit the shield wall that 9 generated. 9. Are you still alive? Bakugo, don't say stupid things and fall. In the surveillance zone. Shoji, Bakugo just attacked 9, but where is Midoriya? Off-screen. Shoto, things are getting difficult. Kirishima, damn, we should be helping but we had to divide and conquer. Katsuki, yes, it would have been difficult. Kaminari, yes. Shoji, although I'm on lookout. Ahoyama, my laser help is on the way. Momo, just like mine. Tsuyu, although Izuku-chan, where is Kero? Almight, with that power he shouldn't fight. Present Mike, I don't think he's thinking of a dramatic entrance, is he? Izuku, before a battle of fists, comes the battle of minds, hence the dramatic entrance. On screen, in the fight, 9 would launch an attack towards the Muslim, but an axe would block 9's attack, causing everyone to be surprised when they saw it. Izuku, I'm probably remembering wrong, right? 9 would attack with his lightning quirk from his fingers, but Izuku would take out a kind of book, while Izuku simply moved his hand and from a golden portal on the ground a flame would come out, causing a smoke screen, until it cleared and Izuku himself was shown intact while golden portals appeared above him and to his sides. Izuku, you claim to be strong and want a utopia where they rule, but you're not very convincing shooting golden rays from portals. 9 would use his shields to cover himself, generating at least layers that broke like glass. 9, shut up. Throwing himself shut up, with his hand wrapped in lightning and the blue Hydra quirk coming out of his back, he would attack the green-haired man, who would take the axe with which he started, generating a clash of attack and defense. 9. I don't need a pathetic hero telling me I won't achieve my goals. You lack the strength to stop me. I'll make sure to kill you so you don't stop me from fulfilling my dream. Your companions will follow before I steal that quirk from the pathetic boy. Throwing lightning bolts at the hydras and making a lightning bolt fall, spitting blood in the process. Izuku would make the axe vanish into gold and open the book, while in the sky and behind him a gigantic golden portal and several small ones opened, revealing many golden weapons. Without them knowing, all the factions were watching the battle. For the Olympians, especially the oldest, it was a luxury they did not want to see, The power of a king of heroes, something terrifying and exciting to see. India was watching this in detail, as was happening with Asgard, Shinto, Kyoto, Yokais, Mesoamerica, and the most terrified. The biblical factions experiencing firsthand the power of the one they could not kill because they could not find him, the living heir of the one who kneeled to God and the original Satans, the last heir of the blood they wanted to purge so that another like him would not appear, and they failed. The students stood behind the green-haired man as they saw the imminent collision of powers as several lightning bolts went towards him, and the other attacks collided with each other. Izuku made the axe appear again and began deflecting the attacks that came towards them, ignoring the colossal clash, which shook the entire earth. In the other combat scenarios, they could barely get up from their fights. Shoto decided to freeze Chimera from the inside, but would be overwhelmed by his ice half, while Kirishima would have received a kind of flare in his unbreakable mode. Tsuyu would fall asleep due to the cold, and Tenya would be too tired to use his engines. Tokoimi and Mina would have defeated Slice and then left her hairless to prevent the use of her quirk, after a hard battle where Mina was injured. At the same time, nearby support from heroes and military forces approached. Despite his injuries and fatigue, Nine would recover, showing his will to continue, while looking at the blonde with hatred. Nine, damn! Off-screen, seeing the abysmal display of Midoriya's power, many were speechless. Uraraka, it's amazing. Ida, but he's fighting for Almight. He is. I'm surprised Nine can hold out. Katsuma, let's go. Kota, go ahead. Izuku and I. Eri, you can do it, daddy. Nizu even. Aizawa, the other factions aren't missing out. Endeavor, see the new king of heroes. Stain, the fight is giving me chills. Nagant, the commission would certainly want that power. Katsuki, so much difference, he whispered to himself. Mina, her power. Kyoka, it's terrifying. Shoji, and that doesn't make it bad. Tokoemi, it's a lot of light. Monoma, fascinating. Kendo, it's too much, I would say terrified. Tetsu, what a manly fight. Ibara, not bad. Almight, even with so little he gives off so much power. Endeavor, for his part, seeing Shoto's condition, was a little disappointed at having such a weak son. On screen, in his fury he would activate almost all of his gifts, making the UA students worry, while the green-haired man would simply open the book while several words and letters in Sumerian in gold appeared. In the observation area, All Might was running out after the children who didn't want to wait any longer, and came out to see being held back by Shoji and Kota. All Might, what's going on? And why are there dead demons? He would say very nervously, revealing the existence of the supernatural. Jiro, Izuku detected them and killed them without mercy, she would say, somewhat annoyed. All Might, I should have known. The power pulse when he changed and woke up put the factions on alert, he thought seriously. Katsuma, Izuku and Aichan, Mahoro, Bakugo, in the fight. 9. The boy throwing the hydras. All Might and Shoji stood in front to protect them, but they immediately noticed a golden portal in front of them, while the hydras stopped and tiredness, fatigue and having reached their limit took their toll on Nine, who would begin to suffer pain throughout his body. The cells in Nine's body, given the wear and tear from the fight against Midoriya, began to die. His pace was accelerated since his body was enduring a lot of pain. Bakugo, shine! Throwing himself so he doesn't recover. But the villain on his back would activate some objects. Nani. Izuku, don't attack now, he's injecting something. 9. If I had the power to reactivate my cells, I wouldn't need to hold back, having the liquid from his tubes injected directly into him, and storm clouds would begin to rise. Kaminari, arriving. 9 would launch a beam that Kaminari would intercept until he looked like an idiot, given the disadvantage of his quirk, being a voltage greater than he could handle. His brain shorted out. The lightning strike was devastating. Izuku had to use the protection portals while All Might and Shoji protected Katsuma and Mahoro. Mahoro, Bakugo, starting to cry. Katsuma, Izuku and Aichan, showing tears. Jiro, it can't be, seeing 9 approaching. Ojiro, but how come Midoriya's portals don't fall? All Might, the gates of Babylon obey the king by right. That king is Midoriya. Even if his will was to protect us, they will remain active until the opponent is defeated. Shoji Shonen, take Katsuma and Mahoro away from the fight, inflating themselves to fight. 9. They won't escape. Trying to attack but being stopped by the pain. Off-screen. Kaminari, What do those letters say? Nizu, he's Cimmerian. The more they watched the fight, the more they were surprised by the level of skill the former green-haired man was demonstrating. Several heroes felt fear, jealousy, and wanted that power for themselves. Others were more inclined to accept the change and let things take their course. Kaminari, that lightning bolt. Katsuma, I remember they used you to resist him. Kyoka, and with that we confirmed that you would look stupid, ha ha ha. Kaminari, how cruel you are, Kyoka. Almight, if only. Aizawa, why the gates are still active. Kirishima, maybe. Shoto, yes, he would survive. On screen, fascinating attack. 9 Nih? You, Ojiro, Kyoka, Almight, Midoriya. / Midoriya Shonen. Izuku, I've heard of stronger and deadlier lightning bolts within the supernatural. Zeus's master bolt, the power of Indra, the power of Susanoo, the power of a Grigori cadre. Your lightning bolt was simply pathetic. 9 Bastard. 9 would charge without limit against the green-haired man who responded with a bit of his true power. Facing 9, a human being was not difficult, given that he possesses the power to kneel gods. He chose to take out a weapon that many would tremble at the sight. Not that 9 deserves it, but with the arrival of demons, the supernatural world should know that he is not someone to mess with as an enemy. All Might, maybe he'll use it. Shoji, what does Sensei say? 9. I won't let you disrupt my plans anymore. Katsuma, Izuku and Aichan. Izuku, Katsuma Ototo, Mahoro Amato, I want you to see what I'm capable of doing to protect you. All Might, it's best to step aside. The children watched as the whole class saw that there was an oddly shaped sword. All Might, I thought it was a myth, the sword of rupture capable of splitting heaven and earth. Bakugo, if All Might says that weapon is capable of that, will the nerd do it? All Might, Bakugo Shonen, the demons who attack them must know that they must be careful with him, he said, drawing the attention of those present. He must make a name for himself that the supernaturals fear and respect equally. Kyoka, that means it's going to. All Might, that will keep us safe for a while. The supernatural tends to be very invasive if given the chance, especially the biblical ones. Off-screen, everyone, he's alive. Stain, interesting. Mirko, but why? He would say, sensing the danger. Ryukyu, I feel it too. Tsuyu, and me. Tamaki, what is this feeling? Stain, he has to make a name for himself. Nizu, in the supernatural world. Aizawa, it means that. All Might, yes, and even if I agree, it is necessary to get rid of that faction. Endeavor, and how would it achieve it? Nagant, fear. Stain, what is the name of that weapon? Eva, it's a sword, its name is Ea. Kaminari, but I'll be silly. But that doesn't look like a sword. Eva, the sword of rupture, is the strongest heroic treasure within the gate of Babylon. It is the pinnacle of all hero treasures. Unlike all of their other nameless weapons that could be passed down to other wielders throughout history, Ea is a sword that can only be wielded by someone of the lineage of Gilgamesh. It possesses a completely unique existence that can only be possessed by him, one that is only fit for a ruler, and that makes him transcendent. Momo, but that doesn't explain its shape. Eve, it has an abnormal shape that doesn't fit what would normally be classified as something specialized in a sword. It's something that was born before the emergence of the concept the world calls sword. So it can't really be called a sword, nor does it have the shape of a known blade. Nizu I see, and his power? Eve, she is capable of destroying the world if she wants to. Not for nothing is Ea known as the sword that split heaven and earth. Hawks, that powerful weapon, he would say, bewildered and eager for such power. Endeavor, in his hands. Mineta, all the more reason I stay by Midoriya's side. Kendo, but that means that Ibara will use that weapon. That left everyone in shock. He wouldn't dare, or would he? On screen, seeing the blonde, they felt respect and fear for him, while the children admiration and Bakugo, well, although they felt jealous of the power of the former green-haired boy, would not abandon a friend. 9. You're going to die. Izuku, in that case I hope you attack. That comment really bothered 9, who threw himself. Momo, that sword transmits a lot of power. Jiro, I wonder what other weapons he has at his disposal. All Might, Gilgamesh is said to have possessed weapons for everything from god killing to immortal killing. Don't look for logic in it. 9 threw himself, running with all his might, his fury outweighing his pain and his hatred for the green-haired man outweighing his reason, as his discernment in choosing battles he could win was extinguished. Izuku simply raised the arm that was holding Ie as he raised a smile to his comrades there, especially the children. That smile was not that of someone interested in killing, but someone who wanted to protect, making everyone feel safe. Izuku, it's time for your evil to be erased. I hope you can be reborn as someone good and of values. Ie, being the first time I use you, allow me to use your power. The sword would be activated, beginning to release an insane amount of power, astonishing everyone. 9 Damn! Izuku, Enuma Elish launching the devastating attack. Nabu Island trembled, while the power and explosions spread out over a radius of over kilometers, causing reinforcements and heroes to rush. While on the island, the attack hit 9 directly. The impact was massive, and Ie was seen as a powerful and unique weapon. 9 didn't even leave bones behind after the impact. Izuku, Katsuma, Mahoro, don't be afraid, because we're already here. Katsuma had a huge glow of admiration for the green-haired man, just like Mahoro, although he admired Bakugo more. Screen turns off. The entire room was feeling great respect for the former green-haired man, although many were jealous of such power for a mere child, as they claimed. Tetsu, that sword. Kendo, its presence. Tokoemi, it's too much. Shoji, yes. Ojiro, made 9 attack out of anger. Hagakure, I had won the fight, but why attack? Feeling the power emanating from Ie, the room would begin to shake. Mineta, what? Siro, what's going on? Koda, Suga, Katsuma, amazing. Stain, what power? Seeing the result of the Enuma Elish, many were stunned by the fear that the new king of heroes made them feel. His power was terrifying, but there were some who did not feel it. Eri, Koda, Katsuma, Suga, Mahoro, yes, it was great. Almight, what a way to end a fight, he would say, smiling although nervous inside. Chapter 6, Crimson Desertion. Alarm in the factions. The room was filled with reactions ranging from happiness and euphoria, focused on the children, to caution and fear, focused on some students and pro-heroes. Endeavor, that he would say, surprised and nervous. Hawks, what a monster. Mirko, that brat. Ryukyu, an abysmal power lost and brought back to life, will have to adapt, she would say nervously. Aizawa, offspring. Shoto, Midoriya. Bakugo, nerd. Ida, Midoriya-kun, I would say, starting to have some resentment, and see him as a villain when seeing a breach of a hero's code. Stain, that brat, although it was a good action to keep those bats away. Nizu, it's true, whether we accept it or not, at the moment he did it, he put those demons to flight, since from what I see, humans are like pawns to them. Kyoka, bu, but Aizawa, we may not like that way, but the director is right. The students present wanted to say something, or at least those who did not approve of the former green-haired man's new attitude, while Inko simply looked at this in surprise, although, to be honest, she did not expect it. As a mother she would only support him. Perhaps the blood of his ancestor would make him change a little, but she is his mother, and he will never change. Mitsuki, well, who's hungry? Eva, excuse me, she would say, entering with several like her, distributing food and drinks. Tsuyu, what do you think is next? Karo, Uraraka, I don't know. Kirishima, perhaps the reaction of the factions. With those words the screen lit up, and everyone's attention went there. On screen, Nabu Island, the disappearance of the villain at the hands of the blonde-haired boy set off alarm bells within his companions. Many of them viewed him with fear, others with respect, and some wouldn't go so far as to call him a villain as the rest. Upon saying that phrase, many had a new feeling for him: hatred, resentment. They wouldn't endorse killing anyone, not even threats. Their arrogance and their belief that true heroes don't kill would condemn them to fall one day. Almight could only listen to the comments of several while he watched as the children approached Izuku. Shoji, Midoriya, he would say, surprised. Mineta, his power is devastating. Siro, he killed me. He should be imprisoned, he would say with fear. Kyoka, I may not like it, but Siro is right. Uraraka, he always helps us. We will not leave him alone. He always defends us and would die every time it is necessary for us. Tokoemi, he frees us from our darkest darkness, he would say, supporting the blonde. I will not turn my back on him. Ojiro, but he killed. He's a villain. Mina, Midori's attitude is no longer cool. It's scary. The villain's lightning changed it for the worse. Our cinnamon roll is no longer there. Kaminari, guys, Midoriya always helps us, and despite not being that close, he helps us. But by behaving like this, we only prove ourselves to be complete garbage. I don't know about you, but my side is with Izaburo. Mineta, me too, I'll be safer with him, he would say, crying comically. The sounds of helicopters were heard and Hawks would arrive with the reinforcements while noticing Izuku guarding EA at the gates of Babylon, being in shock, given that outside of Almight, the other one who knew about supernatural forces, especially those descended from the heroes of the past, was the cannibal chicken, since the Commission gave orders to find them and make them their weapons, as they had done with Nagant. They were only afraid of one Gilgamesh. His presence instilled fear and respect. No god would stop him if a fight was necessary, leaving as possible only contenders the Greek Primordial Chaos, the dragon goddess of infinity, Ophis, and Great Red, not counting the beast, Reacciona. Hawks was a little scared. If that boy had that blood running through his veins, the Commission would not be able to control him for the good of society. Hawks, Almight, is he? Almight, his appearance gives him away, right? The last descendant of the King of Heroes Gilgamesh Midoriya Izuku. Bakugo, King of Heroes? Did such a title exist? Momo. But it can't be Gilgamesh, the first legend, from which it is said that the word hero originated. It was said that he had no offspring. Hawks. The demons felt it right, he would say, unconcerned seeing the bodies. I wouldn't be surprised why they hide it. It is said that in the past there was a war where angels, demons and fallen angels faced each other, and Gilgamesh himself brought God and the original Satans to their knees. With those words, fear became palpable. The class began to fragment and divide, while others saw that things would no longer be as they had been. Nine's lightning activated a monster in power, given that a power like the Gate of Babylon, the largest treasury in all of history, possessing weapons from all time, present, past, and future, the greatest wealth, and within those weapons, God-killing weapons, undoubtedly awakened someone they shouldn't have, off-screen. Just like within it, Class A was fragmented into those who supported Midoriya and those who did not. It was like watching a civil war unfold. Uraraka, how could they? Tsuyu, Karo, she would say, shedding tears. Siro, you are the traitors. Shoto, on the contrary, you are. Izuku, leave those half-breeds alone, I would say seriously. If they prove their point with one action, what will they do if the League of Villains, using Toga, manages to make a video of me and send it to UA? That left several people thinking, given that many, if not all, would doubt it, given that in principle they would have clouded judgment. But it no longer mattered. All Might, Shonen, Hawks. With that power, the Commission would be more than happy. Nagant, you would just give them a pig to slaughter, which they would use as a stud, he would say coldly. Nizu, I'm with the former heroine on that point. Mirko, you'll see that brat. Stain, from what I see, it was in that world, not here. With your reactions, you only prove your falsehood. Mount Lady, that's true, I would say, choosing a side. Ed Shot, that's true, we'll have to wait until we know more. Mandalay, that impulsiveness could bring about the end of the Age of Heroes. Nobody could say anything since in many cases it was true. On screen, in the dimensional gap, Great Red didn't miss a thing. The Great Dragon, the most powerful existence behind the Reacciona, didn't miss a thing about the king's return. The Great Dragon was relatively impressed by the display of power and the personality of the heir. He had thought he would be just as arrogant and not have an ounce of humility, but he was wrong. The former green-haired man possessed a big heart destined to give affection, and willing to give it for the well-being of his loved ones. He went a bit further, noticing the two Shimano brothers. He noticed their blood, so he would start laughing. The laughter was insanely funny. Big Red. The laughter was long and filled with an interesting situation. For such ancient beings, it was not difficult to recognize ancient bloodlines. Great Red. Who would have thought that this pair would have offspring and that in millennia both branches of the family would reunite, having such a strong blood surge? Dioscuri, the twins of Gemini, the twins of Greece. Off-screen, Ryukyu. Oh, Great Red, she would say, surprised. Stain, what are you going to do, lizard? He would say seriously. Hearing the Great Dragon's laughter, several people started to laugh. It was ridiculous, such an imposing being with such a ridiculous voice. It was like seeing a drunk guy, and hearing his voice, hearing him speak in a whisper, almost like a child. Mirko, ha 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 ha, that laugh. Siro, that laugh is weird. Kaminari, but hey, there was no shortage of laughter. Hearing what Big Red said, everyone was in shock. Nizu, Dioscuri? Momo, those aren't. Kendo, yes, the twins Castor and Pollux, from the myth of Zeus and Leda. Katsuma, look sister, We are like Izuku and I, he would say very happily. Izuku, interesting. Katsuki, I wish I were. On screen, in biblical heaven. Michael was aware of the whole fight. He didn't want to admit it. He wanted to deny it. The Babylonian treasury should never be opened. He was one of those who ordered the deaths of Gilgamesh's descendants the most. His paranoia was not enough. He decided to calm down, find answers. Hatred was taking over him. He would never forgive the one who brought the biblical god to his knees in the war of the biblical factions. Given that Gilgamesh himself intervened, after the human communities were raised even by orders of God himself. Use the city of Ro as an example. Minute, and they're all angels. The devout Christian inhabitants of those villages had prayed to be saved, but instead, they were killed by God's orders, simply for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. The angels gave them no respite. Their salvation, in the words of many, was simply a mercy killing at the hands of God's followers. Many will think they would be taken to heaven. This was not the case. The biblical heaven is simply intended for non-devout beings, but powerful ones who would accept serving God by proxy. Something that the Maid of Orleans discovered in the past when she heard an angel speak to a soldier, appealing to humans' desire for power. This was the reason for her betrayal. Instead of being remembered as a heroine, Joan of Arc became a martyr for humanity in the 100 Years' War. Only one angel cried out in heaven, Azrael, Archangel of Death, the most powerful archangel since Lucifer's rebellion. Those were not the values that humans were taught to believe, but his cries fell on deaf ears. Only Amenadiel and Metatron heard him and joined his side, but the war continued, a war which ended with the death of God and the death of the original Satans. Michael, Uriel, did you find out anything? Uriel, the fourth most powerful archangel, the representative of God's fire, and the most loyal to Michael after his death, was prostrated before him while delivering some papers. Uriel, Michael-sama, we have investigated the new king of heroes. I would say with hatred. His name in the human world is Izuku Midoriya, son of Inko Midoriya, descendant of Gilgamesh, and Hisashi Hamada, son of the Greek god of love Eros. A rare combination, but it served to strengthen the genes and the awakening of the Sumerian bastard. Michael, I give you free rein to resolve this. I want you to leave a warning to the heir of Uruk, that he should not interfere with heaven and the angels. Uriel, I will do it, he would say, withdrawing. While smiling, he couldn't mess with Izuku directly. The former green-haired man would kill him. But with his mother, Inko would defend herself, but eventually the archangel would kill the green-haired woman. Brother, a sad and tearful female voice would say, why? The boy is overflowing with great warmth and has no hatred. Why? Michael, I will not discuss this topic with you, Gabriel. But brother staying silent upon hearing a sound. Off screen, there was only one reaction among those watching, or well, most of them, and that was horror. They were horrified by what God was ordering these people to do during a war, in the midst of a struggle that was foreign to them. Almight, wretch, Ibera. It can't be, she would say, on the verge of tears and covering her mouth, stifling a scream. Stain, who would have thought? Izuku, those puritanical bastards who sell themselves. Kirishima, that's not manly. Katsuki, that's not fair. Shoto, so many innocents. Seeing Uriel, many were surprised, still digesting what they were hearing and observing, although Izuku felt something pierce his heart. Although he was surprised to hear the name Hisashi Hamada. Inko, wait, he was a demigod? Izuku, Dad was the son of the Greek god of love. Nizu, interesting. Present Mike, wow, his name was the same as mine, I would say, surprised. Nizu, yes, homonymy. It's a phenomenon that exists in all countries and consists of two or more people who have the same first and last name. Aizawa, surprising, but giving free rein to give a warning, he would say out loud, worried. Izuku, if they do something to my mother, I will destroy the sky completely. He would say angrily. Shoto, we support you. Kirishima, yes. Hearing a female voice, everyone looked up and was enchanted. Ibera, Gabriel, Mineta, she is a very beautiful girl. Kaminari, yes. Although fury broke out when they heard the blow. Mandalay, wretch. Tsuyu, little man. Midnight, what did you dare to do? Mandalay, imbecile. Koda, aunt. Mandalay, sorry, and remember, violence is not the answer. Koda, yes, I would say. How bipolar, he thought, surprised. Kirishima, hitting a woman. Tetsu, yes. Both, not for men. Almight, who would have thought that angels are evil? He would say, not knowing what to say exactly. On screen, Michael, that's enough, he would say with his hand raised. Gabriel simply touched her cheek, burning from the blow, her eyes brimming with tears. With that action, the strongest seraph understood how they could bring the salvation of God's word when neither their second leader, nor even the first, fulfilled it. Seeing the tears, Michael was about to strike her again, but he felt his breath run out. If I were you, I wouldn't raise my hand to him again, brother. Michael, cough cough, Metatron. Metatron, I may have been gentle, but no one will forgive you this time. Gabriel, pack your things. I won't let this bastard of a brother hurt you. Gabriel, yes, she would say hurt, since she never thought it would happen, since like Hestia, they watched over the family and would never expect their family to raise their hand, but the seraph felt it. Metatron, with Azrael and Amenadio we're going with Gabriel, since you're cowardly enough to send your dogs after us, he said, retreating, leaving Michael, the fifth strongest archangel, on the ground, doubled over in pain and filled with fury. Off-screen, Kaminari, that's it, Mineta, show him who's boss. Ibara, Metatron, Kendo, apparently, there are those who deviate from that description of evil angels. Izuku, yes. Almight, Azrael, Amenadio, and Metatron along with Gabriel leave heaven. Mandalay, although I'm surprised that Gabriel is compared to Hestia, but that shows that they are both good people. On screen, in Grigori, Azazel was analyzing everything. Maybe what Kokabeel was planning wasn't so bad in his eyes, because the only problem was the King of Heroes, so why not talk to him and finish him off so he wouldn't pose a threat? After all, he had brought God, Beelzebub, Lucifer, Leviathan and Asmodeus to their knees. In addition, the Babylonian treasury took a large part of the fallen angels and demons that they still haven't managed to replace, so the biblical hatred towards the Sumerian heir was very palpable. Off-screen, at that, many had poker faces, although Izuku scored another of the bastards he would kill without hesitation. Shoto, you do have hate, my friend. Izuku, let those stray dogs come. Katsuki, as if we left you alone, he would say smiling, let's shine, pigeons, crows and bats. Kirishima, interesting. On screen, on Olympus, the gods of Olympus, the athletes, along with Hades, Hestia and surprisingly Eros, god of love, were gathered watching the fight again. They were debating what to do about it, what decision to make, given that the heir of Uruk was not something to be taken lightly. Zeus, so what do you think? He said seriously. Poseidon, we've already seen what the original Gilgamesh could do, so if you're going to attack him, don't count me in. So I think it's better to go to his good side, negotiate. Even if he doesn't join our faction, we need another one to corroborate the return or the creation of a new one. Athena, but he is a demigod. It is obvious that as gods we can defeat him. I would say somewhat arrogantly we have the strategy and the arms necessary to defeat him. Ares, whatever it is, I want to fight him, I would say, excited and bloodthirsty. Who knows, a good friendship must be born from punches. Artemis, although it pains me to admit it, I agree with Poseidon, she would say with a golden tint on her cheeks. Aphrodite, I can't believe it, did the man-hating prude just fall in love? She said smiling. Apollo, my little sister could never. Artemis, so what if that's true? I'm sick of everyone seeing me as a senseless, hating prude, and I admit I'm to blame for my hunters, for so many innocent people who did nothing and were killed by them. Instead of healing them, I simply allowed them to maintain and grow that hatred. Apollo, if you like it. Artemis, I'll give him the chance, Apollo, and if he's not like Orion and turns out to be better, if and when I have children, since I can use Athena's immaculate method, you'll be the godfather. Apollo, sister, the price is accepted, he would say happily. Hermes, I don't know, Rick seems fake, he would say, speaking to Nicuchio. Hestia, allow me to speak? Zeus, go ahead, sister. Hestia, recognizing him as an ally would be our best course of action, and in case Babylon returns as a faction, by recognizing it we can come to an agreement. Given the ancient laws, they cannot interact with their children, I would say seriously, earning affirmations from everyone in that case. Recognizing him would be having one more refuge for their children since they care about their safety and their lives. Demeter, it's true. Hermes, very true. Denicio, if they send them there, it would be less work for me, so go ahead. Eros, besides, he's my grandson, so he could help. Aphrodite, fufufufu, not bad, she would say, licking her lips. Artemis, I must meet him before that boar steals him from me. she would say in her thoughts. Off-screen, Monoma, let's go to Olympus. Ibera, they're calmer than I thought. Kaminari, is that Zeus? Mineta, yes. Kaminari, I wanted the muscular old man, he would say, seeing an image of Zeus from Shimatsu. Izuku, at least someone thinks and isn't arrogant, he would say, looking at Poseidon with some respect. Nizu, arrogant for a goddess, considering Gilgamesh's power. Katsuki, Ares wants to fight? Well, I'm not judging that. The anime backs up the evidence that the best friendships are born from beatings. Kendo, even in history. Momo, see you Chulin and Ferdiad. Mineta, Goku and Vegeta. Kaminari, Naruto and Sasuke. Monoma, Ban and Meliodas. Several immature ones. Oh, how many examples. Hearing Aphrodite's words and seeing Artemis's reaction, silence reigned in the room. Momo, what? She shouted, showing some jealousy. Mineta, Kaminari, activate the harem sect plan. Kaminari, yes, he would say, handing over several robes. Stain, I see it, and I don't believe it. Almight, I'm so proud, he would say, smiling. Kyoka, Hermes and Apollo are something. Kendo, children. Mina, I like them. Hagakure, yes. Upon hearing of the ancient laws and the situation of the demigods, they didn't know what to say, although several were already thinking of recruiting, even if by force, those boys for the good of the commission. Izuku, I like it, he thought, saying his liking for Artemis. On screen, in the other factions, similar conversations were held among themselves. No one knew what to do. The only ones who remained ignorant were the demons. Surzek's Gremry, current Mao Lucifer, was always an ambitious, greedy man attached to his council of elders and trying to make his faction proliferate. He had his son Milikas Gremry, a child whom he never saw as a son, but as a means to. He wanted to make his son handle not only the power of destruction of the Gremrian Baal, given his parents Venelana Baal and Zeoticus Gremry. Milikas never lived with Amor. Surzex trained him very hard, even breaking his bones, something that his sister Reyes Gremry did not approve of and told him to his face, annoying the Mao. Lucifer, determined to show mercilessness and wanting revenge on his younger sister, decided to engage her to the heir of the Phoenix clan, Reyes Phoenix, an arrogant, womanizing, and power-hungry jerk. He had asked his queen, Graphia Lucifuge, to organize a raiding game so that his little sister could defend his hand with her entourage, but this did not happen. He brought forward the wedding of both demons and left his sister's entire entourage tied up with chains dipped in holy water, causing them harm since they are demons and sacred artifacts harm them. While he left her tied up in front of the altar and next to Reyes, while the elderly representative of the council began to give the celebration, under Reyes' tears. Only one pawn, the one who took the pawns from Reyes' pieces, was not present. Before words were exchanged, a guard would fall to the ground covered in blood. Surzex, who dares? Old man, who did that? Zeoticus, who crashes that celebration? Sate, it seems I arrived before Bucho. Reyes, Issei. Surzex, Sekurudii, what does this mean? Looking at the dust. It seems you no longer keep your words. It's clear that many humans other than those heroes of Muzurifu don't make deals with demons. I remember that one of those who signed you up to have his precious weapon was Enji Todoroki, because you told me so. Zeoticus, Reyes' pawn, behave yourself, you're breaking into a meeting of high nobility demons, a commoner shouldn't interfere. It seems they are very arrogant, my grandfather told me so, he would say, coming out of the dust. All the elderly and powerful demons were terrified to see the chestnut's new appearance. He was recognized by Ozymandias, Ramses II, the King of Kings, the Builder, one of the strongest beings that the Egyptian faction had before Surzex and Falbium Asmodeus, behind the backs of the mouse Seraphol Leviathan and Ajuka Beelzebub, ordered to eliminate him. Given the weakness and disappearance of the strongest gods like Horus, Osiris, Isis, and Batet. Reyes, Issei, what happened to you? Issei, my grandfather awakened my Reyes Ne genes. Now I will free you from it using the Nijay's scepter, freeing the rest of the Gremry entourage. Thanks, senpai. Era, it seems that Issei-kun became more handsome. Issei, Kaneko, Akino, it's not the time, and Kiba, help Gasper. Kiba, HAI. Issei approached Reyes, but Reyes intervened. Reyes, damn you, you're a low class, I order you to stop. Issei, a pharaoh does not bow to a greedy commoner. Reyes, cursed, launching a fire attack. Issei, Ramessium Tentiris. The place would be filled with explosions while Issei freed Reyes, and those who wanted to avoid that fate, like Siroig Bale, arrived with his entourage and Milikas, joining the rest of the Redhead's entourage in Graphia, who, supported by the Mouse Ajuka and Seraphal, their entourages and the entourage of the heiress Citri, helped them escape from the place, causing the Crimson desertion. The abandonment of two Gremry from the biblical underworld, heading to a new place, following the brown-haired. Since there was a place he would go, Egypt, land of pharaohs. In Grigori, only a dangerous person felt it while giving a smile. So the king's heir returns. I hope to find the heir of my grandfather Moses' brother, even if my Lucifer blood stains her. I will always serve the pharaoh. Screen turns off. Hatred, anger and fury could be felt in the room from many women against Serzek's Lucifer, even from the mothers, for all the harm he caused to little Milikas. Momo, bastard. Inko, that's not what a father should do to his son. Fuyumi, nor arrange an arranged marriage for your sister. Shoto, yes, I would say seriously, not even he would do it. He wouldn't force his first friend to break the code. Seeing Issei's entrance, more than one had to admit that it was a great entrance. Mineta, what balls. Kaminari, look at the size of those eggs. Stain, so far he's earned my respect. Mina, even her friends tied up with sacred artifacts so they wouldn't do anything. Hagakure, that Reyes Phoenix is hexy, but he's a pig. Seeing the demon's fear in Issei caused them to smile, while Izuku looked at him as an equal. Many felt respect, and even more so when the brown-haired man and his allies left after Issei launched an attack, leaving the area devastated. Nizu, and the biblical underworld now experiences a possible failure. Hawks, what Endeavor-san, what? He would say, going back to listen to Issei. Shoto, so you? Endeavor, I did nothing here, he would say, defending himself. He was obsessed with power, and being number. He was not an idiot to lower himself like his counterpart. Nobody knew what to think, since they were happy for the Gremry group, or rather the former Gremry group. But on the other hand, they were annoyed with Enji Todoroki and the demons. Chapter 7 Images. The room was currently a place where all the anger, all the fury, was palpable, to the point that even the tension when it came out would be thin. Rei, Shoto, Fuyumi, and Natsuo looked at Enji appraisingly. They knew he was desperate for the number spot, to perpetuate his lineage there, but dealing with demons, that was another level. Most of the women looked at the current number hero with some resentment. After All Might's retirement, Stain looked at him with daggers in his eyes and was about to jump to kill him with blows, because the katana would be too merciful for him. Shoto was not the best, since he was born from an arranged marriage, but he did not expect his father to be a wretch who would do that to have his perfect weapon. He simply felt a hand on his shoulder and saw the current blonde smiling at him. That made him hug his first and best friend, unloading everything on his shoulder. All Might looked at this with a smile, because even though Gilgamesh awakened his genes, much of Izuku's personality would always remain. He would change some things, but it would be necessary, and even if it wasn't good, he had to accept it. Perhaps once and for all, he would end all for one's reign. Eva, excuse me, she would say, entering with several towels given everyone's emotional state. The teacher placed a relaxation module in the room, so we will begin the calm by watching images of those present, along with memes. Kaminari, how good. Mineta, yes, let's calm the beasts, he would say with fear. Eva, yes, I must warn you that most of the unlocked images are of the young heir of Uruk, until the others are unlocked. Eri, will there be memes? She would say with a little fear. Eva, that's right, darling. Eri, thank you. The children wouldn't say anything since they needed to, as the atmosphere in the room wasn't right for them. Eva, in that case, I'll leave the screen ready, you just have to watch. That's all, I'll leave you to see the teacher. After that, Eva left the BNHA members alone, while the screen turned on. On screen, off screen. Aizawa, I wonder who it is, although I suspect something, he would say looking at Bakugo, not knowing the reality. Shoto, I wonder who is who, he would say looking at Ida. Izuku, he already confesses, half-breed. Stain, who surely goes to sleep early, is the explosive one. Ida, grrrr. Aizawa, what do they mean? Gran Torino. This kid, he would say, hitting Ida with his stick, went after Stain to seek revenge. Stain, not bad, although I would have hit him harder. All Might, can't you have mercy on him? He would say, trembling. Stain, who is the old man for All Might to tremble like that, he thought. On screen, off screen. Ida, You always have to wait for everyone at the table. Inko, Izuku, you'll get cold if you don't stop talking. Fuyumi, that's good. Shoto always eats. Natsuo, only if it's soba. Uraraka, Izuku and Katsudon. Nijire, Eri with her caramelized apples. Eri, where is it? She asked hopefully. Izuku, have Eri, he would say, taking out one of the doors of Babylon. Eri, thanks daddy, she would say very happily. Izuku, you're welcome, daughter, he would say somewhat surprised and happy. Kirishima, hey, that did happen. Katsuki, how can we forget? The half bastard didn't let us sleep for days. Aizawa, I remember punishing the whole class for that. Mina, it's true. Kaminari, my body couldn't take any more work. Shoto, I already told you I was sorry, right? Momo, you said it, but we haven't taken revenge for that, I would say seriously. Mine, yes. Shoto, we'll spend the old man's money. Class of women, okay, I would say calm down since they make two pay for the price of one. Endeavor, Shoto, on screen, off screen. Momo, oh my god. Midnight, I wish I were a bean so I could get all over your burrito. Mina, so much meat and I'm in Lent. Mount Lady, who would be a mechanic to get his hands on that machine? Kendo, I wish I were cement to hold up that monument. Ibra, let's put the devil in hell. Pixie Bob, I asked for it. Tamaki, Shinzo and Aizawa, back off pedophiles, they would say, all dressed in UN caps. Mina, Kendo and Ibra, we are smaller. Mount Lady Mirda, Mirko, TSK, Hexy Bunny. Ciro, a golden armor? Monoma, technically inherited the largest fortune in the world. Uraraka, I'm so jealous of you. Deku-kun, Izuku, don't worry little sister, I'll help you. Kendo, don't you think it's too much? Nizu, interesting, it's gold. But not the gold we know, given that Gilgamesh's armor is forged from the skeleton of Gogolana, the giant bull that attacked Babylon in the past on Ishtar's orders. Izuku, that bitch. On screen, off screen. Stain, too much, although the guy justifies it. Almight, that's right. Kyoka, for me it's too much, and very arrogant for having a golden armor. Kaminari, I think he doesn't know how short-lived they are. It's obvious he doesn't know Minecraft. Izuku, life isn't like that game. Kaminari, Mineta, yes, old man, even I know it. Kaminari, okay, he would say discouraged. Kyoka, are you really that stupid? Izuku, hey half-breed, Kaminari may be an idiot, but he's a good person, very loyal to his friends, not a disgusting traitor like you. On screen, all, huh? Katsuki, is that me? Tsuyu, you look brighter, calm down. Kyoka, less explosive. Uraraka, stronger. Mitsuki, is our blood from some hero of the past? She would say surprised. Nizu, he uses a spear, but that's not a motive, many heroes of the past used a spear. Who? Aizawa, at least I hope you stay close to him. On screen, off screen. Tetsu, Kiri bro? Katsuki, fire hair? Mina, Kiri. Nizu, another lancer, interesting. David, his clothing is somewhat Celtic, I sense. Nizu, it's obvious who your ancestor is, he would say smiling. Kirishima, who? Nizu, Satanta, or better known as the Hound of Kulin, Siyu Chulin, the Celtic Achilles. Kirishima, wow, what a man! Many were surprised to learn that Kirishima was also a descendant of one of the heroes of the past. On screen, off screen. Kota, Sug, Mandalay City, Tiger. Who would have thought the little kitten would be there? Nizu, Archer, I find no warriors other than Arash of Persia. Katsuma, well, Kota joins us. Mahoro, he's cute, she would say, hiding a blush. Everyone was surprised to see the Hussycats kid being a successor to a hero of the past. On screen, off screen. Kaminari, hey, that one looks like me. Kyoka, I don't believe it, she would say incredulously. Kaminari, whose descendant would I be? Stain, is his outfit that of a samurai, a Japanese swordsman? Nizu, but who? Aizawa, Miyamoto Musashi? Kojiro Sasaki? Who? Stain, why do I suspect that the teacher was me and gave me gray hair, he thought. On screen, off screen. Endeavor, Shoto. Rei, it's Shoto. Fuyumi, little brother. Shoto, me? He would say incredulously. Katsuki, the half-half. Nizu, a medieval suit of armor and a British shield, I'm getting an idea of who his ancestors might be. David, someone from the Round Table perhaps? Melissa, I'm going for Gawain or Galahad. Shoto, MHA, he would say, starting to think of multiple theories. Everyone was calmer now, so they waited for Eva to return. Chapter 8. Excalibur, Fearing Yue, Journey to the Roots. Everyone was calm in the room waiting for Eva's return. But even so, the tensions between the professional heroes and Izuku's group were too palpable, as the now blonde looked at the others who were willing to lock him up and turn their backs on him as if they were simple mosquitoes. Nizu, everything we see from now on will change our vision, so I asked everyone not to judge by something that didn't happen here. Aizawa, it's true, and you don't disappoint me, he would say, looking at his students. He knew that there were those who wouldn't turn their backs on one of their own. But as for the rest, it wasn't too difficult not to think about it. Mirko, TSK, fine. Endeavor, I promise nothing. Hawks, me less. Eva, well, I would say returning the master will take longer than expected, so I will leave the reaction for you to give your opinion, and I managed to get information to be able to explain as you asked during the visualization. David, we appreciate that. Stain, hump. At that the screen lights up, attracting everyone's attention. On screen, UA Academy. At UA, things were not entirely calm, as the news of a copy of All for One, even if poorly made them panic, but nothing filled them with terror, except for a few, knowing that one of the students of Class A not only changed, but also eliminated the villain without justice falling on him. The school was divided. The heroism Class B was one of the most affected, as many friendships were broken. Tetsu claimed that what they heard from the new King of Heroes was not for men or heroes, so he planned to arrest him. Many thought like him, but a group did not think that way. Nito Monoma, to everyone's surprise, was the first to defend the green-haired boy. The big crazy guy from Class B who always claimed that his class was better, defended one from Class A. Only knew where that defense came from. Eri, Monoma had tried to help the little girl lose her fear of using her quirk, which she always did alongside Izuku. Ibra Shiozaki, always faithful to the Lord, defended him, argued that someone must rid the world of sinners and then face God's punishment. Pony Tsunitori supported the former green-haired man. Since he was her so-called green friend, the foreigner learned to speak more fluently thanks to the green-haired man, so she would return the favor. Another who decided to defend him was Juzo Hananuki, who understood the reason for the decision. He did not justify it, but he was not closed-minded, since he prioritized the lives of hundreds or thousands over one that would not stop, so logic applied to save there. In the support courses, May listened to everything they talked about. Honestly, she would not care since the green-haired man was her test subject and model for her inventions, her precious babies, which percent of the time exploded. But seeing how they were looked down on throughout the academy, students, a couple of teachers and heroes who arrived demanding his head and a stay in the Tartaro's maximum security prison, plus a delegation from the Commission for Public Safety of Heroes, CSB from now on, demanded the child in their hands to condition him around the practices of heroes. That filled her with fury. It angered her. They treated him like an animal. Hitoshi Shinzo was another of those who listened with May. For the lost son of Aizawa, there were several questions. What were they hiding in the commission? What would they want to do with his friend? Those and more questions were put to rest when Director Niza put on his pants and threatened to expose each and every one of their crimes: murders of Lady Nagant, murders of hawks, disappearances, kidnapping of children with powerful quirks, and genocide. All those actions unsettled both students, realizing the rotten system they had. The CSBH left angrily. They would get the boy whether they wanted to or not, and if they had to launch a death operation or frame him for treason to have him in their power, they would do it. It's a shame that the anthropomorphic rodent already had his plans in mind. Momo, that the commission. Uraraka, what were you planning to do? The students in the heroism classes, regardless of what they thought of the former green-haired man, were in shock. They hadn't thought the commission would go that far. Ida, well, if the commission asks for it, it must be for something, right? Stain, those wretches, he would say, annoyed. The now blonde was a true hero, because beyond killing, the hero hunter himself recognized that killing was sometimes necessary to be a true hero. He knew that Almight wouldn't do it, but he supported that method with his imposing nature. That's why he respected him. But until now, the former green-haired man hadn't shown any signs of breaking his ideals. Monoma, always with you, friend. Pony, yes, green friend. Ibera, it's my will. Given that from what I've seen, I don't think he's that type. I would say seriously, it made no sense at this point to continue believing in that old man. Hananuki, while I'm there. May, I wouldn't turn my back on my number test subject. Shinzo, me less. Lady Nagant, It seems the rat is starting to show its teeth. Nizu, in the game of power, I can be very Machiavellian. Aizawa, thanks to both of you I would say seriously. Endeavor, complicated. Mirio, yes. Fatum, I know who to go with. Gang Aura, me too. Ryukyu, I think it goes without saying that I. Mandalay, count on us. Tiger, yes. Ragdoll, the kitten has support. Pixie Bob, I saw it first, he would say smiling. Vlad, the school split up. Nizu, sadly. Midnight, I hope this doesn't end badly. On screen, when all might return to Class A, the tensions were evident. Very few even spoke to the green-haired boy. Although there weren't that many who didn't speak, it was clear to the green-haired boy who his friends were. Bakugo, surprisingly he stopped calling Deku, he liked the new Izuku more. Kirishima, given what he did, although he didn't share it, he saw it as necessary. The same with Shoto, Kaminari, Mineta, Momo, Uraraka, Tsuyu and Tokoimi. For the rest, except for Shoji and Koda who supported the green-haired boy without speaking, the new Izuku should be locked up like the worst villain. It seems they've returned, but now we'll take charge, I'd say seriously. Tashinori, Endeavor? Shoto, old man, he would say seriously because something didn't fit him. Endeavor, thank you for your effort, but seeing how Kamui Woods, Beast Genist, Mount Lady, Wash, Mirko and Hawks introduced themselves, now we will take over. Taking a breath and some leaves. Izuku Midoriya, by orders of the Commission for the Public Safety of Heroes, you are ordered to come with us without opposition. Mirko, if you resist, I'll break your bones, brat. Hawks, you're too dangerous. Midoriya, I'd say seriously give up and accept that you can't win. Tashinori, that's if I allow it, he would say, becoming muscular but becoming skinny. Puaja, spitting blood. Mount Lady, your days of defending are over. All Might, don't move, I'd say seriously. Beast Genist, let's do this, shall we? Being held by bandages, this is it. Aizawa, so you're trying to forget that this school protects Midoriya, one of my best offspring, he would say with his active and threatening quirk. Kamui Woods, Erisa retreats, being taken by a whip. Wash, wash, wash. Midnight, Fufufufu, it seems that he wants to touch a student of this academy without the director ordering it. Shoto, back off, old man, activating both sides. Endeavor, Shoto would express hitting him in the stomach if you didn't get in the way. It wouldn't have to be like this. But seeing that you won't understand in a good way, either you move away or I'll make sure Rei doesn't leave that hospital. At that moment Izuku's laughter began to sound. Izuku, off screen. Stain, and a civil war of heroes begins, he would say seriously, ready to get involved, since this revealed who the true heroes are. Mirko, I want to break his face. Hawks, Midoriya won't win. Kamui, although I admire that you want to protect your student, this is over. Nizu, ha, they forget that I warned them that I would do it, he would say laughing. Aizawa, they're not going to touch my offspring. Shoto, damn old bastard, he would say angrily. Bakugo, I'll give it to him, he would say, pointing his hands at Endeavor. Kirishima, hitting your son is not manly. Ida, I'm with Endeavor-san. Midoriya with that power is too dangerous, he must be re-educated. Just as it happened on the screen, Izuku began to laugh, while his allies prepared to interfere. On screen, Endeavor, what are you laughing at, brat? Izuku, I laugh at your incompetence, mongrel. Endeavor, what did you call me, brat? Throwing a punch wrapped in fire. Mirko, well, kicking. The blows would be stopped by some golden portals and the heroes had no chance but to give more blows, but they would be pushed away by an explosion. Bakugo, versus doesn't seem fair to me, he would say, making explosions. Hawks, Endeavor-san, Mirko-san ready to launch his feathers. Izuku simply smiled at them as several golden portals opened and several weapons came out of them. Endeavor, what's the name of that power, Hawks? What did the commission say? I would say seriously, but Hawks backed away, scared. The boy was dangerous, more than expected. Hawks, Shoto, you don't hit me. Old man choosing his side next to the blonde. Hawks, damn, we have to go. Mirko, why do you say that? Hawks, Gate of Babylon, the world's greatest treasury, the true power of the first hero. Izuku, a gift. Shoto drawing a sword, his power was truly felt, and several fallen angels, who were approaching, retreated. Off screen, Mirko, oh damn. Hawks, this is bad. Stain, a sword, he would say, analyzing the weapon that Izuku took out of his portal. The civil war of heroes was already a thing of the background. Nizu, that's it, he would say, surprised. Ibara, what is that energy you feel? Eva, Director Nizu knows which sword it is. Nizu, yes, and I'm actually surprised that he took it out of those portals. But well, he's a descendant of Gilgamesh, so that weapon would be in his possession. Shoto, that sword, he would say, feeling that he is called Kaminari. Those guys with black wings. Kyoka angels? Momo, no, they are fallen angels. On screen, fallen, and cannot be fallen. That sword was broken. Izuku, Excalibur, the true Excalibur, linked to the Pendragon lineage, was believed to be destroyed and considered a sacred weapon. What a big lie the half-breeds of the biblical factions made. Shoto, what are you saying? But that sword? Izuku, that sword is linked to your blood. Of course, via maternal blood, of course, since I felt resonance in the treasury from that sword. Shoto, that means, Izuku, it's your inheritance. New king of knights handing over the weapon to the bicolor. Shoto, how do you know about that weapon? Izuku, the treasury of Babylon keeps weapons of the past, present and future, weapons of all kinds, including god killers. It was said that the sword Excalibur was a creation of the biblical god and used in the war of the biblical factions, where my ancestor kneeled to the original mouse and God himself. That caught the attention of Ibra, who heard everything from a hiding place. The funny thing, starting to laugh, is that everything is true except the origin of Excalibur. God made nothing more than a copy of the real one. Excalibur was created by the Avalon Fairy faction, a faction exterminated by orders of the biblical god himself. That paralyzed Ibra. It couldn't be true. Excalibur represents the pinnacle of sacred swords, and the strongest sacred sword. It was given to the Lady of the Lake at the suggestion of the wizard Merlin, who linked it to the Pendragon lineage. Ibra, you say that? Is that true? Izuku, let those crows over there answer that for you, pointing at some static fallen angels. Ibra, eh? Backing away. Izuku, Shoto, it is said that that sword was linked to Clarent, the sword of the Knight of Betrayal, Mordred, so who knows, maybe you can use its abilities. Shoto would take the sword, and as if it were linked to his blood, he would move it with great mastery. Hawks was about to avoid the carnage, but the fallen threw themselves, preparing spears of light. Shoto, Clarent blood Arthur, he would say, activating a great burst of orange power from the blade of the sword that when touching the fallen, they screamed in horror as they were eliminated from the face. Off-screen, Nizu, ha 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 ha. He started laughing like crazy. Who would have thought it? Stain, a living Pendragon. Endeavor, yes, I did get the. Shoto, shut up, bastard, he would say seriously. Rei, Mitsuki, who would have thought? Katsuki, half bastard, half jealous, I'd say. Ibra, that broken sword? Mandalay, what did he mean? Hearing what was said about the sword Excalibur, many were surprised, although if they thought about it, it made sense. Excalibur wasn't a Christian weapon, but rather a weapon belonging to the Celts. Learning that God had once again caused genocide was a severe blow to Ibra, so she would maintain her conviction. She wouldn't believe in a dead bastard, because of how the biblical God was viewed. Stain, a holy sword, beautiful blade, the swordsman couldn't help but praise. Kaminari, yes, I would say fascinated. Kota, hump. Katsuma, looks great. Mahoro, I prefer a record. Kota, I have 2 swords or a bow. Eri, knives, I would say innocently. Nijire Eri? Tamaki, what did he say? Mirio, I have no idea. He's probably just playing, he would say, smiling. Behind a wall. Reader, I'm going to tell you. Reader, don't even think about it. Author, I feel sorry for Chisaki knowing that, and what that lowly is going to do to her. Back in the hall, to the fact that that sword was also connected to the sword of the Knight of Betrayal, Mordred Pendragon, and seeing how Shoto easily eliminated a flock of crows, a feeling of repudiation arose in Endeavor. His greatest weapon to overcome all might was a damn assassin. Shoto, that was good. Izuku, yes, let those half-breeds die. Rei, I strangely feel good about that. Endeavor, killer, would say, trying to get out. Eva, Renated, I would say, so that 2 snakes would wrap themselves around Endeavor and hold him against the chair. I remind you that violence is prohibited in the room, Mr. NG. Endeavor began to growl as foam came out of his mouth and his side prepared to interfere, but the screen continued to cause numerous snakes to hold them in their seats without them noticing. On screen, Izuku, what does it feel like? Shoto, something incredible, he said, to turn to see his astonished father and very old. Endeavor, he would say, to show seriousness and fury in his gaze, I am not the father of a murderer. Hawks, I'm sorry, but. Nizu, well, the rodent would say, appearing, so you are bothering my students. I think I was not clear to the commission. If they are touching my students, well, don't say that I am not a man of my word, he would say, pressing a button on his suit. In another area of the UA, Maami Iba, alias La Brava, gentle criminal's assistant, was sitting at a computer until she received a signal, and thanks to the encryption and the notes, everything related to the ex-heroine Lady Nagant, all her murders, her signed orders, everything, was leaked. People all over Japan came to demand answers, and the commission looked at UA in fury. The rodent had done something, and best of all, they had to cancel catching the green-haired boy because of UA's protection of him. UA would expose them and bring down so much prestige earned with much blood in the hands of that government body. Hawks, Nizu-san, what have you done? He would roar angrily. Nizu, what I agreed to when your boss came, Hawks, no less. She thought it was empty threats. Well, let her see that I'm not someone who's easily intimidated. Now, Aizawa, send the students to the Alliance. I have to talk to Tashinori about something. Aizawa, okay, students to your Alliance, now. All the students went to their building without complaint. Off-screen, Momo, she's not. Izuku, yes, gentle criminal's partner, now that I remember, I haven't seen them for a while. Lady Nagant, forewarned is forearmed. Hawks, Nizu, what has he done? Nizu, what I warned you I would do if you touched my student. Ida and his group looked at the director reproachfully, but there was nothing they could do. Stain, I must admit that was a great move. On screen, while that was happening in UA, in Muzurifu, Inko Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya's mother, was returning from shopping. She calmly observed the place where she lived, but she never imagined what awaited her when she turned the corner. Inko, who are you? She said, noticing a winged figure wrapped in flames. Uriel, you must not know, Sumerian trash. Inko just screamed, hoping someone would help her. No one heard her saving Naomasa Tsukachi, who was nearby. At first she wanted to ignore it, but her instincts had been telling her for a long time that something was going to happen. She listened to them, but she arrived too late. Inko Midoriya was tied to a wall dead. She seemed to have been burned at the stake. Only her face, reflecting terror, was intact. Her body burned and tied to the wall as if it were a crucifixion, while the walls were painted with blood. Naomasa, for God's sake, reading the walls. Don't mess with us, Sumerian trash. You will pay with blood for what your ancestor did, bastard king of heroes. Off-screen, Izuku felt his heart tighten with fear. The children approached him nervously while Inko did the same. But upon seeing Uriel and hearing Inko's scream, Bakugo, Aunt, Shoto, Aunt, Kurishima, Miss Inko, Eri, Inko Obuchan, Izuku Mom, Almight Inko, all no, Izuku, bastards damned, Puritans, he would say with his eyes starting to tear up. Inko would uncomfortably take her son in a hug while he cried with fury. Inside the gates of Babylon, the Speargi Balg shuddered strongly, a magician's staff vibrated intensely, the Excalibur emanated power and a new weapon, the Vasvi Shakti emanated fire, while outside of it, Monoma, Katsuki, Shoto and Kurishima were emanating an aura of death. Stain, Puritan bastards, Ibera, the sky is corrupt. Naomasa, sorry for taking so long, he would say apologetically. All Might, wretched bastard. Izuku, I will devastate heaven, he would say, furiously activating the gates of Babylon. Eva opted to sedate him and let him sleep on Inko's lap to calm him down, as his rage was so out of control. Lady Nagant, this is serious. King Inko, Mitsuki Inko-chan. All the women in the room were horrified by what they saw, and Ibera even more so since Inko was crucified. On screen, time skip week. Last week, the news of the macabre death of Inko Midoriya went viral. At first they wanted to blame the League of Villains, but there were no traces of them in Muzurifu. Even Kurogyuri had been tracked, but they found nothing. All Might, when he saw the writings in blood, he knew who it was. Sadly, he did not think that those that the churches sell as saints would come to do such atrocities and let themselves go for revenge. He managed to run into a group of them, Amanadiel, Gabriel, Azrael and Metatron, who claimed to have deserted the biblical heaven, and confirmed All Might's suspicions. Gabriel simply cried. He did not believe that his brother could be so cynical to do such an atrocity to an innocent woman. Izuku, for his part, lost his shine. The children encouraged him to help him, which brought brief glimpses of what he was before. But Koda, Eri, Katsuma, Mahoro could not eliminate so much pain, so much hatred, since Almight told him everything that those renegade angels said. Simply for having inherited the god of Gilgamesh, he had noticed that he was very human. Rage invaded him. He wanted to devastate the biblical heaven and teach the kind of street vermin that those damn half-breeds were, but he could not sink into revenge. His mother would not approve. His friends always supported him, especially those closest to him. For Nizu and Almight, it was necessary to get him out and let him breathe. That is why he had to go to his origin, the city of the King of Heroes. Uraraka, then they would see what to do. The other classes, except for those who supported him and pitted him, mocked him and treated Inko like scum for having a villain as a son. Such actions would unleash a being that would make them kneel and eliminate them without hesitation, because if Babylon were to rise again, with several factions recognizing it as such, the nations would recognize it as just another country, and that would be counterproductive to Japan. Almight prepared the entire group to go, everyone who supported the green-haired girl, the Hussycats, Eri, Mahoro, Koda, Katsuma, him, and in addition to the hero killer, Stain, who was very surprised by everything and the changes, noticed his eyes, but decided to support him since the pain was deep. A mother is something that cannot be replaced, so he gave his condolences, and at the time Almight indicated, they would board the plane to what was once Mesopotamia, the valley of the Euphrates and Tigris rivers, without knowing that from now on everything was going to change. The screen turns off. Aizawa, Sprout, he would say worriedly. Katsuki, nerd not Izuku. Shoto, damn. Kirishima, what heaven made is not of men. Before that Tetsu said nothing, he agreed with that, but he would not support the green-haired man. Eri, dad. Koda, Izuku Niken. Katsuma, Izuku and I. Mahoro, Deku. Stain, damn bastards. Nizu, I guess I'll have to clean up my school, he would say calmly but with a very serious voice. Several of the students present, especially those who did not support the green-haired man, swallowed hard. Monoma, making fun of someone's loss, how low they fall. Ibara, yes. Mandalay, the boy needs them, it's good that they don't abandon him. Almight, get him out of Japan. Ryukyu, taking it back to its roots? Mirio, wow, he would say without really knowing what to say. Nizu, it's a good decision. The room fell into a deep silence, as no one wanted to say anything, or even out of respect and fear, as Inko looked at several people with a death glare. Chapter 9. The Roots of a Hero. Izuku was waking up after being handed over, while Inko helped calm him down. The others in the room, saving their friends who were by his side, smiling in support, stayed out of everything, unsure of how to react. That green-haired, cinnamon-colored guy who would save everyone no longer existed. Now he was slowly becoming a tyrant who wanted to cause genocide because of what happened in another world, although they wanted to arrest him for being a danger to what was happening in another world. Even so, the discomfort with what the biblical heaven had done remained in general, with some exceptions. Almight, you have us shonen, he would say, calming his successor, as if he were a father. Mandalay, yes, here we are. Ryukyu, same here, kid. Fat gum, have a sweet, he would say, smiling. Izuku, thanks everyone. Eva, I'm glad to see you're recovering and I'm sorry I sedated you. Izuku, no, I needed to, since I wouldn't contain my fury for something that didn't happen. Eva, do you think you can continue? Izuku would nod, so Eva would activate the screen to start the day view. On screen, after what happened in Japan, things started to get worse. Izuku became more aggressive, at least not with his loved ones, but with others he was extremely violent. Many aspirants, students from other courses, were sent to the infirmary for the simple fact that there are bastards who make fun of a person who suffers a loss. Several heroes tried to do the same thing that previously happened when they wanted to arrest him after literally erasing the pirated copy of All for One. The result, in the eyes of a newly arrived Stain at All Might's request, was Mirko, Rocklock, Yoroi Musha, and Beast Genist in the hospital. Nizu's decision was simple. He decided to gather all the parents under the guise of planning a field trip to ancient Sumeria, specifically to the city of Uraraka, now considered a city in ruins. The parents, like meek lambs that are easy to manipulate, said they wouldn't send their children to be assassins, with the exception of several students. From Class B, Ibara Shiozaki, Nito Monoma, Poni Tsunatori, Kinoko Komori, Hananuki Juzo, and Hiryu were the only ones who would travel. From Class A, Kaminari Denki, Eijiro Kurishima, Katsuki Bakugo, Shoto Pendragon, after his father disinherited him from his surname, Minoru Mineta, Koji Koda, Fumikage Tokoemi, Momo Yayorozu, Achiko Uraraka, Mizo Shoji, would be those who would be accompanied by Almight, Aizawa Shota and surprisingly Ryukyu and Stain as adults. Plus the help of the Hussycats, and the children who have been saved by Izuku. The plane took off from Mizurufu Airport, where they were always followed by demons and fallen angels who watched the scene. Their orders were to assassinate the heir of Uruk, but that was no easy task. Others also wanted the blonde-haired man on their side, the Commission for Public Safety of Heroes, plus the hero faction, who argued that a true hero, a descendant of such a powerful lineage, should be secured for the good of humanity and lead other factions to genocide. Off-screen, Kirishima, Wretches, Bakugo, you'll see those extras. Stain, I'm surprised they're there. Tamaki, they shouldn't be like that with someone who is facing a loss. Inko, Izuku, promise me that when I die you won't be like this. Izuku, I won't know how to handle that pain. Gang Orca, wow, annoying, the guy sent Top and one of the rest to the hospital. Mirio, wasn't that one of the raiders? Nijire, yes, he was one of those who pointed out the failure in Eri's rescue. Mirio, I see. Eri, let's go on a trip. Katsuma, yes. Koda, good. Mahoro, I hope there are no problems. Serious mistake, the girl activated Murphy's Law. Stain, hero faction? I would say interested. Izuku, I know who they can be and thank you friends. True friends would nod and smile at that. They wouldn't abandon anyone. On screen, the trip was interesting, calm and bearable, since Mei Hatsum and Shinzo Hitoshi joined the boys who were going, since they were not going to leave their test subject and a friend alone, and Recovery Girl had to go, since she did not want her most beloved patient, and the one who gave her the most work to break his bones for the umpteenth time. It was in the air where they saw the enormity of the city they were going to see while they approached their destination, the Baghdad airport. Upon landing in Baghdad, they were immediately greeted by several local heroes, something that bothered Stain, but since he was traveling as a teacher and bodyguard, and also claimed to be rehabilitated, they let him through. They took the vehicles that would take them and drop them off to see the ruins. They traveled for several hours by land hoping to find something that would help them learn the truth, while some goddesses followed them, in addition to knowing various things about the area. All Might knew he had time, so he decided to share everything he knew about the supernatural world and why it was being hidden from the world. The fear and panic that would ensue, plus the constant urging of governments to take measures that would lead to the killing of innocent people out of sheer paranoia at not being in control. At first, many refused to believe, but things made sense. After all, their governments have always wanted to control everything. That's why they made heroes their profession, to have control. He even mentioned what he knew about sacred gears to avoid problems in the future. Ibera, but what happened to God? If what they say is true, he would be alive, right? He watches over humanity. Izuku, Ibera, haven't you heard the saying? If God is good, he can't be all-powerful, and if God is all-powerful, he's not good. Ibera, but the Bible says so. Izuku, and I believe you say it, I've read it, but you can't deny that the atrocities of the Old Testament are from a good God, because if you think about it, if God were good and would turn the other cheek and we were guided by what they show us of a powerful God, a vengeful God, he couldn't change in millennia, just by sending his son to the mortal world. Monoma, you're right about that though, the Fallen whispered something about the sword being broken pointing to Excalibur. Shoto, same question. All Might, I'll say that, because I'll say what was said by the angel factions. Excalibur is said to be one of the 4 holy swords, along with Ascalon, Durandal and Caliban, wielded by the legendary king, King Arthur Pendragon, of Camelot. Excalibur is a sacred weapon that was created through means of magic and alchemy by which it reached the territory of God, which was destroyed long ago in the war of the biblical factions. Izuku, but that's a lie. Excalibur was always in the gates of Babylon, that means they made a copy. It is said that the original Excalibur was created by the Avalon Fairies faction along with its sheath bearing the name of its creators, along with the spear Rangaminiad. Those weapons were left under the protection of the Lady of the Lake, who linked it to the Pendragon lineage, at the suggestion and order of the wizard Merlin. Off-screen, Nizu, interesting. Present Mike, shouldn't that city be in ruins? Aizawa, Interesting, it seems that guy, Izuku, Grandpa was ahead of his time, he would say smiling, and I love her too, recovery girl, he would say sarcastically. RG, I have to take care of you, kid. Almight, I guess the bone thing is my fault. Gran Torino, he's an idiot, he would say, hitting him with his stick. Stain, teacher and bodyguard, it doesn't sound bad, although in other countries. Almight, yes, I would say with bumps it must be uncomfortable. Ibera, I admit I didn't think she was such a religious fanatic, how good that I woke up, she would say. Kendo, friend, you were too religious. Momo, it's good to know about the factions too. Ryukyu, yes. Upon hearing the story of Excalibur after Monoma's question, many understood quite a bit about that sword and the lies told by the biblical factions, just for fame and power. Nizu, Excalibur, as far as I know, is the pinnacle of sacred weapons, so whatever its origin, it's still surprising that weapon is at the gates. Shoto, the good thing is that only a Pendragon can handle those weapons. Izuku, Rangaminiad, King Arthur's spear. Mineta, now can you imagine if that king had been a woman? Mirio, I don't think so. David, it's possible, although it was an era where women weren't very well regarded, that she was a woman is not entirely improbable, so it's possible. Aizawa, so Merlin left her in the hands of the Lady of the Lake, he would say, surprised. Ida, but why? Wasn't it better to leave it in the king's hands directly? Midnight, I'm surprised these stories aren't known, but with weapons this powerful, dignity must always be shown. Stain, it's true. Gang Orca, now if the boy has those weapons, what others does he have? That question left everyone with the same doubt. On screen, Stain, I see, by the way, besides those weapons, what other ones do you have? Izuku, there are many weapons stored in the treasury, even I haven't seen them all, and each one has its own power. One of the ones I do know I have is Gibalg. Kirishima, the spear of the Son of Light. See you, Chulin? How manly. Momo, what other weapons do you have? Izuku, let's see. I have the shield, Lord Camelot, that belonged to the knight Sir Galahad of the Round Table. La Pucelle, the sword of Jeanne d'Arc. I also have my Ojinjiri Muramesa, that sword is. Stain, the sword forged by the cursed blacksmith Senji Muramesa, I would say, surprised. Being a swordsman is knowing what weapons existed and the best swordsmen and assassins of the past. Bakugo, hey nerd, he would say, getting everyone's attention. That's not. Everyone looked out the window, noticing a large, very ancient Sumerian building showing itself completely intact. Izuku, it seems that this city is hiding something. Uraraka, without a doubt. Pony, yes, it's wonderful. Rin, do you think something is happening? The bus they were on would stop outside the city while everyone got off in surprise. Off-screen, upon hearing of the weapons kept within the gates of Babylon, those who knew about them were in shock. Gibalg, a spear that will always strike the opponent's heart when thrown, cursed weapons created by Sengo Muramesa, and even a shield like Lord Camelot. Midnight, what madness. Nizu, fascinating. Mandalay, even the sword of the Maid of Orleans. Nizu, cute ziggurat. Koda, Izuku and I, what is that city hiding? Izuku, where is the surprise if I tell you? He would say, ruffling her hair. On screen, Aizawa, and now what? Koda, Izuku and I surely knows. Katsuma, yes. Eri, without a doubt. Mahoro, let's hope something great happens. Mandalay, children. Recovery girl, let's see what you do, kid. Izuku would cut his hand as he approached an area that appeared to be a wall, where several strange symbols and runes began to mark themselves in red. Izuku emanated a great magical power that caused the goddesses who were nearby to remain in shock, as the level of magic he used was very powerful. At the same time, several lights swept through the city, revealing many new and intact buildings, while those that were destroyed revealed a new form. Thanks to the power Izuku demonstrated, Babylon returned to life and Uruk returned to its ancient era. Momo, are those cannons? Izuku, Malamadinger, also known as the King's Signal Cannon. Stain, wow, looks like that guy was ahead of his time. At that, several steps and applause were heard. Off-screen, Nizu, blood seals? Stain, I repeat, that guy was ahead of his time. Momo, Mlamadinger. Kyoka, surprising. Tsuyu, this is interesting. Karo, Shoji, yes. Tokoemi, with just one cut. Monoma, sounds great, plus he uses his power along with his blood, a double seal that prevents anyone from using his blood and gaining entry without permission. Aizawa, it looks like Cement's quirk. Ibera, it's magic. David, no doubt, there's no science to explain it. Melissa, Gilgamesh was a skilled magician, finding power in all kinds of ways. Kaminari and someone arrives, he would say, listening to the applause. Stain, let's see who they are. Almight, I hope so. On screen. Wow, it's really surprising. Heir of Uruk, we finally meet. Almight, who are you, young man? Pardon my manners. I am Cao Cao, descendant of the great hero Cao Cao and current leader of the hero faction. At my side, the reincarnation of the Maid of Orleans, Jeanne d'Arc, the descendant of the great dragon slayer Siegfried, Heracles, successor and descendant of the great Greek hero Hercules, George, descendant of Johann George Faust, and Leonardo, wielder of one of the Longinus, annihilation maker. Izuku, Midoriya Izuku, descendant of the first hero Gilgamesh. Cao Cao, we know who everyone here is, so I think I'll extend my offer to your group. Stain, this guy doesn't inspire any confidence in me. He doesn't have any hero mentality, and the lost look of the successor of that saint makes me suppose that there is something behind it. He thought seriously. Izuku, tell me, Cao Cao, bearer of the true Longinus, what offers do you have for me and my people? What a tempting offer for me and my friend King of Knights. Cao Cao, an offer neither you nor the Pendragon could refuse, while making a strange hand movement but giving a signal to Leonardo. The hand signal did not go unnoticed by Aizawa, Stain, Izuku or Shoto, so they prepared for what was coming. Izuku, I hear. Cao Cao, well, you see, you know about the supernatural world? Izuku, not knowing would be a crime. I am a descendant of the being who brought the biblical God and the original Satans to their knees, he would say proudly, so you can save the explanations. Cao Cao, as descendants of great heroes, we have a moral obligation, a responsibility that we cannot ignore. Beings such as devils, fallen angels and dragons, angels and other races of the supernatural world, are threats to humanity. It is in our hands to show the true human potential. Izuku and his group would fall into a deep silence. Stain was actually about to unsheath his katana. In front of him he had a supremacist believing himself to be a hero, given that he wanted to cause genocide just to show himself superior. What about innocents who are not responsible for what their leaders do? All the adults and aspiring heroes thought the same, while May thought about the sacred gears, given that she wanted to replicate them with science. The silence was broken by a very outrageous laugh. Off-screen. Almight, so the hero faction. Shoto, I don't like this. Cao Cao. Stain, they cling to the fame of their ancestors, nothing more. Mineta, Cao Cao wasn't who? Momo, yes, who executed Lubu, the flying general. Kirishima, can you imagine if it's all a lie? Nizu, several descendants accompany him. Mandalay, that girl, Jean, looks like. Shinzo, controlled, I would say seriously. Bakugo, those guys are up to something. Mitsuki, let's see what they're talking about. Rei, although what arrogance. Endeavor, boastful. Izuku, I'll let it go from Aunt Rei, but from you I'm not a half-breed. Nizu, he possesses the spear that killed Christ, he would say very seriously. Ibara, that damn guy. Stain, something doesn't add up, he would say, understanding his counterpart's thoughts. Hearing what Cao Cao said, many frowned, especially those on the green-haired man's side. The rest shared that thought somewhat. Stain, I knew it, a false hero. Hearing Izuku start laughing meant a total loss of mood. Mineta, what are you laughing at? Kaminari, I don't know. Monoma, I get an idea. Pony, what? On screen. Heracles, what do you find so funny, bastard? Izuku, watch your tone. Stray dog, I'd say threatening. Jean, why don't we calm down? She would ask emotionlessly, implying something. Shinzo, hey girl. Jean, what? Shinzo, bingo. Tell me what Cao Cao plans to do. Siegfried, Jean! Don't tell him. George, this is bad. Leonardo, using that stupid quirk just broke my control spell. Cao Cao, what? Izuku, we're not idiots. Stain, you're just a fraud who needs to be purged for the good of society. Almight, you call yourself a hero when you're nothing more than a villain with those goals. Aizawa, Vlad's offspring and students. Monoma, Class B, let's show what we do with the villains, he would say while his hands began to shine. Cao Cao, this is a misunderstanding. Izuku, I don't think so, since I know everything about your lineage. Lying and manipulative bastards. Cao Cao, what do you mean? Izuku, your lineage can boast about what happened with Lubu, as if he were a coward, but we all know who read his story what he was like. Someone like him would never have cried. Cao Cao, damn it. Izuku, the flying general allowed himself to be captured along with his army, just because there was no worthy rival. since he no longer had any motivation to live and continue fighting. Chow chow, shut up, he would say impatiently and invoking the true Longinus. Izuku, how kind, just one of the weapons that I don't have in my collection. The true Longinus, he would say, drawing Ibara's attention, the spear that killed Christ on the cross. Off screen, Katsuki, and the shit hits the fan. Kirishima, ha, he doesn't tolerate anything. Kaminari, yes. Momo, so the story was written by the winner, I knew it. Izuku, someone as strong as Lubu would never have cried. Stain, it's too easy to provoke. Shoto, easier than the old man. Aizawa, good move Shinzo. The aforementioned nodded, since it was a good move to free the girl from control. Kota, let's go. On screen, Siegfried, we lost Jean drawing his sword. Shoto, let's see how they fight drawing Excalibur. Izuku, you shouldn't waste your time making the Arthurian spear come out of a portal. Chow chow, Rangaminiad, he would say, surprised, retreated. Hercules, leave this to me. Leonardo, we've already lost Jean, we're leaving. Siegfried, next time clashing swords with Shoto you won't be so grateful, King of Knights. Shoto, that will be decided later, moving the spear. Lion King, by revealing the power of the spear, Leonardo and George would be wounded, but Siegfried would try to repel the attack on Chow Chow, while he made a magic circle to leave, taking everyone with him, except Jean and Heracles. Shinzo, come Jean. The aforementioned obeyed even under her control, while Momo and Uraraka along with the girls from Class B took care of everything. Heracles, it seems that I must not hold back with you. The heir of Hercules would say, it is time for you to face the monster. Hercules grew in muscle mass, taking on a grotesque and completely savage form. Off-screen, Mizu, King Arthur's spear. Shoto, she's beautiful. David, yes. Melissa, Chow Chow is a little afraid of her. Katsuki, should I confront someone? He would say, annoyed. Monoma, no, just a Pendragon against the Siegfried. Seeing the retreat of the hero faction and the monstrous form of Heracles, many were shocked. Mineta, what the hell happened to him? Momo, at least Jean will be safe. Ibara and the girls on Izuku's side would nod. Stain, let's see what you do. On the screen, Izuku, I'll take care of it, he would say, standing in front of the monstrous subject, while the gate of Babylon opened behind him. Hercules, grahhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh Hey, I think you can remedy how much the power of my ability can demonstrate, he would say while spears and tridents came out of the gates of Babylon. Let's reproduce here and now the battle that our ancestors have had. The weapons would fly out, beginning to collide and bounce off the hero's descendant, while with a blow from the club that he managed to pull out thanks to his magic, he deflected several of them, which were absorbed by the gates of Babylon. Izuku, I see, he would say as the gates of Babylon changed position. This time, the weapons were thrown indiscriminately at the descendant of Hercules, so that several weapons were buried in the subject's skin, flesh, and bones. But the remarkable thing is that the giant did not fall. Monoma, did he beat him? Hiryu, that's what it looks like. Pony, the battle is not over. Momo, I think so. Bakugo, if he's descended from that Greek extra, he most likely has some hidden ability. Shoto, yes, Bakugo is right. This was very easy. Kirishima, what a manly fight. Shinzo, wake up. Jean, what? Where am I? Siegfried? Ibara, let us tell you everything. Jean HAI. Koda, did he beat him? Katsuma, is Izuku and I so cool? Izuku, you shouldn't declare victory yet, little ones, it's too early for that. Heracles, GRHHH. Izuku, I've fought villains before, as well as heroes, but I've never seen a being demonstrate such strength. You exalted your life knowing you were descended from that guy, living in the shadows of your ancestor. Off-screen, everyone was surprised by the start of the fight, and Izuku's words revealed that Heracles and Gilgamesh have crossed paths in the past, which surprised them. However, seeing the deadly precision of the gates of Babylon made it look terrifying, as they attacked that guy with numerous weapons, seemingly killing him. Niza Job's lives, it's likely. Everyone looked at this in surprise, but the berserker rose again after the children declared victory. Jean's awakening worried them, but they had to inform her about everything. On screen, Izuku would move his hand and the weapons would be sent against the descendant of the Greek hero again, while several buried themselves in his chest and stomach, and the rest were deflected by the club. Izuku, It is said that the great Hercules completed unique labors and that after that he was received among the gods, he would say, noticing the presence of the two goddesses. Did he discover us? That's what it seems. So much wisdom, and the boy detected you. Silence, Artemis. We'll talk about this later. Izuku, if you give me time, I'll go to America to talk to their leader in a few days, and if you want to take me, you'll have to wait until I finish arranging the place. Artemis, okay, I'll take your word for it. Izuku, I couldn't agree more with one of the most respectable goddesses of your pantheon. I know about you, and within the goddesses of your faction, I know that along with Hestia you are one of the most respectable and responsible. What are you implying? She would say, feeling offended, while Artemis reflected a golden glow. Izuku, he spoke with the goddess of the hunt and the Greek moon, the most beautiful and fierce Olympian goddess known, surpassing the great Athena in several aspects. He would say mockingly to the goddess of wisdom present, Artemis, I'll take your word for it, she would say with her pink tint. Also, why do you recognize those virtues? Izuku, you are one of the few women I can respect and admire. You are not the stereotype that needs to be rescued, because you are brave, determined, and willing to change when you see that you are wrong. Artemis, in that case I'll wait for you, she would say, shaking hands with the red-eyed man while they both stared at the view. Athena, ahem, I would say, annoyed since she felt belittled. The goddesses would withdraw while the children felt more admiration, and the others present had to admit that he had balls to speak like that in front of two goddesses. But among the girls, one Azabache felt jealous, although who knows, Izuku cannot be contained by just one. Off-screen, everyone was shocked to see two Greek goddesses watching the fight, although most people's mouths dropped open when Izuku flirted with Artemis, leaving Athena as an extra. Momo, for some reason, felt jealous, while the others were trying to make an altar for her. Mineta, wow, Izuku, what balls. Mizu, and even more knowing that Athena can curse you. Izuku, if they do, it only shows that they are simple children instead of gods. No one could say anything, since it seemed that annoying gods was in his blood, given that Gilgamesh did the same with Ishtar. On screen, back in the fight, Heracles would emerge from the rubble bleeding as he roared with fury and pain, while Izuku opened more power from the treasury, under the gaze of Artemis, who was pleased, given that Hercules was one of the greatest bastards of her pantheon, raped his hunters on several occasions, kidnapped nymphs to use them as his hex slaves, raped an Amazon queen, and killed innocents because of the madness caused by Hera. Although the last one was caused, there were deaths that he caused. Izuku, so you're persistent, then he would say with an excited smile, let's do this one more time. Several weapons were thrown, the small and large ones were repelled, but the large ones began to bury themselves in various parts of the body, weakening the powerful descendant of the Greek hero. Izuku, with that, there are your cornered, descendant of Hercules. Heracles, grah! Again several spears would be buried in the subject, causing death in his giant form, while the applause of his companions was not long in coming. Kirishima, that was manly. Shoto, as the new king of knights, I will follow you, king of heroes. Stain, he proved to be a powerful guy, in addition to falling in love with a goddess, and a man-hater, at the very least. I, Stain, hero killer, will follow you, king of Uraraka. So, as the sun set and the palace lights came on, all his companions swore loyalty to him, while the children said they would follow him because he was so great, unaware that this was the beginning of something bigger in the future. After all, Uraraka holds secrets, some very closely guarded, where several historical beings made sure to keep their legacy in the hands of King Gilgamesh. Izuku, let's rebuild Uraraka together, he would say, extending his hand, so everyone would enter the palace to rest. They had a lot of work ahead of them. They suspected they'd been seen, but the fight was clear, and the message reached the factions that wanted him dead. UA, for its part, sent drones with them, and they saw the fight, increasing fear among the students who opposed it. The Hero Commission was more than determined to remove him from the game. Perhaps betrayals come from the side you think you're defending of your own accord, and not from outside influence. Screen turns off. Seeing Izuku mow down a descendant of a hero, those who were against him began to call him a villain, annoying the green-haired man's allies, and even more so when they saw that he was killed times before Izuku gave him the 12th kill. Kirishima, manly. Stain, knowing his power, I follow him silently. No one could argue with that logic, since it was true, but they understood something that day. Babylon was going to return to the map, turning everything upside down. Chapter 10. The Dream of Babylon. Many were silent, given that what the green-haired man had done would cause an imbalance between the poles of power, not only in the human world, but also in the supernatural. Nizu, fascinating, he would say, sipping his tea. Aizawa, I always thought my offspring was problematic. I never thought so much. Izuku, it's not that big a deal, Aizawa-sensei. The children, on the other hand, were ecstatic. It was as if they were seeing their idol and he was giving them a bunch of candy, since they were in a state of ecstasy. Mandalay, Koda, I would say, worried. Mitsuki, Mahoro-chan, Inko, Katsuma-chan. Aizawa Eri? The children, Suga. They would say with stars in their eyes. Eva, excuse me, she would say, cleaning up a small mess. Ida, don't worry, he would say seriously. He was thinking about what was happening, and until now, his ex-friend was proving to be someone uncontrollable, although not a villain, but someone who could screw up the status quo of society. Kyoka, what do you think? Mina, we support you. Hagakure, yes. Mineta, don't even believe it. Shoji, we'll be out of your stupidity. Tokoyami, yes. Koda, I won't interfere, he would say in sign language. Ida, we'll see, he would say seriously. Katsuki, did you hear it? He would say, looking sideways at the eyes. Izuku, that just proves he's just a half-breed bastard, a false hero, like Stain said. Before the words continued, Eva turned on the screen, to let them all focus on her. On screen, city of Uraraka. A new day began in the first hero's hometown. The fight from the night before was captured and broadcast throughout Japan, showing a complete transformation from the considered top prospect to a UA hero, something the commission did to generate hatred for the boy. UA simply revealed his past ancestry, and how the commission wanted to use him as a weapon and sperm-producing machine, which generated a lot of tension. However, civilians are like sheep that follow their shepherd, as several began calling the boy a villain just because an agency claimed he was one, with no evidence other than to mention that they sent the successor to the Greek hero Hercules, and how he was killed by the former green-haired man. At UA, fear gripped the students, or the vast majority, and they began to make plans to prevent his return, while among the top heroes, the controversy between those who supported the blonde and those who didn't became very evident, leaving a very latent start of a civil war between heroes. Fat Gum was one of the greatest exponents and defenders of Izuku, while at his side were all those who participated in Eri's rescue, UA teachers, the Shield family. Nizu, however, made the most difficult decision of his life. He sent a message to All Might explaining the situation and the decision he had made to protect the blonde, that is, to expel him from UA given the pressures, but not before asking him to take care of himself and that he would have the support of UA and several heroes who still believed in him. At the ziggurat, everyone thought Izuku would take it the wrong way and cry out for revenge, but instead, the former green-haired man took it very maturely, laughing. It was expected that the fakers of the commission would do that out of their paranoia and desire for control and power. Even so, he was annoyed with the citizens for letting themselves be manipulated so easily, and the heroes, if he could call them that, given that they were nothing more than stray dogs in ridiculous tights, soldiers who do nothing more than follow orders with their heads bowed if the commission dictates, starting with that bastard Hawks. Everyone knew that society was corrupted, and Stain, let's just say that his doctrine had to fall given that many of the things he said didn't make sense, and he simply attacked victims of a control system, without changing anything. Off-screen, Rey, holy god, Mitsuki, wretches. Stain, I was hoping not to be more disappointed than I already was, but this, Nagant, like lambs following their shepherd. Endeavor, demons, Hawks, the boy is more dangerous than they said. Mirko, I want to kick him in the face, she would say annoyed. Fat Gum, I'm on your side, kid, he would say smiling. Izuku, I appreciate it. Monoma, in a short time, everything went down the drain. All Might, even if I don't agree, Nizu's decision is the best so far. Izuku, I think the same, since who knows what those power-hungry half-breeds would do. Nizu, I appreciate the understanding. Shoto, although he took it as if he expected it. Katsuki, yes. Kirishima, too much. Monoma, well, you reap what you sow. And the green-haired boy pointed it out to them, he would say, shrugging his shoulders. Ibara, yes. On screen, once they finished breakfast, they decided to explore the area, looking for things to do, wonders to perform, Although for the green-haired man his goal was clear, to return Babylon to the map, both human and supernatural, being a nation respected and feared alike. He decided to head to his chambers, which had once been Gilgamesh's, while he saw a box in the closet where his ancestor had once slept and who awakened his legacy. Upon opening it, a set of somewhat revealing clothes was revealed, but it was what Uraraka wore in those times, so he decided to dress in it, while thanking his grandfather for opening his eyes to this society and giving him a new direction. All of this was witnessed by a brunette who secretly watched the blonde-haired man change and get dressed, leaving her blushing from the former green-haired man's six-pack. Izuku knew he was being spied on and who was spying on him. Clairvoyance was a very useful thing, so once he was ready, he walked towards her wearing his new outfit. Izuku, Momo, I know you're watching, so do you like what you see? He would say in a rather daring tone, given some advice from Gilgamesh before leaving. Momo, my Midoriya-san, what are you wearing? She would say, blushing, since Izuku didn't seem to be wearing anything more than underwear with metal protectors on his calves, forearms, hips, shoulders and neck, along with a high-quality pearl necklace around his neck. Izuku, hey, don't blush so much, you look pretty now. Momo, Midoriya-san, are you perhaps flirting with me? Izuku, who knows? He would say, smiling, maybe I will. Tell me, don't you like it? Momo, no, it's not that, it's just that I didn't expect it, I would say, dying of nerves. Izuku, don't worry, although to be honest it's something that attracts me to you. You're cute when you get nervous. Izuku would say that to withdraw, leaving Momo blushing, causing the brunette to have a feeling born in her. Off-screen. Hawks, that city coming back will generate chaos to the modern order, I would say seriously. Endeavor, we must prevent it from re-emerging. Izuku, and how will stray dogs do it? He would say seriously. He was not going to let two fakers mess with his new goal. Seeing Izuku in his new clothes, the women started getting nosebleeds and blushing massively. Uraraka, Deku and II, she would say, blushing and uncomfortable. Both of them looked like brothers, and unless they felt affection for each other, they wouldn't feel attracted if they saw each other naked. It's more of an discomfort. Cover yourself. Izuku, what's wrong, my machine? You're not letting the girls enjoy the show, especially Yamamoto. Momo, Midoriya-san, she would say, red as a tomato, and even more so upon hearing the flirting of the former green-haired girl on the screen. Mount Lady, I'm considering switching sides, she would say, with a little liquid running down her legs and staining her heroine suit. Kamui, you! He would say, surprised and disgusted. Midnight, good thing I'm on the right side. Kendo, my, what God does when he's happy. Setsuna, I want us to get our desires met. Pony, what display case did you come from, doll? Tsuyu, this is weird, she would say without knowing what to say, since she loves Izuku like a brother. Kinoko, if the seas meet the rivers, why not join your body with mine? Yui, when you want to have a child, remember that I have the best factory. Various men, devil's ladies. Mitsuki, who would have thought that a man like that would be hiding in that little Izuku-chan? She would say amusedly. Inko, Mitsuki-chan. She would say nervously. Mitsuki, I've been waiting for this, so I'm going to have fun with your misfortune. Inko, she would say, smiling. Inko, in that case, you won't say no to me making fun of you because you won't have grandchildren, will you? She would say, doubling down. Mitsuki, you wouldn't dare. Inko, wanna bet? Izuku, our mothers are fighting? Katsuki, call it a discussion and competition between nerdy friends. Rei, it's cute, but well, for us he's a minor, so let's leave it to the young ladies. Shoto, phew, he would say in a sigh. He didn't want to have to call his first and best friend father. On screen, already in the ziggurat room, everyone was gathered in the main room when Izuku entered with his new outfit, causing shock in everyone, something that seemed funny to the former green-haired man, while several of the women present felt embarrassed. Uraraka, Deku and I take cover. Tsuyu, Izuku-chan, Kero, wear something more modern. Izuku, it seems that you don't like my inherited clothes, but you'll have to get used to them, he would say, smiling. Sensei's heroine Ryukyu, Hussycat's group, my friends and companions, Hero Killer Stain and children, I know them all little and I faced others on one occasion. I know that I can't ask them for anything and that they are all free to leave or stay, but since I received these powers, and what happened in Japan, it has made something clear to me. Our society is a corrupt society. With just lifting a finger, all of it has been sent to follow manipulators and fakers. That is why since we arrived I have decided to rearm Yuzu, revive this nation and turn it into a paradise where, regardless of whether you are human or supernatural, quirkless or with a quirk, or simply looking for a home without being labeled as something you are not, you can live peacefully and in peace. I know this is an almost impossible dream, and there will be many people and supernatural beings who will want to bring us down, but that's why I want to ask you this: will you follow me on this crusade? The children looked at each other and smiled. They would follow their hero wherever he went. Koda, Katsuma, Eri and Mahoro, Sithi, Mandalay. Well, looking at his group, we will support you. Shoto, as the new King of Camelot and King of Knights, I will follow you. Jean, bearer of the spirit of the Maid of Orleans, will follow you on this crusade. You freed me from my captors, so I will follow you, she would say, bowing. Kirishima, that's such a manly goal, so you have my support, bro. Monoma, well, we've seen how society breaks down, so there's no class 1A or 1B anymore, count me in. Ibara, I don't know if God is alive or dead, but to help eradicate the evil that afflicts us, you have my support. Rin and mine. Pony, green friend, you have my support. Momo and mine. Uraraka and Tsuyu, and ours. Kaminari, count me in. Bakugo, TSK, whatever, I can't just leave you, nerd. Mineta, I say yes, he would say nervously. Almight, you can count on me, Shonen, and as a mentor, my duty is to guide you. Ha ha. Aizawa, I guess I'll have to join in. You're my most troublesome student. Stain, if All Might joins you, you have my sword, boy. Ryukyu, since you can count on me. Izuku, thank you. Together we will bring glory back to Uraraka. Off screen, those mentioned there would nod. They would follow him wherever he went. Endeavor, traitors. Hawks, they will pay for that. Mirko, I'll have fun kicking their asses, starting with you, you disgusting dragon. Stain, even the Lady of Orleans will follow you. Well, we freed her from her captors. Shinzo, that makes sense to me. Koda, yes. Katsuma, we will follow Izuku and Ayasama. Eri, yes. I will follow Odo-sama. Aizawa, something inside me broke, he thought without knowing why. Mandalay, you can count on us, boy. Mahoro, I'll only join if Bakugo comes in, he would say with a pout. Katsuki, dwarf, I'm with the nerd. Mahoro, then I'll come in. Various, bipolar, they thought. On screen, Thebes, near Egypt. Thebes, the ancient capital city of the Egyptian Empire, former home of the great pharaoh, Ramses II, the Builder King, the King of Kings, the much-famed and demonized king of Egypt, thanks to the exodus of Christianity, thanks to the brainwashing of Moses, before the aforementioned betrayal at the hands of God. Today a city in ruins in the power of a band of renegade demons, while the city was inhabited by remnants of the Nicuchio clan, a clan annihilated in the underworld by orders of Xerxes Lucifer, along with several races that lived threatened as a mafia. Issei and his group arrived at night, while observing the panorama left by that group of renegade demons. Issei, for his part, watched this with helplessness. His people were mistreated, but no longer. Soon they would rise again and take their rightful place as the Sun King, the Morning Star of Egypt. They set up their camp near the city while preparing for the fight, while someone joined them. Seems like I arrived on time. Reyes, who are you? I think it's appropriate to introduce myself. I'm Vala Lucifer, that caused some alarm in the boys, descendant of Moses, brother of Ozymandias, he would say somewhat calmly, taking off his hood. A few days ago his lineage awakened and his appearance changed. Issei simply walked up to the boy in front of him and extended his smiling hand. Issei, it's time to take back our home. Off screen, Ojiro, looks like we're going with Issei-san. Izuku, let's see what you do, Pharaoh, he would say, interested. Mandalay, what will it do? Upon hearing what Thebes was, many did not know what to say, given that that city was in the power of a renegade band of demons, which made that faction look evil, although, well, not all of them, since generalizing is saying that all humans are as cruel as Hitler. Pixie Bob, so there were remnants of the Nicuchio clan. Nizu, and it seems that the Council of Demons knew about it along with Mao Lucifer. Katsuki, did anyone arrive? Ibara, a descendant of Moses? Kendo, but who? All Lucifer? Ibara, I'm impossible, she would say with disbelief. She recognized everything, but this was very shocking. Eva, it seems I can clarify things. Nizu, go ahead. Almight, Vala Lucifer, who is the shonen? Eva, Vala is the great-grandson of the demon king Lucifer, being a descendant of the ancient demon kings. He is a hybrid demon and human, which, as they see, ties him to the lineage of Moses, in addition to possessing one of the Longinus, the Divine Dividing, which, within it, houses the sealed celestial dragon Albion. Nizu fascinating. Hawks, we must get to him before he becomes an enemy. Endeavor, for the first time, Bird, you're earning a prize by my side. Hawks, what a joy, he would say happily with his shit-eating smile. Fuyumi, on the other hand, noticed her father's tone, saddening her, since it seemed that an arranged marriage could be coming. Shoto, old man, he would say annoyed. On screen. Irina, what will we do? Issei, don't worry, my dear Nefertari, he would say, giving the nickname to the former exorcist. Valley, now the important thing is to restore Egypt, and I know that now you will not make the mistakes of our ancestors, brother, he would say in a somewhat serious tone and mentioning the last thing with a half-smile. Sirorg, according to what my entourage gathered, Egypt, not being an established faction, was taken over by renegade demons. Many of the treasures that were in the tombs of the pharaohs were stolen and sold, so we have a somewhat difficult path. Asia, then we should first finish off the renegade demons to take control of Egypt. Issei, well, there is something that is not entirely true in that information. Kiba, and which one would Issei be? Issei, when my ancestor unlocked my full potential, he told me that our treasures were always hidden. Valley, that's what it means. Gasper, they took fake treasures? Issei, that's right. Milikas, but humans have many treasures on display. How can they be fake? Issei, my ancestor said that when a pharaoh died, everything he owned accompanied him to the other world, he would say, stroking his head a little. Zenobia, okay, we've got the financial stuff sorted. Now what do we do? Sona, I will support you with my entourage. Tiamat, Drake and Albion owe me something, so until they pay me or I find my alpha, I'm not leaving. Aquino, now, what are we going to do now? Issei-kun. Issei, after overthrowing the idiots who dared to take my kingdom, we will restore our country. Here we will receive humans, fallen, angels, demons, yokai, Nordics, no matter the supernatural species, they will be received here. Reyes, the current ruler of Egypt, is the leader of the renegade demons, and is called Tyre Baal. Saji, a high-class demon, I imagine. Seraphol, yes, I would say, arriving with Ajuka from a magic circle. Ajuka, almost reaching the rank of supreme, he was from a different branch than the Baal. That's why he was never taken as heir. Then, thanks to his ambitions for power, he along with other demons took Egypt. Of course the Surzex and Falbium have an idea of this, but to avoid a conflict with humanity they did nothing. Issei, rather, it was his justification for not revealing himself to the humans. They will explain that to me when we confront them. In the meantime, we have work to do. Sirorg, I have more information. Tyre has generals who are the ones who have dominated the place, and it goes without saying that they have the entire population as slaves. Everything is divided by cities, which are Cairo. This is dominated by Tyre Baal, who is considered the current emperor of Egypt. He rules over everyone, has control of everything and everyone, and is known in the black market of the supernatural world, weapons, potions and slave trade. Aswan, which is dominated by the 5th general of Albiliel, the same situation as Tyre. He is in charge of this part of the sector. He has the best bars in Egypt under his control, as well as handling drug sales to humans worldwide along with several hero agencies in Japan. Luxor, dominated by August Asmodeus, deserted his family for mistreatment of his servants. His titles and inheritance were stripped from him, a being of fearsome strength. But he is not very intelligent, so he has an assistant who is in charge of assisting him in things where his intelligence is almost zero. Alexandria, which is controlled by a demon called Lillian Belphegor. There is not much information about her. She is a mystery. It is said that she has nothing wrong. She is more helpful to the people in charge. But many times the other generals arrive and torture its inhabitants. Something that, although she is a general, she cannot avoid, since sometimes there are 2 generals who attack. Then she has to endure such mistreatment. Sona, it would be a good option to go with her. It would help us, and it would be a place to gather forces to attack the other generals. Issei, continues Sirorg. Sirorg, the other generals are more recent. They are practically the ones who come to scourge the part of Lillian. The cities they dominate are Sharm el-Sheikh and Hurghada. These 2 remaining generals are the ones we should start eliminating, since they are the weakest of all. Zenobia, then we can also start from there, she would ask, sharpening her swords. Kaneko, it would be logical to start expanding from there. Maybe if we talk to that Lillian, I think she will allow us to help her, she said, eating cookies. Issei, fine, but we'll need more arms. Vala, I'll take care of that. I know an heir of the Pendragon. Whether he can use Excalibur or not is another matter, besides a yokai friend. Seraphal, I can ask Isaka-sama for help to assist us. Ajuka, in addition to asking for support in Olympus, since even if we win by politics we must have recognition from at least existing faction. Issei, okay, get ready. In a few days we will liberate Egypt. All yes. Screen turns off. Everyone was listening attentively to Issei's plan to reclaim Egypt, along with the situation they were in. Needless to say, many were upset with Tyre Bale, although from what they heard, he was in exile from his clan, so by saving Sirorg, he made them view that clan with disfavor. Mina, he called that girl Nefertari? Hagakure, long live love. Everyone was surprised when they saw Tiamat, and wondered what they owed her to that pair of dragons sealed in sacred gears. Izuku, beautiful, he would say, blushing for the dragon. Neomesa, so the Sumerian primordial goddess, now turned into a dragon queen. Tokoimi, and the inaction of the demonic faction is to avoid friction with humanity. Although I accept that fact, I do not intend to support that measure. Shoto, looks like we'll see Egypt, I'd say seriously. Izuku, yes. Kirishima, let's wish Issei bro luck. Katsuki, let's hope that extra does it. Almight, we hope so, the pharaoh will make it. Chapter 11, Liberating Egypt Part 1. The room was shrouded in great anticipation as the vast majority, or rather Izuku's allies and a few other children in the room, were hoping Issei would manage to rearm Egypt, something that could be difficult, but not impossible. On the other hand, Endeavor, Hawks, and their supporters were trying to pray to any deity that the brunette wouldn't succeed, as it could be very dangerous if that happened. Izuku, hump, what can you expect from simple half-breeds, he would say, reading the body language of his enemies in the room. Momo, you look good dressed like this, she would say, blushing and noticing the ex-green-haired man. Everyone looked at him in surprise, as they hadn't expected him to change his suit amidst the hype. Mineta, hey Midoriya, when are you? Izuku, I used Zelrich's bathroom, so I found a button just for me and pressed it, he would say, shrugging his shoulders. Shoto, what happened after that? Izuku, some runes were marked on my clothes and body, and in a second it was replaced by this. Katsuki, I see. Midnight, the student outfit suits you. Izuku, do you really think so, sensei? He would ask, somewhat embarrassed. Mirko, conceited brat. Izuku, crazy bunny. Hawks, stupid. Izuku, smoke seller, sellout, traitor, and I can continue bird. Ida, let's calm down a bit, shall we? He would say, appealing to calm. They wanted to see what would happen with Egypt. This could be a point to relax from what the ex-green-haired man does in Babylon. Nizu, I agree, he would say, appealing to reason. Eva, more tea, director? Nizu, of course, he would say, having tea in his cup. After Eva left, the screen lit up, attracting everyone's attention. On screen, the sun rose in Egypt. While people were carrying out their normal tasks, modernity helped them save work and have more free time. But that could be if you were lucky. Dozens of renegade demons under the command of Tyre Bale, who were dedicated to causing problems and stealing the little obtained as taxes, causing hunger in the inhabitants. It did not matter if they were human or if they were from the supernatural world. Everyone was forced to pay the price. Issei and his group wanted to go after the leader of Alexandria. They were determined to use diplomacy as their first option, and if things got complicated, they would use force, although violence shouldn't always be used. Issei was ready to go to the negotiation, but Valley, accompanied by 3 men, emerged from a magic circle. Valley, Pharaoh, I have returned with those I promised to bring. Issei, I appreciate your help, friend. Now could you introduce yourselves? Spectacled guy, sure, he would say politely. I am Arthur Pendragon, descendant of Arthur Pendragon, the blonde guy would say, bowing. Arthur is a young man with glasses, blonde hair, and a tuft of facial hair who usually wears a business suit. With a calm and relaxed demeanor, he has the demeanor of a polite gentleman. Issei, it's a pleasure though, since I felt a relative of yours a few days ago. Arthur, I doubt it. It's just my sister and I, as far as I know, he would respond politely. Issei, what about Mordred? Arthur, it might be possible, he would say calmly. Issei, okay, we'll investigate that later, one step at a time. Little one, pointing at the little witch, could you introduce yourself? Girl, yes, she would say nervously, my name is Le Fay Pendragon. I am Arthur's sister, and I am a witch descended from Morgan Le Fay. Issei, It's a pleasure to meet you. I hope you are an excellent magician. Le Fay, yes, she would say excitedly. Le Fay is a cute, foreign girl with a slim body, shoulder-length blonde hair, and blue eyes. Her outfit consists of a sorceress dress with a large blue hat with a black bow and yellow stars and a matching cape with pink flowers and a white interior. Issei, Vala, you're showing off, but I can see you're not at your peak, so we'll have to be cautious. Subject, I continue. Issei, go ahead. Subject, I am Biko, descendant of the Monkey King. Son Ryukong, he would say, smiling. I hope to have fights. He would say excitedly. Biko is a young human, and a young monkey dressed in the ancient Chinese armor used during the Three Kingdoms period. Like the yokai and his ancestor, he can alter his physical form, appearing as a young man. Issei, don't worry, we won't need to go, they are coming soon. Biko, how nice. I feel like there will be a fight soon. Issei, okay, time to move on. All HAI bowing. Off-screen. Stain, I find it admirable that you consider diplomacy. Midnight, me too, but I don't think it will work. Mandalay, and less so with renegade demons. Nizu, it seems that young Vala returned with people I would say interested. Almight, they must be strong people, he would say with his smile. Aizawa, I hope so. Hawks, interesting. Shoto, Arthur Pendragon? He would say, raising an eyebrow. Kirishima, oh, a boy related to you. Katsuki, to me he's a stuck-up guy. Shoto, I possess the Excalibur, although over the years. Nizu, it is possible that the blood of the Round Table has combined and eventually separated. Mina, Le Fay Pendragon? Ibara, magician. David, well, magic is an energy. Melissa, but that doesn't mean Le Fay isn't adorable. Minetta, is it me or is that brown-haired guy hitting on Loli? Almight, Biko. All, descendant of Sun Wukong? Izuku, so that monkey who defied heaven had offspring, he commented ironically. Uraraka, what do you mean? Momo, no one could control him. He even tried to take the position of the Jade Emperor. Ibara, it took Buddha, I would say, somewhat forced to calm her down. Kaminari, I mean the chubby one with the friendly face, I would say, without knowing what Buddha looked like. Monoma, Can you imagine Buddha being a hipster? He would say, laughing. Pony, it would be fun, he would say, laughing. Kendo, I hope not, she would say, somewhat annoyed that her former partner was making fun of a god like that. Katsuki, and he's crazy about fighting, he would say with annoyance. Inko, it's an interesting group. Mitsuki, yes. Rei, it's true. On screen. Issei, come on, get up, you know I don't like these things. Arthur, I'm sorry, but for my part, before kings one must always have respect. Issei, I will earn the respect of the people on the battlefield, and when I return my glory and joy to my people. Le Fay, words worthy of a king. Vala, you can count on me. Kiba, and with me. Reyes, needless to say, the rest of the entourage supports you. Sona, just like mine. Seraphal and us. Sirorg, with Regulus we follow you. Biko, I can see a warrior when I see one, and as a warrior I know you are formidable, and I know that you will not only lead us to victory, but that you will take back the land for your people, on your knees. So after such moving words from each of their allies, they set out to find where Lillian Belphegor was. As they walked through the streets, they could see that the city was in good condition. There were no extravagant or luxurious places, just a city where everyone lived well. After a couple of hours and finishing off some renegades who wanted to go too far with some inhabitants, they were able to find the place where Lillian was living. They saw that it was like a kind of castle mansion. When they arrived, they were greeted by the guards who told them that she was waiting for them. This made everyone thoughtful, since it was strange that she knew who was there, if only those who knew about their invasion were those who were gathered. So they walked around the place a bit until they were made to wait in a room which they examined to see if there were no magical traps, seals or poisons in the place. When they realized it was safe, they just started to wait until a person entered, hood that covered him completely. I understand you came to see me. Tell me what you need. Valley, we understand that you have control of this part of Egypt, right? You're not wrong, but you haven't answered my question. What do they need? Sona, we've heard that this country is in the hands of renegade demons, and that many parts of it are destroyed or destroyed by poverty. You're not wrong, sad voice, but I've tried to do what I can for my people. Kiba, your people are suffering and you do nothing to defend them. He would say, making quotation marks with his fingers. Unfortunately, I still can't do anything. My strength is not yet at %. Only another being like me can unleash my strength, and thus I can stop the damn tire bale. Kaneko, someone like you and exactly what you are. I, taking off her hood, am the successor of an ancient queen, the last pharaoh of Egypt. I am Cleopatra. Sirorg. And what happened to Lillian Belphegor? Cleopatra. That demon was no problem for me. That's why your spy couldn't have known much or not. Off-screen. Almight. And we begin the liberation. Ryukyu. Lillian Belphegor. Why I suspect that guy is more than dead. Mandalay. We'll have to see. Pixie Bob. Although the pharaoh still looks hexy, I would say without shame. Stain. Has loyalty from those who follow him. As the heir of Gilgamesh, they are worthy leaders. Midnight. And they found someone. Mineta. A very pretty girl. Mirko. And who is this prostitute? He would say with a frown, as he hated those women who looked beautiful and weak. Kaminari. Cleopatra? Momo. Like the ancient pharaoh of Egypt. Nizu. Well, it's not unreasonable to think that he is her descendant. After all, Caesarion was not her only son, he would say wisely. Endeavor. But as a prostitute, and to protect her people, she opened her legs to Octavian, and it is said that to Mark Antony she would say with contempt, Almight. Although things are bad, she is the heir at the moment, but I think she should do more for her people. Hawks. What to call us? Izuku. Yes, and then demand submission, change chains, fair treatment, he would say sarcastically. On screen. Sirorg. My name is Sirorg, current leader of the Baal clan and follower of the new King of Kings, he would say, pointing at the brown-haired man dressed in civilian clothes, which made Cleopatra's descendant blush. Sona. Ignoring Issei's change, she would say, ignoring her blush, explain this to us, why you let the other two attack your territory. Cleopatra. As I said before, I don't have the strength yet. Arthur. Then you can say your hands are tied. Cleopatra. Those demons, although they don't surpass me in power, together they can be a problem, and I always stay out of it. If I were to die, my people wouldn't be able to bear an invasion from either of them to find out who gets the territory. Biko. Who keeps it? Do you mean they? Arthur. Even though they are allies, they fight over more territory, and yours would be one of those. Cleopatra. Exactly. Aquino. Era. Then let us finish off those demons and rebuild our village. Reyes. Well, at least it's a start. Before you said you couldn't release your strength. Why? Cleopatra. Well, my powers are sealed, so to speak. Zenobia. Any way to free them? Cleopatra. Only an Egyptian god can break part of the seal. Issei. You're in luck, Cleopatra, since, as the successor and descendant of Ozymandias, I now hold the title of Sun God Ra in its entirety, and since I am his representative on Earth and reincarnation like every pharaoh of the past, I can help you with that. Cleopatra. Seriously. Issei. Yes. Cleopatra. And how exactly? Issei. Well, he would say, blushing a little, we just have to stick my forehead with yours and we will automatically break that seal. But we must be alone in the place so that no one in a radius of meters contaminates with their aura. Reyes. I understand, then we'll leave them alone for a moment. While you're at it, pass on your memories so they can see the situation and what we're planning. Issei. As always, a step forward, he said, smiling. Now Drake comes out, making the dragon come out in a chibi version. Off screen. Aizawa. His hands are tied. Kirishima. That means he survives and ensures that his people suffer as little as possible. Katsuki. Now he will be able to fight and battle to free himself, he would say, smiling. Shoto. Yes. Mina. But she. Kaminari. Can't unleash his strength. Mineta. What's wrong with him? Ibara. I don't know. Nizu. A seal? He would say with his eyebrow raised. David. Something that restricts his power. Melissa. And to free herself. Hagakure. It's the power of love. Koda and Katsuma. Wow, how disgusting! They said when they found out how he would be released. Mahoro. Foreheads glued together? Eri. They like each other, she would say with a tender face but looking scary. Mirio. Why does Eri's cute face scare me? He thought nervously. Tamaki. Adorable and terrifying, she thought, hiding behind fat gum. Nijire. Oh, how adorable, she would say without flinching. Ryukyu. So the Welsh dragon will come out. The girls. Koeiai, they would say when seeing Drake in his chibi form. Uraraka. Cute. Tsuyu. Huggable. Men, my ears. Koda. For a dragon, it looks harmless, he would sign. Tokoemi. Even the most tender being has its darkness. Shoji. It's true. On screen. Drake. You take the fun out of naps, buddy. Issei. Okay? He would say with a drop of sweat. Aquino. That's the job of a queen. Retreating with the others, shaking her hips to provoke Issei. Cleopatra. Issei-sama. Kneeling. Issei. Very well, let's release your power, concentrating and placing his forehead next to hers. At that moment the power of Ra's son begins to be felt, something that did not go unnoticed by Tyre Baal, who only smiled on his throne next to his slaves who were satisfying him, while he just looked at them. On the other hand, his generals were scared to feel such overwhelming power, but they overlooked it because they believed that they were more powerful. The factions felt that power, and became worried because it was one of the many red zones that existed on Earth, since it was no secret to any of them that a renegade demon from the Baal clan controlled that place, and since they did not want to enter into conflict because there were still humans in the place, and it would expose them all. Off-screen, everyone's seeing Drake. How weak. Fatgum, a dragon so powerful is so lazy? Aizawa, you'll earn a sleeping bag from me, he would say with a slight smile. Mineta, God, some people are so lucky, he would say, depressed upon seeing Akino's sensuality when she sends hints to Issei. Seeing Issei release great power, everyone was surprised, and Izuku was smiling. Izuku, so this is how it feels when someone is your equal, huh, Grandpa? He wondered out loud. On screen, biblical underworld. Surzex was meeting with Azazel, given one of his spies near Uraraka, who confirmed that the city was rising again. Surzex, you felt that too, didn't you, Azazel? Azazel, that's right, Surzex, spitting coffee, and exclusively in that Tyre's area. But then a magic circle would open while Michael, accompanied by a group of faithful angels. Michael, so you guys felt that energy too? Surzex, Ra, the Egyptian god of the sun, never thought I would feel such a fearsome presence, but he was dead. Michael, I hadn't felt it since father persuaded Moses to leave Egypt. Azazel, I say the same to you, brother, and I agree, the fact that he was dead and came back could be a problem. Off-screen, everyone on the green-haired man's side frowned as they watched the redhead, the crow, and the corrupted dove in the room discussing the matter. Izuku, spies in my lands, huh? He would say, raising his power, we'll see about that. Damn bats and crows. Inko, not to mention the pigeons, son. Izuku, yes, mom. David, problems for you. Almight, well, there won't be any for us. On screen, on Olympus, everyone was listening to the report of Athena and Artemis, where the former was upset for being belittled against the huntress, when the presence of a known and absent deity made itself felt. Zeus, so a successor of Raa, he would say, stroking his beard. Hera, by rules, a faction must recognize them. Demeter, you could help with this and would be a great ally. Zeus, so you're proposing the same deal as with Uraraka? Apollo, not a bad idea. Zeus, okay, Hermes, but I'm busy, he would say, throwing a tantrum. Zeus, I don't care, you'll go to each place and leave a note saying that in about 3 weeks, we'll open Olympus for them so we can negotiate. Hermes, good. Off-screen, Izuku, jump, laughing softly, so much pride clouding her wisdom. She is nothing more than a blinded half-breed rather than a goddess of wisdom. Ibera, it is not wise to mock the gods. Kendo, but it seems that he has the power to do it. Nizu, because of Ishtar, Gilgamesh eliminated the entire Sumerian pantheon, and those who survived lost power, I would say, knowing that Greece would be nothing compared to the power of the former green-haired man. Izuku, with this I have Egypt and Greece as allies, he would say, smiling. Shoto, but it seems they want something similar. Stain, they look more like children than gods, I would say, seeing Hermes' tantrum. Kaminari, more than that, it seems that Hermes is the only god who works. Mineta, he's the Larry of Olympus. The children, give Hermes a vacation, they would say, in support of the hardest working Olympic god. On screen, Svarga Peak, India. Shiva was signing papers since lately the return of Uraraka is making everyone in the supernatural world paranoid. At the same time, he was smoking something that was not a cigarette. Shiva, eh? Feeling that power, damn, I went crazy throwing away this cigarette. I shouldn't have listened to Buddha, because now I'm hallucinating. Agni, Shiva, the power of Ra is felt again. Rudra, that's right, friend. Shiva, so you didn't do anything, huh? Rudra, I told you that drug that Buddha hipster gave you was bad. Off-screen, Mandalay, India. Midnight, is Shiva an addict? She would say, surprised. Aizawa, Midoriya is making the factions nervous because of his lineage. I think he needs to calm down, he would say, defending the god of Cumbias. Present Mike, wait, did he say? Neo Mesa, that Buddha is a drug dealer? The heroes in the room, even if they were enemies of the former green-haired man, were in shock since that was technically impossible. Monoma, I'm starting to think that what I said about Buddha wasn't a joke, he would say nervously. Hearing what Rudra said about Buddha, He confirmed that Monoma was right, Buddha was a hipster. Ibera, it can't be, Mineta. So Buddha isn't that happy little fat guy in the gardens? Eva, no, she would say, returning with refreshments. Buddha is someone who doesn't like to be ordered around. He does things alone, lives alone, fights alone. Stain, a lone ranger basically, I would say. Interested. Eva, added to the fact that she has an addiction to sweets and likes to sell drugs, in addition to participating in several famous youth parties. Ida, is that really Buddha? He would say, not believing that description. On screen, Mexico. A goddess was being escorted by her priests, well-built and completely naked, when a somewhat lascivious smile formed on her face. Quetzalcoatl, so another one who returns. I hope he is Hexy like Gilgamesh's successor, he would say, jumping. It was more than known that he would sleep with one or both of them. Off-screen, Mineta, oh, Kaminari, no, both, maybe / for God's sake. Mirko, oh, I like her, she looks strong. Ryukyu, although its presentation. Mandalay, yes, she would say, blushing like the whole room, while with Aizawa, Mirio, and Shoto they covered the children's eyes. Momo, Quetzalcoatl the feathered serpent, the strongest Aztec goddess. She is beautiful, if I must say. Mina, yes. Uraraka, she has a big bust. Mineta, and a nice ass, he would say, drooling while something was activated in his pants. Voice, impure thoughts detected, permitted limit exceeded, activating testicular torsion. Mineta, HHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHValkyries. Now he had to marry the woman or die at her hands, until he felt that power. So a successor of yours, huh, old friend, he would say with nostalgia. What was he up to now? Boy, how could you let me go? Oh yeah, he said, looking at the Valkyrie, who was quite bipolar. Now I pronounce you husband and wife. Valkyrie, I'm Hlok and your wife, so you better respect me and love me. Husband, she would say, dragging the poor boy. Well, what can you do? He takes out a small orange-covered book and starts laughing pervertedly. Off-screen, upon seeing the Nordic capital, many were surprised to see the situation. Men, poor soul in pain. David, so Odin knows about RA, huh? Neomesa, am I the only one who feels sorry for the boy? Mina, but why are they getting married? Eve, in Asgard there is a law that if you are a man and you see a naked Valkyrie, or you see her at any time in bathing suits or underwear, it is synonymous that she can kill you for desecrating her, or she can make you her direct fiancé. Izuku, poor half-breed, he would say, feeling sorry for the unfortunate soul. Seeing Odin reading a book with a curious orange cover, the women in the room began to raise their murderous instinct, frightening several. On screen, Uraraka. Izuku was analyzing his treasures together with Almight and Aizawa, while the others were touring the city or the ziggurat when he felt the power rise. Izuku, so I possibly got an ally, he would say, smiling. Off-screen, Almight, not bad shonen. Aizawa, helping our offspring. Izuku, thank you senseis, and now I know I have an ally. On screen, back in Egypt. Issei, how do you feel? Cleopatra, I feel more powerful. I believe I have more power than those demons and more than the cursed Tyre Baal. Issei, I'm glad to hear that. So do we have a plan or not? Aquino? Aquino, that's right. Issei-kun entering with the others, but could you let go of his hand, she would say with a twitch in her eye. Issei, sorry, blushing Cleopatra. Cleopatra, what would be the plan? She would ask, blushing. Valley, it would be easier to eliminate them here if you held a meeting with the demons who come here to attack your village. Reyes, exactly. In addition, at the moment they arrive here, we must divide into 2 squadrons that arrive at the place, where they must take possession of those 2 cities, and from there we will leave for the others to finally leave Cairo last, where we will give our last blow to end the tyranny of Tyre Baal and proclaim to both the human world and the supernatural world the ascension of our pharaoh to the crown of Egypt. Irina, that's very well thought out. Aquino, but how will you divide the teams? Reyes, well, here we will only stay Issei and I, Cleopatra, Kiba, Gasper, LeFay and I to finish off the 2 generals and their escorts, since they must come accompanied in the cities they are going to. The teams will be divided as follows. Vala will go with Saji, Arthur, Asia, Biko, Zenobia and Kaneko, who will go to the city of Sharm el-Sheikh. We need them to take control of the city. As soon as they enter it, they must finish off everyone who has oppressed our people, receiving a nod from those mentioned. The other team will go the rest of Sona's entourage. Irina and the mouse present the first two with their magical powers will quickly take the city, and I understand that Sona is the best strategy and war there is, said by Issei and I, flattering the girl with glasses. Then this will be the division of each of you in the different cities. I count on you. Issei. Everyone understood. The group, yes. Siroark. And what will I do with my entourage? Issei. You will defend Alexandria. We cannot rely on leaving the rearguard free. Siroark. Count on me, he would say, grumbling about bad chestnuts that don't let him fight. Vala. When will we leave? Issei. Tomorrow as early as possible. We need to have control as quickly as possible. Prepare yourselves. All yes. Screen turns off. Seeing that what was coming was not a bad plan, everyone on the Midoriya side began to prepare to support their future ally, while those who were against him remained silent. Anything could arise from now on, and Egypt seemed to return to being someone powerful that they would not be able to manipulate, to Hawk's annoyance. Mirko. At least there will be some ass kicking, I would say, seeing the good Wall of Fame. Everyone in the room was ecstatic as they watched what happened to Egypt. Izuku. Not bad for a start, he would say, praising his equal. Almight, without a doubt. Hawks. I would say he should have called on the heroes of Japan for that, I would say. Endeavor. Yes, we would get an outpost in another country. Kirishima. That's not manly. Tetsu. And betray others, yes? I would say seriously. Kirishima, abandoning a friend isn't manly. Especially when your ideals are tarnished by those you admire. Shoto. It's true. Before a fight could break out, Eva would enter the room. Eva, may I have your attention please, she would say, earning everyone's gaze. The master has asked me to show you a hall of fame. Nizu, who are in this world of fame? He asked with a slight idea. Eve, heroes, villains, murderers, some of the people who have left their mark, both for good and for bad, on the history of humanity. Almight, well, I don't see why we're not going. Endeavor, but, Hawks, why? Kamui Woods, we have to see villains, Mount Lady, and murderers. Almight. And why not? They are people who, for better or worse, were in history. Just because they are villains or heroes doesn't mean we should forget them. Nizu also considered that heroes in the past killed and were considered villains by their opponents' followers. Hawks, fine, he would say, grumbling. Ida, I find it unacceptable that a person like you, director, would endorse repugnant beings. Ibara, oh, shut up already, she would say, hitting him with her vines. Kendo, you beat me to it. Izuku, hey, guide us, he would say seriously. Eva, follow me. Everyone present in the room began to follow Eva, Kota, Eri and Katsuma, fighting over who would shake Izuku's hand, so the blonde took Eri and carried her piggyback on his shoulders, and Kota and Katsuma put them one on each side. Mahoro, on the other hand, was with Bakugo, while she began to act like him, giving tenderness. The entire group followed the robot through corridors until they reached one of the wings of the castle where they were, so after a few keys, the doors opened, revealing a hallway. Upon entering, you are greeted by a vast hall with high ceilings and grand arches, its polished white marble walls reflecting the natural light pouring in through the large windows. Along the walls are reliefs and statues, each depicting a legendary hero from different mythologies: Greek, Egyptian, Norse, Hindu, Mesoamerican, and many more. Nizu, fascinating. Shoto, Caliban and Excalibur. Izuku, along with the shield Lord Camelot and the sister sword of Excalibur, Excalibur Gallatin. Shoto, and my spear along with Mordred's sword Clarent. Nizu, Joan of Arc's banner, Astolfo's shield with Charlemagne's sword. Ryukyu, the sword bomb. Stain, lots of weapons in this place. Nagant, too many. Hawks, spears. Kirishima, Gibalg. Eva, if you continue down the halls you'll find some famous people from the past, so I'll leave you there, each one has their own story. The group would nod and begin their walk. The hallway was adorned with statues and a gigantic mural carved with the faces and figures of heroes such as Hercules, Gilgamesh, Thor, Beowulf, Quetzalcoatl, and Arjuna. The mural narrates the epic story of each, interweaving battles, exploits, and sacrifices, creating a visual history of unparalleled courage and deeds. The figures seem almost alive, with such minute details that the viewer could swear they were moving. Nizu, let's begin, he would say, finding a glass tube covered with a red curtain. Almight the first. Ibara, but who is it? Nizu managed to pull the string, revealing a male figure. His spiky green hair stands up except for a single strand hanging over the left side of his face. He wears silver and gold armor, with orange cloth wrapped around his body. He appears to be a great hero based on his appearance alone, one who would be admired by any man or woman, young or old. While his face is pleasing to the eye, he is not like the knights of old whose courtesy softened the hearts of noble ladies. Nizu, interesting. Mina, who is it? Hagakure, he's handsome. Momo, there's a screen there. On the screen you could read his name, Achilles, the great hero of Greece during the Trojan War. Born to the sea nymph Thetis and the hero Peleus, Achilles was blessed by the gods from birth. Thetis, who had loved her son dearly, placed him in the heat of sacred flames to try to make him immortal. But her husband Peleus objected, saying that it would destroy Achilles as a human, and ultimately causing only a part of him to retain his humanity. When war broke out between Troy and Achaea, his mother asked him, "Do you wish to live a long, peaceful life without the masses recognizing your name? Or do you wish to live a short, hero's life, with brilliant achievements in battle?" Achilles' choice was obvious. While his mother felt proud of his decision, she also felt sadly empty, because his fate had been predetermined from the day he was born. If he lived like a hero, his life would be short, like running at full speed. When Achilles was a young boy, Thetis returned to her home at the bottom of the sea due to a dispute with Peleus, and Chiron asked him to mentor his son. The wise man, who had raised many heroes by now, happily accepted the role of mentoring Achilles for 9 years at his friend's request. After he grew up, he participated in the Trojan War as part of the Achaean army, and continued to accomplish many great feats. He was a human who was very close to the level of the gods, a high-speed hero with an invincible body, which had been blessed by all the gods and could never receive any wounds except for its weak spot, the heel. The spear his father had given him managed to pierce through all the other heroes, and with his chariot being driven by 3 steeds, 2 divine horses given to him as a gift from the sea god Poseidon, and a famous horse he had stolen while attacking a certain city, there was no one able to keep up with him. Hector, one of the greatest heroes of the Trojan War and equal in strength and skill, murdered Achilles' friend Patroclus, causing him to challenge him to one-on-one combat. However, the way Achilles insulted him even after killing him, dragging his corpse in his chariot, was a senseless and intolerable act that displeased the sun god Apollo. Despite being repeatedly warned to restrain himself, Achilles continued to rampage through the Trojan army. Enraged, Apollo assisted the Trojan army's archer, Paris, and guided him to shoot at Achilles' only weak spot, his heel. After piercing his heart with arrow after arrow, Achilles felt his own death, but he continued to fight fiercely, using all his strength to kill the Trojan soldiers around him. As predicted, he had a short life, but his legend as a hero was carved into the world. Mirko, who would have thought? Almight, Achilles the fleet-footed. Ryukyu, let's continue. Mandalay, I found another one, he would say, opening his curtain. The curtain opened by the feline heroine and revealed a youthful, dark-haired man with a kind of armor and a bow, smiling with life. Tokoyami, who is he? Ojiro, this archer. Ibara, there it says on the screen who it is. Kendo, Arash. Screen, a legendary hero of ancient Persia. As the strongest archer and warrior of King Manichur, the last ruler of the Age of Gods in Western Asia who reigned for years and the descendant of Feridun, the hero king who fought against Sahak, the incarnation of the evil dragon Azidahaka. It was Arash who ended the war between Persia and Turan that had persisted for years. The brave warrior of salvation who granted peace and tranquility to the people of both countries after achieving the great feat of saving thousands of people during the battle. Arash has an anecdote in which, in exchange for a special move that surpassed human limits, he ended up perishing by causing his body to burst and scatter in all directions. Off-screen, Mineta, cloudy. Stain, did heroes like that really exist in the past? Izuku, this looks. Mina, I'm going with this one. Mina would pull back the blue curtains on the next subject, revealing a figure with no apparent defined gender. It's an androgynous 16-year-old with long, beautiful hair that shines a light green. She's dressed only in a plain tunic. Everyone was thinking about who it could be until Izuku Enkidu. Nizu, Gilgamesh's only rival, the weapon that was created to kill him. Screen, Gilgamesh's only friend. Born from a clod of earth, Enkidu had the form of clay forged by the hands of the deities. His father was the king of the gods, Anu, and his mother, the goddess of creation, Uraraka. He was neither male nor female, but simply a monster made of clay who descended upon the earth and awoke in the desert. He opened his eyelids in response to a voice calling to him from afar, surveying the expanses of earth and sky, and the towering city in the distance. The voice was unfamiliar to Enkidu, but it was neither a maternal hand nor a paternal rebuke. Although Enkidu was granted exceptional power, his parents were unable to give him a soul. He lacked intellect after awakening, so for years his existence consisted of running through the desert with the animals. Although Enkidu had a purpose, the task of shaping the chains that would return the cornerstone, Gilgamesh, to the gods' control again, without a soul, he could only live as a wild animal. Lacking the will of a human, Enkidu's happiness came from being free in nature, either perfect nor flawed. Still, he stopped to look back at the city from time to time, listening to the voice that was neither his father's nor his mother's call from beyond nature. Recognizing his role in the world, which was to impose the wrath and divine judgment of the gods upon a fellow puppet, Enkidu decided to seek out the arrogant Gilgamesh. However, the Gilgamesh he found was still a child, so he had to wait until he reached adulthood to fight and rebuke him as his equal. Enkidu watched the city as he waited, listening to the familiar voice from within. As he watched Gilgamesh grow day by day, Enkidu found that the king's righteous nature confused him and made him question the judgment of the gods. However, although he understood the reason behind it, Enkidu realized that the gods were right as Gilgamesh grew into a tyrant. Understanding that Gilgamesh's arrogance stemmed from his loneliness, Enkidu tried to rebuke him, but did not state the true reason to avoid hurting his pride. He met Gilgamesh in front of the temple of Enkidu, and the two engaged in a fierce battle that lasted for several days. Gilgamesh was angered because a lump of clay was his equal, and felt humiliated by having to use his weapons. However, he soon came to enjoy the battle and drew his weapons without regret. After a fierce fight that left them both exhausted, each warrior collapsed to the ground without regard for location. Gilgamesh did so laughing, noting that there could be no winner without two corpses, and Enkidu fell down in imitation of him, like a mirror. Praising each other's valor, they became peerless friends who continued to have many adventures. One of Enkidu's few accomplishments during this time was getting Gilgamesh to use his treasures in combat. The two combined their strength to defeat the guardian of the forest and the beast of the gods, Enkidu, for the reason of protecting Uraraka rather than having to do with the deities. Enkidu commented that the people were suffering under them, so they questioned the point of such an action. Eventually, he came to understand Gilgamesh's way, that as king, he would look upon the future of humanity from a place of solidarity. Enkidu attempted to declare them a tool for Gilgamesh's use, stating that they would be by his side until the end of the world. Gilgamesh, on the other hand, called him a fool and told him that those who live, talk, and fight together are neither people nor tools, but what is called a friend. Obtaining that word was precious to Enkidu, and it was at that moment that he acquired a self in the truest sense of the word. Some time later, she proposed marriage to Gilgamesh, but he rejected her. Angered by his insults, she begged Anu to release Ishtar to punish them. After they had worked together to destroy him, Ishtar asked that they be killed for slaying a beast of the gods. Her request was granted, and Enkidu, created by them, was unable to defy the decree. Over time, he slowly weakened and reverted to clay as Gilgamesh desperately clung to the crumbling mass in his arms. He became angry, exclaiming that he should have been punished instead, but Enkidu reiterated that he was only one of numerous weapons in the king's collection. There would be no need to weep, for he would find countless greater treasures, so there would be nothing left in Enkidu to deserve the king's tears. Enkidu believed that Gilgamesh was a hero who had a soul and free will from the beginning, who had true life and value unlike his own expendable self. He always longed for that and hated that they were so different despite being created by the same father. Gilgamesh exclaimed that Enkidu was worth it, declaring, "In all this world, only one will be my friend. Therefore, for eternity his worth will never change." As the rain subsided, Enkidu returned to his original state, nothing more than a clod of earth in the desert, leaving behind only the king's thunderous cry. The rest of Gilgamesh's life showed the great shadow cast over him by having lost the only person who understood him. Off-screen, Mina, what a tragic love story, she would say, making everyone look at her. Izuku, you know that Enkita had no gender, right? Mina, what does it matter? She would say with tears. Kirishima, hey Mito bro, he would comment, drawing the blonde-haired boy's attention. You're going to like this one, he would say, pulling the rope and moving some golden curtains. Izuku, grandfather, he would say, seeing the king of Uraraka, a tall and decorous young man with his golden hair raised like a burning flame. Nizu, well, we already know about him, I would say calmly. Katsuma, amazing. Koda, sublime. Eri, I like it. Inko, our ancestor was someone beautiful. Mitsuki, yes. Rei, I don't blame them. Midnight, he's a hottie. His face looks like it was carved by the angels themselves. Katsuki, let's see who's hiding behind this one, he would say, removing a curtain. The revealed figure was male, a gigantic man standing 2 meters tall. He has massive muscles that give the impression he could kill a bear with just his bare hands, as well as sharply sculpted features with eyes that emit a dazzling glow. He wears bronze armor, with cuffs and greaves from which white fur protrudes, leaving his arms and thighs unprotected. He wears a thick red cloak with a fluffy white fur collar. The cloak is lavishly decorated and resembles a curtain draped over a theater stage. His beard and hair are also red. Pixie Bob, who is this daddy? She would say with little hearts in her eyes. Momo, Iskandar, king of conquerors. Nizu, Alexander the Great, who would have thought? On screen, Alexander the Great, the king of conquerors, also known by the name Iskandar. Called by various names, Alexander, Iskandar, and Alexandros, he was the young prince of the small kingdom of Macedonia in the 4th century BC, who was said to have been the son of Zeus in various stories, although there is no evidence of this. Iskandar was known as a peerless pretty boy, who was perceived as a prodigy by many scholars such as Aristotle. During this period of his life, Iskandar spent much of his time training as a soldier, studying philosophy and political science, and reading great legends. Having flourished with many talents, Iskandar approved of any and all possibilities. He can be called the personification of possibilities himself. He had a close friend, an amazing man, who truly began to display his talents after Iskandar's death, who often dragged him into a boisterous manner, as would happen in his later encounter with Taiga Fujimura, and thus expanding Iskandar's horizons through his actions. Although considered beautiful, his self-acknowledgement of being the son of Zeus gave him strength, diminishing his youthful appearance over time. Later, Iskandar encountered the Gordian knot, broke the rope with his sword, and took the divine bulls offered to Zeus by King Gordius as his own to use in his chariot. Beginning by succeeding to the throne of Macedonia and Greece at the age of 20, his conquests quickly subdued the surrounding countries, and he became the leader of Corinth. Iskandar eventually sought to push his ambitions towards the Straits, seeking to extend his reign to Persia. Advancing from the far west with his army, no one underestimated him, for rumors of his power spread throughout the countries long before his arrival. As the high morale of his army overwhelmed even the most devoted warriors, they were even more surprised when Iskandar forgave them, told them of his goal, and returned rule of the lands to the nobles. He exclaimed to them, "My goal is the end of the world. My destination is the farthest limit of the east. I want to behold Oceanus with my own eyes. I want to leave my footprints on the beach beside that endless sea." Although they thought his words were madness, many were rekindled to the dreams of their youth, setting out after Iskandar to join his conquest. During the occupation of Persia, Iskandar came to view Darius III and his Athenian 10,000 as a worthy rival, the latter having blocked his path on numerous occasions. Due to Darius's immense height, after finally conquering the Persian Empire, Iskandar required that Darius's throne footstool be replaced with a table so that he could sit properly despite his own great height. This played a role in Iskandar's history as a person of short stature. After Persia, and with his new objective being the easternmost edge of Asia, his army marched through Egypt and western India during the Great Eastern Campaigns. Marching endlessly, Iskandar crossed burning deserts, passed over cold, snowy mountains, and forded rippling rivers. They battled wild beasts and fought for their lives through numerous unknown foreign tribes who displayed strange weapons and combat strategies. Although countless soldiers died, they maintained their high morale to the very end, wearing proud smiles and listening to the sounds of the ocean they sought in their hearts despite never having reached it. In the end, Iskandar created the largest empire in history to date and became the great king who built the era known as the Hellenistic civilization. He achieved the success of a great hero in just 10 years after beginning his conquest, but he soon died after living for only a period of 30 years. After his death, the empire split into 4 warring factions that quickly disappeared into the sands of history. Off-screen, Monoma, incredible. Koda, Suga, but for some reason I think he's a dense guy. Katsuma, just like me. Mahoro, I'm with you. Nizu, other than that, it's impressive. David, yes, how much history that was even lost, to say the least. Melissa, the advancement of quirks made us forget about them. Ida, king of conquerors. Shoto, on the other hand, approached some blue curtains with gold details, so he would pull the cord. The figure, the only female figure revealed so far, was a young woman in her late teens, with a slender build and smooth, white skin. She has finely textured, golden hair that appears to have been sprinkled with gold dust. Her face shows some signs of naivete and elegance. She wears armor with an antique-style dress, made of old-fashioned blue fabric underneath. Kaminari, oh my god. Mineta, she's very pretty. Screen, Artoria Pendragon, known in the historical record as Arthur Pendragon, is the queen and legendary heroine of Britain, as well as the queen of knights. Artoria drew the sword from the rock, Caliban, and after its destruction, she would obtain Excalibur and Avalon from the Lady of the Lake. Artoria was born in a time of chaos and war that began with the disintegration of the Roman Empire. Though believed to be indestructible, the empire was awaiting its destruction at the hands of barbarian invaders. In preparation for war against the enemy, Rome deprived the island of any military forces stationed there. Once Britannia lost the protection of the empire, it never recovered as a Roman province. It soon divided into several smaller countries. During this time of barbarian invasion and clan self-destruction, a long period of warfare began that would later be known as the Dark Ages. Artoria was born at that time as heir to the throne, daughter of the king of Brittany, Uther Pendragon, and the blue-eyed woman Igraine, who was the wife of Uther's vassal, the Duke of Cornwall. The king, believing in Merlin's prophecy, longed for the birth of his expected successor, but the child he bore was not the one he desired. Legend has it that Artoria was left in Merlin's care as a reward for securing Uther's love for Igraine, saying, "I prophesied the coming of the child, who will carry a great destiny, and will protect the royal family." But the reality was that Artoria was not a boy, so the king could not make her his successor even if she was destined to become king. She was entrusted to the king's vassals and raised as the daughter of a simple knight. As the king fell into despair, Merlin was delighted that the hex of the one who would become king did not matter. He was certain that her removal from the castle was proof that he would become king. Merlin left Artoria in the care of Hector, a simple old knight, who raised her as his adopted daughter and successor. Although Hector didn't believe in the prophecy, he saw in her the same heir he saw in his king. He felt he should raise her as a knight, and wished she would grow up as one. However, he never needed to wish for that, because every day she trained, she grew stronger than anyone else. Artoria swore to take up the sword for the sole reason that only a king can save his country from death, without anyone having told her so. When the day of the prophecy arrived, knights and lords from all over the land gathered to elect a new king. Everyone expected the selection to be carried out through a jousting tournament, where the strongest would be chosen king, but the only thing prepared at the selection site was a sword stuck in a stone with a golden inscription on it that read, "Whoever can pull the sword from this stone shall have the right to rule England." Many tried to pull the sword from the stone, but no one succeeded. They then decided to start the tournament and abandon the sword. Artoria, a mere apprentice knight who could not participate in the justs, approached the stone and took hold of the sword without hesitation. After taking it, Merlin appeared to tell her to think things over before doing so. He told her that she would cease to be human once she took possession of the sword, but she responded by saying that she had been prepared for the fact that Becoming king means no longer being human. Since the day she was born, she knew that a king is someone who kills to protect. She thought about it every night and shuddered until morning came. Not a day went by that she didn't feel fear, but this day would put an end to it. The sword was pulled from the rock as if it were nothing, and the area was filled with light. She became something non-human in that instant. The king's gender didn't matter, and no one would care about his appearance as long as the king behaved like a king. Even if no one ever noticed that their king was a woman, that wouldn't be a problem if he was a good king. Thus began the time of the king who became legend. Artoria stopped growing at the age of when she pulled Caliban from the rock. Artoria secured his strength and gathered followers for 10 years, including renowned knights like Gawain. 10 years after pulling Caliban from the stone, she killed the usurper King Vortigern and was crowned King of Britain. Artoria ruled Britain from her stronghold in Camelot, earning a reputation as a just but distant king. Under Merlin's guidance and with the help of her Knights of the Round Table, she led Britain into an era of prosperity and tranquility. Caliban was destroyed, but Artoria soon acquired the sacred sword, Excalibur, and Excalibur's blessed scabbard, Avalon, from Vivian. With Avalon in her possession, Artoria never aged and became immortal in battle, a feat that would strike fear into the hearts of the knights. Her battles were the acts of a war god. She always led from the front, and no enemy could stand in her way. There was no defeat for the body admired as a dragon in human form. Artoria only knew victory for 10 years and 12 battles during her days as king. She never retraced her steps or fell from grace. She was raised to become a king, and she fulfilled her duties as such. Due to the problem of being unable to produce an heir, Merlin used sorcery to turn her into a pseudo-male capable of producing sperm for an unknown amount of time. During this period, Artoria was bewitched by her sister Morgan Le Fay, who took some of her sperm, developed them within her own ovaries, and gave birth to Artoria's homunculus and complete clone, Mordred. Mordred was born without Artoria's knowledge, and grew rapidly due to his accelerated aging. She later joined the Round Table through her own efforts and Morgan's recommendation. She adored her king while concealing her identity, and was very excited to learn of his legacy. Upon claiming her inheritance and right to the throne, Artoria completely rejected Mordred and refused to acknowledge her as his heir. Mordred believed that the reason for her rejection was her father's hatred for Morgan, and that no matter how hard she worked to excel, she would always be seen as a tainted existence. The love she had for the king up until that moment was so great that his rejection made her burn with hatred. Artoria married Lancelot, but only out of an obligation to have a wife. The truth was that Lancelot, one of Artoria's closest friends, and Guinevere loved each other, and because Artoria had hidden her gender, Guinevere had to carry the burden her entire life. Guinevere felt guilt for her actions, but was relieved that Lancelot had fallen in love with her. He, who shared the same ideals as the king, would share the burden with her and not cause the country to fall into peril. Lancelot did so, supporting Guinevere and the king from the shadows on their wicked path. Artoria needed to act like the king's son, since the one who was to rule the vast territories and control the knights had to be male. While some people suspected her, only her father, Merlin, and Kay knew her true identity. Artoria literally covered herself in steel to hide that truth for her entire life, and because of her immortality through sorcery, no one questioned her small body or girlish face. Lancelot's affair with Guinevere was discovered by the traitors who hated Camelot, causing them to turn against him. Artoria did not see this inevitably unjust action as treason, but rather understood Guinevere's sacrifice for hiding her true gender from her. Nevertheless, Artoria continued her work as king, and Guinevere was sentenced to death. Lancelot could not stand by while Guinevere was about to be executed, resulting in a tragedy in which no one was right and no one was wrong. Excalibur's scabbard was stolen while Artoria repelled an assault along the borders, and upon her return, she found Britain torn apart by civil unrest. Despite her valiant efforts to quell dissent, she was mortally wounded by the traitorous knight Mordred during the Battle of Camlan. Her dying body was escorted to a sacred island by Sir Bedivere. There, Artoria ordered a grieving Bedivere to hurl Excalibur back to the Lady of the Lake. In her absence, Artoria reflected on her personal failures, regretting her life as king. Off-screen. Stain, wow. Shoto. So every hero of the past, beyond everything, Katsuki, had a life full of tragedy. No one would say anything else, processing everything, although several were surprised by the fact that the most famous king of Camelot was actually a woman. Of course, the perverts with many of the things narrated on the screen made them remember their galleries full of futinary. But they didn't say anything, since all the women felt proud. Chapter 12. Liberating Egypt 2. They were all heading back to the room after trying to find their way back to the room, as the walk from the Hall of Fame to the reaction spot was quite long, so they got lost a couple of times. But a kind soul in one of the rooms showed them the way to their spot. Eva was quietly in the living room getting everything ready when the adjoining wall broke as a bandaged young man appeared. Quinn, wherever we walk there will be a HAO path. Izuku, what a nice guy, he would say, interested. Eva, Mr. Quinn, I remind you that this will be deducted from your salary. Quinn, they don't even pay me, he would say as he went back to his living room. Uraraka, what a nice guy. Ida, for me he was disrespectful, irreverent, and arrogant. Eva, I wouldn't call the king of the beginning young Ida that. Stain, king of the beginning? Eva, I'll tell you about him later. Almight, well, I think we should continue. Nagant, I'm with the skeleton. Hawks, me too. I want to see Japan help with Egypt. Endeavor, shut up, bird. Hawks, let's see. Eva, in that case, eyes on the screen, she would say, pointing at it. Before everyone's eyes, the screen lit up. On screen, the day had arrived, the day they would begin the attack to recapture 3 of the 6 areas controlled by the rogue demons. Early in the morning, they began preparing to leave, and after about 4 hours, each of them set off for their destinations to begin reconnaissance of the cities they were to liberate. Hours passed, and only Cleopatra, Reyes, Kiba, Gasper, Leify, and Issei were left in a large room waiting for the generals who had come to meet them. Cleopatra, I'm a little nervous. Reyes, don't worry, everything will be fine. Issei, true, we will be your escort. You just have to provoke them a little and send them to a pocket dimension to fight without causing havoc. Reyes, I already made the dimension with Kiba and Gasper while the teams were preparing to leave. Cleopatra, it's not for nothing that you are the loving sister of the most outstanding pharaoh of all. Issei, I expected nothing less from you once in. Trademark smile. Reyes, thank you, but we must be careful. Cleopatra, yes, seeing how her butler enters. Butler, Lilian-sama, the guests have arrived. Cleopatra, please have them come in immediately. Issei, as soon as Reyes enters, activate the pocket dimension. I will help you so that it is not felt until we say so. Kiba, and we, with Gasper and Leify, will take care of their guards and backups. Reyes, very well. Cleopatra, they arrived, seeing 2 disheveled-looking people enter. Off-screen, Mirko, the blows are about to start raining down, he would say, smiling. He may not agree with many things, especially the ex-green-haired guy, but a fight is a fight. Nizu, I see, they'll pretend everything is fine so as not to raise suspicions. It's an interesting plan, but it won't last long. Aizawa, so she pretended to be Lillian, he would say, seeing Cleo pretending to be Lillian Belphegor. Uraraka, Issei's smile is beautiful, she whispered, being heard by Izuku, who smiled a little. Izuku, you must be happy. Ochiko, he thought he would admit that there was a time when he liked the girl and he liked her, since she was his first friend, but that was a fleeting crush since he didn't want to lose that friendship. Nagant, how will this be resolved? May pocket dimension? Melissa, what will they do? Almight, everyone has their role, it's time to see how they play out. On screen, Demon G1. And well, today we came to have fun with these lands. Lillian, the first one, would speak, a redhead with an air of greatness, too tall. Demon G2, that's right. Let's hope you don't try to get in, because this time we'll kill you. The second one, who had the appearance of a psychopathic teenager with 2 dice in his hand, would speak. Cleopatra, or don't worry, this time it will be a little different. G1 Demon, who are those? Cleopatra, they are my personal escort. G2 Demon, they look easy to kill. G1 Demon, I think the same. Cleopatra, I highly doubt it, and by the way, where their escort is, it's rare to see them without them around. Demon G2, they supposedly saw some strange people, so they stayed for a while playing with them. G1 Demon, I also thought my escort had only seen strange people in my city. Cleopatra, what a strange coincidence. They must be more concerned about their kingdom instead of coming to mine to interfere. G2 Demon, Ha 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 ha, whoever came in must be dead. G1 Demon, I say the same. Our escorts are strong and there are always good soldiers in our cities. Cleopatra, then it will be easier. G2 Demon, what a thing. Defeat them. G1 Demon, what are you talking about? Our friends should have already eliminated the threat of the city. Demon G2, what are you two idiots talking about? Cleopatra, that this place will be their tomb for all the harm they have done to our people. Demon G1/G2, our people. That's right, taking off his hood right now, they're trapped, snapping his fingers. G2 Demon, a pocket dimension like I didn't realize. Simple. Taking off his hood, beings as weak and inferior as you wouldn't be able to feel anything. I felt like Razor at that moment. G1 Demon, I won't allow someone to call me inferior, seeing how a communication circle appears in his hatred, and what happens now. Demon, boss, we have lost the city. 4 men appeared and destroyed the captains and their escort. Now the humans, Yukai, fallen, angels, Nordics and demons that we had subdued have rebelled against us. Off-screen, Mount Lady. The red-haired demon looks hexy. Mirko, and the second one, the black-haired one, is just like a psychopath. Stain, are bats really that arrogant? He would say, annoyed. Kirishima, looking down on others is not manly. Monoma, something is going to happen, and given that pride, the outcome of the fight is too obvious. Ibara, yes. Kendo, they're scaring me. Izuku, listen, half-breed, their plan is simple. They will take advantage of the demon's pride against them. That way they will lock them in that pocket dimension. Shoto, that way, there won't be any surprises. Katsuki, or the enemy to be defeated finds out. Clever, but the extras should know that they are going to get scared like that. Kirishima, background and experience are the key to success. Nizu Sun Tzu, fascinating. Almight, they are too proud. Hawks, they ruled by fear, so they would never raise their hand against them. Mineta, the place is closing with the pocket dimension. Tsuyu, yes I want, but how will they win? Momo, the pride of the demons was their doom, and I highly doubt they'll give up. Aizawa, sadly the resolution will only indicate one thing. Fat Gum, the death of those guys. Kamui, they should be locked up and tried. I would disagree. Stain, why? So they can get the death penalty later. They'll die anyway, except in the case you're suggesting. You're giving them the opportunity to try to escape. Midnight, it's true. Mirio, incredible, I would say seriously, but people shouldn't respond like that. I know they were mean to them, but, Nagant, child, stop thinking with that mentality, as it is of no use now. An oppressed person who frees himself will not seek his oppressor to surrender and cry for mercy. He will end his life if necessary. Eri, yes, death. She would say smiling. Mandalay, is it good for them to see it? Koda, not bad. Katsuma, don't blindfold us. Mahoro, seeing won't hurt. Eva, Miss Mandalay, she would say, drawing attention, you let them release fighting video games with your image, so violence is always implicit in them. So discretion is not necessary here. That silenced the heroine and several who wanted to give their opinion on the matter. On screen, G1 Demon, impossible, just 4 people. Demon G2, how the hell are 3 women taking control of my territory? I'm going right away. Cleopatra, that will be impossible, we will not let them go. G1 Demon, take this, useless, throwing an energy sphere, but it was stopped. Impossible. Nice to meet you, damn, my name is Issei, successor of the great Ozymandias, and this beautiful woman who is by my side is called Reyes X Gremory. Demon G2, you're joking, right? G1 Demon, what do you mean? Demon G2, Ozymandias the warrior king was said to be the reincarnation of the god Ra himself. Are you his successor? G1 Demon, those are stories of human children. I'll take care of those 2 bitches and then play with them somewhere more comfortable. Issei, you chose your words poorly. Demon, raising his aura to such an extent that it surpassed Ophis. Reyes, placing a hand on us, leave it to me. Cleopatra, keep the pocket dimension please, only one person can be with me because nobody calls me a bitch. Raising her aura and using her destruction magic. Cleopatra, yes, what power? She would answer and think scared. Issei, you've gotten yourself into some serious trouble. I'd say something to think about. Mental note to warn whoever marries Reyes to never make her angry. Demon G2, then I'll take care of this idiot. While creating several minions with very grotesque shapes. Issei, you'll regret saying this stupid thing. It exists as a manifestation of the fierce winds and fire, known as the incarnation of the sky god Horus. The beast is released as a servant, though it can be ridden. manifest yourself, Abu Elho, the Grand Sphinx of the Pharaoh. G2 Demon, it doesn't matter, they won't be defeated. Issei, Sphinx, take care of those minions. Since the Sphinx has the will to fight on its own, the beast is of colossal size, having various magical abilities for combat, and it threw itself at its summoner without question, keeping the minions with it. Issei, fine with the busy rabble. Reyes, it's time for us to take charge. Issei, Kiba, Leify and Gasper, they are fighting outside with several low-level devils. Let's make that time count. Thus began a fight where Issei and Reyes beat their opponents. Issei's light-based spells and Reyes' attacks associated with destruction were too much for both demons. But in the same way they continued standing fighting inside the pocket dimension that shook from the attacks of demonic energy that both generals made. But more surprising was when the couple attacked both demons, who felt fear with the simple fact of seeing that energy that they could barely dodge, in addition to feeling how the pocket dimension shook with those attacks both. Off-screen, Nizu, the pharaoh has them at his mercy, he would say smiling. Present Mike, it's true. Izuku, that redhead is beautiful, he would say without thinking. Momo, so redhead huh? Izuku, as a king, I can technically have many wives, I would say something arrogant. Momo, well played. Inko, how many? Izuku, should go with the flow, because that will give you lots of grandchildren. Inko, son, sooner or later you'll have to know that you can't make a woman angry, she would say seriously. She realized why she said those words, but well, there's a reason men lived less than women. Endeavor, surpass Ophis? Hawks, did he ever surpass the dragon goddess of infinity at times? Kamui, it is atop of the strongest stocks. Izuku, not bad. Uraraka, he summoned a sphinx? She would say surprised. Ida, what power, he would say feeling jealous. Almight, it's a good role for that sphinx. Izuku, not bad either. Shoto, it's worthy of a king, but I already follow mine. Katsuki, TSK, why not leave the extra with that sphinx? Monoma, because he would like to save his strength and take care of the troublemakers himself. On screen, Issei and Reyes tried not to be such ruthless warriors, but the devils now realized why Issei was the successor of the warrior king, and they feared the redhead who was at his side more. They realized that the rumors about strength, since Sirzex claimed that his sister was weak, but the rumors about her were lies, and now they only feared making that woman who made them look like inferior beings angrier. After a few minutes of failed attacks, both demons thought that they were tired, but that was a mistake. Reyes took out a weapon and Issei took out Ascalon, which scared the demons because they now understood who they were facing. Thus began the former servant and former mistress duo to decorate the pocket dimension with sparks from the clashes of metals, which lasted about minutes to show our two heroes without a scratch and without a drop of sweat. On the other side we can see the demons that had multiple cuts and panting from exhaustion. G1 Demon, that weapon belongs to the Red Emperor Dragon. It's impossible that you're a descendant of that guy, someone so well known in the factions. Reyes, more respect how you speak to a king. Demon, G1 Demon, have you looked in the mirror, Mao's sister? Demon G2, we're already dead, so it doesn't matter how we talk, bitch. Issei, they're provoking me to give them a quick death. Demons, G2 Demon, you shall die cursed. Reyes, Exterminator Ray, fires a beam of dark energy and disintegrates the demon without letting it say anything. Issei, you were very soft on him, Wani-san. Reyes, the sooner we finish them off, the sooner we'll get the kingdom back. Issei, right, and now, looking at the other demon. Demon G1 Mercy, kneeling, I will do what you tell me. I will give you all the information you need, but let me live. Reyes, very well, approaching him, we will let you live, placing her finger on his forehead. G1 Demon, what will you do to me? Reyes, I already have what I need, but you won't fall by my hand or not. Issei, Issei, true. The moment of the sun, O pyramid that rules the universe. The sun descends it in our limitless brilliance. Ramesseum Tinturus falls, burning the demon without a trace. We are finished. Off-screen, Mirio, try not to be ruthless. It's a massacre. Tamaki, like Madara's to the Kages? Mirio, I don't understand you when you talk about anime references. Nijire, any that's incredible. How do you think it will all turn out? What do you think is going to happen? Nizu, Ascalon? Ibra, one of the 4 sacred swords created by God. It's known as the Dragon Slayer Sword, she would say, surprised and frowning at the memory of that guy. Seeing the estuary exterminating Ray, many were terrified. Although the heroes frowned, They did not like the idea of killing in the least. Kamui, the other begs for mercy. Mount Lady, and it looks like it's going to receive her. Izuku, I wouldn't be so sure about half-breeds. Shoto, so he'll use a heroic treasure. Mirio, but a hero will kill, he won't kill. Izuku, Mirio, if you don't shut up I'll cut your tongue out. We're seeing that being a hero does imply killing, not living in the blindness of the taboo created by the laws. Ida, but killing is wrong. Shoto, nobody said it was okay. Kirishima, yes. Katsuki, you don't understand anything, you snob. Nizu, so he won't show mercy, huh? Hawks, we'll have to stop him later, he would say seriously. Endeavor, a killer like that shouldn't be on the loose. Izuku, interesting, it looks like an explosion relatively close to the one generated by Ye. On screen, Reyes, oh, if it's Cleopatra, you can stop maintaining the pocket dimension. Cleopatra, okay. Issei, it's time to go taking Reyes. Reyes, whatever you say, Issei-kun. Cleopatra, you two are to be feared, especially you, Reyes-sama. Reyes, come on, I'm not that scary, smiling. Issei, you're right, we're not that dark. Cleopatra, okay, she would say, seeing the demon smile. Reyes, well, it's time to find out how the others are doing. Issei, there's no need to call, seeing two holograms besides. Kiba, Reyes, Gasper, and Leifi have already taken care of all the demons that serve Tyre's bastard. Issei, I'm glad about that, noticing Valley entering. Vala, how did it go with the generals? Reyes, there was no problem. Akino, you didn't try hard. Issei-chan, would she say in a sensual tone? Issei, you're not wrong. Akino-chan, by the way, how did your missions go? Valley, no news. It was easier than expected. We already took control of the city and the citizens already want to see their king. Sirorg, I can say the same here. We didn't have many problems. We came up with a good invasion strategy, some good blows, and we were able to dominate this city in 2 hours. Plus my entourage and the girls are strong and we were able to finish quickly. Issei, perfect, then you know what to do. Gasper, Sirorg, Reyes and Cleopatra, we have to cover the cities with a barrier. We don't want them to invade and leave the citizens unprotected. All yes. Vala, we will free those who were slaves when we invade the other cities. At the end of finishing off all the renegades we will reveal the king. Although your name has already spread throughout the city. Issei, it wasn't very quick to spread my name. Kiba, an old man recognized him, so to speak, and was the one who spread the rumor around town, so to speak. Kaneko, so it was Arthur and Biko who said at the end of taking the city that their king, the heir of Ozymandias, had sent us to free them. Issei, well, but being interrupted by Reyes. Reyes, that's good. It gives everyone hope, and if the rumors spread to other cities we can have support. In that case we can have infiltrators who give us information. Cleopatra, true, that can be a good help for us. Valley, always one step ahead. Reyes, a kind of older sister should always be one step ahead of her little brother, don't you think? Issei, well then rest today, you deserve it, you have sincerely done a lot for me. Valley, you're my friend and rival because of Albion and Drake. My brother in arms and by ancestry, so you know you can always count on me. Issei, thanks brother, we'll see you in 2 days here in Alexandria. Oh yes, the holograms disappear. Off screen. Ryukyu, or the demons that control Egypt are weak. Pixie Bob, or they're taking over Egypt pretty fast. Nizu, they are both in fact. For someone like Midoriya or young Hayato, I can assume that they are at the level of top beings and their allies would be at similar levels, so Almight, it would be fairly easy to get his land back. Endeavor, they make it look too easy. Hawks, yes. Mirko, too easy for you, damn bastard. She would say, annoyed, seeing how Issei recovered Egypt in a short time. Uraraka, also. Tokoemi, the rumor of his return spreads quickly and people are showing up all over the cities. Shoji, they're following their pharaoh. Ida, he shouldn't return to power like this. He's inciting revolution, violence, and villainy. He would say, scandalized. Mina, I shouldn't do that. Hagakure, yes. Almight, a break is necessary sometimes. Aizawa, and more so when he is not used to using his power. On screen. Issei, I think I should rest. I'm not very used to my new power yet. Akino, right, come on love, you also deserve a gift. Issei, yes? He would ask/affirm, somewhat blushing. Reyes, I'm also going to rest. If you excuse me, we'll see each other tomorrow, and without making a mess she would say, retiring to her room. On the outskirts of Alexandria, several figures could be seen approaching the city. Brother Metatron, what are we doing here? Metatron, look for a temporary shelter, even if it's just one. Michael won't stop hunting us if we give him the chance. He's right, Gabriel. If we don't let them catch us, they won't get our powers for their absurd plans. Gabriel, okay, but what did Father do here? How will we be received? Metatron, let's hope we're welcomed. If it were something normal without anything good or bad, I would be happy. What do you think, Azrael? Azrael, I have no reason to be optimistic. Father brainwashed Moses to help his people escape. Even though he did it to free them from slavery, two brothers as close as Ozymandias and Moses shouldn't be separated. That almost led to war with Egypt. Therefore, if we are received normally, we will be accepted. Why so much worry, Naya? Metatron, I forgot you were there, Kuroka Tujo. Kuroka, but they were talking so concentrated, Naya. Azrael, whatever. Sirorg. Wow, he would say, appearing in front. No wonder Regulus Nemia wanted to fight. You know, normally I would ask them to fight, but I couldn't help but hear their talk, so why don't you follow me and talk to the boss? Screen turns off. Midnight. Fufu, someone is going to have action, she would say, laughing. Aizawa brats. Gran Torino. Today's youth only think with their hormones and technology. Kaminari. How lucky some people are. Mineta. I say the same thing. Tsuyu, shut up. Kyoka, yes. Both had hit their closest companion, causing them pain. Mandalay. Oh, they are angels. Nizu, archangels indeed. The bearer of the voice of God, Metatron. The purest seraph of heaven, Gabriel. And the archangel of death, Azrael. Ibra. They go to seek shelter. Kendo. I even noticed that they do not agree with what happened in Egypt with Moses and the Jews. Aizawa. I understand that there may be grudges in the place, but that is already in the past. Izuku, sensei, you'd be surprised to know that grudges are very difficult to forget. Mineta, although that brunette is Hexy. Momo, a Nikomata? She would say, surprised. Tsuyu, weren't they wiped out by the demons? Present Mike, looks like there are survivors. Cement, what the commission would force them to do if it found out. Hawks, you're lying. Nagant, yes you would, and you know it well, student. Kirishima, it seems that Sirorg bro heard them. Eri, who is Regulus? Koda, sounds like a lion. Katsuma, yes. Eva, I'm glad you asked, because you see, Regulus Nemia is a sacred gear also known as the King of Lions. Its normal form is a battle axe. Longinus contains the spirit of the King of Lions, the Nemean lion Regulus. It has the ability to split the earth in half, and also protects the user against any projectile attacks used against the owner. It is also one of the few sacred gears with a sentience of its own. Nizu, fascinating, knowing the Nemean lion, it's the perfect defense. No one knew what to say or do, so they decided to take a break and then continue watching. Chapter 13. Liberating Egypt 3. Everyone was returning from the short break they decided to take when they saw what had happened with Egypt, given that everything was about to go to disaster according to the corrupted heroes, while the others mentioned that the situation was getting interesting. Nizu, Regulus Nemia, fascinating. Hawks, is it correct that this Baal has such power loose as if it were a sentient being? Almight, as far as we see, sacred gears that contain a dragon's soul or similar being, like Regulus, have their own consciousness, so there's nothing wrong with letting them free. Endeavor, understand, they are just tools, they must obey us without reproach. Mirko, yes, or let us use them to kick. Stain, and when one thinks that heroism can have salvation, he murmured. Nagant, did you really think that? He would ask, already understanding what it meant to be a hero. None of the idiot professionals could make the necessary decision to be true heroes. Ida, but we stopped the villain. Izuku, hey mongrel, you're talking about crossing the line, something you fakers wouldn't do. Ida, I am your delegate Midoriya, speak to me with the respect I deserve. Shoto, respect is earned. Ida. Bakugo, and so far you haven't earned ours. Kirishima, you're just stuck up. Monoma, it's good that I'm no longer so annoying, I'd say uncomfortable. Eva, is everyone ready? The kids, yes. They would say, getting up from their seats, while Koda and Katsuma sat on each side of Izuku and Eri on the green-haired boy's lap. Mahoro, how nice, he would say next to Bakugo. Mitsuki, all were adorable, she would say, moved. Eva, okay, eyes on the screen, we continue. Everyone paid attention to the screen as it turned back on. On screen, it's been a couple of days since Issei and his companions took control of Alexandria, and in those days, percent of Egypt was already controlled, leaving only one place, Cairo, the place where Tyre Baal was, the one who along with his team of renegade demons took a country that was defenseless and without protection from any faction or religion. As much as some prayed to the heavens or demons, they never made an appearance to help them, but that was until a new Sun King appeared, the heir of the one who thousands of years ago had been one of their most distinguished pharaohs. The rumor spread so quickly throughout Egypt that it generated hope in the few humans and other oppressed and surviving races of past genocides, who still remained in the place, beginning to believe again in their ancient gods and more in their king. Cairo. We can see Tyre was furious at his losses. Most of his generals had been killed, and the remaining generals had been caught in a surprise attack, forcing them to retreat with their meager military forces to Cairo to reorganize. Time passed, and preparations for the capture of Cairo were in full swing. Issei and his friends managed to form an army that became feared. There were humans, fallen, angels, yokai, dwarves, elves, dark elves, some rational minotaurs, something rare to see, and faunus. They felt admiration and respect for Issei, since he freed them from their oppressors and gave them a home in which to live. They were not simple promises or empty speeches. When they heard him speak, they were words of a king to his people that did not excite them. He was already giving them the freedom they wanted. He helped reunite families, brothers, parents, children, and partners. They all had a single idea in their mind, and that was to serve and support their king. Issei was able to organize his army with his two strategists Sirurg Baal and Sona Sitri, and they were already surrounding every point of Cairo. This was broadcast throughout Egypt. But factions around the world also saw this war as it would decide the end of an era and the beginning of another, where a new ruler of a lost faction would rise, which, like Babylon, was respected and feared by several, especially the biblical ones. In these days, they felt the power of a god, and not just any god but Ra himself, or rather his reincarnation, like every pharaoh, and they had to have him as an ally or at least have some approach with him, since Ra in the divine world is catalogued as a primordial deity. Off-screen, Izuku, not bad. Shoto, yes. Momo. It's surprising that in just a few days they've been achieving their goal. Hawks, demons. Mirko, they are crazy. Endeavor, impossible. Nizu, ha 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 ha, there is no impossibility for those who fight, he would say, laughing while drinking tea. Almight, and it seems Tyre is terrified. Ryukyu, rather paranoid. Mandalay, they finished off their important pawns and pieces. Kurishima, a good fight is coming. Sato, I hope they don't do anything wrong. Ibara, wow, Egypt was a multicultural land back then. Aizawa, for angels, demons, and fallen to be there together, their leaders are truly terrifying. Pixie Bob, not to mention yokais, rational minotaurs? And fawns. Neomesa, as far as I know, minotaurs are monsters without reasoning, so if there are rational ones, it's good that they're there. Stain, furthermore, the pharaoh, I would say with a smile and much respect, did not give them empty promises, but rather promised and showed actions for them to follow him. Almight, Egypt will be back on the map, he would say, smiling. Present Mike, nobody seems to want to miss it. Izuku, and how not to do it. On screen, at the main entrance of Cairo, we can see Issei, while at his side were his companions from Reyes Gremerius' entourage, plus Cleopatra's descendant, commanding an army, while on other fronts, Sirorg and Vala were keeping an eye on Amenadiel and Azrael, while Gabriel was in charge of caring for the future wounded. Cleopatra, you are one step away from achieving our dream, Issei-kun, she would say in a sweet tone. Issei, I know, we are minutes away from raising our empire again, he would say, taking the Egyptian in a side hug, given that they had become very close these days. Kiba, you know I'll always support you, friend. Besides, it's been a while since I fought with someone good at the sword, he would express, summoning a sword. Issei, I know, I need to defeat that Baal to free everyone. Kaneko, you can always count on us, Issei-senpai. Akino, we will never abandon you. Reyes, true Issei, we'll always be here for you. Arthur, you have more than earned the service of my sword, Issei-sama. You will always count on my strength. Biko, you have done more than others who have the power and just sat on their thrones and watched as people suffered. Irina, you have helped people who have suffered years of punishment and are waiting for the light at the end of this road that came to them called war. Lefei, My pharaoh, she would say to provoke jealousy, and Cleopatra, you gave me a new path and a new light, she would express, blushing. I hope to always be under your light and help you make this the same place it was centuries ago. Kuroka, as I always tell you since we arrived. Naya, she would say, hugging him by the neck and putting him in front of her, my path will always be the same one you take. You are my king. My pharaoh, she would say, blushing. My husband and father of my kittens, she would finish saying, giving him a kiss. Now give a few words to your army that awaits the words of its king. Issei. Of course, he would say, putting his hand on her face. Friends, take position, each one next to your armies, he would express using a communication spell. All yes, they would affirm, transporting themselves to their respective points in Cairo. Aquino and Cleopatra, I will never let go of your hand if you promise to never let go of mine, they would say, taking his hand. Issei. Of course, he would say, squeezing her hand and turning next to her to see his army. My friends, today I am before you to ask for your help, to save our friends, family and lovers who are in Cairo under the yoke of Tyre Baal. Right now he is taking refuge in his castle. I know that many are here because they also want revenge for what he has done, and I promise to give them their revenge. But he would express, kneeling and surprising his soldiers, I do not want to lose my soldiers, anew. People, that is why I will be on the front lines, battle alongside you. Their blood is the same as mine, although we have no family ties. I suffer for each of my soldiers who do not return home, and I am always with their families. But right now in front of us is our freedom. In front of you are those who destroyed our home. By defeating them we can reach a new course where peace and freedom will be our reward. Here I am before you, my brothers in arms, to liberate to our brothers today. Lend me your strength, and I will give you the freedom and greatness you have long awaited these years. Soldier, YSSS. Soldier, for our brothers. Soldier, for our peace. Soldiers, for glory and for our new king Saitama. YSSS. Cleopatra, there you have your answer, my king. Your people have accepted your feelings towards them. Now let us give them the freedom they deserve. Aquino, let's give them the victory and happiness they've waited for so many years. Issei, yes, my friends, attack. There are no more civilians in the place. Everyone has already been evacuated. Soldiers, YSSSSSSS, launching an attack against the renegade demons of the place. Aquino, now, let's go to the front. Cleopatra, true, my king, let us go. Issei, yes, let's go. Both armies clashed their shields and swords, showing off their power and endurance on the battlefield. The army led by Issei riddled the demons, making their way for Issei to reach the main palace and face Tyre Baal. On that same battlefield, Cleopatra could be seen fighting alongside many soldiers. She was their leader. The soldiers were surprised by the power of one of their future queens, as she cut her enemies with a single slash with her scythe and attacked their defenses with strong magical attacks. They confirmed that she was a descendant of the most powerful woman in Egypt, since it was not only through cunning that she managed to stop Rome. Off-screen, Nagant, the final fight is about to begin. Gang Orca say, Beast Genist, let's see what you can do. My name is Uwabami. Mount Lady, let's hope we can get a piece of this. Kamui, I say the same. Mineta, I'm so jealous. He would say, drawing everyone's attention as he cried, blood, that bastard has a harem. The room fell on its back at that, while Tsuyu flicked her tongue at him and Jiro glared daggers at Kaminari to stop him from saying or doing anything. Momo, I expected that comment. Uraraka, Igwil yo. Tsuyu, it's been a while since I said that. Karo, Ojiro, I think we should go back to Egypt, he would say nervously. Almight, that speech, he would say smiling. Present Mike, makes you want to follow him. Stain, I was moved. Nagant, makes you want to follow him. Izuku, not bad. My equal, he would express gracefully. Inko, has very good values. Mitsuki, he is a true king, someone who leads his people and bleeds alongside them. Endeavor, what a stupidity. The king should order not to fight. Midnight, although that speech doesn't take away from his papucho nature. Mount Lady, I'm with the old woman. Uwabami, same to me. Nijire, what do you think will happen? How do you think they'll win? What's going to happen? Mirio, calm down, Nijire, he would say seriously. Eri, I feel like following him, but I'm staying with Dad. Koda, you and Izuku and I. Katsuma, I asked Nisama. Nizu, and the fight begins. On screen, fearing her power in battle, the renegade demons fled at the mere sight of her on the battlefield, but were met with ranged magical attacks from the magical sniper platoon. Elsewhere in Cairo, Vala and his team, consisting of Biko, Arthur, and Azrael had understood each other so well in battle that enemy soldiers came to know them as the Four Horsemen. When the Allied soldiers attacked the enemies, they were confident because they saw no leader near them, but when they felt four presences rampaging through their defenses, seeing those they nicknamed the Four Horsemen as responsible, they simply dropped their weapons and surrendered. On the other side of Cairo, there was an army perfectly aligned in the form of a phalanx. No enemy soldier could pass that defense, and each step was a wave of enemies falling. But every time they sent the anti-armored, they were received by magical attacks from a distance. Simply a perfect strategy. The renegades were going to make a surprise attack but were surprised by magical attacks, waves of winds, water spears and lightning attacks. But what stood out the most was a beautiful woman with crimson hair and a figure desired by men and enviable for any woman. With her rays of destruction she shredded her enemies, and many recognized her. In addition to uniting the other two women, they were known as the Big Three: intelligence, power and beauty, weapons that would bring down any army. These, simply by seeing them, lost their desire to fight or fled the place, but they were received by the Allies and were finished. At the end of this attempt to escape, one of the enemy leaders surrendered, and so that part of Cairo had fallen. At the front of the main battlefield, since this was the center of everything, there were Tyre Bale and his last two generals. They attacked the enemy soldiers, but their number did not decrease. In the distance, they saw how their soldiers fell like flies until one of his soldiers reached him. Soldier, Lord Bale, Lord Bale. Note: I will change the image of the subject since it is more realistic than the previous one. Tyre, what's up? Soldier: he is, or rather they are here. Tyre: who are you referring to? Soldier: Ise the Sun King, Akino the Queen of Darkness, and Cleopatra the Pharaoh, plus a Bale with the sacred gear Regulus Nemia. General, you're joking, right? Himejima isn't Ko's since she belongs to the entourage of the pampered Gremry and the Bale. It's impossible for her to have that sacred gear. Tyre: that must be a lie. He would say, killing the soldiers with bursts of demonic fire. General: Tyre, here they come. It's time to face the idiots who dared to attack us. General: it's true, they were lucky. Tyre: they're right, this must end here, he would say, flying off to confront the leaders of the rebellion. Off-screen: Stain, magnificent battle. Midnight, the horsemen and the big. I like the way it sounds. Present mic. My commentator's soul can't be without saying what's happening. I would say, wanting to narrate the situation. Aizawa: shut up, he would say, punching him and knocking Mike out. Ibara: well, Azrael is death, so the name more or less fits him. Kendo: how arrogant must you be to not trust your subordinates when they give you bad news and then kill them for not believing them. Monoma: you haven't seen anything, President. Almight: AFO has killed his henchman for less. Gran Torino: yes. Kirishima: via Mina, Mimata Gremry and the Himejima? Hagakure: but why does she mention the Bale with disgust? Shoji: not to mention he mentions that it's impossible for Sirourg to have sacred gear. On screen, they were like this until they met two women and a man, surprised by their power. But what they did not expect is that these three were also going to confront them when Sirourg: sorry for the delay, he would say, arriving at the field. My invitation to this fight got lost in the mail, he would say excitedly, wearing the armor of his sacred gear. The four of them looked at each other and looked at each other, while the battles that were taking place in the other parts of Cairo subsided, waiting for the end of the battle of these seven beings, since that battle would decide the future of Egypt. Until then, Issei: which of you three is Tyler Bale? Tyre: that's me asking. Issei: I am Issei Hayadu, current Security and successor of Ozymandias the Sun King, and the current reincarnation of the god Ra. He would express, raising his aura that became as bright as the sun. Tyre: so it's true that the king has taken his rightful throne again. Issei: I have come to free my people from your oppression. Tyre: too bad, because you will go to the kingdom of the dead where your ancestor rests, and where you should be. Dragon: Issei: try it. He would provoke, seeing how the two generals launched themselves at him, but were sent back by Cleopatra and Sirourg. Cleopatra: I'm sorry to be rude, but you're going to be fighting us. I hope that, General, rank will be of some use. General: damn you, I'll make you pay. He would roar, attacking Cleopatra, but Sirourg would intercept the attack and hit the general. Cleopatra: hello Doma, it's time for you to pay for the damage you've done to my people. Doma: in your dreams, bitch, he would say, throwing himself at her. I am a hybrid between Oni and demon. I have eaten several races in my life. I am not that weak, bastard. Thus begins a battle between the generals versus Cyriorg and Cleopatra. In the sky everyone could see how the bursts of magical power were present in the place. Cyriorg showing off his terrifying magical power and his attacks with his sacred gear, leaving no room for general to think about a counterattack. On the other hand, fire, ice and lightning were present in the skies of Cairo courtesy of the attacks launched by Doma, but these failed to pass Cleopatra's shield made of light. Off-screen, Almight. Incredible, I would say, seeing Cyriorg with Regulus, Nizu, and the confrontation that will end it all begins. Midnight. I hope it's something good. Uraraka. The king has returned, she would say, blushing and smiling. Mina, Doma? Kaminari. That name sounds familiar, but where did it come from? He thought to himself. Kyoka, isn't that from the manga you were reading about the obsidian-headed boy? Kaminari, I remembered now. Mount Lady, a hybrid of a demon and an Oni? What's that? Nizu. Although Oni are often compared to their Western counterparts, namely demons and ogres, their complexity doesn't allow for a direct comparison. Basically, Oni are portrayed as evil and ferocious creatures, with a known appetite for murder and cannibalism. Hagakure, how scary. Koda, it's a good thing he's an enemy, he would say in his sign language. Izuku, and that confirms that the bastard has eaten other races. Stain, what a magnitude of fight. Tokoemi, they're too fast. On screen, this had both generals upset, who had to accept that the titles given to them on the battlefield were not just a simple ornament, and they showed off not only their beauty but also their strength. On the other hand, we can see Tyre Bale and Issei staring at each other but not making any attack, until Tyre disappears from Issei's sight, appearing behind him and sending a fist engulfed in demonic power. But before it could hit him, he received a fist that burned half of his face and buried him in the ground. Issei, with such a weak power, the biblical factions did nothing to stop you. Raising his power annoyed those pigeons, bats and crows. They have bothered me enough already. Tyre, it was just a stroke of luck. Raising his aura as well, but I'll make you pay for what you did to my face. Issei, come then, seeing how he disappeared again. Kick, receiving a blow that crashed him into a wall. Tyre, ha 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 ha, you won't be able to stand against my weakling, throwing several spheres with demonic force where Issei had fallen. Die. Off screen, Mirko, at least there will be good battles. Hawks, wait, the factions knew about Egypt? Nizu, it seems so. Mineta, dude, you have altered reality. Kaminari, si. Izuku, I would say that the arrogance they possess is too much. On screen, Cyriorg versus General. General, that idiot is already dead. You made him angry, he would express, smiling, but sees that Cyriorg is not worried. You shouldn't be worried about your boss. Cyriorg, and you think that such weak attacks will hurt my friend? He would say, smiling mockingly. General, that friend of yours is just an idiot. Come with me, I'll give you power, he would say, watching his right arm being cut off from a distance. Ah, damn bastard. Cyriorg, I will never leave my friend for an idiot, he would say, raising his aura like you, so don't insult him again, he would express, raising his aura more, making the gust of wind crash into a wall. Also, I wouldn't follow such a weak being. General, damned, he would say, even buried in the wall, receive this gigaflare, throwing a torrent of black fire that hit him full on. Ha 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 ha, shame that a bastard like you died. Ha 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 ha. Issei, you know, idiot, you just made a mistake, he would say, coming out of the rubble and surprising Tyler and the general. I never make my opponents angry because I know it's a mistake, since I only know that your death will be a little slow and painful. But anything more than that, it will be humiliating, he would finish saying before launching himself against Tyre and hitting him on the other side of his face and sending him to the ground. General, what are you saying, damn bastard? He's dead. I can't finish because the smoke dissipated and I saw Cyriorg intact. Impossible. Impossible how you're alive. Cyriorg, without saying a word, would use his grotesque strength to grab him by the foot, and then begin to repeatedly slam him against the ground, while the sounds of breaking bones rang out in the air. Cyriorg, how nice, he would say, listening to the creak's music to my ears. There is no way I enjoy humiliating and breaking someone who only boasts of his strength, he would say, to let him go. You are simply a weakling. Off screen, Bakugo, they smell that. Shoto, yes, it's going to be great without Vaseline. Kurishima, yes, it's a shame. Monoma, surely. Nizu, as we see, demons are very proud. Stain, and they do not justify that pride with power. Nagant, yes. Mirko, Why do I feel intimidated? She thought, surprised to see Issei emerge from the rubble practically intact. Hawks, in my professional opinion. Nagant, the general is more than dead. Aizawa, they are somewhat sentimental, but oh well. Almight, gentle beating. I wouldn't even wish it on AFO, he would say, surprised. Izuku, ha 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 ha, that was a good fight. On screen, Cleopatra versus Doma. In the sky they could only see the attacks of fire, lightning and water, but they still did not pass Cleopatra's luminous defense. Then she prepared to attack him, which sent out sharp bursts of light, and these began to cut the demon to the point of leaving him very hurt. Cleopatra, you know how many times I've waited for this moment. Doma, those bitches who took care of you were the best in bed, and I enjoyed watching them die in my hands and then eating them. Cleopatra, damned, you will die, you will die. That's why they were innocent, she would say, creating a magic attack. This is the fallen son of Egypt, the serpent that signals the end by my order as a descendant of the last pharaoh. Urias a strape. Doma, what have you done to me? Damn it! What is this? He would say, very hurt. Aquino, you should calm down, she would say, putting a hand on her shoulder. They wouldn't like to see you like this. Cleopatra, you're right, she would say, relaxing now, looking at the demon. And you, regarding what I did to you, well, that attack will take you to a place so beautiful that you will want to die every day you spend there. Enjoy your eternal rest. In the do-it, she would say, retiring with Aquino. Doma, damn it! He would scream while a black hole appeared from which several cobras came out to take the demon. Off-screen, Momo, this, mine, yes. Kyoka, we're going to enjoy it. Message, yes. Uraraka, they don't have. Kendo, not the slightest idea how. Hagakure, it smells like Gozar. Midnight, that bastard deserves the worst death. Mount Lady S.I. Mandalay, I wait and suffer. Pixie Bob, Ragdoll, good and dead. Ryukyu, I'm not usually aggressive, but kill that bastard. Nijire, Ryuko-chan. Seeing the pharaoh's attack and how she summoned several mana cobras, they were pleasantly surprised, which only increased when they saw that he would be taken and kept in the do-it. Melissa, that felt good. Nizu, fascinating. Koda, it seems that both are the wives of the pharaoh. Izuku, not bad. Eri, the final fight is coming with Issei-san at the head. Try, yes. On screen, Issei versus Tyre Bale. Cheer music. Tyre. Impossible how they could handle those two, I would say, surprised and scared. They were very strong. Issei, you know, never make a woman angry. You don't know the surprise you can get unless with them. Although especially Cleopatra or Aquino, although they look delicate and innocent, they are formidable adversaries. I tell you as their future husband. Tyre, I'll kill them all. Issei, you know I need time and I don't want to waste it with you. Tyre, shut up! He would shout, throwing himself at Issei. Thus began a fight in the skies. Gusts of demonic power were visible. The clash of fists and metals were also evident in the sky. In every part of Cairo both armies watched the fight, and in the rest of Egypt, civilians watched the fight with hope, for they were hopeful that Tyre's dictatorship would end and they would be able to see a better tomorrow. The blows and the clash of metals would be heard, a dagger against the chestnut's khopesh. Some would think that they were equal in strength, but only a few knew that this fight was already won. After a couple of blows that sounded like thunder, one of the people who was fighting in the sky was seen falling. This was none other than the Bale, who was very beaten and burned after receiving a dragon shot from the chestnut. Tyre, what have you done to me? He would say, agitated. Why am I burned? Issei, well, I imagine you ignore this, but I will make it official before all of you, he would affirm, raising his aura and shining like the sun. Dash, you do not know me for being the Sun King for nothing. My name is Issei Hayadu, heir of Ramses II Ozymandias, or better known as the reincarnation of the Egyptian god Re. Tyler, impossible, I insulted the successor of the sun, he would say, falling to his knees. Issei, not only did you insult me, you abused my people along with yours, and that only comes with death. Tyre, I wouldn't say anything by showing lifeless eyes. Issei, you've lost your will to fight and live, but that doesn't mean you're going to escape your judgment. Tyre would just start crying for mercy. Issei, you know, I feel a little sorry for you. You were humiliated by your family, but that's how supernaturals are, or most of them. When something is no longer useful to them, they just throw it away, and that's what your family did to you. Tyre simply knelt, accepting his fate. He had no forgiveness and much less punishment. After all, death would be the lesser punishment for what he did. Issei, well, I will give you a chance to be reborn, Although I must burn your evil and your demon body, I don't know how you will be reborn, but take advantage of that opportunity. Solar magic. Flames of reincarnation he would express, sending flames of such pure gold that they would make the wings of the Archangel Michael look like a simple spotlight. Tyre, thank you, he whispered, being eliminated by the flames without a trace of him. Off-screen. Izuku, knowing his past makes me a little sad. Shoto, yes, but it doesn't justify his actions. Bakugo, it's true. Monoma, well, we'll see what he'll do. Mirko, he'll surely kill him without giving him a fair trial. Ida, if those are the heroes, we as superheroes must show them their place. Kyoka, I'm with Ida. Mina, me too. Heroes should stay in the past. Tokoyami, more than a fight. Ojiro, yes. Shoji, that was a humiliation. Nizu, the young pharaoh's power is far greater than that of the demon, and the latter's arrogance prevents him from seeing it. Stain, the fight was decided before it started. Hawks, he beat him, and it seems. Mirko, he broke it. Almight, I know that death is the lesser punishment for him, but what will you do, Shonen? Kaminari, wait, he forgives her things? Mineta, will you let him reincarnate? Kendo, that's a bucking great deal. Izuku, he even begged for mercy in his desperation. Stain, as I told Shigaraki at the time, only on the brink of death do we reveal our true personalities, desires, longings, and plans. Nagant, you will let him be reincarnated, so that he can atone for his sins, she would say, surprised. Ida, but he left without punishment. He roared. Endeavor, that brat, is he an idiot or something? Kirishima, what punishment would they give him to see intelligent beings? Mirko, I would break his legs. Endeavor, beast genist, extras, the Shawshank Redemption. Hawks, he deserved to die, I would say seriously. What Tyre did was something the Commission would order executed, so there was no point in lying. The room fell silent at those words while the former green-haired man's group simply shook their heads at the shock of the others. Inko, sadly, but at least she will be able to redeem herself in the afterlife. A new opportunity. On screen, Cleopatra. In the end she just wanted to redeem herself. Issei, I still hope that the next time I'm reborn I'll do things right. Aquino, yes, but now I want you to look around. When he did so he could see all his soldiers silent and crying, but it was not from sadness but from happiness until Issei spoke. Issei, my soldiers, my family, my brothers in arms, we have won, you are free, now the new golden age of Egypt begins. Soldiers, YSSSS. Soldier, we are free. Soldier, mom, dad, we're free again. Soldier, silence everyone, he would say, surprising everyone, even Issei and company. Soldier, what's going on? Don't you see we won? Soldier, I know, but we are celebrating as if we had done a lot. We must pay respect to the people who united us all to be free, he would say, looking at Issei. Look at your pharaoh, our pharaoh, and bow before him. Not for his power but for his greatness. He united all species into one and gave us the opportunity for freedom and to live alongside someone as his equal. He would say, kneeling, I swear total loyalty to my new pharaoh Issei Hayato. Soldiers, we swear loyalty and fidelity, they would exclaim, kneeling to our pharaoh Issei Hayato. Issei, I, he would say, whispering and nervous, but feeling how they grabbed his two hands. Cleopatra, you heard them, my pharaoh. They want to hear that their loyalty is reciprocated by you, she would say, withdrawing and kneeling. Aquino, it is time for you to speak to your people after many thousands of years and remind them that they were great and that they always will be. Count on me, my pharaoh. I will always be at your side until the end of time, she would add, withdrawing and kneeling. Issei, my soldiers, my people, my family, it is not you who should do that, he would say, bowing, surprising everyone. I must give thanks for your loyalty and fidelity, but I want you to also take mine and know that our kingdom will once again be the greatest of all. There will be no injustices or status. Even if I am your king, I can be judged as such. Now what matters most to me, he would exclaim, standing up, is to restore our country and see Egypt shine again as before. Soldiers, count on us, Issei-sama. Issei, thank you all. Now rest and meet with your families. I know they are waiting for you, and you deserve it for everything you have done today, he would say, watching them leave. Now the fun and complicated part begins. Reyes, Issei would say, arriving with the rest. Sirorg, Pharaoh, where will we place the capital? Issei, just as it was in the past, it is time for Thebes to return as the capital. Off-screen, Izuku's group would celebrate everything they had seen. Egypt was once again free from its ties. Izuku would simply nod his head, After all, it would be interesting to have someone like Issei be the same. Nizu, Egypt is free once again. Aizawa, a child just like my offspring freed him, he would say surprised. Ida, but it would be a coup d'etat, I would say seriously. Momo, the people cheer him on. Ida, he sees the situation. Kyoka, Yamamoto, things don't change whether there is an agreement or not. Ryukyu, kids, even a government can be a villain. If they make the rules, no matter how unfair they are, would you follow them? Ida's group, yes. The Endeavor group, yes. Stain, I see. False heroes. Group of students in support of the green-haired boy. We're going with Midoriya, they declared. Chapter 14. Shock in the Factions World. New York. The sides were arguing about what was right and moral, given that several were willing to follow laws no matter how unjust they were. Others, like Nagant and Stain, remained silent, watching everything, given that it was more than clear that the Civil War of Heroes was not going to take long to break out. However, both would go to the side of the former green-haired man. After all, compared to the others, they had firm ideals and were more than willing to change. Nagant, it's going to be the AU versus the Commission, I would say, surprised. Stain, anyway, I'll go to the UA side. The big were talking while Mirio tried to push Eri away, since he wasn't sure about leaving her with the former green-haired boy. Mirio, come on Eri, he would say smiling. Eri, why? She would say with doubt. Mirio, Izuku is not a good person. Eri, but she would say frowning, if that were the case, I wouldn't have been saved. Mirio, it's acting, he lied. Eri, pass, I'm with my dad. Mirio, Brad, he would say, raising his tone, making Eri shocked and step back in fear. Tamaki, Mirio would say, standing in front of Eri. Enough. Nijire, enough Mirio, this is going too far. Mirio, don't get between Eri and he would say, to be silenced while several Babylon portals opened behind Eri. Izuku, before what he would say with an icy tone, before what mongrel. Mirio didn't speak to her because the green-haired man was terrifying him, especially with his sitting position and the death glare he was sending her. That day, something in Eri broke, given that one of her rescuers was almost as loud as Chisaki, just for not obeying. Eva, okay, she would say, floating in the center, I have downloaded the information for the day, so we will proceed with today's look. Everyone nodded, some reluctantly, as the screen lit up. On screen, news of the return of someone as powerful as the god Ra himself, former leader of the Egyptian faction, spread throughout the supernatural and human worlds. In the human worlds, the return of a pharaoh caused nothing but commotion and underestimation, as they thought it was an ancient and unnecessary position, given that most of them lived in democracies or parliamentary monarchies, and therefore the return of Egypt as the kingdom it had been in ancient times was of no importance. On the other hand, the factions reacted, which filled many sides with surprise, admiration, and terror. The most terrified were the biblical factions, given their past with Egypt. Moses' exodus was simply the tip of a great iceberg of aggression, without the slightest fear of any retaliation from the new pharaoh. In hell, it only enraged him, since those who brought down Tyre Baal were the same Securidii who had crashed the arranged wedding of Reyes Phoenix and Reyes ex Gremory, after the redhead's banishment, along with the entourage to which she belonged and those who had allied themselves or earned her respect. The Mao Lucifer was aware of everything Tyre Baal did in those lands. He simply did nothing because he considered it unnecessary, as well as stupid for ending up exposing his faction, and he would not risk retaliation after being one of those who ordered, along with several demons of power, the assassination of the goddess Batet of Egypt, during the purge of cats ordered by Pope Gregory IX. Batet was the Egyptian goddess of the hearth, domesticity, feminine secrets, cats, fertility, and childbirth. She protected the home from evil spirits and illnesses, especially those associated with women and children. Given her domains, she was a beloved goddess in her time, representing great good things. Like Hestia among the Greeks, she was a very benevolent, kind, and protective goddess of family and women. The forgetting of Egypt, as just another historical event, caused a substantial loss of power among several deities. Isis vanished. Osiris, the representative of judgment in the duet, disappeared without their knowledge. Thoth ended up going into hiding and was never heard from again. Seth and Horus killed each other for their ideals, given that Seth sought to destroy the biblical and Greco-Roman factions for causing his forgetting, while Horus had a more conciliatory policy. Nephthys and Hathor disappeared, but some say they were killed by the biblical heaven, through a user of the true Longinus. Batet was found by a group of demons led by Circe before ascending as Mao, and long before the biblical factions war, and taking advantage of her weakened state, the Crimson Demon murdered the goddess. Off-screen, Nizu, looks like we'll see the world's reactions. Almight, yes, Mandalay. Although it is expected that the governments of humanity will see it as something weak and underestimate them. Aizawa, that will surely cause them problems later. Stain, so we'll go for the biblical ones. Nagant, the exodus of Moses, something that is just the tip of the iceberg. Midnight, the plagues were bad, but let that be something soft to what happened between both factions. Mirko, Hump, let's see what those pigeons did. Izuku, ha 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 ha, hell is upset about losing that dragon carrier, he would laugh mockingly. Katsuki, but I feel like they'll give us trouble. Kirishima, it's not like they can do anything to us. Shoto, the only ones who would dare to do anything are India, Shinto, and Egypt now. Upon hearing what happened to Batet, and everything that happened to her, many were shocked and angry with the biblical Kota, so that goddess was. Katsuma, killed by demons. Eri, he looked like a good person. Mahoro, if that's the case, what will happen to Hestia? Kaminari, the goddess who spies on you, he would say with doubt. Mina, so she was a bit weird, I would say, seeing her as crazy about cats. Hawks were among the last since oblivion hit them. Ryukyu, but how do various mythologies survive, given that no one believes in them? David, perhaps they are attached to cultures, rather than religion itself, like Olympus and the West. Melissa, it is a possibility, and Egypt, beyond the obelisks that were used in Rome with the church, was not very expanded and disseminated. On screen, the biblical heaven for its part trembled because of what happened with the plagues of Egypt, given that they did not go to war because at that time their father was top of the most powerful existences, surpassing Ra, who was top. The Egyptians would not have gone to war if that were not decisive, and although Osiris and Anubis were powerful gods, together with Ra they would fight Elohim but would lose. Although they would leave the biblical god badly wounded, they would not risk a fight that they would not win. The same thought came from Azazel, but together with Michael, they saw with fury when Israel, Metatron and Gabriel joined those lands. They did not conceive what problems it would cause, but if there was war, they had strong intelligence on the part of those deserter angels. In Asgard, Odin smiled with nostalgia, given that a new successor to Ra had appeared. It was well known by various factions that Odin and Ra were friends in their youth, but when Egypt fell and Ra vanished, which subsequently caused Apophis to join the evil dragon faction, along with Kromkruch, Fafnir, Grendel, Yamada no Orochi, Ladin, and Niger. The old man, despite being a pervert, was more than determined to acknowledge the faction's return to Egypt, in addition to being an ally in case of problems, mainly with the biblical heaven after an attack on the dwarven forges of Nidavellir. On Olympus, the pressure of power that Ise exerted made everyone remember that Ra was not someone weak, because to be a god, he had a power that rivaled the primordial. Even Kronos, titan of time and father of the Olympians, the Crooked, was afraid of said power, although in his plans to recover and finish off the gods, he would attack both Babylon and Egypt. To teach those two brats that despite being the successors of great figures, they were nothing more than simple mortals. In the council room of Olympus, they decided to be the first to recognize it as a faction, because they needed support in the war that was coming to them, a second Titanomachy. At the Svarga, Shiva smiled excitedly. He had never been able to face Ra in a fight. They said he was the most powerful of the Egyptian gods, and being a fan of fights, Shiva wanted to fight him. Buddha, for his part, continued eating his sweets. Nothing would change his belief that no one commands him. After all, he simply lives alone and fights alone. In Shinto, Amaterasu felt that something must be done, as the increases in rogue demons and fallen angels in their territories were a serious matter. She feared for the descendants of the great heroes of her mythology, Okita Tsuji, named for being descended from Okita Tsuji himself, Nagao Kajitora, the champion of Bishamonten, Fuma Kotaru, the last of the shinobi of the Kotaru clan, Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, a powerful swordsman and magician of their pantheon, and one of the guardians of Shinto, Miyamoto Musashi, descendant of the one who bestowed the title of unrivaled under the heavens upon Kojiro Sasaki. Amaterasu was not afraid for nothing. Her fear was well-founded. Numerous demons and fallen angels in her lands, whether renegades or not, would have already overdone it with strong women and men, convincing them in any way to join their factions, and she would not take that risk. That is why she made the decision to send them to Babylon and negotiate with both emerging factions. A diplomatic gesture, an alliance of both factions. Amaterasu would recognize Babylon and Egypt as a returning faction. Therefore, when coming to the light, the Biblicals could not object to anything, given that Shinto has several of the current top powerful existences and Greece/Rome has a number of demigods if there is war, so there would be no problems in the short term. Off-screen, Izuku. Those half-breeds, always wanting to stand out. I would say hearing that Elohim was one of the top most powerful existences of ancient times. Kendo, well, Miguel is scared. Ibera, it's true. Mineta, did Odin meet Ra? Nizu, it makes sense, they are both gods, so it is likely that in their millennia of life they knew each other. Almight, it seems like something interesting that guys like Fafnir, Grendel, Apophis are grouped into a faction. Nizu, evil dragons. David, they might be a bit problematic. Melissa, yes. Neomesa, let's hope not. Seeing that there was a war on Olympus, everyone was surprised, and even more so when they learned that it was the second Titanomachy. Although seeing the Titan of Time terrified was something fun to see. Ciro, wow, they were afraid of him. Momo, no wonder Ra was said to be some sort of primordial deity. Stain, even the Hindu felt it. Ojiro, is it me or does Shiva seem like a fighting freak? Shoji, it is possible. Tokoemi, we all have our madness. Hawks, were there descendants of so many personalities in Japan? He would say interestedly. Endeavor, they could be great heroes. Stain, few and several others are swordsmen. Mina, the Kitsune girl is very beautiful. Mineta, good. Tsuyu, and who Amakusa Shiro? Kaminari, no idea, but it gives me a bad feeling. Nizu, beyond everything, it is a wise choice of the goddess. Izuku, yes. Ida, that's all you would say because you will benefit. Izuku, does your tail hurt? He would say mockingly, causing fury in the blue-haired man. On screen, in Babylon. For the past few days, Izuku had been waking up as if it were just another day in his life, except that for the past 5 days, a busted brunette had been sneaking into his room and hugging him like a koala. At first, the former green-haired man felt slightly nervous, but he soon got used to it. He couldn't deny that the brunette's company was pleasant, and he liked it. He decided not to do any work that day, given that he almost died like his grandfather who died from overwork, and this time he had no one to go down to the Sumerian underworld and ask Ereshkigal to free him. Of course, with this he earned reprimands from Almight and several others for being reckless, but it did not stop the development of Uruk, given that he began to train his support team, the future elite of the city. He decided to call them servants, and divided them into classes, since it was easier for them, although this did not prevent them from learning other branches of combat. Also, to help himself, he decided to use some writings and spells from his grandfather. These determined some blood connection with several heroes that he came to know, or that thanks to his clairvoyance he had seen, and Midoriya, when he did it with his friends, he was truly surprised. The first to be encouraged was Kirishima Ijiro, his first Lancer-class servant, surprisingly a descendant of Siyu Chulin, the son of light, the blue Lancer of the wind, son of the light god of Irish mythology. Siyu Chulin was the demigod hero of the Ulster cycle, son of the god who ruled over the sun and a member of the divine Danann family in Celtic mythology. It is for this reason that Izuku gave Gibalg to him and entrusted him to carry out his ancestors' will. Gibalg is a cursed spear said to cause wounds that cannot be healed while the spear remains in the world. Kirishima nearly fainted from overmanhood upon feeling the power entrusted to him, and despite his strength, he had to train to live up to his legacy. Off-screen, Koda, let's go with Izuku and I. Katsuma, yes. Izuku, Momo and me? He would say nervously. Momo, mine, she would say, hanging like a koala. Midnight, what a daring girl, she would say, laughing. Mount Lady, at least she's not old. Momo, you know that I hooked up with someone when I was and you're still single when you're over? Mount Lady, daughter of Uraraka. Congratulations, Deku-kun, she would say, shaking him from side to side. Izuku, gee thanks, but let me go, I'm going to throw up. Uraraka, sorry. All Might, very bad shonen. A leader must do his job. Mandalay, And isn't that exaggerated? Nizu, I understand you, young man. Signing paperwork is death. Stain, huh? Nagant. Successors or descendants of heroes of the past? Kirishima, I would say surprised. Monoma, descendant of Siyu Chulin? Ibara, not bad. Kendo, Sokulin's hound. Katsuki, ha 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 ha, they'll call him a dog, ha 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 ha. Endeavor, Debalg? Orca gang. The brat with that gun is dangerous. Ryukyu, if the legend is true, every time it is thrown it will hit the opponent's heart. Kirishima, how manly, he would say in surprise. On screen, next was Shoto, who permanently and proudly adopted the surname Pendragon by confirming his maternal lineage, along with Rangaminiad, and the sword Excalibur, being considered the new King of Knights, first saber-class servant of Uruk, in addition to beginning to train to use his weapons to their full potential, given that he was previously able to use a small fraction of the power they contained. Katsuki Bakugo was next. He was more than convinced that he had ancestors, something that many found difficult to believe. The result, Bakugo Katsuki, was a descendant of the most powerful demigod in India, Karna, the Red Spearman, hero of charity and son of the sun god. A hero in the style of Achilles in India, participant in the Hindu epic Mahabharata. Son of a human princess and the sun god, Surya. His mother had a mantra that allowed her to have children with gods. Before becoming the king's wife, Kunti tested the mantra and gave birth to a single child. That child was Karna, the golden hero who was born from relations with the sun god Surya. Karna possessed abilities given by Surya, so when Izuku handed over the spear of his ancestor, Vasvi Shakti, his ancestor's powers were activated. Off-screen, Shoto, well, I already knew he was a Pendragon. Rei, yes. Fuyumi, you also look good in armor, little brother. Endeavor, Shoto, Himura family, shut up. Mitsuki, wait. Masaru, do we descend from someone? Bakugo, who the hell is Karna? He would say with annoyance. David, he is the invulnerable hero of the Hindu epic Mahabharata, as a hero on the defeated side. The central conflict of the Mahabharata is the war for influence between the Pandava royal family and the Kaurava royal family. Karna became famous as the rival of Arjuna, the great hero of Hindu mythology. He is also the son of the Hindu sun god Surya. Katsuki, ha 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 ha, I'm the best, ha 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 ha. Izuku, don't get excited, Kaken, after all, I have more divinity than you. Almight, so. Stain, with the spear. Nizu, his bloodline was activated. Hawks, until now those brats must be subdued, no matter what the cost, he thought seriously, given that with the power of the legends in the hands of the Commission, the heroes would undoubtedly win the coming battles. On screen, Stain didn't want to know if he was descended from someone. Instead, Izuku decided to name him his first assassin-class servant, and the one who would be in charge of all the servants of said title and the one in charge of assigning missions to the group. Next in line were the Shimano brothers, who were given the same rank, given their ancestry. Both were descendants of the Dioscuri, the Gemini twins, and therefore, they would share the same rank, being saber-class servants. The next to pass was Kota Izumi, so to everyone's surprise, the son of the water hose duo was a descendant of Amiya Shiro, a being unknown to many in history. Izuku had to search the ziggurat for information about him, until he found it. Shiro, also called in the records as Archer, was a hero who made a pact with time itself. His origin was not clear, but there was a record written by Gilgamesh himself with his own handwriting, which was supposed to come from a future time that in the era of quirks never happened. Having a slight information of his abilities, he granted the title of Archer-class servant to little Izumi, and prepared him to train him. After Kota, the next to pass was Eri, his little adopted daughter, and of course when her origin was revealed even Stain's blood ran cold, and the heroes simply trembled. Eri was a descendant of the greatest assassin in the history of humanity, that man who terrorized London in the pre-Quirk era and whom no detective could find Jack the Ripper. Knowing her lineage, Izuku gave the rank of assassin-class servant to the girl and would make sure she didn't do anything he didn't order. Off-screen, Stain, so you're chief assassin, I like him. Ida, this is wrong, killing is wrong, it's illegal and a crime. He shouted without being heard. Katsuma, we're next, sister. Mahoro, although we already know it, little brother. Nizu, that's Dioscuros. Ryukyu, be well, it's not that I'm against it but they are small. Izuku, My job as an older brother is to spoil and protect them, as well as fight with them. Being the jealous brother, if Mahoro brings a girlfriend, he would say, causing a pout in the aforementioned, and the brother who mentions the exes when his little brother brings the current one, he would say, so that Katsuma would tilt his head without understanding. Mineta, that guy is the devil dude, don't buck with me. Mandalay, Koda too? Koda, but who is Archer? Izuku, why do I feel like he's a fourth-rate copycat? I'd say seriously, even though I know you're my little brother. Kota, hee. Upon hearing what Eri said, several people backed away in fear, while others' blood ran cold upon learning the news. Stain, no, impossible, you must be bucking with me, he would say without believing it. Nagant, is this a joke? Almight, who would have thought? Aizawa, yes. Nizu, the most famous assassin in human history. Izuku, great, he would say, hugging Eri. Mirio, he is the descendant of a monster. Eri, upon hearing those words, would begin to cry since an idol had fallen from her podium, and seeing her as Chisaki did so, while Inko grabbed the girl. Izuku, how did you tell him? He would say, getting closer. Mirio, me? I told him that he descends from a monster, he would say, feeling his destiny. Izuku didn't think twice at that moment, and started hitting Mirio in the face. Izuku, take it back, he would say, hitting the blonde boy in the face. Inko, son, she would say, hugging Eri, who was crying. Katsuki, Shoto, Stain, All Might, and Kirishima had to separate Izuku from the blonde who had a broken nose, a black eye, and missing teeth. Stain, boy, he's not worth it, he would say seriously, trying to calm the blonde down. All Might, sir, would be disappointed. Togata Shonen. Koda, I also want to punch him. Katsuma, yes. Mandalay and Mitsuki would take them to avoid more blows, but Aizawa would grab Mirio with his bandages. Aizawa, we'll talk in that room, he would say, dragging the blonde to a room labeled Torture Room. Eva, it was a good idea to have installed it. Nizu, at least the young man knows what the girl should or should not do, he would say nervously. Those who were against the green-haired man were simply frightened to see him furious. They had never seen him like that before. On screen, Ibra chose to be the next. Needless to say, everyone's surprise was evident, because who would have even thought that the most religious of Class B had no relationship at all with someone biblical, but instead, her ancestor was someone from the Greek faction. The hunter who had the divine blessing of Artemis, the girl who competed against Hippomedes, and ended up punished by Hera in the past, Atlanta. Faced with total shock, Izuku gave a bow to the green-haired girl and assigned her as an archer-class servant. Kaminari Denki after that was the next. Of all those present, only Stain's mind went blank. Who would have thought that the unrivaled under the heavens, the nameless samurai, was related to someone who was an idiot with his quirk? Kaminari was a descendant of Sasaki Kojiro, so Izuku named him an assassin-class servant. Last but not least, Nito Minoma, the prospective Phantom Thief hero, someone who wasn't expected to have much in lineage, ended up being a descendant of the Flower Wizard, the most powerful wizard in history, Merlin. In this way, Izuku would give Nito his title of caster-class servant. This cemented a change for the better, where factions that abused the supposed weakness of humans would begin to respect and fear their power. They continued like this for another week, where upon learning of what had happened in Egypt, Izuku had decided to be one of the few who would try to relate to the pharaoh, so he would surely meet with them. Off-screen, Kendo, go. Uraraka, yes. Tsuyu, who would say that the most religious of Class B has blood from another pantheon? Ibara, I'm surprised. Nizu, Atlanta, the hunter, fascinating story, although most have something in common. Midnight, yes, the tragedies. Mirko, bah, to me she's just a brat. Ryukyu, I hope and you don't regret it. Stain, huh? He would say, looking at the blonde idiot with surprise, how is it that he is a descendant of Sasaki Kojiro? He would say surprised, since he did not see the slightest potential in him as a swordsman. Kaminari, great. Kyoka, they are a bit lost, she would say mockingly. Katsuki, at least he has something to rely on to fight, and not to track and attack from a distance, I would say, defending the blonde. Kendo, it can't be. Vlad, impossible. Minoma, so I'm a descendant of the greatest magician in the history of humanity. Nizu, and what a change they will bring to the world, given that if that is how the factions see us, then let's show them that humanity is not weak. Izuku, it's obvious that I will negotiate with my equal, I would say seriously. Eri, yes, she would say, wiping her tears. Inko, yeah. Izuku, Dad won't let anything bad happen to you. On screen. On the subject of meetings, she took a flight with All Might, Todoroki Shoto, and Kirishima Aijiro, as her bodyguards and mentor, to the United States, where thanks to All Might's help, the heroine of the human world, Star and Stripe, was more than convinced to help. From the first moment, All Might had called Star, and when the news flooded through Japan and left the island, it caused the heroine to believe in her mentor instead of the lies that were spreading in the archipelago, managing to secure support for the now blonde-haired man from the United States Hero Commission, Izuku. So this is New York, well we should go to the Empire State, he would say smiling. Kirishima, this will be manly. Shoto, we should go with him, we are his guards. All Might, I really thank you for everything Star. Star and Stripe, the pleasure is mine, master. Once a hero, always a hero. And false evidence shouldn't mark your life like it did for that young man. So the hero of Japan and the heroine decided to talk while the boys resolved the supernatural issue with Olympus. Off-screen. Nizu, America? Midnight, we'll meet with the Olympians. David, who would have thought I was right? Melissa, Olympus is in the Empire State Building? All Might, so I'll include her, he would say looking at Star. Stain, America's strongest heroine? She would say, raising her eyebrow. Izuku, so America supports me, it's a good thing knowing that Japan is a bunch of treacherous rats. Shoto, Kirishima and I are your bodyguards. Interesting. Kirishima, Yash. It's time to show my strength. Aizawa, what happened? What did I miss? He would say returning to the living room. Nizu, not much Aizawa, he would say calmly, and young Togata? Aizawa, in the infirmary, he would say without further ado, cleaning his bloody knuckles. On screen. Long Island, New York Camp Half-Blood. Numerous demigods could be seen, all no younger than years old, training with swords, bows, shields, and physical exercises while a centaur watched and gave instructions, while a black-haired boy approached and asked, Hey Chiron, what are we doing today? Chiron, patience Percy, things will get serious soon. Percy, how serious? Chiron, much more serious than entering the Sea of Monsters or returning Zeus's thunderbolt. Percy, those old ladies really enjoy creating an adventure movie out of our lives. Screen turns off. All Might, Camp Half-Blood? David, that means, seeing the high population of demigods, many were surprised and Hawks along with Endeavor were looking at the screen with calculating eyes. Izuku, who would have thought? Shoto, you don't look surprised. Momo, well, the Olympic world is one of the most promiscuous, I would say uncomfortably. Nizu, fascinating Chiron alive in person, he would say seeing the legendary hero trainer. Aizawa, so keep training, I don't blame you, an educator's duty never ends. Uraraka, Percy has an aura of something strange. Izuku, I noticed, and seeing him, he is a son of the big along with mentioning the Sea of Monsters and Zeus's lightning. Many murmured something strange upon hearing the old women like to annoy, and Niza and David were the ones who found the answer by asking themselves the same question as the young demigod. What were the Morai up to now? Chapter 15. Conversation with Olympus. Commitment. Everyone in the place was murmuring and debating, since with what they heard no one wanted to know what old women and a certain descendant of Gilgamesh were planning to pay them a visit to eliminate all the destinies of immortals and mortals, so that they could live without these witches manipulating them left and right. Uraraka, it's kind of uncomfortable knowing that everything you do is. Momo, seen by those old women. Mineta, yes, where did privacy go? Kaminari, I don't know. Nizu, and it's something that not even the gods can escape. Stain, let's hope those aren't a problem. All Might, I don't think they'll cause a war for entertainment, I'd say optimistically. Izuku simply shook his head in amusement, since being Gilgamesh's grandson gave him his clairvoyance, and what was coming was not pretty, or at least not for his enemies. Kamui, well, we should look for them to see if we will be successful. Mount Lady, let's wait. Endeavor, it's clear we'll have it. Hawks, yes. Before any more opinions could be voiced in the room, the screen lit up again. Shoto, let's go to Olympus. Kirishima, I bet it will be interesting. On screen, New York Manhattan. We can see Izuku followed by Kirishima and Shoto, who are heading to a specific place. Given the perceptions of strong magical energies, they simply followed where they were guided. Along the way, they encountered a wide variety of monsters camouflaged as ordinary civilians, but Izuku, thanks to his strategic skills, simply eliminated them using weapons from the gates of Babylon, causing them to reform in Tartarus. Without much to do, they walked until they reached the place where they felt the strongest presences, the Empire State Building. Izuku, so there is the access interesting. Shoto, the largest, most surprising building. Kirishima, well, we must continue. The three continued their walk until they reached the place of the building where they saw some guards. Izuku, I want to go to the 600th floor, please. Guard, there is no such small apartment. Shoto, we had an audience with the Olympians. Guard, sorry? Kirishima, did you hear? Guard, sorry, Lord Zeus doesn't receive anyone without an appointment, much less the Olympians. Izuku was already getting annoyed that he opened, to the surprise of the guards, a portal to the gates of Babylon. Izuku, now then, damn stray dog, are you going to let me pass or should I make my way to the meeting with your boss? Guard, wait. No need to be violent. You can go up, he would say nervously. Hand these over, he would explain, handing over cards in the security slot. Make sure it's just the three of you in the elevator. Off screen. Ida, wait, Olympus was in the United States? Almight. I think they mentioned shonen. Aizawa, you should pay attention to several things and not just your morals. Ciro, but why in America? It shouldn't be in Greece. Kyoka, they'll probably explain it. Koda, I hope it's nothing bad, I would sign. Tokoimi, and the action is never lacking. Stain, mythological monsters disguised as normal people? Kaminari, amazing. Nizu, Eva-san, could you explain? Eve, monsters camouflage themselves among normal mortals, hoping to find demigods, although of course, these and slightly the legacies can see them. Mina, but, Hagakure, why do you want to find them? Eva, to feed on them, of course I would say, leaving the most sensitive ones frozen. Koda, in that case, it's good that Izuku and I kills them. Tamaki, he just did Olympus a favor by defending his children. Hawks, still, killing is killing and it's wrong. Seeing the exchange of words with the guards, many became tense since Izuku, if it weren't for Momo, he would be ranting louder than on screen. Ojiro, was it necessary to threaten him? He asked nervously. Kendo, you could be softer. Ibara, I think I was being a bit mild, considering what I read about the first Gilgamesh and his hatred for the gods. On screen, the boys would be grateful while Izuku was very upset. Maybe his grandfather had unlocked a character he didn't know he had, but that had felt pretty good. They arrived at the elevator and put the cards in the indicated slot, while its doors opened, and the cards disappeared. Just as everyone was inside, the doors closed and a red button with the number appeared on the board, and since Kirishima was the closest, he pressed the button. Suddenly the elevator began to ascend at high speed while on the public side a light covered by the fog that separates the human world from the supernatural by the Olympians was seen, until it suddenly stopped, and the doors opened. Kirishima, wow. Shoto, we are above the clouds. Izuku, wow, that's impressive. Kirishima, but there's something I don't understand. Why did they move to the United States? They shouldn't be in Greece. Izuku, it was actually there originally. But with the advancement of Western civilization, it moved, given that Western civilization is a living force, that is, a collective consciousness that has continued to burn brightly for thousands of years. The gods are part of it, and can even be considered its source, because they are so tied to it that they cannot fade away, not unless Western civilization ends. The fire began in Greece, and then the heart of the fire moved to Rome, and so did the gods, with different names, but they were still the same forces and the same gods. The gods moved to different places along with Olympus, such as Germany, France, Spain, Great Britain, that is, wherever the flame will burn brightest. They spent several centuries in England, where they considerably influenced its culture and architecture. Now, the heart of the flame is in the United States, the great power of the West. So they began to walk, seeing multiple temples, each one lit with flames. Off-screen, seeing the elevator ride, many didn't give it much thought until the doors opened. Mina is Hagakure beautiful. David, so the fog, but what is that? Eve, the fog is like a veil that covers the eyes of mortals, preventing them from seeing the true nature of gods, monsters, and other mythological creatures. For example, an ancient building might appear to be just that to a human, but to a demigod, it might reveal itself to be the palace of a god. Melissa, thank you so much for the reply. Mineta, you brought Shoto and Kirishima as bodyguards, why not me? Izuku, you're still weak, you lack hatred. Kaminari, good reference, he would say smiling. Stain, I hope you don't give me gray hair, he would say seriously, looking at the blonde idiot. Nizu, now the important thing. Almight, yes. Aizawa, why Olympus is in America? Upon hearing the explanation, many understood it, and others did not. David, Nizu, Eneomesa, Melissa, being the most intelligent, were fascinated by the explanation. Kyoka, I got lost. Can you explain Eva? Eva, sure, you see. Western civilization is conceived as an almost organic entity, a collective consciousness that has been maintained throughout the centuries. This consciousness, formed by the ideas, beliefs, and values of the people who comprise it, continues to evolve and expand. This living force doesn't die out, but rather transforms and adapts to changing times. Its influence is felt in the culture, art, philosophy, and institutions of Western societies. She would say, shedding more light on the situation. Kyoka, I understand. Kendo, but, Ibara, what role do the gods play? Eve, the gods are seen as the source of this civilization, as the creators of the ideas and values that sustain it. Stain, I understand. Aizawa, that brings me to another question. What is the relationship with the gods? Eve, the relationship between the gods and civilization is so close that they consider themselves part of it. The gods cannot disappear while civilization continues to exist, as they are its essence. As civilization expands and evolves, so do the gods, adapting to new cultures and adopting different names and forms, but maintaining their essence. Nizu, fascinating. Almight, it's true. Ryukyu, could you explain the way? Eve, sure. The flame of Western civilization was ignited in Greece, where the Olympian gods held a preponderant influence. With the expansion of the Roman Empire, this flame moved to Rome, where the Greek gods were adopted and reinterpreted. Throughout history, the heart of Western civilization has moved throughout Europe, influencing cultures such as the Germanic, French, Spanish, and British. Currently, the heart of this flame is considered to be in the United States, due to its economic, cultural, and political power. Neomesa, I understand. David, that sheds more light on the situation we are seeing. Melissa, it would be great if someone were the son of a god. Eva, if it satisfies you at all, the shields are third-generation legacies from Athena. That made several people surprised, but there was a question. Nagant, how does a virgin goddess have children? I would say, knowing that this could end the myth of a supposedly virgin goddess. Eve, instead of conceiving her children in the traditional way, Athena creates them. She uses her divine wisdom and power to give birth to demigods who share her abilities and attributes. Athena's children are often described as children of the mind, born from her thoughts and desires. This makes them highly intelligent and strategic beings, but also grants them a special connection to their divine mother. Athena molds their thoughts with a male or female parent of her choice, and leaves the outcome open to the laws that prevent gods from raising their children. Shoto, I already said that Tuya suffered, he would whisper to himself upon hearing that. Mina, so it's not fun, she would say, somewhat disappointed. Hagakure, yes. However, the conversation stopped when they saw Olympus. Shoji, it's beautiful. Tokoyami, yes. Izuku, my ziggurat is more beautiful, he murmured jealously. On screen, the blonde-haired man began walking, while his companions followed closely behind him, acting as bodyguards. They admired the place. It was simply magnificent. The temples were made of the finest materials, each one bearing precious stones and metals, along with the most representative elements of each deity. They continued until they reached the entrance to the council hall, which was currently in session. The Olympian Council was meeting. Not long ago, Artemis had been kidnapped and forced to lift the weight of the world if the Crooked One's army would free Atlas, as another general in the Olympian Wars. All the seats formed a U around the flame of the bonfire, while even those two deities who were not part of the council were present. Fortunately, thanks to the demigods and the huntresses, the goddess of the hunt was quickly freed and brought to safety, avoiding the death she was about to face, Bianca D'Angelo, daughter of Hades. Along with the gods, there was a group of 5 demigods and a satyr, waiting for the gods themselves to decide. Given that they had completed the mission entrusted to them and given that they had defeated a titan, Zeus was being somewhat paranoid. Suddenly the door was thrown open, while the Olympians were amazed to see the blonde Zeus. So it was true, he would whisper to himself. Artemis, Izuku would say, having a golden tint on his cheeks. Athena frowned, while the rest had various expressions. Ares, you! He would say, drawing a smile. Fight with me, new king of the heroes, throwing himself. Izuku, you're so funny. Big guy making a hand gesture and sending Ares flying into the back wall. Athena, muscle-brained idiot, she would say, looking at Ares and looking back at the blonde presumptuous. Izuku, owl brain. Poseidon, oh, I like him, he would say happily. Off-screen. Inko, I hope it turns out well. Almight, me too. Aizawa, kid, you wouldn't have an enemy with them. Izuku, I prefer the fun mode, I would say, something smiling. Hearing what the Council of Gods was doing, many frowned at the revelation. The intelligent ones could dimension the Titan of Time rising and its consequences, while the girls looked at this expectantly, knowing that Artemis was kidnapped and saved. Stain, so kidnapping a goddess to hold the weight of the sky. David, Atlas is an exaggeratedly strong guy. Upon learning that a group of hunters and demigods had managed to save Artemis, the room sighed in anticipation of something. Until Izuku opened the doors. Shoto, dramatic entrance. Katsuki, what's next? The dramatic exit. Kaminari, or send a god flying. Ida, is the goddess in love with him? He would say with doubt and jealousy. Mineta, Hades' daughter, is pretty, he would say, looking at Bianca. Kyoka, Athena looks at him with some hatred. Seeing what happened to Ares, many people laughed, as it was very humiliating. Izuku, how funny, don't you get tired, big guy? Shoto, ha ha ha. Kirishima, that was manly. Monoma, even the goddess of wisdom, looks somewhat disturbed, he would say, smiling. Inko, did he insult my son? She would say angrily. Present Mike, and the sorcerer is unfazed and returns the insult. Kyoka, all head? How original. Mount Lady, although I see several of them and they are truly beautiful. Midnight, and they are older than me. Izuku, I feel like I like that good god, he would say, mentioning Poseidon. On screen, Izuku, Shoto, and Kirishima swept their gaze over all the gods present. Zeus is tall, imposing, and very muscular. His long, black hair reaches his shoulders, and he has a black and gray beard. His eyes are very bright, almost electric blue, and he wears a dark blue striped suit. Hera, on the other hand, has long, black hair the color of licorice, a face as majestic and unapproachable as a supermodel on a catwalk, and large, brown eyes that one could get lost in. She dresses elegantly and has a somewhat strange smile along with a very cold gaze. Poseidon is a man with black hair, a well-trimmed beard, sea-green eyes, and a nice tan, as well as smile lines around his eyes and cheeks. His hands are also marked, like those of an old fisherman. He wears leather sandals, khaki Bermuda shorts, a Hawaiian shirt, and a battered cap decorated with fishing hooks that says, Neptune's lucky fishing hat. Hades is a tall, imposing man with exaggeratedly white skin, intense black eyes that glow like frozen tar, and a wild, insane look in his eyes. While his black hair falls freely over his shoulders, he wears black robes with soles in the fabric. Hestia is a relatively old woman, with eyes that glow like flames, and a robe that covers her hair and body, while she dresses in black and stirs the sacred fire. Demeter has long, blonde, wavy hair, like ripe wheat, large brown eyes, with a crown of leaves and ornaments of woven corn poppies. She wore a bright green dress with a black cloak, and her scent was that of a rainstorm over a field of jasmine. Of the other gods, Apollo is very handsome, tall, muscular, and tan like a Baywatch lifeguard. His long golden hair is tied back in a bun and his eyes shine like the sun. He wears a golden Greek tunic and carries a beautiful golden bow and quiver of magic arrows over his shoulders. Dionysus is a small, fat man with a chubby face, a red nose, watery eyes, and jet-black curly hair. He normally has bloodshot blue eyes and usually wears Hawaiian shirts and purple sneakers. Ares wears black jeans, combat boots, a leather coat and shirt with a bulletproof vest and a collar with an iron padlock. He wears red sunglasses to cover his burning eye sockets, has scarred cheeks, and a military-style hairstyle. Hephaestus is a huge, ugly, and deformed god with shoulders at different heights and a huge, bulging head. He also has a creaky steel prosthetic leg, a scruffy brown beard that occasionally catches fire, and is very muscular given his blacksmithing career. Hermes is a middle-aged man with a slim, muscular, and athletic build, resembling a professional runner. He has curly black hair, blue eyes, elven features, and a sly smile. Athena is a very beautiful woman, with long black hair and intense gray eyes, as if she were thinking about a million things at once, a sour face, as thought by Izuku. She wears a gray tunic, Greek battle armor, and a golden helmet decorated with images of griffins and sphinxes. Artemis, before everyone's eyes as a child, adopted a teenage form with silvery yellow eyes like the moon and brown hair, incredibly beautiful, something that Izuku praised, recalling the events of the Trojan War, thinking that she should have been elected the most beautiful goddess. Aphrodite, on the other hand, wears a red satin dress, hair curled into a cascade of curls, perfect makeup, eyes dazzling like pools of spring water, and a smile that would have lit up the dark side of the moon, although in Izuku's words it was somewhat ugly. Zeus, welcome King of Uraraka to Olympus. Boy, excuse me, what are we doing? He would ask, surprised. Poseidon, son, stay out of it, and then you'll have your say. Off-screen, there were many reactions to seeing the Olympians. Seeing Apollo, Hermes, and Ares made single women like Midnight, Ryukyu, Mount Lady, Iwabami, Pixie Bob, and Ragdoll blush, and even married women like Mitsuki and Rei Himura did. Inko simply refrained from doing so, but she felt slightly attracted to Apollo, something she would never admit. Aizawa, Zeus is a business guy, Poseidon is a fisherman, Ares is a biker, and Aphrodite is someone who looks like those exaggerated women from the 17th century. The men wanted to refute the last point, but several were blushing at the sight of Aphrodite and other goddesses, like Almight seeing Demeter, David Shield seeing Athena, and the list goes on. Izuku, however, mentioned a name seriously upon seeing Aphrodite. Izuku Ishtar. Nizu, we could say many things about the gods, but it's better to listen. Hagakure, is it safe for the demigods to be there? Midnight, I guess. On screen. Izuku, it's good to be on Olympus. After one of its goddesses was able to use reason and not force, he would say directly. Zeus, you mean Artemis as the one who would use force? Izuku, not at all. I know that she sent Athena and Artemis, where the latter was the one who appealed to reason and did not want to force me to come, given that she was rebuilding Uraraka to be able to advance. An impatient lady thought with her muscle and not with her brain. Apollo, you have balls, he praised. Not just anyone made fun of Athena. Hermes, phew, I'm your fan. Nicuchio, well, in that case, you're here because you need us to return as a faction, right? Izuku, yes, that's right, plus you can benefit greatly. Hades, how? Izuku, I heard rumors that confirmed with this meeting your problem with the Titan, so if we were allies I could take demigods to protect them in case the plans fail. Athena, are you implying that I plan poorly? Izuku, no, you're just proud to admit that your plans have flaws. Ares, phew, I like him. Aphrodite, Fufufifi, you look like someone cute heir of Gilgamesh, she would say in a sweet tone. Izuku, don't make up. Translation, that's horrible. Artemis, foam brain, would you say with jealousy? Aphrodite, Fufufufu, calm down Artie. I won't steal your little prince. Izuku, excuse me, what did you say? I couldn't understand you with all the makeup you were wearing. Aphrodite, what? She would say, starting to get annoyed. Poseidon, why don't we calm down a bit, and you introduce us to your companions? Izuku, what a good idea. Off-screen. Nizu, are you serious? Almight, as soon as you enter you already insult Athena. Kaminari, and even Monoma, Apollo and Hermes praise you. Ciro, although Nicuchio seems to focus on the meeting. Kurishima, he's nothing like the drunk in the books. Eve, on that subject, because of a nymph, Dionysus is punished by Zeus to not drink wine for years, of which he has already spent. Ryukyu, how horrible for him, but it is a somewhat reasonable punishment. Mirko, for a nymph? Really? Mandalay, it's a bit excessive. Hearing that Izuku insulted Athena again, since the goddess, out of pride, doesn't even admit that she fails, made several people have a little more respect for him. Ida, shouldn't you be more respectful? Kamui, she is a goddess. Crust, deserves respect. Izuku, respect is earned. Stain, you've got balls, boy. Nagant, I hope he doesn't curse you. Izuku, I will use Medea's dagger to remove the curse, he would say, showing rule breaker. Seeing another humiliation and disrespect, but with Aphrodite, that made everyone look at him. Mineta, are you suicidal or what? He would say with respect and fear. Kaminari, dude, that's going too far. Monoma, I love you as a friend, but that's suicidal. Katsuki, I love you, my friend. Inko, what's this deal with the ladies, son? Izuku, Mom, you taught me to lie, and I never lied, I only told the truth. If they take it as mistreatment towards them, it's not my fault. Mitsuki, Inko is right, she would say, defending her nephew. On screen, Shoto. I am Shoto Pendragon, heir to Arthur Pendragon and new King of Knights. Kirishima. I am Eijiro Kirishima, heir of Seiyu Chulin, and new Hound of Kulin, and new Blue Lancer of the Wind. Zeus, you have good allies, King of Heroes. It seems we can reach an agreement. Izuku, what does Olympus offer? Before I give my offer, Zeus, we offer military support since there are demigods who can fight, reconnaissance, and diplomatic support with the other factions. Izuku, okay, let's go. Okay, my offer to you is that we can offer shelter to the demigods of your pantheon, military support since I have several descendants of heroes and villains from the past, very strong, and I can help your strongest demigods awaken their true potential. In addition, I can help Hephaestus get better weapons thanks to several plans from my treasury. Zeus, what do you think? Apollo, I like those proposals. Artemis, I say it's fine, she would say, blushing, as long as we can have ambassadors. Athena, I should kneel down to do it. Aphrodite, he's just a conceited brat. Ares, you've got balls, so I'm with them. Hermes, well, I like you, so go ahead. Poseidon, I think it's true, we both benefit. Hades, I want to know your position on the biblicals. Izuku, for my part, I have nothing with fallen angels and demons, yes, with those bastards from the biblical heaven that I will destroy if I have the opportunity. Hades, and the fallen and demons. Izuku, it depends on what they do. If they join forces with the sky, I'll make them fall, and if not, they don't bother me. Hades, I see I'm in favor of the alliance. Demeter, as long as there's grain, I'm in. Dionisio, I agree, as long as they get me some brats out of the camp. Hera, go ahead for me. Hestia, I'm in favor. Zeus, well, the council approves the alliance, and as you can imagine. Izuku, I know it should be done through marriage, so since I'm the youngest, I'll be the one who has to get married. That's what the Valhalla Accords say. Zeus, good. Artemis, I will do it. Everyone was shocked as Athena and Aphrodite glared at her. She had long hated the male Hex, and now she was determined to get engaged. Athena wanted nothing more than to curse him, but she couldn't. The offspring of the King of Heroes had always been powerful and knew how to remove curses from the gods, and Aphrodite wanted him as her lover. Izuku, as long as we have dates first, and we know each other, I have no problem. Zeus, well, it's decided, the marriage alliance is confirmed. Poseidon, well, now we must get them in tune, he would say, pointing to the demigods. So for minutes everyone was listening to various things about the factions and how they worked, along with the quirk system and so on, while a certain emo kid approached Izuku and started asking him questions very excitedly, relating everything to a game like Might of Magic. Off-screen, Stain, presentations are not superfluous. Nizu, and the negotiations are fair, I would say, listening to the terms until the part where something is mentioned. Mandalay, wedding ring? Inko, that. Aizawa, my offspring is the youngest, so he will get married. All, he will marry Artemisa. Mineta, praise the god Izuku, he would say melodramatically. Stain, marrying the goddess who hates men? You have my respect, Stark. Everyone was talking about that part. Some, like Endeavor, Ida, Hawks, and Mina, were jealous of the topic, since they wanted to get something for themselves, although, well, that made them forget the next part, where the deal with the biblicals was mentioned, although, well, no one was interested since they knew that the biblicals would pay for their actions. Ryukyu, well, we have to give them the information. Kota, hey, Izuku and I is ours, he would say, seeing Nico approaching Izuku. Eri, yes. Stay away from Daddy. Mahoro, get out of our brother. Katsuma, get out of it. Mineta, he's similar to Bianca. Eva, he is her younger brother. Mineta, I see. On screen, the first of the demigoddesses has somewhat curly honey blonde hair and intense gray eyes. She has a distracted look, as if she were thinking about a million things at once. Her name is Annabeth Chase, daughter of Athena. The second is a very handsome young man. His hair is jet black and his eyes are green like the sea, betraying his father. He wears an orange t-shirt like several of those present. This demigod is Perseus, Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon. The next is a boy of no more than years old with black hair, which always looks dirty and disheveled, olive skin and dark eyes. The curious thing came with his story that dates back more than years after being trapped in a place where time does not flow. The child's name, Nicholas D'Angelo, son of Hades. Another girl, has dark and silky hair, average height and olive skin. She wore her hair in a braid, as well as black eyes. Nico confirmed her name, that is, he named her after his sister with some pain, so he did not infer much on the subject. The girl's name, Bianca D'Angelo, daughter of Hades. Then a young woman with short, spiky black hair, electric blue eyes, and freckles on her nose. She always wears punk-style clothes and a silver bracelet. Her name Talia Grace, daughter of Zeus. And last but not least, a satyr named Grover Underwood, tall, with curly brown hair, brown eyes, small horns, Caucasian skin, a thin beard on his chin, and brown hairy goat legs. After the talks, an agreement was reached, a dispatch of demigods, with the 5 of them being the first to be sent along with Grover. Izuku agreed. What better way to demonstrate their coexistence than with Uraraka? So he offered, unaware that when he arrived and proposed joining one of them as his servant, 1 or 2 would be related to some heroes of the past. Off-screen, Izuku, a daughter of Athena, a son of the sea, 2 of Hades, 1 of Zeus, and a satyr, Mina. But the satyrs are not old hybrids. Nizu, not necessarily. Hagakure, I have to say it's kind of handsome. Kendo, I won't lie about that. Midnight, it's true. Pixie Bob, I can't wait to see them at Mandalay. Need a husband urgently. Izuku, interesting. Who will they be descendants of? Shoto, more than the benefit of Olympus, you benefited yourself. Stain is true. On screen, in Uraraka, it had been 3 days since the diplomacy team left for the United States, and things were calm, or well, as calm as can be, with Stain very upset, given that he started Denki Kaminari's sword training, given that he is a descendant of a swordsman. But there was a problem. In just the first day of training, Stain tried different types of training, tested to do them an hour. And it was only in the morning on the first day of training. Stain couldn't believe it, because how could he be related to Kojiro Sasaki, a great swordsman? Stain, whatever deity is up there, please give me patience, because if you give me more strength I'll kill you. Denki, what do I have to do? Stain, I want 1,000 cuts with that boken on the stone and another on that steel bar. Denki, yes sensei. Denki started doing it while Stain just sighed. Stain, it's going to be a long road. Screen turns off. Ida, we're returning to Uraraka. Kamui, what do you think will happen? Aizawa, why I feel like I should ask for a raise. Seeing and hearing Kaminari's theme song, Stain stared at the blonde idiot while Jiro face palmed himself. Stain, how he would say without knowing what to say. Kaminari, no idea. Nagant demons. Aizawa, you see what I feel in the classroom. Stain, my condolences, he would say, rubbing the bridge of his nose. At least he obeys instructions. Ida, train with him? He would say nervously. Kaminari, hey, I use a sword, he would say happily. Kyoka, let's see if this way you don't end up crazy. The heroes who were in or with the UA approached the hero killer, Ectoplasm, Sniper, Midnight, and Almight gave him strength since they knew very well what Kaminari was like, hoping that the killer wouldn't have a heart attack from putting up with the Pikachu. Izuku, I bet Stain brings out the potential. Siro, I bet he's dying to train Kaminari. So the bets were placed and Stain himself had a little faith. Nagant, I want to see this. Chapter 16. Uncovering Loose Ends, Alliance between Shinto and Uraraka. The room was filled with positive, neutral, and negative comments about Stain's decision to train Kaminari. Kyokujiro spoke disparagingly of the boy, as if he were merely a walking porter, while others, like Kirishima and Bakugo himself, who had faith in him and had already seen that he could achieve the electric blonde if he set his mind to it, defended him. Aizawa was, on the one hand, proud that some of his offspring were defending themselves, and on the other, disappointed by the need to attack and reduce his teammate to a useless state, as several did. Stain, what faith his own teammates have in him. Nagant, it even seems like you have more faith in him than they do. Stain, I don't deny it. Izuku, what do you think, Stain, maybe a successor? He would say smiling, drinking juice from a golden cup, offering it to the others, while the gates of Babylon delivered him. Stain, we'll see about that, he would say, taking a drink. Good drink. Almight, it's true, Shonen, he would say smiling. Inko, yes son, it seems that Grandpa Gilgamesh thought of everything. Ida, grrr, he would say, drinking water from a disposable cup that the blonde-haired man gave them. Uraraka, what do you think we'll see? Izuku, we'll have to wait, he would say, caressing the machi's head. Uraraka, hey, she would say, pouting, since they treated each other like brothers, being best friends, I'm not the little one. Eri, this is getting fun, she would say, showing a toy knife. Mirio, HMMHYMHHH, he would say, being a meatball. Tamaki, he asked for it. Nijire, yes. Before they could continue speaking, the screen lit up. Kota, it's starting now. Katsuma, yes. Mahoro, that's what it looks like. Mirko, well, what the hell are we going to see? She would say, annoyed. On screen, Uruk. It was morning at the ziggurat, and several were adapting to their new powers and abilities, especially those who had arrived from the United States with Izuku and the others a week ago. Their training was sure to bear fruit, as a few days earlier, a group of angels had attempted to attack them, but they knew how to defend their new home, a home they were already welcoming their families to, given a change in the system in Japan. Likewise, numerous villages were displaced by biblical factions, including the fairies, a nearly extinct faction, since they were capable of forging sacred weapons. Upon refusing, they were forced to leave their homes while being pursued by fallen and renegade demons who were dedicated to massacring their people. Off-screen, Nizu, so we're back from the United States. Nijire, yes. Aizawa, a period of adaptation, it's ingenious. Midnight, and it seems that several of your families are already there. Monoma, that's good. Present Mike, what a change there has been in Japan. Mina, still. Momo, angels attacking us is something new. Izuku, what can you expect from these puritanical bastards? Ibara, and it seems like it's something we should get used to seeing. Hagakure, fairies? Uraraka, there are many. Eri, they are very cute. Mahoro, yes. Bakugo, but it seems that those bucking crows and bats spend their time bothering other people. Mandalay, faction on the brink of extinction? Hawks, seeing as they can forge sacred weapons with ease, I'm not surprised the biblicals attack them to force them to work for them. Mirko, the commission would do it, and we heroes would obey to attack that. Ryukyu, speak for yourself. Fatgum, I will not support that genocide. Izuku, at least Uruk is growing, he would say, without caring much about who its inhabitants are, as long as there is no racism in his city. On screen, another people who came seeking refuge were multiple races of elves, originating from dark places, forests, and even the sea. Exceptional archers, unparalleled magicians, and sociable, given their fondness for community life. They are skilled warriors and sorcerers with the elements benign to the natural world, given their affinity with nature. Expert riders, having been seen in ancient times taming beings such as griffins, hippogriffs, and wild dragons, a branch of dragons that did not evolve like the Red Emperor Dragon or the White Emperor Dragon and continued to live as animals. The last people to arrive were the dwarves, great miners, blacksmiths, and artisans who lived in caves. They were forgers of great weapons capable of killing gods. Their artisanal expertise was legendary, and they were even prepared for war if it meant defending themselves, as they were prepared to do against the biblical dwarves. Human advancement, along with the harassing biblical factions, forced them to migrate. They had no problem joining human cities, but being harassed by the factions was something they would not allow. Off-screen, Nizu, elves and dwarves, who would have thought? Momo, as far as I know, the elves have Nordic and Celtic currents. Kendo, and we see that several have arrived, light elves, dark elves, wood elves, water elves? I didn't know they existed. Ibara, and the dwarves, is there anything else the biblical scholars have done by hiding things under the rug? Neomesa, I'm surprised the factions prevent them from living with humans. On screen, along with the servants, these were the guards of Babylon, while also welcoming humans, making everyone grateful for the asylum they offered to all the new inhabitants. Of the humans, several were demigods with their mortal families, mostly children under years old, who had arrived escaping from monsters. Speaking of demigods, Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon, was one of the first to arrive in Babylon as an ambassador of Olympus, not that he had many options. He arrived in Babylon as a demigod with a shitty life, since old women had fun making his life somewhat impossible with prophecies and more prophecies. But he ended up being a saber-class servant of Babylon, since Zeus assumed they could strengthen their relationship further, and since he wanted a demigod like Percy away, it came to the Lord of Lightning like a ring to a finger. Percy Jackson was related to Charlemagne, the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, the King of the Franks, leader and namesake of the Paladins of Charlemagne. It was a surprise to several, especially Annabeth Chase, his girlfriend, to know that the addition of Percy and the arrival of the population of the new races to live in Uruk was not the only thing that happened, but also Stain, after much effort, much anger and much suffering, managed to make Kaminari understand the use of a sword. Honestly, the hero killer did not know how someone like that was related to a great swordsman, given that he seemed to have no future in that world. Off-screen, Midnight, honestly, they're doing a good job. Stain, not to mention that the children, I would say, seeing those little demigods, are starting to see you as their heroes. Hawks, that's wrong. Endeavor, yes. Ida, they should have a license for it. Izuku, my lands, my rules. Mina, being a demigod must be awesome. Monoma, I don't think so. Hearing Percy's part, honestly, those who thought being a demigod was cool ate their words. Hagakure, those old women? Nizu, the Moirai. And from what I see, they turn out to be just like those old ladies who love dramatic soap operas. Almight, on top of that, every time they finish something, they put on something else to continue. Really, they enjoy other people's suffering. Present Mike, although. Cementos, your ancestor is a hero. Ibera, Charlemagne, that means he has a sacred weapon. Kendo, which one? Ibera, joyful. Nizu, fascinating, the boy is truly powerful. Aizawa, son of one of the big. Izuku, although very green, nothing that Uruk can't fix. Stain, so I did it. Kaminari, look, I'm a swordsman, he would say smiling. Ida, he did it. Jiro, demons. Siro, that crazy son of a bitch did it. All Might, I see a miracle. Aizawa, don't you want to work as a teacher? Nizu, the offer is extended, Mr. Stain. Stain, damn, what a great offer, he would say, interested and looking around, focusing on Ida, since if he knew Yue, he knew that as a teacher he had free rein to expel those who didn't have potential. On screen, secretly, Stain decided to start gathering information in order to carry out the ambitions of the new monarch of Uruk. After all, Izuku wanted to ruin several of Japan's heroes. Along with the Hero Commission, he and Manami Aiba, alias the Brave One, and Gentle Criminal, both IT staff at Uruk, decided to start. The first leaks were the uncovered cases of Kana Tsutsumi, the former Lady Nagant, now a prisoner in Tartaros. Manami posted numerous videos on social media in Japan showing all of the Commission's dealings, as well as the orders given to keep society in a complete shroud of ignorance. The videos showed the delivery and completion of classified missions, secretly eliminating villains planning to commit acts of terrorism and corrupt heroes seeking fame and fortune. She also showed how the Commission imprisoned her and proved her actions were villainous, portraying society as meek lambs following their leaders. In Japan, the leak of the images and evidence raised many alarms among the heroes and the Commission, given that the citizens began to demand answers since they were not willing to accept that they were also guilty. The Commission president thought of Nizu, but the rodent would have enough alibis to be able to escape any punishment, added to the fact that the courts were more on his side after the Midoriya matter, which is why she focused on finding those responsible with the help of Hawks, since they didn't have many options. Hawks, for his part, tracked the signals and leaked coordinates, but what he found was simply sweet, given that it connected with Midoriya and made the Commission want his head served on a silver platter for, in their eyes, ruining the peace of Japan. At UA, Nizu was drinking his tea while reading the reports until, to the teacher's horror, the anthropomorphic rodent began to laugh maniacally. Director Nizu, ha ho 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 ho, this is sublime, ha ho 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 ho. Midnight, what's going on? Director, young Midoriya began to destroy this society. He does it by giving subtle blows, ha 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 ha, worthy of a chess game. Present Mike, but that won't affect us? Snipe, it's a tough game, knowing he only has us on his side. Director, maybe, but it will destroy the current policy, and if that happens, reforming the heroic system will fall into our hands. Off-screen, Kamui, what have you done? Mount Lady, oh no. Hawks, Midoriya, consider yourself dead. Mirko, I'll break all your bones, bastard. Death Arms, I knew you'd be a problem, but not this big. Naomesa, wow. Nagant, looks like I have my side. Nizu was just laughing while drinking tea that Eva freshly poured for him in a cup. Ida, unfortunate. Kyoka, impossible. Siro, damn. Mirio, unforgivable, he would say, recovering little by little. Stain, ha 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 ha, society is seeing their true faces. Momo, but the people? Won't they take responsibility? Aizawa, they will simply want to dodge their guilt, sending it to those who rule them to save themselves. Nizu, actually, morality always ended up being a bad joke. They forgot about heroes at the first sign of trouble. They were only as good as they were allowed to be, and civilized people eat themselves and the system, creating chaos. Hawks. Damn, he would say, wanting to throw himself against the green-haired man who simply showed a halberd coming out of his portals ready to decapitate the bird. Endeavor, calm down now, we'll solve this later, he would say seriously but looking furiously at the green-haired man. On screen, in Uraraka, Izuku was currently being pulled by his two girlfriends. He didn't know how this happened, but his fiancée was sleeping next to him when he woke up and then saw Momo sneak in, causing weapons to start fighting over him. Artemis, he's my fiancé. Momo, my partner and boyfriend. Izuku, can I give my opinion? Both and oh. Izuku did what his grandfather wisely left him in notes all over Uraraka. If women fight, let them fight, and the duty of a man with a sense of self-preservation is to stay out of it. Artemis, he's my fiancé. Momo, you don't know him, and even if they get married, I saw him first. Izuku, please, it hurts, I would say in pain. The two would release him, leaving him in pain on the ground, while they continued fighting, until Izuku began to crawl away, since among his grandfather's wise writings, he advised fleeing from women in fights. Too bad it was noticed. Artemis, Izuku, where are you going? Momo, if Izu, where are you going? Izuku, I'm going to eat something while you guys fix things. Artemis, but we're already done. Momo, yes, we will also agree to share you. Artemis, but we will choose the others. Izuku, can I give my opinion or give some of my voice in this? Both, you can't, dear. Izuku, okay. As if it were fate, two knocks would knock on Izuku's chambers. Izuku, go ahead, he would say, composing himself. Off screen, seeing this, Izuku simply felt Momo squeeze his hand tightly, since she was right next to him, while the others watched this with a drop of sweat, until the goddess and the aspiring heroine stopped fighting. Mineta, hail Midoriya-sama, king of heroes and king of the harem, he would say with a photo of the former green-haired man as a tribute. Perverts, all hail the king. Izuku, weirdos. Nizu, oh, and it seems there is a topic I would say interested. On screen, two children would enter through the door. Katsuma, Izuku and I, an imposing lady awaits you. Mahoro, MHA is waiting in the meeting room. Artemis, Dioskurai, she would say surprised. Izuku, I'll go right away, head to the throne room. Katsuma and Mahoro would nod to leave while Izuku put on his clothes and headed to the throne room, kissing his now girlfriend and fiancé on the lips. Artemisa, he's not a womanizer, or is he? Momo, no, you'd be surprised to see how Yuki was. Both of them would start laughing at it, while Izuku sat on his throne waiting for the guest. Off screen, Katsuma, look, One-san, it's us. Mahoro, yes. Izuku, you don't look bad at all, little brothers. Katsuma, thank you, Izuku and I. Kirishima, a stunning woman is looking for Izu, bro? Shoto, I get an idea. Stain, who will it be? Almight, same question. Nizu, I have a slight suspicion of who it is. Kota, Izuku and I looks great on the throne. Eri, yes, my dad looks great. The four children present had little stars in their eyes as they looked at the former green-haired boy sitting on the throne. Kyoka, I think he's just showing off. Izuku, I do, but I have the power to back it up, half-breed. On screen, Izuku, who would have thought that the strongest Shinto goddess would come to these lands? Welcome, goddess Amaterasu. Amaterasu, your hospitality is better than that of your predecessor. Izuku, I'll take that as a compliment, but to what do I owe this sudden arrival? He would say, lowering 2 golden cups and a good quality wine. Amaterasu, 2 grails? Izuku, my grandfather managed to take out 2 at some point, and I need to know what to do with him. Amaterasu, she's one of the Longinus and also one of the sacred relics, the holy grail that Jesus had at the Last Supper. I heard it was held by the last descendant of the Impaler King. Izuku, something like that I was told and heard, but there was also the other particularity of the grail, he would say, drawing the attention of his servants present and the companions of the goddess, an artifact supposedly capable of granting any wish to the winner instead of the real object, although the church often gets involved simply because it bears that name. Its appearance is the ultimate goal of the various rituals that operate under the system of the Holy Grail Wars, allowing access to the throne of heroes. Amaterasu, timely, which will be the correct one? Izuku, I don't know what it is, but it's something I'll try later. So, since we've smoothed things over, why do I owe you here? Amaterasu, I have a plague of crows and bats. Several of my human citizens, including heroes, villains, and descendants of several of my best warriors in history, are harassed by those bastards, and I fear that the same thing will happen to me as with my cute kittens. Izuku, so the Nikomata's yokai clan massacre. I heard she was in hell and that Amao gave the order for her extermination, leaving Kaneko and Kuroka Tuju alive. Knowing that, if I helped, what would I win? He would say, to think with a drop of sweat. I heard she was crazy about cats. I didn't believe that much. Amaterasu, recognition. My faction can help you become known as a new faction, and given your friction with Cao Cao, he has lost his faction status, since as King of Heroes, that faction is directly in your hands. So, Izuku, I would have 2 factions in my power, I would say, completing it. Amaterasu, that's right. I'll give you their permission, she would say, pointing to her escorts, to stay here serving you directly, in addition to providing support if those doves attack you. Plus, with me, an alliance with the yokai faction would come. Izuku, done. I'll help with your hazelnut and flying rat problem. Both would cut off their hands as a sign of a blood pact, since otherwise Izuku would end up compromised, and he felt the sharp gaze of Momo and Artemis. Off-screen, Momo, Amaterasu, Kendo, the strongest Shinto goddess. Ibara, although Hagakure, she is a very beautiful woman. Nizu, those cups. Present Mike, they are golden. All 2 grails. Ibara, how is that even possible? Kirishima, Izubro. Izuku, no idea, Grandpa probably got them. Bakugo, interesting. Hawks, 2 different ideas of what the Holy Grail is. Mirko, but which one is correct? These reactions and more aroused greed in many of the heroic faction against the former green-haired man, while his allies looked at them with poker faces. Nizu, so she was crazy about cats. Ibara, without a doubt, demons are idiots. Hawks and Mirko, upon hearing about the Nicuchio, felt strangely nervous, as if they wanted to explain something and hide from Amaterasu. Ida, how come he would have 2 factions? Shoto, he is the current king of heroes, without forgetting that he is a descendant of the first hero recorded in the history of humanity. Cao Cao can no longer hold that position. Seeing the pact, Momo would nod, although she knew that she would soon have to share the green-haired boy with more people, but she was still coming to terms with sharing him with the goddess. On screen, Amaterasu, please introduce yourselves. Girl, I'll go if you allow me, my lady. Amaterasu, forward. Girl, I am Nagao Kajitora, descendant of the daimyo of the Ekigo region during the Warring States period, Yasuji Kenshin. Champion of Bishamonten. Girl, yo, a fox-themed girl would speak. I am Tamamo no Mei, daughter of Amaterasu. Girl, I am Okita Tsuji, descendant of the Shinsengumi captain during the Edo period, Okita Tsuji. Boy, I am Fumakotaru, last member of the Kazama village and successor of Hojo Sauen. Yujitsuna, a shinobi boy of no more than years old, would say. Girl, I am Miyamoto Musashi, descendant of Shinmen Musashi no Kami Fujiwara no Harunobu, the strongest swordsman in all of Japanese history. Boy, I am Shiro Tokisada Amakusa, descendant of my ancestor of the same name, leader of the Shimabara rebellion. Izuku, in that case, I welcome you to Uruk, as well as present your ranks. Miss Nagao, you will be a Lancer-class servant. Nagao, I accept Izukudano. Izuku, thank you. Now you Tamamo-san, you have great magical ability, don't you? He would say, making the aforementioned nod. In that case, I give you the rank of caster-class servant. Together with Nito you will do what you need. Tamamo, I accept. Izuku, Shiro-san, Okita-san and Musashi-san are all swordsmen, aren't they? The aforementioned. Hi. Izuku, in that case, I'll give the saber-class servant rank to all 3 of them. The of us, we accept the Izukudano rank. Fuma, that leaves me. Izuku, that's right, my shinobi friend, and since you are a ninja, I will assign you as an assassin-class servant with Stain as leader. Fuma, MHA, he would affirm, bowing to Izuku and approaching Stain. Stain Taicho, I will be at your service. Stain would nod in surprise. Someone with those abilities would undoubtedly be feared. Izuku, Stain, you know what mission to give him. Stain, understood, he would say to withdraw. Off-screen, Hawks, Endeavor, and Mirko became angry with the heroes who supported them because with this, the former green-haired man obtained more military strength, something that Japan and the Commission, in their eyes, should obtain. Nizu, 3 swordsmen, a mage, an assassin, and a spearwoman. Fascinating. Stain, so a shinobi under my hand. Nagant, but what mission will you give him? Kaminari, interesting. Eri, Okita looks great. Koda, I don't like that white-haired guy. Almight, what will you do? Shonen, Inko, so far you're handling everything well, son. Rei, your effort is evident. Mitsuki, I believe it, brats. On screen. Jean, what will we do? Amaterasu, so the new Saint of Orleans, she would say, surprised. Jean would nod. Izuku, Jean, I'll give you, Percy, and Shoto the task of investigating the other descendants of heroes and getting the demigods in order. Shoto, HAI. Percy, as you command. Jean, if it is your will. Izuku, Kirishima, he would call the redhead. I want you to prepare the guards in the surroundings, and I want you to send Katsuki to the north side and Nagao to the south side. Kirishima, HAI. Izuku, All Might calling the aforementioned. I want you to travel with Ryukyu and Mandalay to Egypt. I think the pharaoh and I should meet. All Might, as you command. Aizawa, not bad, offspring. Izuku, sensei, do you think that with the remaining Hussycats you can investigate shady businesses and relationships of Japanese heroes? Tomoko, and that? Ryuko, same question. Aizawa, we'll break down the trust in corrupt heroes, won't we? Tiger, that would do it. Izuku, would Japan enter into a revolution? Yes, I would. Amaterasu, it's the least they deserve for all the problems and dirty things the Commission does, she would say, remembering that it wasn't only the demons who touched her. Nicuchio. Screen turns off. Shoto, more descendants? Kirishima, interesting. Bakugo, why do I have to stand guard? He complained. Izuku, I'm just keeping you in the battle since you're not someone who waits for fights. Bakugo, you know me so well, nerd. All Might, so. Ryukyu, we're going with the pharaoh. Mandalay, interesting. Nizu, the time has come for both of them to unite. Hearing what she wanted Aizawa and the rest of the Hussycats to do, many frowned. Endeavor, traitors, hawks, damn. Mirko, you'll see what I'll tell you, you bastards. Death arms, true justice will prevail over you traitors. Izuku, we'll see about that, you filthy mongrels. Wall of Fame. The room was filled with insults and provocations as the fight between the two sides was breaking out. But hey, no one said blood would be shed in the room. Eva, excuse me, please appeal for calm. It is necessary to remember that violence is not allowed in this room, nor in this place. Izuku, as you say, Eva-san, after all, a king knows how to behave. Eva, master, I think you went too far by releasing too many genes, she thought, remembering the programming and arrogance of the first king of heroes. Death arms, and a shit. Hawks, we'll calm down, there are things we'll sort out when we arrive. Mount Lady, but, Kamui, it's true, relax. Eva, if you like it for now, the master opened new sections of the Hall of Fame. Katsuki, I'm interested to see. Shoto, I follow you. Endeavor, I'll go watch them. Kamui, excuse me Eva-san if we don't want to go. Eva, the patio is ready to relax for the moment. The vast majority of Izuku's enemy side went to the courtyard to relax and calm down while Hawks, Endeavor and Mirko left with Izuku and Nizu's group heading to the Hall of Fame. What new champions would they meet? Koda, I'm excited. Katsuma, me too. Eri, me too. Mahoro, calm down, we'll see. Hall of Heroes Wing. Everyone involved walked through the rooms they had once explored, meeting new heroes, and passing by all the ones they had seen in the beginning. Ibara, I'll open this one if it's not a bother. Nizu, go ahead. Kendo, who will it be? Tetsu, I bet it will be Manly. After Ibara pulled the string, a golden cloth fell to the ground, revealing a feminine figure wearing beautiful green clothes, matching her cold, sharp eyes that held a beastly glint. Her hair was spread out and disheveled, completely lacking the silkiness one would find among nobles by birth. As someone who could be called a beautiful beast in human form, it suited her appearance. Ibara, Atlanta. Tetsu, huh? Izuku, so the cursed hunter. Momo, a hunter of Lady Artemis. Monoma, there's a screen here, he would say, calling everyone. On screen, a famous huntress known as the Chaste Huntress appears in Greek mythology. She is renowned for her swift feet in ancient legend, gaining her fame after being the first to shoot an arrow at the Caledonian boar during its extermination. Likewise, Atlanta is included as a member of the Argonauts, a group that brought together brave heroes from all over Greece. She has the tragic past of being born the daughter of a certain country's king and, however, being abandoned in the mountains by her father. Atalanta was born as the daughter of King Isis of Arcadia. However, although she was born in and as the princess of the natural paradise, she ended up being abandoned in the mountain forests immediately after birth when she was rejected by her father, who desired a son. Atalanta survived thanks to the divine protection of Artemis, a virgin goddess who felt sorry for her. Artemis created and sent a female bear, a sacred beast of the goddess, which cared for the child by giving her milk and raising her. In gratitude, Atalanta became a fervent follower of Artemis. Atalanta was discovered and adopted by hunters who set foot in the mountains, developing her skills remarkably, perhaps due to her latent talent. By the time she reached adulthood, Atalanta had already become an incomparable hunter and taken part in many adventures. There are 3 tales for which Atalanta is famous. The first is about how she was chosen, accompanied, and participated in the Argonauts led by Jason. She boasted of being the fastest among humans, and just after becoming one of the few teammates on the Argo, she encountered the hero Meleager. Meleager was enchanted by Atalanta and invited her to the extermination of the magical Caledonian beast. The second tale concerns the extermination of the Caledonian boar, for which Atalanta is most renowned and where a tragedy takes place. In order to exterminate this magical beast sent by Artemis, who had become angry with a king who was being negligent in offering her a sacrifice, Atalanta and the others exhausted their efforts in a desperate attempt to hunt the boar. However, although Meleager dealt the final blow, he handed the achievement to Atalanta, who had been the first to hit the boar, as an act of goodwill, or something that simply should come from a hero. As for the men, they were displeased, as they could not tolerate him and claimed to possess abilities superior to those of Atalanta, who was a woman. Suddenly, a fight broke out between Meleager and his relatives, and he was inflicted with a deadly curse. The third tale tells of the dispute over Atalanta's marriage. After the hunt for the Caledonian boar, Atalanta returned to her homeland, but her father, who was never able to father a son, ordered her to marry. When suitors began vying for her hand, the tormented Atalanta decided to turn it into a footrace competition. Since she had pledged a vow of virginity to the goddess, she proclaimed, "I will only marry someone who can beat me in a race. Those who lose will be killed." In this way, she killed a large number of challengers. Although Atalanta would not lose to any man in a footrace, she fell for the cowardly schemes of a man who had borrowed the help of a goddess, and ended up being married by force. Atalanta lost when she was tricked into picking irresistible golden apples thrown in front of her, and she had to break her promise. It was later said that she was turned into a lion as punishment, but this is not certain. Regarding Meleager, it is unknown what kind of feelings Atalanta had toward him. However, she seemed to have seen how the outcome of a man who loved her being dragged into tragedy. While regarding her father's persuasion to marry, she tried to escape the unreasonable demand presented to her, but she was unable to do so either. In the end, none of these tales had a particularly happy ending for her, and her distrust of men became extremely strong due to the third story in particular. Off-screen, Ibara, my ancestor, Momo, she, Uraraka, suffered a lot. Izuku. But he's making the same mistake as my current fiancé, blaming an entire gender because of a small number of incompetents. Shoto, I agree with you on that. Bakugo, amen. Ibara, I support you guys on that. Midnight, let's see what else is around here, she would say, walking to a rope with a blue cloth. Endeavor, let's see what's there. Midnight, let's see, he would say, pulling the string. The cloth simply fell to the ground, revealing a robust man, completely covered in armor. His armor is a brilliant, deep white, with veils and gold pieces throughout. His eyes are a light violet, and his hair is the same color. Said hair is incredibly spiky and parted to the left. Shoto, Sir Lancelot. Momo, Knight of the Lake. Tsuyu, he's someone big. Karo, Mineta, the screen shows his story. Kaminari, let's see. On screen, the person who served as the negative symbol in Arthurian legends. The Knight of the Lake was admired as the strongest even among the Knights of the Round Table. He was extremely loyal to King Arthur, but his downfall began when he fell in love with Queen Guinevere. The tragic love story between Diarmuid Dubny and Grain is said to have served as the basis for the story of Guinevere and Lancelot. Lancelot was originally born and raised in France. Having lost his parents as a child, He was raised by the lake fairy Nimue, and thus earned the nickname Knight of the Lake. He had heard rumors about the King of Britain, which he believed to be nonsense. He began comparing himself to the King of Knights until he decided to travel to Britain to see the legendary king with his own eyes. Lancelot met the king in the midst of combat as soon as he arrived in Britain. The king made a deep impression on him when he saw a young man mounted on his horse, gallantly wielding his sword in a horde of invaders. This proved how wrong he was, as the requirement for fighting day and night was not physical attributes, but rather unwavering convictions. Lancelot had fought alongside the king in that battle, and for his achievements, he was granted the honor of speaking to her as a friend and being invited to Camelot. Before long, he began to covet a seat at the Round Table, becoming a knight and witnessing many wars. He had many famous exploits, including once hiding his name and disguising himself to participate in a horse race for a friend's honor. Even after falling into a trap and being forced to face enemy swords with only his bare hands, Lancelot emerged victorious thanks to his fighting prowess using only an elm branch. When Sir Tristan stormed out of the castle, claiming that King Arthur didn't understand how others felt, it was those words that began to trigger his madness. Sir Lancelot longed to ease the burden for his king, a desire he shared with Guinevere. They conversed with each other and came to recognize each other as friends, even confiding in one another. It was then that Sir Lancelot became attracted to her, and discovered the king's secret. Although the king was actually a woman, she had married to maintain the pretense of being a man, and the image of a stable royal family. Guinevere, in turn, had willingly sacrificed her own life as a woman to preserve that ideal of rule. At the time Lancelot and the queen began their affair, the Knight of the Lake considered fleeing Camelot with her, but his loyalty to Arthur and his sense of duty prevented him from doing so. When the king's political enemies learned of the affair, Agravain, working for Morgan Le Fay, exposed the adulterous affair to the public, and the queen was ordered executed. Lancelot attempted to save her by killing several of her companions, including Gawain's brothers Gareth and Gaheris, in the process, but ended up fleeing back to his own domain. Lancelot, who was considered the perfect knight, Guinevere, the queen who had caused her beloved to betray his duty, and Arturia, the king who blamed herself for her loyal knight's despair, all suffered the consequences. Although Arturia forgave Lancelot's actions, Gawain still felt great hatred toward him for his betrayal and the deaths of his brothers. His disloyalty upset the balance among the knights of the Round Table, and that incident eventually sparked civil war and carnage, causing the country to shatter in the flames of war. Lancelot, even after being excommunicated, wanted to participate in the Battle of Camlan to serve his king, but Gawain rejected him with hostility, contributing to the downfall of his king and his entire country. Off-screen, Mina, "Buhhhhhhh," she would say crying. "Hagakure, it's a great tragedy of love," she would say crying. "Midnight, for the first time, I am with you," she would say, drying her tears with a handkerchief. Nizu, that shows that trust is not percent since when you least expect it, for whatever reason, someone can betray you. Izuku, it's true you can be friends, but trust is never percent, even within your family. And Mordred's case explains it best. Almight, let's continue he would say, seeing that several women were crying for such a beautiful tragedy. Kota, Wakala, he would say, looking at Katsuma, who simply imitated him. Mahoro, they behave, he would say, giving Kota a snitch. Eri, yes, she would say, placing a sape on Katsuma. Mitsuki, I taught you brats well. Mirio, let's see what's here, he would say, reaching a curtain of violet fabric. Nijire, what do you expect, Mirio? She would say with some distance, because what she did to Eri she would never forgive him for. Mirio simply pulled the string, revealing a middle-aged Japanese male figure with long, black hair tied in a ponytail, covering his right eye. He has pale skin, orange eyes, and a murderous or superior grin on his face. His weapon consists of 2 katanas. Stain, Okada Aizu, the man-killer, he would say, surprised. Kaminari, incredible, he would say, fascinated, feeling his swordsman's blood boil. Mineta. Who, Stain, let the screen answer you, kid, he would say with respect. Ida, why do we have to see a murderer? He complained. Aizawa, because it's part of the story, and shut up, he would say, to look at the screen. On screen, one of the 4 great assassins of the final days of the shogunate, known as Hitokiri Aizu. He was one of the most famous assassins in all of Japanese history. After being taken under the care of Teichi Henpita at a young age, the two wandered around various martial arts and fencing schools for training throughout their youth. He demonstrated a natural talent for the sword, learning several styles without any difficulty, which he would eventually abandon because in his eyes they were all inferior to him, and so it was. Upon reaching adulthood, Aizu became an assassin under Teichi, whose sole reason for training him was to make him a working tool for him, and became one of the 4 famous assassins of Japan under the pseudonym Hitokiri. Aizu became the most famous and renowned of the assassins, feared for his great skill with the sword, capable of copying any fighting style in a matter of seconds. He would kill no matter who told him to and would carry out his escort duties no matter the cost. To every person who had to die at his hands, Aizu always told them it was a divine punishment. Always described as a fierce swordsman with a strong desire for recognition, Aizu suffered from a deep inferiority complex and poor social skills. After so many years of being an instrument for the lives of others, Aizu was captured, tortured, and beheaded. No one would miss him, not even his own mentor, but he would be remembered forever as the unbeatable Hitokiri Aizu. Off-screen, Stain, I'm his fan, he would say smiling. Nagant, it seems so. Stain, I am a swordsman, I must honor my legacy. Hawks, a grand master of the sword. Endeavor, and a serial killer that no one wanted to remember. Ryukyu was heading towards the last of the curtains that were available, so he decided to approach it, since it was a blue curtain, with gold details. Mandalay, drop it. Mirko, go ahead, lizard. Ryukyu would pull the string, as the sheet fell away and revealed a pale, male figure with an extravagant feeling about him. The man dresses like royalty, with a suit as dark as a shadow in the night, which contrasts with his pale face and long, silky white hair. He gives off an overwhelming presence, causing a ceaseless trembling in those who dare to look upon him. The fear he evokes is not due to a violent nature, but rather because those exposed to his icy gaze recognize themselves as hopelessly weak and powerless before him. Momo, that's it. Izuku, yes, the Impaler King, Vlad Teeps 3. Nizu, a king of Romania. Mineta, how scary, how scary, how scary. Tokoemi, this guy emanates a lot of darkness. Ojiro, yes. Mina, I thought he was a vampire. On screen, Transylvania's greatest hero, whose exploits in war caused him to be fearfully known by the Turks as the Impalizing Prince. Due to the legends associated with him, another name has spread around the world, the son of the dragon, better known as the vampire Count Dracula. While his nation was small, he was a hero who ascended to the throne and managed to push back the expansionism of the Ottoman Empire that had trampled the rest of Europe. Despite the portrayal of Dracula, Vlad was not a vampire, but a man of devotion and a great hero. Vlad's homeland, the Principality of Wallachia, was a small country caught between the larger nations of Turkey and Hungary. He led a tragic life, during which he murdered his father, buried his older brother alive, and went to war against his younger brother. Vlad was motivated by love for his homeland and the duty to maintain its sovereignty and power, so he purged all who opposed his interests. Although he had a strong sense of justice, he was often brutal in his methods, having executed nearly a fifth of his country's population during his lifetime. His war against Turkey was a desperate battle involving guerrilla warfare and scorched earth tactics, in which he repeatedly left mountains of enemy Turkish soldiers impaled. He was captured by King Matthias of Hungary and on charges of collaborating with the Turks and sentenced to 12 years in prison. The exploits he performed in defense of his country during that time were desecrated, and all that remained was the passed-down legend of a humiliating, bloodthirsty demon. He turned his back on the Orthodox Church and converted his country to Catholicism. The same year, he died in battle against the Turkish army and his younger brother Radu at the age of off-screen. Pixie Bob, well, he kind of looks like a vampire. Aizawa, although. Present Mike, that twisted decorating taste. Toga, I like it, hee. Izuku, since when are you here? Toga, I've always wanted to come and see if there were any murderers and I've already seen them. Stain, poor people, I don't understand how these guys were once considered heroes. Nagant, different conceptions of history in different eras. Shoto, well, it seems that this is as far as we go, right? Eva, Indeed, the master has not unlocked any more so far. Nizu, okay, we'll go to the living room. Chapter 17, Egypt, Land of the Pharaohs. The groups were already arriving at the room where they would continue to look into their possible futures, while several were more than ready to return from arresting the boy. Sadly for those idiots, their fates were already sealed, and Nizu was ready for it. He would expel every student who sided with the commission, while also filing charges with solid evidence so that those heroes who had committed fraud or shady acts would be dismissed and forever abandon the hero profession. Nizu would not be a son of his saintly mother, given that if these heroes had children, he would accept them. After all, offspring shouldn't have to pay for their parents' sins. For those who were on the Wall of Fame, many things were emerging. For Stain, several should not be there, as is the case of Vlad, knowing that he impaled innocents just on a whim. But well, there he was not against subjects like Knights of the Round Table or similar, since as much as they may have killed, they had a bit of honor in their actions. Ida, what will we see? Izuku, and what would I know, Mestizo? Kyoka, could you be nicer? Izuku, why would it be like that with those who betray their companions and friends for things that haven't even happened? He returned the answer with a question. Kyoka simply remained silent, since that would be the wisest thing to do so far. Almight, why I suspect we'll see young East say, Endeavor, so we'll see the Egyptian much better than seeing Babylon. Stain, and much better than seeing you false heroes. Aizawa, I have a strange feeling. Midnight, what kind? Aizawa, the Holy Grail theme, it keeps playing in my mind. Present Mike, I don't think there's a war, friend, right? Cement, anything can happen, and if it does, we don't know where our allies will be. Izuku, knowing that UA supports me, the Commission will have them as enemies, so they would basically take place on Babylon's side. Nizu, I agree with that. Mandalay, well, as long as the children don't participate, I would say, not knowing that was going to happen. At that the screen lights up. Pixie Bob, it's already starting. Katsuma, let's see how the Pharaoh does it. Koda, yes. Eri, she'll never get over my daddy. On screen, Thebes, capital city. Dawn broke in the empire's capital, as the people began their daily lives since becoming free. Their lives since being freed from the demons were undoubtedly a gift from their ancient gods, which is why they swore loyalty to their liberator, the new King of Kings, one of the few who have come to directly rival Gilgamesh himself. In the palace, Issei was waking up while his two current fiancées were asleep on his chest. He never expected it to happen, meeting Cleopatra's heiress and having one of the girls he liked, a fallen human hybrid, later reincarnated demon, be the successor to his ancestor's former love, Nefertari. Off-screen, Nizu, let's go to Egypt. Hawks, unfortunately. Ryukyu, so let's go with the pharaoh. Seeing how the boy woke up, many were envious and jealous, wondering how this could happen to them and not to some poor idiots. Mineta, it can't be. First Izuku and now that guy. When will it be my turn, he would say, crying. See you. Hopefully you'll have a girlfriend, Karo, she would say, licking him. Midnight, how much love. I like it, I would say, like a schoolgirl. Almight, ha 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 ha, young people today, ha ha ha. Gran Torino. So he calls that fall Nefertari, it reminds me that his ancestor's wife had that name. Mandalay. Not to mention his second fiancé, I'd say something serious. Mirko. Two who have harems, damn womanizers. Izuku, watch your tongue, hair. Mirko. How did you call me brat? Izuku, hair, or do you want me to spell it for you? Arrogant and impulsive tomboy half-breed. Mirko, shut up, womanizer, she would say, annoyed. Izuku, I'm not a womanizer, and if I have a harem, it's because they want it that way, knowing that I can't say no to them, since I don't like breaking a lady's heart. Pixie Bob, why can't I be there with one of them? She complained. Mandalay is at the age. Stain urgently needs a partner. On screen, Issei got up delicately, letting both of them sleep peacefully, so he decided to leave his chambers towards a viewpoint outside his room, managing to see all the improvement since they liberated Egypt. He looked closely at his people, today a new nation, despite obstacles that the Great Ones have wanted to put in its way, given that with his ingenuity and that of his closest associates, they grew rapidly. Japan was one of the most alarmed, given that they possessed the diligence on the heroic system of the world, and that Egypt did not have such a system broke their schemes, so a few weeks ago they sent hawks to negotiate with them. Issei was relentless with his words and would not put a system of faults in his country, so after threatening him with not returning with those false words of conviction, He decided to leave the hero who tried to fulfill his second mission, in case the ruler refused. Kill him and place a puppet government. Hawks unsheathed a sword made of his feathers, and launched an attack, unaware that Issei was expecting it, so he stopped the blow with his scepter, while one of Issei's closest friends, heiress of Morgan Le Fay, and descendant of the King of Knights, Le Fay Pendragon recited a wind spell to draw out and expel the bird from Egypt. Issei had had slight contacts with Uruk, so decided to establish a defense. He copied the organizational model of the Babylonian forces. Following their example, he implemented the division of the best warriors he possessed into various branches, according to their prominence. His fiancée Cleopatra excelled in the art of stealth and assassination, along with the use of seduction, making her the leader of the Egyptian assassin squad. Le Fay, for her part, was a talented magician, so by performing her own spell and determining blood connections with heroes of the past, she discovered great things, among them, erasing the fact that Arthur Pendragon and Le Fay Pendragon descended from King Arthur himself, as they were not, although they were related, they were not his descendants, Le Fay being the example as Morgana's successor. Arthur, for his part, was a descendant of Gawain, Knight of the Son of the Round Table, both lineages united by time and interbreeding without knowing their pasts. That's why Issei named them both his saber and caster class servants according to their abilities. Yuto Kiba was another of those affected by Le Fay's spell, given that he was related to the Pendragon lineage, in particular to that of Mordred Pendragon, Knight of Betrayal, killed at the hands of his father using the spear Rangaminiad, after he revealed himself to his progenitor, having been denied his right to the throne, being the product of one of the manipulations of Morgana and Merlin. Somehow, Kiba managed to activate his weapon, the sword, causing the Excalibur itself to undergo a change in Babylon. Given his skill with the sword, Issei gave him the rank of saber-class servant. Off-screen, Bakugo, ha 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 ha. Shoto, it seems that the bird doesn't know that he shouldn't meddle in places that are foreign to Japan. Hawks, shut up, he hissed. Kirishima, why would we do that? We're not in a dictatorship. Kaminari, besides, there are things that are proving that you did commit it. Momo, at least I know I won't end up living with a villain disguised as a hero when we get back. Hawks was about to jump in, but Gang Orca, clearly on the UA side, was launching his sonic attack through the blowhole, paralyzing the bird. Mirko, let's see who the brat has. Ryukyu, Morgan Le Fay? Nizu, why didn't I notice? Le Fay Pendragon. Aizawa, a magician on the level of Merlin himself. Monoma, what would happen at this point? We, the descendants of Camelot, would all be like this, he would say jokingly, the new Merlin. Shoto, I hope so. Kirishima, it seems that your apparent cousin turned out to be a descendant of Sir Gawain. Shoto, yes, although it may happen that in the past my branch separated and his crossed with Morgan Le Fay's and Gawain's without knowing it. Rei Kiba Yuto, survivor of the Sacred Sword Project. Midnight, what an irony. Cements, yes, it ended up being the legacy of Mordred Pendragon, the man who brought the kingdom of Camelot to its knees. Shoto, another cousin, well at least we have family that isn't the old man. Natsuo, yes. Fuyumi, yes. Rei, it's true. Endeavor. Grrrr, he growled with his face turning violet at this abandonment of his blood. Mandalay, if we consider, Egypt and Babylon are strong. Nizu, and I would dare say at the level of Shinto and India. David, so. Melissa, they are already making a strong entrance with powerful features and in such a short time. Stain, these are two new powers to fear among the factions. On screen, the next was the rare case of the group, Gasper Vladi, a human and vampire hybrid, very shy, and with somewhat dubious tastes in clothing as he tended to wear women's clothing. Abandoned by his own people given his mixed race and despised by humans given his supernatural progeny, saved by Reyes Gremory being her bishop. Nobody knew why, but the little vampire was related to one of Charlemagne's paladins, Astolfo, and given what Seraph Gabriel knew, it was known that he was one of the rare cases in humanity of an androgynous figure, without the extreme degree as was the case of Hermaphroditus. When the vampire lineage was discovered, many thought of the Impaler, although it was surprising that when it was confirmed, a griffin appeared at his side, being loyal to him, so Issei named him Rider-class servant. Reyes, formerly Gremory, for a devil, had a strange assimilation, as she was unknowingly the vessel of Boudica, a rare case as the new saint of Orleans. Her ancestor was an ancient Iceni warrior in pre-Roman Britain. Rome had invaded her land in a cunning manner, culminating in disgrace for her and her daughters. Boudica, seeking revenge, gathered the various kings of Britain and incited a rebellion with her as the spearhead of the group. In truth, Issei was surprised by this connection, so knowing about her, he gave her the rank of saber-class servant. Genshuru Saji, a reincarnated demon from Sona Citri's retinue, wielder of the sacred gear called Absorption Line, one of the several sacred gears that holds the soul of the black dragon Vritra, one of the 5 dragon kings. Given his former life as a human, he was a descendant of Arjuna, the gifted hero, rival of the demigod Karna of India, and hero of the same epic as the former, the Mahabharata. He was a demigod son of the god Indra of India, and half-brother of Karna himself, whom he killed in the epic. This would represent a very strong rivalry with Karna's successor, Katsuki Bakugo, although surely Issei and Izuku would know how to handle it. In rank, Issei entrusted him with the rank of archer-class servant. On the other hand, the last of those who had heroic ancestry was Irina Shido, since she was descended from Bradamante, the Knight of the White Feather, also one of Charlemagne's paladins, while the latter was descended from the hero Hector of Troy. The former nun turned demon, given a matter of corruption of a priest, who wanted to make a war between the Biblicals, along with the cadre Kokabile of Grigori, could not believe it, so she accepted the appointment as a Lancer-class servant, given the weapon of her ancestor. Off-screen, Shoji, it seems that the little vampire, Mineta the Rag, Tokoyami, a paladin of Charlemagne's, Kendo, and Midoriya has the new Charlemagne. Ibara, not only the Round Table, the paladins of Charlemagne meet too. Stain, I wonder if the Shinsengumi will reunite? Ryukyu, who would have thought that like the Maid of Orleans another woman would have a kind of reincarnation? Mandalay, yes. Boudica, Nizu, and the former Gremry girl. Mina, well, it looks good. Hagakure, yes. Bakugo, so another idiot archer like Arjuna, I would say annoyed. Mitsuki, what happened to our ancestors shouldn't matter to you. Katsuki, cements, being brothers, they both hated each other to death. Karna the hero of charity and Arjuna the gifted hero. Stain, and why is that? Nizu, Karna, Duryodhana's friend, became Arjuna's enemy. Karna also envied Arjuna's reputation, because despite being an expert in archery, he was not given the respect he deserved, being declared a Shudra. Karna was jealous of Arjuna's prestige, so he became Arjuna's enemy. Siro, few what brotherly love. Mina, yes. Hagakure, everyone is weird in the past. Izuku, it's the most normal thing, the envy of one brother to another, between father and son, and from son to father, is more common than you think in human history. Ragdoll, descendant of Bradamante, Almight, of paladins gathered incredible. Mirko, demons. Mineta, what Hexia pays, he would say pervertedly while looking at Irina. Tsuyu, perverted Karo, she would say, hitting him with her tongue. Ibara, interesting. Kendo, yes. On screen, the fact that Issei and Izuku had descendants of heroes from the past caught the attention of many nations and the supernatural. Japan demanded those descendants to make them heroes to serve civilians, while the faction commanded by Cao Cao came forward proposing their ideas, while being annoyed by the origins of those who now ruled Egypt. Issei's response was clear. He rejected these supposed heroes who, when he refused, rushed to kill him, so in his calm, he would launch one of his greatest attacks, eliminating Siegfried's descendant. That was Cao Cao's last act as leader of the hero faction, who due to his situation caused Izuku to rise as the new leader of the faction, ignoring all the atrocities done by him, Leonardo and George, as well as setting the Chaos Brigade as an enemy, something that Issei, Grecian, Shinto, Quetzalcoatl and the Jade Emperor, along with the Kyoto faction, recognized as valid. Off-screen, Izuku, when Japan isn't a bunch of morons. Bakugo, don't you know what a no is? Kirishima, they are bastards. Shoto, they have no honor. Kaminari, you'll see, bastards. Stain, so Cao Cao went to see him. Nizu, and he got what he deserved. All Might, yes, he lost Siegfried's supposed heir. Aizawa, without Cao Cao at the helm, the king of heroes takes back his position. Izuku, that's great, more paperwork, he would say with great sarcasm. Gran Torino, that's the trick of the trade, kid, he would say, laughing a little. Cements, the boy also takes correct measurements. Present Mike, calling it a terrorist group is valid. Nizu, the other factions accept him. Hawks, demons, Mirko, the boy. Endeavor, touching it means going to war with several factions. Kamui, damn, Mount Lady, lucky bastard. On screen, Issei for his part was recognized as a faction thanks to Greece and Shinto, followed by Babylon, since Zeus personally went to Egypt to negotiate, along with Amaterasu, where they were able to agree, among them, that Zeus would allow some descendants of Greek heroes to stay in Egypt, as was the case of the descendant of Canes, a laser-class servant from Egypt. With Amaterasu, they simply allied themselves given the reports they had of the massacre of the yokai clan of the Nicuchio, in addition to being able to reveal the plans of the biblical hell and heaven with the Kyoto faction, so by common agreement, similar to that of Babylon, Egypt would shelter yokai clans scattered throughout the world, as well as descendants of heroes and important figures of Japan, such as the descendant of Tomoguzen, a brave woman who frequently achieved military achievements, which is why she was recognized as a powerful warrior. Archer-class servant of Egypt. For the supernatural world, it wasn't a concern that Egypt had them, although for the human world, it was. Most of the descendants inherited something from them, especially several skills that were coveted, especially in Japan. Likewise, neither of the two faction rulers was willing to accept the idea of enslaving their people to those power-hungry swine. Off-screen, Mirio. This boy is having a lot of power-strong servants, but he doesn't use it for good. Izuku by. Well, what do you mean? Watching them act in often ridiculous outfits, posing for cameras while we forget what it means to be heroes, or to protect our villages as we should. Mirio. But power like that is misused, people must be protected. Bakugo. The nerd never said otherwise. Shoto. People should also be able to defend themselves. Kirishima. Otherwise he will be dependent, and everything will end as we see. Kaminari. Shut up and stop humiliating yourself. Nizu. Heir to Canes and Tomoguzen. Almight. Two extremely formidable opponents in the battle ahead. Izuku's enemy faction was growling in rage and jealousy. That power should be used by them, by the true heroes, in their opinion. This was undoubtedly showing them what they were truly like. Izuku, and humans covet what they can have, he would say with annoyance. Nagant, and Japan at the top, he would say, shaking his head. On screen. In the biblical factions, on the other hand, the presence of truly strong beings of humanity did not sit well with them. Heaven was furious with Babylon for having protected the new Joan of Arc, while they looked with annoyance that Egypt allied itself with Babylon, Greece, and Shinto, given that between them they formed a powerful group, which only India with luck could stop. This worried them, since although the biblical ones were the most numerous, they had to respond. That is why they left the limitations of using beings with sacred gears to reincarnate. They looked for villains, the first to fall as a demon being Tamura Shigaraki. Toga Himiko for her part was taken by Grigori, while several heroes went through heaven turning them into angels. Tensions were wide, despite not being treated, and the slightest friction would trigger a war, with Japan as the battlefield. In Thebes, Issei, after seeing and remembering what he was experiencing these days, decided to read the new news, and see what new measures to take for the well-being of his people. He would not do the same as King Arthur, since during his reign, the people who lived in fear of being invaded only wanted a strong king, and the knights would only follow an excellent commander, who would be one of the best kings. Was corrupted by establishing a reign in the belief that a king is not a human being. Forgetting about humanity, getting rid of all emotion and feelings to balance the country without deviations and punish people without making any mistakes, which ended in his downfall. Issei would not make a mistake like that, so he would guide his people on a path of good and prosperity. If they had to make mistakes, they would and face their consequences, because humanity should not be forgotten, as many Japanese heroes, anti-heroes and hero hunters did. Issei contradicted Stain in his doctrine, since the same system and doctrine made its main contradiction its baseness. The heroic system paid heroes as work. Almight was no exception, so in the words of the same doctrine, if a hero receives a benefit for his heroic action, it ceases to be so. Almight charged, so he had no reason to drop that doctrine. Also, he forgot the fact that heroes, despite the tights, are still human beings. And as Hobbes said in his writings, the human being is selfish and evil by nature. The chestnut-haired boy was deep in thought when Aquino brought him out, announcing that a delegation from Babylon was waiting for him. He decided to sit on his throne, waiting for the delegation, as they would be discussing business today. Issei, Almight would say, seeing the aforementioned enter. Why do I owe it that the King of Heroes sent you? Almight, greetings, King of Kings, he would say with his classic smile, but I have come as an ambassador of Babylon to establish a meeting between our leader and you, if it is not a bother. Issei Shonen. Issei, interesting. From what I see, you are accompanied by the dragon heroine Ryukyu and the rescue heroine Mandalay from the Hussycats group. Ryukyu, it's good to see you, Your Highness. Mandalay, same here. Issei-san. Issei, in that case, he would say, standing up, let's talk about the future that is coming. After those words, they would begin to talk about various plans that were coming, along with treaties and agreements that would be made between the two. Off-screen. Various. Oh, come on. Ida, Japan as a battlefield? He would say, scandalized. Mina, this can't be. Mirio, so many innocent people are going to suffer. Mitsuki, it's something that Japan's desire for power is causing. Inko, as heroes, they should prevent that, even fighting against rulers. Kyoka, but that. Kendo, it would be acting like villains. Rei, isn't it a hero's job to protect the innocent? Always, well, yes, but. Inko, even fighting against the government, the innocent must be saved. Rei, with those attitudes, you only prove that you are the opposite of a hero. Mitsuki, just puppets, lapdogs and pawns of various power-hungry morons. Hearing what Issei was doing and what he wanted to do, caused a blow to Shoto, since Artoria Pendragon was corrupted by abandoning her humanity. Stain was another who continued to receive the blow to morale. In truth, Issei showed that his doctrine was wrong, strongly wrong, and although Almight demonstrated his actions as a true hero, the mere fact of charging before his own doctrine stopped counting as heroic. Nizu, who would say he's pragmatic. Midnight, yes. Uraraka, is human being evil by nature? Izuku, humanity has always been cruel. The facts of history emphasize this. But nevertheless, it is about improving. Hawks lie. Mirko, the only evil beings are the villains. Endeavor, yes. Izuku, fool yourselves all you want, half-breeds. Mandalay, and we go to the place. Ryukyu, yes. Almight, at least there will be peace. On screen, in Japan. In a room, numerous black figures were talking between screens. Voice, Babylon and Egypt should not have risen again. Voice, the president of the Japanese Commission has already failed. Voice, in that case we must proceed. We don't have Star and Stripe, and All Might will still be a problem. Voice, in that case, we already have someone who will do it. Voice, indeed. Voices too. Rise of him. Rise of him. It's time to show those two brats where they belong. Screen turns off. Nizu, and the High Command looking for a way to control what they can't. Aizawa, this will end badly. Izuku, rise of him? Eve, she is the last living direct descendant of the original Lucifer, the robot would say. Ibara, interesting. Eva, not to mention he's the leader of the Cows Brigade. Midnight, so, negotiating with terrorists. All Might, at this point the higher-ups came for control. Nijire, this proves to be somewhat incoherent. Tamaki, the desire for control corrupts. Mirio, but he would say, searching for the words to contradict what they saw, but it was impossible. No one said anything, as there was no way to justify what they saw. Hawks and Endeavor knew that for there to be peace, humanity, God, and the devil must all be on the same page, so for them, the end justifies the means. Chapter 18, Meeting of Kings. The false heroes faction remained completely silent, given that there were things that no one could deny, given that they were completely true, although they were silenced for the good of society. All of them were simply corrupted or were close to being so by humanity's desire for control, especially its leaders. If Eri looked at Mirio as a shadow of the hero Lemillion who saved her, and after his outburst of anger with her, for her ancestor, he called her a monster, now she looked at him with pity and a bit of hatred, given that she was thinking things through very carefully, like her adoptive father. Bakugo, how low people sink because of their desire for control. Nijire, I'm sorry Mirio, but you have to stop living in your fantasy. Tamaki, I don't recognize you. Mirio, wake up, you're not like that. Mirio, I hate them, he would say, totally blinded by anger and the feeling of betrayal from his friends. Eri, it seems that the hero Lemillion never existed, she would say with regret, since she now saw the madness into which he fell. Eva, if this Lemillion dies and ascends to the throne of the heroes, I'm sure he would be a berserker-class servant, the robot thought. Nizu, I think we should continue. Namiri, please. Midnight, yes, she would say, using her gift and putting Mirio to sleep. Stain, damn, it was really broken, he would say almost sadly. Izuku, he was a good hero. But colliding with everything Sir taught him was what triggered him. Shoto, yes. Eva, let's continue. Eyes on the screen. At that the screen lights up. Mina, what do you think we're going to see? She would say excitedly. Hagakure, I don't know, maybe we'll see more. Ojiro, I wonder what other descendants of heroes and villains from the past there are. On screen, Babylon. All Might walked accompanied through the corridors of the ziggurat towards the throne room. Honestly, the blonde former symbol of peace was surprised. He never expected someone outside of Japan or America to recognize him, but he was happy to know that they recognized him as the ambassador of the king of Uraraka and new leader of the heroes faction. Mandalay and Ryukyu also could not believe who they had met, although the good side is that they would not have friction with their factions since many of them barely remember them or paid attention to them, or in the case of Greece and Shinto, would let them keep them. The case was different with India, which, like Egypt, demanded the return of the descendants of several heroes from its past, for the simple fact of belonging to its faction. All of Egypt and Babylon knew it, and the factions were preparing, despite the immeasurable power of Shiva having several current top of the supernatural world, such as the Trimurti and Indra. Greece was ready to defend its allies. Hades and Hestia are already top, in addition to the fact that Izuku a few days ago managed to arrange a deal for the support of Buddha, another top of the most powerful existences, not counting several descendants of powerful heroes, and himself who would check against the leader of India if he was that strong or just rumors. On the other hand, Japan was very nervous about the rise of Babylon and Egypt, so they discreetly sent basic notes of who was in the Sumerian faction to the Hindus as a sign of support. The same happened with the Biblicals, whom Sirzex himself, being the second member of the top present for the Biblicals, had sent his entourage after killing Okita Tsuji to recover his night piece, which was no longer useful to him since he had lied to the swordsman about turning him into a demon to cure his illness, something he failed to do. All Might, Shonen, I've returned and accompanied, he would say, smiling at the former green-haired man in the throne room. Izuku, wow, he would say, somewhat smiling, who have you met? Child, I can introduce myself as King of Heroes, he would say very excitedly. Izuku, go ahead, little one, he would say with humor, while his servants arrived at the room. Child, I am Alexander, descendant of Iskandar of Macedonia, king of the conquerors. To serve you, Izuku and I, Saitama, he would say animatedly. Izuku, it's a pleasure to meet you, little brother, he would say with a happy and imposing tone. It was no wonder that those who descended from heroes and were children called him older brother. Shoto, Izuku, may I? Izuku would nod. Shoto, can you do something? Alexander, I can summon my horse, inherited from my ancestor Bucephalus, he would say smiling. Izuku, well, I welcome you, little brother. From now on, you will be my rider-class servant. Alexander, yes, I would say. Kota, come, he would say, calling the group of children, while they proceeded to introduce themselves. Izuku, who's next? Man, it will be me, the man with the hat would say, imposing a sinister presence that made Stain tremble a little. Izuku, go ahead, my good man. Man, I am Edmond Dantes II, descendant of the Count of Monte Cristo. Stain, oh shit, I should have guessed that sinister presence, he thought, surprised and afraid. The story of the first Count of Monte Cristo was something very serious given his betrayal and descent into revenge. Izuku, well, he would say smiling, it's a pleasure to have you by our side, Count. Edmund, the pleasure is mine. Izuku, good, since your presence is like a killer. Edmund, I'm a villain hunter from Europe. I've never been caught, he said, making Stain's hair stand on end. Although he calmed down, he would really help. Izuku, great, you'll be a great help, he would say smiling, you'll be my assassin-class servant, and you'll be under Stain's command, and I also want to offer you to take charge of the interrogations. Edmund, gladly, and it's a pleasure, hero killer. Stain, your reputation precedes you. Stain, same here. Aizawa, if we were the brat's enemy, we would really be in trouble, he thought with some fear. Off-screen, All Might, and we're back from Egypt. Nizu, so you negotiated with Buddha. Ibara, I'm surprised by that. Kaminari, so we have a happy, mega-powerful chubby guy, he would say without understanding. Kyoka, idiot. Ryukyu, and not only. Mandalay, who are they? Aizawa, a child? He would ask, raising his eyebrow. Stain. I feel like that guy is giving off a lot of hate and resentment. It terrifies me. Kamui. So, Hawks. It's the best. If you can't control them, it's better for their rivals to eliminate them. Izuku. Ha 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 ha. As if those half-breeds would finish me off. Nizu. It's true. The anti-divinity chains, he would say, whispering to himself. Kaminari. What did the Siskin do? Stain. Wretch. The swordsmen in the room were upset. How dare that damn tomato kill and deceive Okita Tsuji? Hawks. Okita Tsuji? Endeavor? The captain of the Shinsengumi? Mirko. Who would have thought that killer was alive? Kamui. Hadn't he died sick? Midnight. No. And from what I see, the demons turned him away from their faction, but that didn't work. It only prolonged his life. Cements. And that didn't work. Present Mike. In the long run, they ended up betraying him, I would say, annoyed. Ibara. Damn. Monoma. I know I have demon blood, but this just goes to show that stories about demons aren't that far from reality. Mineta. It seems the child will show up. Kirishima. Alexander? Ryukyu. She has a very good mood. She reminds me of Nijuire. Tamaki. Just like me. Nizu. So a descendant of Iskandar, or rather, Alexander of Macedonia. Interesting. Aizawa. And it seems he has Bucephalus. Hawks. That brat should be in the hands of the Commission. Endeavor. With that power, they should be in Japan, not Babylon. Ida. Isn't he too young to be a servant? He would say seriously. Izuku. Aren't you too stupid to be a hero, half-breed? Ida. What? Uraraka. Leaving that aside, he seems like a good guy. Koda. Yes. Momo. Everyone will get along with him, she would say, smiling. Katsuma. Yes, we'll get along, right, sister? Mahoro. Yes. Stain. Okay, next one. Shoto. His aura is dark. Hawks. Sinister. Nizu. I get an idea of who it is. Midnight. He is Pixie Bob, descendant of Mina, the Count of Monte Cristo? Nagant. That explains the amount of darkness that emanates. Ida. Villain killer? But why is he free? Should he be imprisoned? Stain. So subordinate, and you are aware of my reputation. I feel flattered, but at the same time I am terrified. The UA teachers and Almight would nod at the thought of the black-haired drug addict, since it was very obvious. Mirko. With so many hands. Mount Lady. The boy is dangerous. Edge shot. Too dangerous. Beast genist. He is extremely threatening compared to the League of Villains or the superpowered Liberation Army. On screen. Man. I think I'll continue, a calm and composed voice would say, which caught Ibara's attention. Ibara, could it be? She thought. Man. I am David, descendant of the great King David of Israel, and descendant of King Solomon. Ibara would give a slight squeal of excitement and faint, drawing drops of sweat from everyone. David, is it religious? I asked, surprised. Everyone who knew the green-haired girl. Yes. David, I see, he would say nervously. Woman. I'll follow, a short blonde woman with a very arrogant tone would say. Izuku, you'll do it after I give David his rank. Woman. Okay, I'm you. Izuku, well, I wouldn't know how to describe you since you look like a magician. David, I am not familiar with magic, my king. I am simply a shepherd and I know how to use the bow and harp. Izuku, fine, he said, already knowing you will be an archer-class servant. David, I accept. The aforementioned would be placed next to Edmund since they met on the road and were able to converse well at least. Woman. Okay, now yes? She would say impatiently, earning the blonde's nod. Good. I am the Grand Nero Claudius, descendant of Emperor Nero, Emperor of the Roses. Many people thought, how arrogant the elf is, they would say with drops of sweat when they saw how arrogant the short woman was. Mineta might say something perverted, but he had Edmund Dantes by his side, so he was very scared. Off-screen, seeing the next one, Ibara would be in shock. Ibara, no, it can't be, this is a dream. Kendo, Monoma, Kinoko, Tetsu, and? He faints. Ibara, Kyaa. Boom. It was heard in the room where Ibara was passed out with a smile on her mouth. Nizu, so a descendant of King David. Midnight, he's also a hottie. Pixie Bob, I ask for it. Present Mike, an arrogant brat. Ectoplasm. And to top it all off, she's short. Shoto, cute, he thought, blushing a little. Endeavor, I hope it's just arrogant. Hawks, is weak. Mirko, but who is it? Almight, Nero Claudius? Aizawa, so the descendant of Emperor Nero. Kendo, the guy who burned Rome and persecuted Christians. Mineta, but what a pace. Tsuyu, pervert, she would say, licking him all over the face. Karo, Mineta, shit, I would say on a wall. Did anyone see what hit me? Kaminari, tongue of the frog waifu. Mineta, no way, That thing is the devil dude. Stain, she's an arrogant brat, I hope she backs up that power. On screen, young man, I think I'll continue, he would say in a very suggestive tone, but I think I should respectfully ask that my king stand by your side, King of Kings. Izuku, of course, gesturing to Shoto, who would stand next to him. Young man, I am Galahad, descendant of Sir Galahad, Knight of the Round Table, Knight of Heaven, and son of Knight Lancelot, also of the Round Table. I hope to serve you, my king, as my ancestor did, and by extension, you, King of Heroes. Shoto, I accept that you be my companion as Knight Galahad, but as Pendragon I am not king, therefore I serve my friend and master, Galahad. I hope my shield serves as King of Heroes. Izuku, and of course he will, because from this moment on you are my first Shield-class servant. Galahad, I will serve Babylon. Man, I think I'll continue, the redhead would speak with his eyes closed. I am Tristan, descendant of Sir Tristan, Knight of the Laments, of the Round Table. Izuku, Shoto. The bicolor would nod to those words. Shoto, as the new King of Knights, I accept you as the Archer-class servant Tristan of Babylon. Tristan, as long as I still understand what it is to be human, I will serve my king. Izuku, well, I think you're finally your friend. Young man, I suppose a young orange-haired man would say I am Robin Hood, descendant of the chivalrous thief, Robin Hood. Everyone was in shock, even Stain, since they had always thought that Robin Hood was a fictional character from some work, someone who never existed in history due to their lack of information. Izuku, in that case, it's good to have you, he would say, feeling respect for his blood, stealing from the rich to give to the poor, something villainous. Without a doubt for him it was a great hero. I suppose you are good with the bow. Robin, that's right, more than with a bow, with a crossbow pointing to his own, in addition to being an expert in the use of traps and poisons. Guerrilla tactics. Izuku, well, from now on you will be an Archer-class servant of Babylon. I hope you can defend yourself well and get along with your companions. Everyone would nod as All Might took the floor again. All Might, Shonen, young Issei coming next week. Izuku, make preparations. I want security ready and the citizens at peace, without anything or anyone disturbing it. Stain, I want you and Edmund to make sure that no uninvited hero of Japan enters this city. Stain, safe. Edmund, consider it done. Izuku, just give him a warning. Aizawa, who will be your guards? Izuku, Ibara, Percy and Kaken, he would say bluntly, earning a shine from Bakugo. Off-screen. Kendo, we continue. Nizu, Sir Galahad. Midnight, the Round Table. Shoto, it's close to being complete. David, only Sir Bedivere, Sir Agravain, and a couple of other knights remain. Melissa, Sir Bors. Minea, but wasn't Sir Agravain a traitor who conspired with Morgan Le Fay? Hagakure, yes. Neo Mesa, no one ever denied it. Gang Orca, whether you hear what you want is your problem. All Might, Sir Tristan. Aizawa, who would have thought? Midnight, the Round Table is close to being fully convened. Izuku, Robin Hood? Mandalay, surprising. Momo, he was real, he existed, it wasn't a made-up story, she would say, surprised. Ida, he who stole from the rich to give to the poor, that means he was a villain. It's unacceptable, that he would say, pulling out words from where he didn't know they were until a sword grazed his cheek. Huh? Shoto, shut up, you're annoying, he would say with Caliban in hand. Aizawa, and it seems that the reunion of Babylon and Egypt will happen for sure. All Might, yes. Nizu, his confidence is incredible. Present Mike, its security is greater than UA's. Tokoemi, at a meeting like that. Ojiro, you must not leave anything behind. Shoji, it is essential that everything goes well and that no one interrupts them. Koda, yes, he would sign. Koda, great. Katsuma, two greats meet. Eri, yes. Bakugo, let's see what we can achieve. On screen, time skip week. Everyone in the ziggurat was prepared. The city was orderly and clean. Nothing was out of place. It was daytime, so everyone was waiting for the guest. A procession made up of several vehicles would arrive while Izuku, along with Bakugo and Percy by his side, waited, while Issei, when the car stopped, got out along with Valley, Cleopatra, Saji and Reyes, accompanied by a child. Izuku, King of Kings, welcome to Babylon. Issei, it's a pleasure to be welcomed, King of Heroes. Izuku, let's move on to negotiating and enjoying our stay. With those words, Izuku led all the guests to a large hall where he began offering food and drinks, a grand buffet to satisfy his guests. At the same time, several of Izuku's unaffected servants began moving around the borders, guarding them. Robin Hood, Kirishima and Shoto on the west side, Kota, Katsuma, Mahoro and Alexander on the south side, Nero, Tristan and David on the north side, while Monoma and Galahad on the east side. After the meal, Izuku and Issei, accompanied by their escorts, sat down to negotiate, while both held back Bakugo and Saji, given their family rivalry over the Mahabharata, Arjuna, and Karna. Everyone mingled and exchanged while Momo and Artemis joined the blonde-haired boy's side, giving their opinions, especially since they realized that a certain redhead had her eye on their blonde, although she had to prove herself worthy of being his fiancée and harem sister. Apollo was also present, and the truth won out since everyone swore by sticks that every child of the blonde-haired boy would be his godson, which prevented the sun god from throwing himself into certain death. The resolution was a marriage alliance between Izuku and Reyes, while Artemis and Momo would do everything to make it worthy. Izuku never accepted since he did not want another wife, but his fiancée simply gave him a look while his nose made the whisper of annoyance. This at the diplomatic and faction level generated that Olympus, Greco-Roman, Babylon/Heroes, Egypt and Shinto, are a fearsome force, Olympus quantity, Heroes quality, Babylon and Shinto power, and Egypt magic and power generating fear in the factions of the world, especially the biblical ones and Inhumans. Japan now trembled with fear. In addition, Issei's plan was for Izuku to protect Milikas, since he was able to inform the blonde-haired boy of various plans of the biblical factions, without knowing that a strong bond was formed. Off-screen, everyone saw the majestic nature of two kings standing face to face, ready to negotiate. Two equals, without hesitation, two who could call each other friend and ally, given that both could fight as equals. Nizu, I have a strange feeling. Midnight, what kind? Nizu, I can't figure it out. Ryukyu, even the Greek god Apollo is present. Mandalay, well, she was left with Momo to be the main one, but she would have the firstborn son. Kyoka Momo, what? She would say, seeing the brunette who was deadly calm. Mina, it seems that Midori is a heartthrob. Mirko, he's just a womanizing bastard. Mineta, oh come on. He complained, seeing the terms of the agreement. Another one? Momo, so Reyes-san, huh? I would say calmly, Izuku, and I'm left with the son of the current Lucifer? Shoto, what do you think? Izuku, I'm sure the new Merlin will come up with something. Monoma, we'll see what happens. Aizawa, and the alliance of Shinto, Olympus, Babylon and Egypt is truly fearsome. Almight, yes. Endeavor, unfortunate. Hawks, they made up for everything. Beast Genist, yes, and that makes them truly dangerous. Kaminari, something happens that the screen moves to a place. On screen, East Gate. Monoma and Galahad were wandering around with several of their soldiers, when a cry of attack alerted them. Galahad, Nito. Monoma, yes, he would say, preparing his staff. Those are them? Galahad, Rakshasa. Monoma, this could be an attack from India. Galahad, but what would Shiva want? Monoma, I think he'll want us to hand over one of our own, he would say seriously, and we will never give up one of us. Galahad, I support you on that. Several fire attacks would be sent there. Galahad, she who heals all wounds and grudges, our glorious homeland. Reveal yourself, Lord Camelot, she would say, causing a great fortress made of mana and a shield to materialize to defend the entrance to the area. Monoma, that's a good attack, he praised, moving his staff. Garden of Avalon, the mythical prison where Merlin was imprisoned, manifested, a beautiful flower garden with the tower that had imprisoned the most powerful wizard in human history, formed, and the entire enemy army was bound to it, sealed forever. Monoma, I hope that's all. Galahad, I don't think so, I would say seriously. Before them a man with arms, purple skin, eyes and a smile appeared, applauding both of them. I expected nothing less from the new squire of the Round Table, nor from the descendant of the strongest wizard. Monoma and Galahad, Shiva, screen turns off. Nizu, so that was my feeling. Almight, one attack. Neomesa, but who? Monoma, those are. David, they are Rakshasa. Melissa, that means. Hawks, finally. Endeavor, someone will put them in their place. Mirko, ha 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 ha, I hope they get what they deserve. Edge shot, without a doubt. Izuku, what does that damn fourth-rate Kumbia god want? Bakugo, but why? Nizu, that's obvious. Neomesa, like you and the boy Saji, you are descendants of Arjuna. So Shiva is a god, apart from believing that he can have whatever he wants for being a deity. What he wants is one thing, and that is you, in his faction. Bakugo. As if I left the nerd alone. Mitsuki. Well said, Katsuki. Inko. That's my nephew. Bakugo. Thanks, Aunt and Old Witch. Seeing the combination of Lord Camelot and Garden of Avalon, everyone was surprised. Izuku amazing. Kendo, Lord Camelot, Mizu, and the Garden of Avalon, Naomasa, they defended while sealing off those offside attacks. Almight, and it seems the boss is coming. Izuku, hump, he would say, showing his fury by opening his golden portals. Kirishima, we'll see how it goes, he would say, tracking Balg, while in the Hall of Fame, a crimson spear shone in response. Chapter 19. Demonstration of Power, India vs. Babylon. The room was filled with seriousness and anticipation, as on one hand, the future members of Babylon were attentive and staring earnestly at Shiva. On the other, those against the green-haired man were hoping the Hindu god would destroy him. Monoma, damn, he would say, sweating a little, given that even though he is the annoying one from Class B, the successor of the Magician of the Whistles, Magician of the Flowers, Merlin, the blonde was aware that that god was practically suicide to face. Izuku, you'll see that half-breed, he would say with a threatening tone of voice. Inko, you'll see that he will fall, son. Mitsuki, come on, idiot, why don't you help? He would say, giving Bakugo a snitch. Katsuki, why are you hitting me, you old witch? Shoto, at least Camelot was present defending Babylon. Natsuo, that's what it looks like. Stain, let's wait and see how far they take it. All Might, it's true, Shiva is atop in power. Aizawa, my offspring will handle it, or they are not descendants of such brave heroes of the past. Kirishima, we will win, Sensei Killen's new hound would say. Katsuki, I will show him the power of Brahmastra. Shoto, Excalibur will fight too. Izuku, we'll see about that. Ida, they should surrender to Shiva, he would say in a low voice. Hawks, let's hope that God calms them down. Mirko, they'll come crying and asking for help, he would say, smiling. Endeavor, now the real heroes will enter the arena. At that, Eva turns on the screen. Kaminari, it's already starting. Eri, yes, we'll see Daddy fight. Katsuma, yes. Kota, Izuku and I will win. On screen. After the use of Lord Camelot and Garden of Avalon, both servants of Babylon were very fearful, because in front of them had appeared one of the great members of the top of the most powerful existences in the world, the strongest of the Trimurti, the destroyer of worlds, the crazy Kumbias. Nickname given by Amaterasu after he leaked the appreciation for the Nikomatas and called her crazy cat lady in the supernatural world, Shiva. Shiva, god of destruction and rebirth. Leader of the Hindu faction, one of the Trimurti, the most powerful Hindu. Among the top 3 strongest beings, surpassed by cows, the primordial being of Greek creation, Ophis, the dragon goddess of infinity, Great Red, and the beast of the apocalypse Trihexa, Ziggurat. Izuku and Issei were finalizing their details when something caught their attention, while Bakugo for some reason looked to the east, followed by Percy. Issei, this magical power is so great. Izuku, what? Saji, that's it. Seeing Lord Camelot, they knew that something bad was going to happen, so Izuku, accompanied by All Might, Percy, Bakugo, Saji and Issei, headed to the conflict zone, while Ibra, accompanied by Milikas, Alexander, Kota and Eri, joined them on the way. Off-screen, midnight, so that god was the one who leaked Amaterasu's nickname, Mandalay. Well, it seems we will see why they call them crazy Kumbias. Kyoka, it seems the others felt the attack. Nizu, the power that Lord Camelot and the Garden of Avalon used must have been strong for you to see. Kota, we'll go to the fight. Eri, yes. Aizawa, I don't think it's a good idea to bring children. Present Mike, everyone looks to the east where the attack is. All Might, let's hope there aren't too many casualties. On screen, at the east gate of the city. Monoma, sure Shiva, he would say nervously. Galahad, this is bad. Shiva, it seems that Babylon has good defenders. Among them the descendant of the strongest magician. Is not he the successor of Merlin? Monoma, how? Shiva, news flies in the supernatural. If your king is here, I want to talk to him. He has a person who is from my pantheon. Monoma was analyzing his words. With Izuku they had seen who made up the top of the strongest beings. And if they compared them to the heroes they were used to, they were simple ants. AFO and All Might were simply insects next to them. The top began with the strongest god-killing creatures. Those who were there, representing both, were the wolf Fenrir, Norse and son of Loki, along with the dragon king Bahamut, King of Dragons, Silver Dragon, and Peace. The top were followed by the strongest biblical being these: Metatron, Azrael, Surzux, Lucifer, and Amenadiel. In 8th place followed a couple of strong deities such as Hades and Buddha, along with the exorcist Dulio Gesualdo, the latter a user of the sacred gear Zenith Tempest. In 7th place were the strongest physically, these being Indra, Thor, the evil dragon Crom Cruch, and the Aztec leader Quetzalcoatl. In 6th place were the leader of the Chaos Brigade, Rise of Levon Lucifer, direct son of the first Lucifer, along with the Shinto god of the sea and storms Susanoo no Mikoto. In 5th place was a tie between the Shinto couple, Izanami and Izanagi, along with the bane of the Greek gods, the father of the Typhon monsters. 4th place was also shared by the Shinto leader, Amaterasu Amikami, the strongest Shinto goddess, goddess of the sun and creation, along with 2 of the Trimurti, Brahma, the Hindu god of creation, and of course the second Trimurti, Vishnu, the god of preservation and goodness of India. The 3rd place was occupied by the undisputed god of destruction of India, Shiva, and due to the death of the Christian god, he would be placed here since along with Amaterasu and Ra he was one of the deities that reached the primordial level, and although they did not show it, they were powerful. The 2nd place was taken by the primordial of Greek creation, Chaos. Since being a primordial, it would not make sense for him to be weaker than a deity. The 1st place was occupied by the dragon goddess of infinity, Ophis Ouroboros, while in a 0th place, there was the dragon god of the apocalypse and inhabitant of the dimensional gap, Great Red, along with Trihexa, the beast of the apocalypse, the true Monoma. But we don't have anyone from your pantheon, he tried to lie. Shiva, don't lie to me, sorcerer. I know they have the successor of my strongest demigod and the strongest of the demigods in my pantheon, Karna, just as Egypt has Arjuna, isn't that so? Indra would say so that the aforementioned would arrive. Indra, like his ancestor, he's just a pacifist. I was really excited about a fight. Shiva, and I wanted a fight. What do you say, Rudra? Rudra, I'd say we should leave. Would we have a conflict over a descendant? Don't abuse your power, my friend. Shiva, MHA, I am not the biblical god for Gilgamesh's heir to kneel before me. Indra, what are you saying, Agni? Will they defeat us? Monoma, curse. Galahad, this is getting complicated. 2 top gods and 2 more, despite our power, versus is no fight. Off-screen. Nizu, this is bad. Ibara, not only Shiva, but also Kendo, Indra, another top, along with Rudra and Agni. Ida, the fight seems to be lost. Mineta, will you shut up for eyes? Kaminari, you'll see that we will prevail. Aizawa, at least we know what the Indians' intentions are. Mitsuki, he wants my son and the boy descended from Arjuna. Hawks, even they know it's not a fight. Gang Orca, you know they're going to turn the fight around, right? Mount Lady, PFF, what are you saying, Whale? It's 4 gods against 2 brats, they're not that great. Kirishima, we'll see what happens. Hatsum, I want to see those weapons in action and see if I can create babies that replicate them. David, as long as they don't make Shiva dance, everything will be fine. Melissa, yes, you should avoid Shiva's battle dance at all costs. On screen, Brahmastra Kundala, a voice would say, throwing a spear of fire, causing an explosion near Indra. A cut on the cheek of the god of the top followed by a great expression of happiness at seeing several monsters of India being destroyed began to be reflected. Indra, ha 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 ha, this is great. I didn't know you would compare in power to your ancestor, isn't that right, Katsuki Bakugo, descendant of Karna, son of the sun god Surya? But your power is incredible, he would exclaim with happiness. Katsuki, it seems that the great god of India wants to fight. Indra, and missing the opportunity, not even dreaming about it. Katsuki, in that case, given my status as a Lancer-class servant of Babylon, I am not afraid to face a god alone, he would say, moving his weapon ready to fight. Indra, how funny, I wouldn't expect anything less from a descendant of a hero like him. The tension between the two was palpable, and it was known that they would both fight. Off-screen, Endeavor, a fire spear? He would say, getting excited. Katsuki, MHA, behold the successor of the son of the Hindu sun, the successor of Karna, the great Katsuki Bakugo, ha 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 ha, I would laugh with pride. Nizu, interesting. Kendo, he harmed a god. Hawks, and the god, far from being perturbed by fury, is interested in combat. Mirko, demons. Mitsuki, That's IT son, kick him OFF. Kirishima. I see that's where he got everything. Inko, Mitsuki-chan calmed down. On screen, with the others. Monoma was about to use Garden of Avalon again but knew that Shiva would not allow it, so seeing that a fire spear was thrown at Indra, concern came to Rudra and Agni, but it increased when Enkidu's chains were wrapped around of Shiva's arms. Shiva, until you come out, or rather, both of you come out, kings, that will save me a lot of work. Izuku, Monoma, rest with Galahad. Issei, from now on we will take charge. Saji, taking out a bow, would attack Agni to separate the gods from them and focus the battles on each one, preventing them from helping each other out of critical situations. Rudra, Agni, Percy, your opponent will be me, he would say to give him a cut. Rudra, Greek. Percy, I am Perseus Jackson, son of Poseidon, heir and successor of Charlemagne and his paladins, saber-class servant of Babylon, and I will be your opponent. Rudra, insolent demigod. Rudra would rush at Percy, causing his fists to collide with the sword, causing the Greek demigod to overcome the Hindu, and send him away to go after him. Agni, it seems that hurt, don't you think you are a descendant of Arjuna? Saji, I serve Egypt, not India. My ancestor may have been from their pantheon and faction, not me, he would say, knocking the bow with an arrow. Agni would throw fire while Saji would make the arrow go through the fire, hitting the god in the shoulder, causing damage, while Izuku, Issei and Shiva were face to face. Off-screen, Izuku, Enkidu's anti-divinity chains, the more divinity, the more effective, he would say, smiling. Momo, Saji attacked Agni and Percy will take care of Rudra. Melissa, considering Percy is a demigod, it must be a blow to Rudra's pride that someone like that would confront him. Tokoemi, he is considered an inferior being by the gods, so he will see it as insolence. Mirko, that boy is causing trouble for that fire god. Ray, interesting. Stain, I have a good feeling about this. Hawks, demons. Kamui Woods, damn, they're strong. On screen, Izuku, you have guts, I must admit. Hindu god, you have the guts to come to my borders without warning or declaration. Shiva, just like your descendant of Gilgamesh, he would say, annoyed and struggling with the chains. Issei, what do you want here? Shiva, the return of my heroes, the successors of Arjuna and Karna are of Hindu blood, so I want them back. Izuku, they are not pawns for you to demand as Shiva objects, he would say, annoyed. Shiva, do you want to bet I would say stop with one movement and start dancing? Izuku, the battle dance of samsara, he would say, surprised. Let's see how you dodge this, he would say, to open the gates of Babylon and start attacking Shiva. Shiva, now you'll see, he would say, to get closer to hit him. Izuku, jump, I would say, so that several shields protect them. Shiva, Aura, I would say, hitting until jumping and kicking Kritivasa. Izuku would quickly block the kick with his ancestor's axe, causing Shiva to feel pain. Izuku, I must prevent him from using Tandava Karma. He thought seriously. He knew how dangerous Shiva was. A rain of weapons launched from the Babylon gates would begin to attack Shiva, who made several movements to dodge but did not count or expect that Izuku would attack with divine weapons, although he should have expected it. After all, every weapon of the past, present and future was kept in that vault, among them weapons capable of killing gods. Shiva, it's dangerous, he would think, getting serious. Let's see this, he would say, to try to attack with blows. Izuku, Enkidu would say to throw the chains. The chains would begin to imprison Shiva, earning a surprised look from the god. The new king of the heroes was at his level or perhaps more, being comparable to the Primordial Chaos of the Greeks. That was something that many gods would not allow. Shiva, release me, he would say, feeling his strength being drained. The anti-divinity chains of Enkidu, your ancestor used them a lot, he would say, annoyed. Izuku, well, maybe this will help you. Mongrel, I would say, to attack Shiva with weapons. Shiva, shit. Shiva would begin to be impacted as he tried to resist. The boy knew very well what he was doing. By using the chains and the gates of Babylon against him, numerous weapons would attack, making him kneel. Something that even Shiva himself surprised. He hoped that brat didn't have that much power, but he was able to bring him to his knees. Being top, he could notice that he wasn't strong enough for a long fight with him. So he shortened it as much as possible, so he estimated that he was in the top of the strongest existences, and if his spies were right, at years old, he was already preparing to be a monster as an adult. Izuku, you are incredible, Shiva-san, he would say, drawing a smile. You are strong, very strong, but even though I am less powerful than you you could fall on your knees before me. Off screen. Melissa, the first thing I tell them to avoid is the first thing they let me do? She would say annoyed. Kyoka, but why? Izuku, no one would understand. Mina, what are you referring to? Hagakure, yes, tell us, we don't understand anything. Katsuki, the answer is too simple. Shoto, being warriors implies one thing. Kirishima, feeling the thrill of a fight. Kaminari, fighting someone who can kill you and enjoying that feeling to the fullest. Izuku, how to fight someone who always holds back. Monoma, that's what makes hero versus villain fights a bit boring. Those last words struck a chord with most of the heroes in the room, where some, the more reasonable ones and those on the green-haired man's side, understood him. Nagant, boy, no one would say that. Stain, well, the sponsors of the heroes wouldn't like it, and even less so those who make money from their merchandise. David, incredible. Naomesa, yes, the gates of Babylon are something I never expected to see. Ryukyu is forcing Shiva to fight and not hold back. Aizawa, but we know that won't happen, he would say, surprised. Koda, they think Shiva will retire, he would say with science. Shota, what the buck? She would say, seeing Shiva on her knees. Seeing Shiva kneel before Izuku, everyone was surprised. No one was expecting that. The enemy side of the former green-haired man in the room was surprised, furious, and stunned by what they saw. Nizu, well, his ancestor did. Ibara, Shiva on his knees. Kendo, this should be impossible. Ida, that power, why is it in the hands of someone like him and not in the hands of the heroes? Mirio, yes, that power could be used to maintain peace in society. Eri, shut up, don't be hypocrites. Koda, yes, stop being opportunists. Katsuma, no one should be forced to participate in something they don't want to. Mahoro, yes. Mirko, and the fact went to his head. Hawks, you would do the same. Endeavor, damn, I have to get him engaged to Fuyumi no matter what. On screen, Shiva, damn brat, he would say, standing up with difficulty. Izuku, really? He would say, taking the chains and manipulating them at will, causing Shiva to double over in pain from several blows while looking at him, darkly half-breed. Shiva, damn me, he would say, annoyed. Shit, this is turning out worse than I thought. The boy is too powerful. There is no doubt that Gilgamesh's lineage in him is too strong. He would think in pain. I still haven't given up, he would say, to attack. Izuku, well, you say it, I would say, to make the chains fall on the god. Minute. Shiva, what do you intend? Izuku would simply have the chains hit the god indiscriminately, leaving him on the floor very injured. Izuku, get out of my border. Shiva, off screen. Siro, that's not a fight anymore. Mineta, yes, old man. Ojiro, Midoriya is humiliating Shiva. May, won't this result make a change? Stain, yes, that will make it look like India has lost power, and India will be able to compare itself with them and Shinto. Nizu, they are no longer just a developing faction, they are now a true and fearsome power. Hawks, damn. Mirko, if this is Babylon, what is Egypt like? Kamui Woods, that brat, he gained too much power. Mount Lady, will you be in need of a partner? I would ask, interested. Momo, stay away from my boyfriend, bitch, she would say, throwing knives that Izuku gave her from his vault. On screen, with Percy, the Greek sea sun was easily holding back Rudra, who, despite trying everything, was a physical and hand-to-hand attacker, but not a long-range fighter or weapon combatant. Although he was strong against complete fighters, he could not fight, as was the case with Percy, who used his father's domains to keep him at bay. Rudra, damn, I thought because he was Greek he was weak, but he's too much. Percy, just because I'm Greek doesn't make me weak, you idiot, I'd say, annoyed. Joyous order, exemplified the king's heroism. 12 traveling swords. Extella Link, a multitude of swords made of water would form around Percy, along with wings of water, while with his main sword he launched a lightning bolt that would hit Rudra, leaving him out of combat. Percy, who's the weak one now? Hindu, he would say, leaving the area while several Indian soldiers took the defeated and unconscious god without of his arms. Off-screen, Aizawa, the demigod is not doing badly at all. Present Mike, he has too nice an essence to fight, but Midnight is leaving a god humiliated. Eva, and he is not the first one she humiliates. Izuku, interesting, who else did he humiliate? Varies. Nizu, well, that speaks to the potential of demigods. Kyoka, amazing. Mineta, not bad. Percy. Ida, what kind of monsters does Midoriya have in his ranks? He would shout in surprise. Izuku, the best, and I would never have worms as pathetic as you half-breeds. Hawks, That power would serve the commission too well. Almight, as if I'd let that happen. Seeing the use of Joyous, everyone was surprised. It was a sight to behold. Neo Mesa, interesting. David, a noble phantasm inspired by the paladins of Charlemagne, on screen, with Bakugo and Indra. They were both fighting hard, although Bakugo noticed something. Bakugo, are you going to stop playing, I would say, very annoyed, or are you going to attack for real now? Indra, the idea is to capture you without hurting you too much, but it seems that restraining me won't work. Bakugo, do you underestimate me, bastard? He would ask, very annoyed. Indra, so what if I do it? He would say, smiling. Bakugo, wretch, he would say, squeezing his spear tightly. Don't underestimate me, Shine, he would say, giving him a cut with the spear, causing Indra to dodge it, and the rocks to explode when the spear cut them. Indra, he is strong, but I should not take him with such slight confidence. His potential to surpass his ancestor is wide, and falling on one knee, and with his sweat, thanks to his quirk, he causes a lot of damage. If he continues like this, he will surpass the gods of my pantheon. Bakugo, you're going to fight for real, bastard. Indra, let's continue, he would say, smiling. Bakugo, Brahmastra, he would say, forming several spears and swords over Indra. Minute. Upon contact with Indra, the weapons exploded, causing great devastation. So Indra, smiling and with several wounds, would launch several rays, forcing Bakugo to cover. Bakugo, damned, he would say, in pain from the lightning, but forming a spear of fire. Brahmastra Kundala, he would say, to attack the god who could barely cover himself. Off screen. Katsuki, okay, let's get on with my fight. Mitsuki, buck that fourth-rate god. Nizu, it's impressive. Aizawa, yes, my offspring are strong. Midnight, he is the second who can hold a god, and no less than a god from the top of the strongest existences. Izuku, if he continues like this, Kat-chan will get angrier, and that is what is making the bastard Indra lose. Inko, yes. Shoto, also with the fight, he sweats a lot more. Kirishima, and that makes his explosions more powerful. Ojiro, let's hope he can beat him. Shoji, I'm with you, but now, the fights we see. Tsuyu, they are crazy. Karo, on screen, with the spectators. Alexander, Suga, Izuku and I-sama is amazing. Eri, yes, Dad is amazing. Kota, Izuku and I is the best. Issei, he has the power of a top player in potential, but what he has in power he takes away in experience, and that could cost him in the future, although not today. Artemis, what's going on? She would say, arriving with Momo and the others. Almight, Shiva tried to attack. Artemis, Shiva, she would say, frowning, even knowing that he would face factions. He wanted to come. Stain, I didn't think that god would arrive, although for a top it's incredible what the boy achieves. Uraraka, it's true. Momo still. Reyes, Izuku will win this. Milikas, MHA, he is strong, he would say, with little stars in his eyes. Issei, it seems that you admire him, don't you? Milikas, it's time you had someone who appreciates you, he would say, remembering that among the papers, thanks to Reyes and the mouse Serafal, they managed to place some papers. Izuku read them, saw them, and when both kings spoke, they understood that Izuku was the most suitable to protect him. So remembering the issue of Eri, he signed it, thinking that he would only be his disciple, without knowing that most of those relationships end up going towards something more. Off-screen, seeing the children's reactions, the group opposing the former green-haired man snorted in annoyance, since in their arrogance, they would have done better, while those supporting the green-haired man undoubtedly smiled. Izuku, wow, looks like Eri will have a little brother. Eri, little brother? I would say, thinking about what it could mean. Tsuyu, Karo, that's the Izuku-chan we all want. Katsuki, since we're missing, why don't you steal the mouse Siskin's wife? He would say mockingly. Shoto, knowing the luck we see on screen, it can happen. All Might, Midoriya Shonen, he would say in a proud tone of his successor. On screen, in the battles, Saji was fighting from a distance against Agni, who was tired of so many arrows stuck in his body by the Egyptian archer. Agni curse. Saji, I'm sorry God Agni, but I'm afraid this fight will end here, he would say, by shooting an arrow with a lot of energy. It wouldn't kill the god, but it would leave him out for a while. Pashupada. Agni, at least, he would say, seeing the projectile, you didn't use the attack that your predecessor inspired in my gift, he said before being hit and falling unconscious. Shiva couldn't believe what he was seeing, so humiliated and wounded, he had no choice but to retreat, unaware that these actions would soon take their toll on him later. While it was possible for both factions to have peace and not battle, They would not ally because of this precedent. Indra, despite being wounded, wanted to continue, but Shiva's orders were irrefutable, so he withdrew. While the world stood in dismay, waiting for the Japanese factions and government to react, numerous descendants and the occasional hero who, due to blessings or curses, was still alive, headed for Egypt or Babylon. The screen turns off. Katsuki. Stupid archer, he would say, feeling Karna's hatred towards Arjuna. Nizu, the battle is over. Naomasa, Babylon's crushing victory is irrefutable. Aizawa, they just wait to see the reactions. Almight, I doubt Shiva will leave this untouched. Midnight, I doubt they'll even sign any peace. Nizu, sadly I feel like a war is coming. Present Mike, well, at least no god died, hee. Ida, shit. Kyoka, this is serious. Mina, yes. Hagakure, Buck, Siro, and we're on his bad side. Aways, let's hope we don't die. Stain, I want to see the faces of those power addicts. Nagant, me too. Hawks, damn, the kid is uncontrollable. The room was plunged into a great silence, since this was something they never anticipated would happen, although Izuku's side was smiling, since they were having a position that justified their power in the world. Chapter 20. Meeting of Factions 1. The room was filled with silence, as no one knew how to offer an opinion. Izuku's group was smiling, yet calm, especially Bakugo, who looked like he might explode at any moment, shouting that he was the best for scaring Indra away. Izuku, I guess that will serve to make it clear that I'm not someone weak, he would say, smiling, while revealing a new outfit while sitting and drinking a glass of wine. Momo, this is great. Izu. Inko, at least now they won't bother you anytime soon. Nizu, indeed, he kneeled. Shiva, someone who is close to Ophis and Great Red in terms of power. Stain, that shows that the boy has already entered the top with the ash-colored hair. Mandalay, killing Indira and Shiva will leave a mark. Almight, let's hope the other factions take it well. Hawks, something tells me there's going to be war. Mirko, yes. Endeavor, let's hope not, since if what the rodent in the room said comes true, the battlefield for most of the fights will be Japan. Mount Lady, but how do we stop the brat? Kamui, even if it hurts to admit it. Edge shot, he's too far out of reach now, and I doubt that with All Might fighting by our side, we'll be able to win. Beast Genist, let's hope Babylon and Japan don't clash. Before anyone could say anything else, the screen lit up. Mineta, it's already starting. Kaminari, yes. Monoma, let's see what's next. On screen, India's defeat at the hands of Babylon didn't go unnoticed by any faction. Everyone in the supernatural world or with knowledge of it was in complete shock. Japan didn't believe anything that had happened. India was, along with Shinto, one of the two strongest factions today, and the fact that Babylon could confront them only shifted the power struggles. Hawks and several top heroes, including Mirko, were upset. The boy they wanted to confront and arrest for the good of their society was very strong. Very few could bring a Trimurti to its knees, much less Shiva, the strongest of them. In the biblical, the situation was the same: disbelief, panic, paranoia, hatred, and above all the desire for power took hold of them, so they called all the factions to a meeting where they could agree on the situation from now on. Amaterasu, Issei, and Izuku were able to read the lines in the middle of those invitations, so they were plotting something. So with the agreement of Asgard, Olympus, Shinto, the Mexicas, and Egypt, the meeting would not be held in Japan, but in neutral territory, the one chosen by even India, the lands of Asgard. This meeting would be held and the hero commissions knew it, so they would send a representative. Japan, for its part, would send Endeavor and Hawks to see what they defined, since between several there were many tensions, and more when they could jump and air their dirty laundry about their mistakes and actions, which for better or worse were taken, especially from the biblical factions. Yukari's Little Adventure Story. Point 6K246. This is the time after the provisional leave. Katsuki and Izuku didn't fight that night since they are good friends. Izuku has two abilities, one for all and working together. Katsudoku. Off-screen. Nizu, we knew there would be repercussions. Ryukyu, but this was too fast, it wasn't long ago. Mitsuki, at least the others know who they shouldn't mess with. Nagant, I see that the commission barely measures the enemy they created out of hunger for power. Eri, Daddy was great. Koda, yes. Katsuma, Izuku and Aisama was great. Mahoro, and Sublime. Shoto, the biblicals, something tells me it's going to be a real pain in the ass. Kurashima, let's hope not. Izuku, damn pigeons, bats, and crows. Ibara, I feel like burying my arrows in them. Naomasa, I have to admit that meeting in neutral territory is a good idea. Endeavor, so in Asgard. Rei, the lands of Odin. Aizawa, this is going to go very wrong. On screen, Thebes, city of Egypt. Issei had returned from Babylon after making a strong alliance with the king of heroes Izuku, so he was paying attention to what was coming from now on, in addition to being able to fulfill his duties as a leader, that is, signing paperwork. He was calm, relaxed, enjoying a cup of tea, prepared by his girlfriend Akino, his beloved Nefertiti, as he nicknamed her, along with his second beloved Cleopatra. It was evident that he would have a harem because, as the bearer of the Red Dragon of Domination, given the system of sacred gears created by the biblical god after the Great War of the biblical factions, after being humiliated by the first Gilgamesh, he would have it. Draig is one of the two celestial dragons known as Securudii, was sealed in one of the Longinus. The boosted gear is feared by angels, fallen angels and demons, as well as in all mythologies and races, for its destructive powers that are said to be capable of surpassing the gods and the Mao. Issei, with his first encounter with the supernatural, before Reyes Gremory used her evil pieces to revive him as a demon, began to use the power of the dragon, where every time he used it and his body used the power, a process of conversion into a dragon began, something that not even with his awakened legacy was stopped. Issei, besides being a god, given his connection with Ra, is a dragon, therefore. He is powerful in his own right, since with his ascension as pharaoh he was able to take out Draig without dying, and leave him as his most faithful advisor. Draig was always frank. Dragons have harems. He told him that, since it is a reflection of power status. Issei, what's wrong, Vala? He asked his rival, friend, and brother by ancestry. Valley, the biblical factions called for a factions meeting. Everyone will go, at least the biblical ones. Issei, I suppose our neutrality and our life would not go unnoticed. He sighed in a tone of defeat and seriousness. I want you to enlist Arthur, Gasper, and Kiba. You and they will be my escorts. Vala, whatever you say. Issei, by the way, where will that meeting take place? Vala, in Asgard. After that, Vala retreated, while Issei looked seriously at the sky, fearing that something bad would happen. Off screen. Present Mike. What a way to portray young Haida's entry into the supernatural. Cementos. And he must have progressed without help. Without a doubt, going to UA may have helped him. Nizu, or maybe not. From what we see, the boosted gear awakened in battles with the supernatural. The UA, not having its knowledge, could not help him. Midnight, I thought you'd want to have it. Nizu, I have no lack of desire, but I am also a practical person. Pixie Bob, although that doesn't mean that Issei-kun is a complete baby. Uraraka, support for the cat. Kyoka, she has a harem and our partner's green-haired ex is putting it together too. I don't know what to say. Izuku, how about we just keep quiet, since you're talking as if we're the ones to blame. Neither of us is responsible for girls falling in love with us, and even if that were the case, as gentlemen we can't break a lady's heart. Kaminari, amen. Mineta, I am not worthy of those teachings, master. Almight, he suspects something will happen. Tokoemi, there's something dark lurking there. Ojiro, do you think the biblicals have planned something? Tsuyu, it's probably Karo. On screen, Babylon. Izuku was very upset. He was sitting while his three girlfriends and fiancées, Artemis, Reyes, and Momo, watched him sign their papers, given his double obligation as leader of two factions, Sumerians and heroes. Izuku, are you really not going to let me escape? Artemis, no. Reyes, don't even dream about it. Momo, you must be responsible. Izuku, fine, he would say, sighing. He couldn't get angry with his girls. After all, they were in charge of the relationship, although that was known to many. Artemis, you know something, she would say, calling attention since the fight with Shiva. Not only are you next to your friends Bomberman in the top of the strongest existences, but now many factions respect you. Momo, not to mention that numerous allies have joined, especially the true descendant of Siegfried. Momo, I think that guy who was killed by the Egyptians before the fall of Cao Cao deserved it, usurping the name of such a brave Nordic hero. Reyes, not to mention altering history to make them believe you, given that Fafnir is still alive. Only Siegfried took half of his heart, gaining his abilities and powers. Artemis, what can you expect? They're pigs. At least some of Greece's heroes weren't, like Jason. Which reminds me, his descendant arrived and was assigned as a rider-class servant. Izuku, perfect. Anyone else arrived? Artemis, yes, from my pantheon came the descendants of Theseus and Asterios, she would say, frowning slightly. Izuku, what happened? Artemis, Theseus' descendant challenged Percy and lost, since he was too arrogant. Even so, I gave them the rank of Saber and Berserker-class servants. Izuku, I couldn't expect less from one of my best Saber-class servants. Momo, the descendants of two Celtic heroes also arrived. Satanta, descendant of the Hound of Camlin and self-proclaimed younger brother of Kirishima-san, and the descendant of Diarmuid Dubni. The child was assigned the Saber class, and the elder the Lancer class. Reyes, next is Romulus' descendant, Romulus Quirinus, whom I assigned as a Lancer class servant. Izuku, that's good. Anyone else? Momo, yes, a girl, descendants of Rama, one of the heroes of India, assigned as a Saber class servant, and on the other hand, Artemis, the new prince of Lanling. Izuku, oh, one of the descendants of Chinese heroes. I hope we find the new Yingjing. Artemis, yes, and I assigned the young man of no more than as a Saber class servant. Izuku, okay, this is getting interesting. Off screen. Izuku, oh come on, he complained. Momo, you must be an example, dear, he. Uraraka, I'm sorry Izuku and you must be responsible. Inko, at least you'll charge them to de-stress. Izuku blushed along with Momo at that, so they decided to chase Inko in a comical way, while she was laughing a little. Stain, so Chow Chow's boy Siegfried was a fake. Nizu, this one looks like a descendant of a dragon slayer, like Siegfried. Ryukyu, I wouldn't be surprised if they had Sigurd. Midnight, descendant of Jason? Hawks, the Argonaut? Ida Asterios? Doesn't ring a bell. Mina, although she looks intimidating. Almight, Theseus' descendant seems like an arrogant person. Mandalay, thank goodness Percy brought him down a peg. Kirishima, Satanta's descendant? He would say surprised, isn't that him? Momo, yes, another descendant of Siyu Chulin. Kirishima, how nice. Cheered, I have a little brother. Nizu, so a descendant of Rome. Almight, another heroine from India. Bakugo, at least he's not like the idiot archer. Kaminari Lanling? I wanted the cool Chinese guy Qing Shi Huang, he complained. Mineta, I was scammed. Mirko, the brat has more allies. Endeavor, and several are powerful. On screen. At that All Might would run in since an invitation to a very important event arrived. Izuku, All Might? Tashinori, Shonen, ladies, I would say with respect, an invitation arrived. A meeting of faction leaders. Artemis, who summoned her? Tashinori, the biblical factions, I'd say seriously, are probably up to something, but the meeting will be held in Asgard. Izuku, okay, I'll go. I want you to get Shoto, Alexander ready, he would say, convinced, but not his partners Kakin and Edmund, he would say in a serious tone. All Might, I'll do it right away. So the number hero would retire. He could no longer fight, but that did not mean that he was one of the greatest advisors to the King of Heroes. After that, time would pass and numerous factions were already on their way using magic circles to move and reach Scandinavia, specifically, the lands of Asgard, Odin's domain, and the Norse. Off-screen, Mitsuki, and finds out what happened. Mandalay, wait. Aizawa, will he take Alexander? But he's a little small. Stain, and he takes the Count of Monte Cristo. It scares me a little to think what the hell that guy has found. Shoto, so I'm going as your guard. Izuku, yes, my friend. On screen, Asgard. Numerous faction leaders were present, and even Buddha had traveled, despite not being a faction leader. But it was known that given his power, he might be needed there, since if things went haywire, the use of the eighth consciousness was capable of preventing something. Shoto, so this is Asgard, he would say, shocked while receiving everyone's gaze at having dressed in his ancestors' armor. Ignore if the hair is bad. Katsuki, yes it is, but it looks boring. I hope at least there are fights. Alexander, Sugini-sama, this place is great. Koda, it's true, and I-san is amazing. Milikas, too surprising, don't you think, sensei? Izuku, true that, yes. Ibara, it's surprising, the descendant of the hunt would say. Edmund, it's true, Asgard has always been one of the places with the most beautiful features, he would say, passing by them. The people, seeing the Babylonian group, became tense. They knew the reputation of the original Count of Monte Cristo, and seeing a descendant of his made their blood run cold. Off-screen, seeing Asgard, Everyone was speechless, as it was something very beautiful, very incredible to see. Midnight, it's beautiful. Mina, they also prepared for it. Almight, and you took the children. Izuku, I'm a great father and older brother, he would say proudly. Inko, that's not all they meant. Nizu, and it seems that it attracts attention. Jiro, Todoroki looks like a gentleman. Kaminari, yes, and Mr. Edmund is attracting attention by his mere presence. On screen, well, if it's none other than the king of heroes, a blonde man carrying a hammer would say. Izuku, so you're in the welcoming party, aren't you, berserker of thunder, and strongest Norse god Thor, son of Odin? Thor, it's just a formality. Father likes to do other things, but anyway, follow me and I'll guide you to the meeting place. The group decided hopelessly to follow the strongest Norse god while observing the panorama. The warriors of Asgard patrolled the streets, along with several Valkyries, while numerous faces were seen. Oh, how hexy is the king of heroes, she would say in a syrupy tone, hugging Izuku, who by instinct decided to stay in statue mode without moving. Come on, you are handsome. Give me something, a hug or a kiss, or whatever you have in your pants. Thor, you are quite admirable, to draw Lady Quetzalcoatl's attention like that. Izuku, it's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl, the pleasure is mine. Hey, in the future, do you want to meet with me and several naked priests and priestesses? You shouldn't be so direct, girl, a male voice would say. Quetzalcoatl, nobody lets me have fun. Hera, that's why you're still single, she would say, smiling. It's good to see you, Izuku. Izuku, I say the same, Lady Hera. And you are? I am Yu Huang, he would say in a calm and somewhat cheerful tone. It is a pleasure to meet you, king of heroes. Off-screen, Nizu, and now the introductions begin. Kendo, Thor, the berserker of thunder? Aways, I thought he'd be a redhead with a hammer that compensates for some kind of deficiency complex. Midnight, I must admit it's not bad. Mount Lady, I agree with the old woman. Momo, and that boar? She would say, annoyed. Izuku, I don't know, but the only ones who can touch me are my partners. Kirishima, so Quetzalcoatl. Mandalay, what insinuations, he would say with a red face, seeing how perverted the goddess was. Stain, and someone calls for calm. Ida, Yu Huang, the Jade Emperor. Izuku, and one of my mothers-in-law. Bakugo, too bad for you, nerd. Inko, knowing what Hera did. Mitsuki, at least Leto will be happy. On screen, Zeus, looks like several of us are gathering. Izuku, father-in-law would greet smiling. Zeus, glad to see you, kid, he would say with a twitch in his eye. Issei, I say the same, he would say, arriving with his bodyguards. Who would have thought that people were gathering? A somewhat sinister voice would say in a mocking tone. Issei, damn crow, what do you want, Azazel? Azazel, oh, and that coldness? Not even a hug? He would say mockingly. So you appear again, Sakura Yudai. Issei, I have no reason to hide, Mao Lucifer. I don't think that's the way to talk to a leader, descendant of Ra. Izuku, so the leader of heaven, he would say in a mocking tone. I didn't think he was an effeminate. Ibara, who are you? I am the current leader of heaven after the death of father, he would say, somewhat annoyed, feeling the resentment towards Gilgamesh's lineage. I am Archangel Michael. Shiva, brat, he would say, looking at the blonde-haired boy. Izuku, Shiva, I would say seriously. Both of them sent murderous intent to each other from their last encounter while emanating a bit of power head-to-head to intimidate each other. Off-screen, Izuku, he really likes me, he would say, smiling. Momo, only you would think of that. Endeavor, although the biblical ones are there. Ibara, I don't like Azazel. Mandalay, I can feel all that lust that comes off. Mitsuki, to me, he seems like a lazy guy who just wants to escape from his duties. Seeing Surzek's many women leaked killing intent, while the shoulders look seriously at the Mao. Mineta, wow, that's Miguel. Izuku seems. Ibara, I didn't think you would take me, and that Miguel was so effeminate. Nizu, oh. Aizawa, Shiva. Seeing the tension between Izuku and him, the room fell into a great silence. Mandalay, let's hope it doesn't get worse. All Might, Shonen. Koda, I hope Anisen beats him up. Katsuma, me too. On screen, come on, gentlemen, we're here to talk about peace, not conflict. A female voice would say, trying to ease the tension. Amaterasu, I agree with Yasaka-chan. We should stay calm and ignore the friction. Issei, Lady Yasaka, it's a pleasure to meet you. Izuku, I say the same. Leader of the yokai faction, I would say formally. Girl, mommy, who is the gentleman? Yasaka, oh wow, she's my daughter Kanu. Alexander, I am the descendant of Iskandar. He would say animatedly, I am Alexander, king of the conquerors, he would say, almost shouting as he introduced himself to the girl. Kunu, it's a pleasure, she would say, somewhat blushed and uncomfortable. Koda, you idiot, you scare her, he would say, giving his friend a snitch. I'm Koda, but you can call me Arsair, he would say in a formal tone. Kunu, it's a pleasure, Koda-kun, she would say somewhat shyly. She was really liking Koda. Zeus, wow, what a handsome boy son-in-law is, he would say flatteringly. Izuku, what can I say? My little brothers will be like that. Oh wow, they've arrived, the voice of a man who seemed older would say. Those who knew him, Odin-sama, they would say when they saw the man come down accompanied by a pair of Valkyries. Odin, well, since there are several of you here, why don't we go in? The Valhalla table is ready to discuss these issues. So everyone would nod as they went into the living room, where Milikas, Koda, Kunu and Alexander ran past like the children they were, so they could talk about what they knew. That day the meeting that would determine the future of the factions was about to begin. Screen turns off. Seeing Yasaka, the men were completely shocked. Mineta, what the hell? Kaminari, they are bigger. Always. That of the majority of the UA. Midnight Demons. Mirko, that bitch is busted. Seeing Kunu, Koda froze like a tomato, while hiding behind Izuku, who simply laughed. Koda, she's very beautiful, he would say whispering. Mina, we have a new ship. Hagakure, YSSSSSS. Monoma, damn, he would say covering his ears. Aizawa, and Odin welcomes them with finery. Midnight, I admit it has good security for a summit of that scale. Nizu, let's pray this ends well. Everyone expected it, although those closest to Izuku were not so sure that such peace would come. Chapter 21. Meeting of the Factions 2. The room was filled with prayers, as a meeting of this magnitude was going to be very serious and could end badly, as whatever happens, for better or worse, will have repercussions in the normal world. Nizu, why, I suspect this is going to go wrong. Kaminari, I would say something, but Murphy's Law would act. Kyoka, it's strange that you act that way. Kaminari, I may be a pervert and an idiot, but I never questioned that law. Stain, beyond that, this meeting is going to cement a change. Almight, and a very strong one. Ibra, let's hope this doesn't get worse and they only see the good. Izuku, as a wise man said, if you want peace, prepare for war. Ida, what the buck? Mina, don't you have a heart? Don't you have faith? Izuku, I have a heart, but I'm not an idiot who lives in fantasies. Things aren't beautiful, and everyone is walking through a flowery meadow toward the sunset. Hagakure, but, Izuku, peace cannot be maintained only with understanding and friendship, or with order and submission, both are needed. Almight, you're partly right, I am the symbol of peace, but that doesn't mean I offer understanding and comprehension, but rather that I am a figure of power. The traitor's students wanted to retort but decided to remain silent because they didn't know how to counter that argument, while those in Izuku's group looked at them seriously. Perhaps they had to see the truth on this screen to truly mature. Nizu, let's hope this doesn't go that far. Aizawa, my class has already split too much. Midnight, even though it hurts, they made their decision. Cements, and they were not influenced. Present Mike, they decided it themselves, now they must abide by its consequences. Mandalay, let's hope it's just our minds, I would say, trying to sound optimistic. At that the screen lights up, drawing everyone's attention. Katsuma, it's already starting. Koda, yes. Eri, we'll see how the meeting goes. Mahoro, yes. On screen, the Great Hall of Valhalla, the Hall of the Fallen, is the place where fallen Norse heroes rest, fight, and prepare for Ragnarok while joining the fight on Odin's side. Every warrior who was there was chosen by the Valkyries, warrior women who surpassed the Greek Amazons in combat, whose function was to transport the weapons of the best fallen warriors to the hall. Today, numerous heroes from the Norse world stood there dressed in their armor, guarding the hall from intruders, as was the case with Sigurd, wielder of the sword Gram, and of similar origins to Siegfried. Sigurd, Odin-sama, the room is ready. Odin, perfect, he would say to escort his guests to the room. Gentlemen, ladies, please accompany me. Those present followed the wisest and oldest Norse god of all, through the halls of Valhalla, today a meeting room, where the leaders of various factions would meet, to be able to dialogue and, if necessary, establish peace, given that they had a threat, the Cows Brigade. Off-screen, Nizu, a good place to meet. Stain, so the Valkyries were better than the Amazons. Neomesa, and his confidence is too incredible. May, that guy. Pixie Bob, Sigurd? Stain, another descendant of a dragon slayer, and in turn a descendant of a Valkyrie, Almight, and the Cow's Brigade affair. Nagant, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if the hero commissions funded it. Stain, that's possible. Mandalay, yes. Mirio, let's hope that's not the case, he would say seriously. Tamaki, friend, he would say, shaking his head, the blonde-haired boy was too naive. Nijire, how much have you changed by seeing little Ares' ancestor? Mirio, I would say seriously. Hawks, Gram Bearer? That's a sword. Ida, at Balmung level. Izuku, I think I have both of them in my legacy portals. On screen. During the walk, Izuku was able to analyze the others. He did not focus on the biblical ones, because he did not believe much that they called a meeting so suddenly. Perhaps if his blood had not awakened, he would believe it. But he was no longer the hero Deku, he was the successor of the king of heroes Gilgamesh. Of Issei, he had nothing to say. He was one of the few with whom he could speak as an equal. Besides that, he had told him about what Lucifer had done, that he was walking with the other mouse at his side and a kind of maid, she being Graphia Lucifuge, one of the high-class supreme devils. Issei and Millikas told him about her. She was a strong woman, but in the presence of the redhead, she was a submissive woman. It was something that happened there. He also had to admit that the red-haired girl was well endowed, even if she didn't say it out loud. Artemis, Reyes, and Momo were relatively creative if they wanted to do something to her if she looked at other girls. It wasn't perverted, but a well-developed female body attracts the male. With Zeus, she had no complaints, except for the number of brothers-in-law he gave her and would give her in the future. Even so, he was a good father-in-law. After all, he left him some knowledge in the manipulation of the lightning so that he could give it to his future grandson, when he and Artemis were married. Next to the king of Olympus, Hera, his pseudo-mother-in-law, since she was not the mother of his fiancée, and with whom he got along relatively well. Apollo, his brother-in-law, another of the gods with whom he got along well, despite his insistence that she go to an antro with him and lose something there, which if she does is a guarantee that his partners would make him suffer. Finally, Poseidon, he didn't know him very well, but he admired his relationship with Percy. Seeing them talk, he did find that law of not being able to see his demigod children stupid, but it wasn't his pantheon or faction, and since Percy belonged to Babylon and the heroic faction, regardless of his origin, the ancient law no longer applied to him. With Amaterasu, he got along well, he had nothing against it, and thanks to his measures with some top heroes in Japan, Izuku has a deep respect for the strongest Shinto goddess. She is only somewhat uncomfortable, especially with the issue of the Nicomatas, which earned her the nickname in several factions of the Crazy Cat Lady. Izuku had no problem with that, only that he had Stain investigate the matter a little, and great is the surprise that the Biblical Demons faction, the Heroes of Japan Commission and certain top heroes, had to do with something the Nicuchio massacre, which left only the sisters Kaneko and Kuroka, today members of the Egyptian faction. Yu Huang, leader of the Taoists, honestly seemed to the words of the former green-haired man, a wise being. At first glance it was noticeable that he was a pacifist, although he did not know how strong he was, since everyone has something of a pacifist, and the conflict is always latent in everyone, even in beings like Buddha. When he found out about Zarafuku after being killed by Hajuin, Shinto cried for one of the youngest gods they had, and given his young age, he had no record in humans to be venerated. With Yasaka, leader of the yokai faction, he didn't know what to think, more than because of her personality. He knew that Mineta would try to touch her. Just thinking about his perverted friend made him laugh a little, although he liked that his children had fun with the little kitsune. Perhaps after the meeting he would meet with her to form an alliance, since he wanted to do it with Asgard, at the suggestion of All Might. With Quetzalcoatl, he honestly knew from Artemis's words on one of their dates, that she was a first-class pervert. Even the hunters, now girls who slowly accepted him, used to tell him insults that he only heard from his fiancée when she talked about Aphrodite, something that made Artemis and him fall in love a lot, since they discovered that his attempt at romance with Uraraka Achiko, whom Izuku sees as a little sister, and Mina Ishido, was her work, so the couple used to have their moments, throwing any weapon at the target with targets with the face of the goddess of love. He also saw how Shoto, Kiba Yudo, and Arthur Pendragon spoke as descendants of the Round Table, which also drew furious looks from the envoys of the church present, who also looked at one of her companions and bodyguards of Artemis, Ibera. Surely she would clarify several points in the meeting with Michael, although she would tell him certain points, where she would make it clear that she does not like the biblical heaven. Not when her spies revealed certain points about her mother's death. If she had more evidence and analysis of them, her hand would not tremble to devastate the biblical heaven. She did not have Azrael, she did not have Amenadiel, much less Lucifer, who before his betrayal was the strongest archangel. Off-screen, Izuku, I won't lie, Graphia Lucifuge is beautiful. Mineta, what the king says is true. Kaminari, she's beautiful. Midnight, how could someone like her be with Lucifer? Nagant, arranged marriage surely. Mount Lady, is that woman more beautiful than me? He would say, annoyed. Many began to listen to the perceptions and thoughts that Izuku said about those present, starting with Greece, where the most thoughtful agreed with what he said about Zeus and the Greeks. Stain, so you asked me to investigate the Nicuchio massacre. Uraraka, they shouldn't give that nickname to a depressed woman, I would say, annoyed. Momo, why I feel like Hermes was the one who gave her the nickname. Izuku, I'm going for Aphrodite's bitch, I would say, with venom, reminds me of Ishtar and my grandfather. Ryukyu, I partly support you. Kendo, Wei Chu Huang is someone peaceful, but he looks. Izuku, we all have a bit of conflict and peace, but well, I must remind you that Sun Wukong drove him crazy in his time. Kendo, no, but I'm even surprised that someone like him and Buddha had their moments. Nizu, Zarafuku and Hajuin, interesting, two names, one a Buddhist demon and the other seems to be a Shinto god. I wonder what domains. Eve refers to the first god of fortune in Shintoism, Zero Fortuna, father of the current gods. Almight, it's wise for you to follow my advice, Shonen. Mineta, I won't lie, Lady Yasaka is beautiful. Pixie Bob, how will she walk with that? Kyoka, damn, busted bitch, she would say with jealousy. Kota, on the other hand, was blushing seeing himself with Kunu in a very animated way, without noticing that Eri approached him, under the amused gaze of the former green-haired man. Kota, what's wrong, Eri? Eri, they like each other, she would say in a tender way and dancing a little. Kota, and that's not true, he would say, blushing like a tomato. Mandalay, children, I would say, fun. Momo, it's true. Inko, she looks very cute when she does that. Izuku, she's my girl. And Kota, not a bad-looking guy, he would say proudly. Kota, and I Sen, he would say blushing. Seeing Quetzalcoatl, no one said anything. The preview of her said a lot about what she is like. Although Uraraka looked seriously at Mina, who shuddered, and Izuku swore that he would give Aphrodite a visit for interfering in his life. Ryukyu, why of all the goddesses of love, Freya is the sanest. Mirko, I don't know, Lizard, but I'm going to shave that goddess when I see her. Shoto, the moderately gathered round table. Ibera, you'll see that bastard, she would say, looking at Michael seriously. On screen, upon arriving at the hall, everyone sat down. Izuku and Shiva looked at each other with some hostility given their recent encounter, where the Hindu god wanted to return the humiliation by making him kneel. Odin, well, I invite you to sit down. Those present would sit in assigned places, while Izuku summoned a drink for those close to him, while they waited for the introductions. Surzex, well, with Michael Dano we must thank everyone present, including you, Odin Dano, for allowing us to meet in Asgard, he would say in a modest tone. Viracocha, it's a pleasure. Viracocha, leader of the Inca faction, the second strongest of the pre-Hispanic gods. Dagda, I say the same, Odin Dano, and Izuku Dano, is a pleasure to meet you. Dagda, the strongest and wisest god of the Celtic faction, and one of the most peaceful and kind deities. Izuku, it's a pleasure, Mr. Dagda. Dagda, I'm glad you're looking after the successors of the Round Table, he would say gratefully. Hunab Ku, it's a pleasure to meet you, a serious, imposing but calm man would say. Hunab Ku, father of the Mayan gods, leader of the Mayan faction. Shiva, great, since we are all here, or at least the most important ones. Almenhild, I'll continue, a lowly would say, thanks for the invitation. Almenhild Karnstein, princess of the Carmilla vampire faction. Off-screen, Hawks, the meeting begins. Endeavor, yes. Nizu, Viracocha, Dagda, Hunab-ku. David, Incas, Aztecs, Mayans, Celts, Babylon, heroes, biblical, Greeks, Hindus, yokais, vampires, Asgard, Shinto, Egypt, several have gathered. Melissa, Dagda looks like a good-natured old man. Almight, he has an aura that I like. Kyoka, a vampire like Loli? Mineta, it's perfect. Katsuki, As for the biblicals trying to do something stupid. Kirishima, yes, it's likely. Tokoimi, I'm in on the bet. Kurwaro, me too. On screen. Michael, well, as Searches Dano was saying, in recent months, things have been changing in the factions, as you will see since the fall of Cao Cao, and the return of Babylon, Egypt, and the new leadership of the heroic faction. With the biblicals we have been talking about that we have to establish an alliance. Azazel, a few days ago, they started hunting down all human sacred gear users. Although this was done by a former Grigori cadre, like Kokobil, he did it in order to give them power to fight the Chaos Brigade, a terrorist organization that seeks a profound change in the faction system. Endeavor, this is serious. Would think looking at everything from a haughty place where numerous beings who knew about the supernatural awaited the decisions. Hawks, so he was here, he would say, looking at the green-haired boy. Mirko, I'll beat that brat up again, I'd say seriously. Azazel, that is why, given the danger of sacred gear in the wrong hands, we must act. Many of them would be real headaches, given that they are Longinus type or similar. Off-screen, Izuku just shook his head. It was too obvious what they wanted. Shoto, why, I suspect something is wrong. Stain, I hope we've investigated this beforehand. Kirishima, Bakubro, you guessed it. Katsuki, yeah, and I didn't expect those bastards to start first. Koda, but why do the heroes go? Nizu, it's to know what to do no matter what is decided. Mirko, I agree with my counterpart. Hawks, let's hope this is achieved. Almight, if they are Longinus type, why didn't they act with the first one? Aizawa, the biblicals are up to something. Neomesa, yes, this is too obvious. Mirio, the proposal to do something is incredible. If so, they will be able to work together, I would say optimistically. Shinzo, I don't think that will happen. On screen, after finishing those words, the room was filled with a deep silence while those present thought about the situation. They knew what the sacred gear was. They considered it the worst mistake of the biblical god, since it produced a war due to his greed by having humans with said ability in their factions, mainly between angels, fallen, and demons. The silence was overshadowed by a somewhat scandalous laugh, since Izuku had started to laugh. Surzex, what's the joke, Izukudano? Izuku, the fact that they say it as if the rest of the factions were idiots, he would say, stopping laughing. All of us here present who know the sacred gear system, we know that there is a cold war and a race for military growth between the factions to obtain them. With Issei-san we will be new to this. Issei, but we wouldn't deny something of foolishness. I am the bearer of the Welsh Dragon of Domination. However, you ignore the fact that you biblicals were the ones who caused that system. Michael, we know, he would say, frowning, but it is serious that they steal those abilities and use them against the factions. Izuku, for my part, there is not enough evidence for those words. I think there must be more reasons to ally ourselves, not a terrorist group whose most active members are renegades from the biblical factions. Dagda, it's true, their ineptitude as leaders and not keeping their subordinates in line. Quetzalcoatl, and his inaction in eliminating his renegades, of which there are many, has turned a simple problem into a threat. Zeus, not to mention that the leader is the son of the original Lucifer, that already says a lot. Seraphal, how do they know that? We haven't been able to find out. Ajuka, we've investigated, but the groups we send always come back empty-handed. Issei, could it be because Mao Asmodeus and Mao Lucifer knows something we shouldn't know about? Izuku, same for Michael-san and Azazel-san? Off-screen, Shoto, Izuku and Katsuki started laughing at what the biblicals asked for, causing surprise in the group of traitors. Stain, really? He would say, frowning. Almight, they talk like they haven't done anything even though they know it. Aizawa, I knew it. This confirms to me that the biblicals are up to something. Nizu, and I think like the young people, the sacred gear system is the worst decision made by the biblical god. Ibra, sadly I would say seriously she may have been religious, to the point of being religious. But those things had made her doubt whether God is really as holy as he has been portrayed. Aizawa, it is clear that all this is the inaction of their leaders. Nizu, not to mention the Chaos Brigade is made up of renegades. Stain, not to mention Lucifer's son. Ryukyu, this is going to end badly. On screen, Surzex, damn, he's screwing us with arguments, he thought seriously. Falbium, what are you both insinuating? He would roar angrily. Elmenhild, what's going on? What do they mean? Issei, what we want to get to is how we see it. One of the mouse is a siskin, I would say, annoying Surzex, given that I was a member of that faction, but due to the management of some elders addicted to power, their leader does what they want. How can we agree with a puppet of their council? Hunab. It's true, they are leaders. They should be the law and order, not simple puppets. What would happen to their factions if most of their councils sell out to groups like the one they mention? Viracocha. It's true. Izuku. Also, he would say, making Shoto and Bakugo put papers on the table. I would like everyone to read it. Given the threat that Cao Cao was and what I found about his faction, I decided to investigate. Odin. What did they find? Izuku. The faction of heroes commanded by that descendant was in the service of that Lucifer, so we decided to increase the investigation. They found simply magnificent things, such as deliveries of artificial sacred gears from the faction of the Fallen, calling everyone's attention and making Azazel nervous, and numerous genocides caused by angels who sent the few survivors to the hands of the Chaos Brigade to take revenge on the other factions. Edmund, he would say, calling the new Count of Monte Cristo, could you communicate the findings, please? Edmund. Sure, boss, he would say, with a sinister presence that would chill the blood of many. As you can see, each investigation was carried out in great detail, and the same was corroborated again to avoid falsehoods. Zeus, what are you getting at? He would say seriously, although he was getting an idea. Amaterasu. Continues, she would say, reading the documents. Edmund. Of course, each investigation revealed that several factions indirectly financed or supported the Chaos Brigade in various ways, the most explicit being the biblical ones, given certain bank transfers originating from the Holy See, for example. Furthermore, we must point out that they did not act alone, but that various human groups also did so. Quetzalcoatl. What groups? Edmund. Who regulates the lives of heroes and controls the tops of each country? Yu Huang. The Hero Commissions. Edmund. I can give you an example if you agree. Viracocha speaks. Edmund. The Nicuchio Massacre. Surzex. Oh no, he whispered nervously. Sarah Fall. Why are you so nervous, Surzex? She would say angrily. Ajuka. I have an idea, but continue. Edmund. The Nicuchio Massacre was decreed by the Demon Elders Council, approved by the signatures of Mao Lucifer and Mao Asmodeus, supported by the Hero Commission of Japan, who authorized 2 of their top heroes to participate in that genocide that alarmed Hawks and Rumi Yusujiyama. Amaterasu. Speak, she would say in a serious tone of voice. I want to know who killed my kittens. Edmund. Mao Lucifer, in an act of mercy to the Nibiru's house, after the 4th Underworld Civil War, authorized said house to conduct research to create an artificial super devil, hoping that it could aid his faction in the future. However, due to an accident caused by an experimental failure that resulted in an explosion, where the hired human researcher along with his assistant, a Nikomata, who were the parents of the sisters Kaneko and Kuroka. With Kuroka and Chiron's parents dead, the Nibirius house still continued the research. He was focused on increasing the ability of his servants, and made them go through things with force. The eldest would tolerate the experiments. But, Yu Hang, you've told us enough. Talk about the massacre itself. Edmund. As you wish. Upon learning the truth about the experiments and their purposes, the eldest of them became so enraged that she awakened her Nikomata powers and killed her master to protect her sister, and became what they call a rogue demon. Once the superiors found out about the murder, they, along with the younger, assumed she was drunk on her own powers. So, convincing the Hero Commission of the danger of the Nikomata, Japan sent the current top to help assassinate the entire Nicuchio clan, Rumi Yusujiyama, the rabid heroine Mirko, and Kigo Takami, alias the Hero Hawks. Odin. What words should be said in his defense? Off-screen, everyone remained silent, listening to everything that was proposed. They now understood the reason for the biblical call for peace, especially when the Commission's participation and the participation of 2 heroes present in the room regarding the Nicuchio massacre were mentioned. Tokoimi no longer had the eyes to look at who was his teacher. This only proved one thing: the system was too immersed in darkness, and made him wonder if the villains were right about something. Shoji. Damn. Koda. What did they do? Ojiro. That has no name. Nizu. What they have done is the most vile act. Almight. He has surpassed all for one. And I know that if he had the opportunity he would commit that act. But he never did because he always saw a benefit in not doing it. Stain. Then why do you hunt them? Momo. How? Eri. How could they? Izuku. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if what happened to Eri was done by them. Mirio said nothing. Everything he believed in was falling before his eyes. A bit of his sanity was leaving, and now he was seeing his hands shaking. Tamaki, damn. Hawks and Mirko didn't say anything since one would have done it if they told him and the other, just by telling her they were villains, wouldn't mind killing innocent people. Ibara, Nibiro's house. Shoto. At least that rogue Nikomata did something right. On screen. Seraphal, what have you done? Ajuka, what have they both done? Both Mouse. We separate from the demon faction. Issei, Egypt will give asylum to demons who leave the underworld. Amaterasu, a few words tomato? Surzex, there's no point in hiding it, he would say, annoyed, looking at the blonde-haired man with hatred. Izuku, not to mention the plan called Noble Phantasm, of the biblical and Indian factions, a plan that involves recruiting all the descendants of humanity's heroes, villains, and anti-heroes. Shiva, how are you, he would say seriously. Viracocha, a few words? Odin, what I said is serious, I would say seriously. Zeus, say your words well, because if they are not correct there will be war, I would say seriously. The sides were already preparing, biblical and Indian versus the other factions. The screen turns off. The room was deathly silent, as this would have no other outcome but war. Things were too volatile in the room, and any word they said would be damaging now. Monoma, war. Almight, damn. Midnight, how could they? Aizawa, Noble Phantasm Project, damn morons. Gang Orca, the solution to this is clear. No one wanted to say it, they needed to digest things, so Eva simply opened the doors, where most went to the patio or towards the Hall of Fame. They needed to clear their minds.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.